Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, turning the streets into rivers of water, reflecting the glow of countless colorful umbrellas. Hora Than ran along the soaked pavement, completely exposed to the storm. He carried nothing to shield himself, yet he didn't slow down. All he needed was to cross to the opposite side to reach his home. The rain grew heavier with each passing moment, but he paid it no mind. His shoes squelched under the deluge, water dripping with every hurried step. Finally, he reached a dry spot, and only then did he pause to climb the stairs leisurely. Through the window, he observed the rain still pouring without any sign of letting up. Unfazed, he continued upwards, reaching the pitch-dark hallway of his home. He flicked the switch, and light flooded the space. That was when he saw her. A girl dressed in an ancient costume stood before him, gripping a sword and watching him with caution. She was soaked through, yet her stance was rigid, vigilant. Hua Than stared at her in surprise, his face betraying a mix of confusion and curiosity. He had no idea who she was. The palpable tension made him step back a few stairs. Only then did he notice the details of her outfit. She frowned at him, annoyance clear in her expression. Hua Than relaxed immediately, realizing it was simply a cosplay. Stepping forward again, his eyes wandered over her pose, the sword in her hand, the straw sandals on her feet. Suddenly he felt a surge of admiration. The stance, the detail, it was impressive. Before he could linger further, she shouted at him to stop. "I live here," he replied, perplexed, wondering why she would react so cautiously. She introduced herself as Kuong Hoa, keeping her hand on the sword hilt. Hua Than could only shake his head, silently remarking on how strange she was. She stepped back, calling his actions disrespectful, but Hua Than decided to ignore her and entered his home. Even inside, he couldn't resist glancing at her. She remained in the corner, unmoving, still holding her pose. He went to the bathroom to wash up, water dripping from his clothes onto the floor. Afterward, he took a soda from the cabinet, grabbed a food bag from the fridge, and called out for his cat, Bai Dao. The cat emerged, eyes bright and curious, and Hua Than settled down to watch it eat while enjoying his soda. The refreshing combination of a shower and a cold drink brought a rare smile to his face. The rain showed no signs of stopping outside. Dark clouds rolled endlessly across the sky. Hua Than picked up an umbrella, peeking through the peephole to see if she had left. The street was empty, yet his curiosity drove him to open the door. And there she was. Kuang Hoa appeared as suddenly as a ghost, her eyes still sharp with intensity. Kuan Tan froze, unsure of what to say. Awkwardly, he gestured to the umbrella. "It sits still raining. If your home sits far, maybe you should head back. I can help you call someone if you need." She ignored his suggestion and asked a different question. "Where is this?" "This is my home, in the residential area on Back Fong Street," he replied. Her frown deepened, and she asked again, "Who are you?" Hua Than hesitated. Should he call himself a kind neighbor or a lunatic? Reluctantly he said, "Just call me Hua Than." He offered the umbrella to her, waiting for her response. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I am originally a disciple of the Yan clan. I do not know why I am here." She clasped her hands and bowed. Hua Than could only sigh. She was clearly obsessed with her cosplay, lost in her own world. Turning to go inside, he told her, "Come in, it's cold out here." Once she entered, he called the security team. "Uncle Zhao, is that you? It's little Hua." Kuang Hoa's attention shifted to the television. On the screen, a group of people raised their hands and shouted in unison. The sight startled Hua Than, but what followed left him completely dumbfounded. In a sudden furious motion, Kuang Ho thrust her sword into the TV, shattering it completely. Kuan Dan froze, stunned, as the security guard on the phone repeatedly asked him what had happened. He could only stand there, realizing that he had no idea what kind of person or situation he had just brought into his home. At that moment, Kuang Hoa turned to face him, her eyes bloodshot and sharp. Kuang Hoa turned, still holding the phone, tried to mask his panic. "It's nothing, uncle. Please continue with your work," he said awkwardly, casting a blank stare at her as she had just smashed his television. A surge of fury rose within him, so intense it nearly drove him mad. The scene resembled something straight out of a violent movie, yet he forced himself to remain calm, a strange smile on his face as he asked, "Where did you say you came from?" She cautiously probed the empty room with her sword, as if checking for invisible threats. Then she turned to him. "Also, who were you just talking to?" Hua Than's gaze swept over her once more. Could she be part of some traveling circus? But no, their performers didn't dress like this. Straw sandals, smashing someone else's property. Could she even afford to compensate for this? Raising his hands in surrender, he said, "How about putting the sword away first? I'm a good person. I even offered you an umbrella earlier." Kuang Ho tightened her grip on the hilt, then yanked the sword out of the shattered television with a sharp pull. Kuan Thana forced a smile, trying to calm the situation. "What's your name? Where are you from?" She sheathed her sword, then introduced herself solemnly. Kuang Hoa, disciple of the Yan clan. The Yan clan. Sounds impressive. Is it very big? Where is it located? He asked. Surprised, she replied, the Yan clan of Suzhou. Have you never heard of it? Wathan shook his head, carefully choosing his words. Never heard of it, he admitted. Glancing at her drenched form, water streaming from her head to her feet, he tried to reassure her. Anyway, I step a good person. I can help you. If you have any problems, just ask me. She answered solemnly, I want to go home back to the Yang clan. He pinched the bridge of his nose, helpless. This is the residential area on Dak Vong Street, Vin Kang New District, Jiangthan City. Do you know Jiangthan? Shaking her head, she seemed entirely lost. Wathan muttered to himself, could she be from ancient times, but he quickly laughed it off, though curiosity gnawed at him. Do I have to ask who the emperor is? Unexpectedly, she shot him a sharp glare and said, His Majesty. He pressed on, so who is His Majesty? Her answer was simple, unwavering. His Majesty is His Majesty. Bewildered, he asked, may I ask what year it is now? Isn't it the 16th year of Kaiyuan? She replied blankly. Huathan's eyes widened in horror. This girl was clearly not joking. Gesturing for her to wait, he pulled out his phone and began searching for information online. Emperor Shunzong, right, that sips him. Li Longji, he turned to her again. Do you know Li Bai, Li Taibai, the Blue Lotus resident? At this, Kuang Ho finally smiled. You know him? Where is he? Huathan paused, recalling the character from a game, imagining him fighting monsters in some distant valley. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted them. Your order has been delivered, called the delivery person. Kum Ha tensed, readying her sword. Who sets that? Whose voice is that? Huathan panicked. Wait, it's someone delivering food for me, not a bad person. Step back, don't let them see you. She frowned. Is it a servant? No, a food delivery person, he clarified. The delivery person called out politely, and Huathan thanked them as they left. Kuan Hoa asked again, Are we fighting? He placed the food in front of her. Are you hungry? Let's eat together. She hesitated. No need, thank you. Her gaze lingered on him, as though he were some strange creature. Why do you all have short hair? Is this place a penal colony? Huathan chuckled softly. No, wait, what do you mean by see you all sit? She explained that she had arrived 1 watch ago, silently observing the world. 1 watch ago, 2 hours. He realized she had been wandering in the rain, sword in hand, without anyone noticing. Luckily, nothing had gone wrong. He brought a piece of bread to his mouth. Did no one see you? No, she replied. I just moved through the shadows. Satisfied, he was about to take a bite when she leaned in and demanded, You still haven't answered my question. He hesitated. How should I put this? Just consider it a local custom. No special reason. He offered her a bite. Want to try? I'm sure you never eaten this before. She leaned forward to smell the sandwich, but shook her head firmly. Wathan then handed her a cup of water. Drink something to quench your thirst. It's sweet. You probably haven't had this before. Anger flared in her eyes. Are you looking down on me? You said it was rice. So what is this? Huathan held up his hands in exasperation. I'm not looking down on you. Anything that fills your stomach is considered a meal. This is called a hamburger. Accidentally, he brushed against a Coca-Cola can and it toppled to the floor. Both stared at it silently, tension thick in the air. Really not poison. He tried to reassure her. This is a carbonated soft drink. Too late. Kuang Ho's anger surged, sword raised. Huathan grabbed the can and drank it all in one go, hoping to prove he meant no harm. She shook her head firmly, unyielding, and he realized just how unpredictable this young disciple of the Yan clan truly was. Huathan forced a smile and said, Can you stop drawing your sword at the slightest thing? I'm a good person. If I weren't a stet, I would have locked you out long ago. Who would care if you lived or died, right? Kuang Hoa stared at him, expressionless. He gestured toward the cat, its fur standing on end, its scared to death. Glancing back, he noticed she was still gripping her sword tightly. In that instant, he realized there were only 3 ways to handle this situation. The first was simple: trick her outside and lock the door, leaving her hungry or cold, letting her swing the sword as she pleased. In 3 days, he might see a news article about her arrest or demise. The second option was to call the police. Perhaps a descendant of Emperor Xuanzong had somehow appeared in modern society, but using such a persona, an ancient warrior girl, the police would certainly think he was joking, and if something went wrong, they would ask her questions. Who is this man? Where do you live? The outcome could be bloody and catastrophic. Imagining that scene, Huathan shuddered and covered his face. After a brief pause, he considered the third option: let her stay and see how things unfolded. An ancient female warrior stood in his living room, sword in hand. Could he simply force her out? Despite her violent tendencies, the thought of expelling a person from over 12 centuries ago made him uneasy. What if she possessed extraordinary skills, qigong, combat techniques, or worse? Forcing her into the outside world might leave her lost, wandering, or in danger, and if she survived, someone might take her in. The consequences of misjudgment weighed heavily on him, yet the very strangeness of the situation stirred a thrill inside him. He offered her the sandwich once again. Kukwang Hoa looked at it longingly, tempted, but still refused. She backed away, eyes fixed on it, and asked, "What is this?" Hua Than took a sip of water before replying, "Food, or should I eat a piece first to prove it's not poisoned?" Her eyes lit up. "All right," she said, allowing him to take a cautious bite. Still, he worried. If she was unaccustomed to this food or found it distasteful, she might react violently. Thinking quickly, he decided to order something more familiar. Yet, Kuang Hoa's gaze lingered on the sandwich as it gradually disappeared, her expression growing increasingly frustrated. He patted the space beside him. "Do you know where this is? Sit down, and let's talk. You're holding that sword, and I'm genuinely scared." Slowly she approached, cautious with each step. Hua Than marveled at the rare sight, wishing he could capture it on his phone. As she finally sat down, he smiled mischievously. Though everything was unfamiliar, she seemed to understand the gesture with the umbrella. This man, despite his strangeness, had intended to help her from the start. The room, the food, and his odd behavior made her wary, but she kept her curiosity in check. "Where is this?" she asked again. "Jiangcheng City," Hua Than replied patiently. "It's hard to explain. Do you know Li Bai?" Her eyes widened. "Do you know where he is?" He nodded, pretending assurance. "Listen carefully, put down your sword first. I don't want you to get agitated." She placed the sword on her lap, still tense. "It doesn't matter where, I just want to go home," she said dejectedly. Hua Than studied her for a moment. "You can go back anymore. This place is very far from your home." "How far?" she asked, confused. "Over 1,200 years," he said carefully. Her brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" Using his fingers, he traced gestures on the table to explain. "This place is 1,200 years later. In your era, there were Emperors Xuanzong, Li Bai, Yang Gifei, and Enlushan. Your emperor, your friends, the people you knew, they all lived over 1,000 years ago. They are dead." Shock registered on her face. She stood abruptly, exclaiming, "Nonsense." Huathan replied calmly, "Whether it seems nonsense or not, you can investigate. Everything here is unfamiliar. Consider this a completely new world." He added, "The Jade Palace in the high heavens, 12 magnificent halls. You know Li Bai Sep's poem, right? Think of it like that." She objected firmly. "He never wrote this poem." He coughed lightly, hiding his embarrassment. "A minor mistake. Perhaps when you knew him he hadn't written it yet. He might have been only in his 20s. You can study Li Bai later. For now, understand this world's rules. It is dangerous, but also safe, if you learn its ways." She still looked unconvinced. Huathan continued, "You're smart. You can make your own judgment. Haven't you seen outside? The world now is completely different. The people you know are history. If I were thrown 1,000 years into the future, I'd likely be as lost as you are. You're not violent. You're scared. That's all." Huang Hoa, frustrated and angry, decided to leave. "Boastful. I don't believe you," she snapped. Hua Than quickly stepped forward. "Wait." Immediately, she pointed her sword at his face again. He raised his hands helplessly. "I've already told you, this world has its laws. You need to learn them if you want to stay safe. For example, you can carry weapons around freely. Going out like this would be extremely dangerous." She tilted her head, curious. "Why are you helping me?" Huathan glanced at the cat. "At first, Bai Dao was outside too. I brought him in to raise him." "Bai Dao?" she repeated. Smiling, Huathan picked up the plump cat. "It's this fat cat." Huang Hoa Sip's expression darkened again, her hand twitching toward the sword. "Are you looking down on me?" Both the man and the cat flinched. Huathan quickly shook his head. "No, not at all." She stood solemnly, studying him carefully. Meanwhile, Huathan muttered to the cat, "Why is your fur falling out so much?" Huang Hoa thought to herself, though she couldn't be sure what was true or false in his words, she sensed he meant no harm. He was just an ordinary person returning home, unexpectedly encountering her. The evening darkened outside, and he had simply lent her an umbrella out of kindness. "Why are you helping me?" she asked again. Huathan shrugged. "To be honest, am curious. This is too miraculous. Perhaps if you went to my era and met someone from 1,000 years in the future, you and find it miraculous too." Her eyes narrowed. If such a strange person appeared, they be killed by the day Li Si. Huathan sighed. Different eras. Here we can set kill at will. Everyone loves peace. I don't set know why you came here. If we find out, maybe you can return. But before that, you need to learn how to live in this world. First, you cannot harm others at will. You also cannot destroy things. She stiffened, feeling her pride wounded. If you can do that, I can help you. Or, you can leave now, he added carefully. It steps best not to harm anyone outside. Officials are everywhere, and they step powerful. She paused, reflecting. I don't set know anything about this place. The clothing, the customs, maybe I can set even leave the city. If I go outside, I won't set know where to go. Hua Then nodded. If you agree, put down your sword. I still order food for you. Actually keeping you here is risky. Two-way risk. I need to prevent others from discovering you. And I worry that if there steps any misunderstanding you might strike me. Do you understand? For a long moment Kuang Ho remained silent. Then she finally threw her sword aside. Hua Then asked what she usually ate, to find something familiar for her. He briefly considered fried dough sticks, but decided on porridge with steamed buns instead. You stir all wet. Take a bath first, then eat. Do you have internal energy to dry your clothes? She looked blankly at him. Where is the bath? He led her to the bathroom, and she looked surprised as he opened the door. This world has many miraculous things, he explained. You don't set need to be afraid. No one here wants to harm you. At least I once sit. He showed her the shower. Left is hot, right is cold. Press down to stop, lift up for water. Try it. She practiced while he pulled out his phone to record this strange but real moment. This is shampoo, he said. Press here, it comes out. Apply to your head, it foams when clean. He explained the toilet and other basics before heading to the living room. Remembering she needed clothes, Hua Thang carefully selected a suitable outfit. None seemed quite right until he found one acceptable. He opened the bathroom door, and she jumped slightly. He realized she didn't know how to lock it. I don't have women's clothes, he explained. This will do for now. I'll buy you more tomorrow. He taught her how to lock the door. Once secured, he stepped back, sighing in relief. Luckily, she hadn't undressed completely, otherwise it might have ended badly. In the bathroom, Kuang Ha happily played with soap bubbles, even tasting a bit and grimacing. Outside, Hua Then leaned back, reflecting. Picking up an ancient person, a female warrior, was surreal. He examined her sword. The blade was so polished he could see his reflection. He thought to himself he should show it to his father, to see if it was a genuine antique. Later, Kuang Ho emerged from the bathroom. She spotted Hua Than writing at the table and sat beside him. What are you writing? She asked, leaning over. He awkwardly held up the paper. Just organizing some issues that need to be addressed right now. Can you read the characters? She examined it carefully. It's that's strange, very hard to distinguish. Hua Than replied calmly, I said I'll explain everything after I finish writing. Kuang Hoa picked up the clothes he had prepared and frowned. These clothes they sip are very strange. Hua Then smiled awkwardly. They seps are quite nice. This is the custom here. Complimenting someone is normal. It's seps not a joke or anything. She frowned deeper. It's seps best not to say frivolous things. He sighed, then noticed her straw shoes. There are slippers over there. Take a pair and throw away those straw shoes. I still buy you a new pair tomorrow. She looked down at her feet, then obediently changed into the slippers. Hua Thenha watched her and thought, how adorable. Suddenly a sound came from the door. The food is here. Kuang Hoa shrank back, tense. Hua Than waved his hand. It's just a food delivery person. No need to be afraid. He thought to himself how vigilant she was, like a stray cat without a home. The delivery person handed him the bag. Enjoy your meal, they said, and Hua Than brought it inside. She sat at the dining table where he had already set the food, muttering, I remember my nanny used to say that people who treat you too enthusiastically can only be thieves. Hua Than froze, worried, but then she smiled, a rare and beautiful smile. But you are a good person, she said. Hua Than sat beside her, watching as she ate carefully, bit by bit. When she finished, he spoke, Are you full? Now let's talk a bit. In short, you are a person from 1200 years ago. Kuan Ho remained silent. He continued patiently, whether you accept it or not, our conversation will be based on this fact. First, this place is safe, at least in this room. Even if you used your sword on me, as long as my body doesn't start to rot, you could hide here without starving, but you can only stay hidden for about a week. Nothing serious will happen in that time. There's no need to constantly hold your sword. You don't understand this world yet. He tapped the broken TV. For example, this is just a tool that produces sound. It's harmless entertainment. He hesitated, then added, Anyway, there are many entertainment tools here. He pulled out his phone and pointed at it. I'm telling you this so you know this place is safe. Anything I do that you don't understand is normal. I won't harm you. Do you understand? Huang Ho remained silent. hands clasped on her lap. Huan Fan sighed. Next, the situation outside is a bit complicated. Now it stips a peaceful world. People live and work in peace. But while it stips safe for me, it stips dangerous for you. She asked sharply. Why? Huathen explained. Because if you suddenly appear outside, you might unintentionally hurt others. It stets like walking around the imperial palace with a knife. You suddenly be arrested immediately. Just by looking different, people will know you such an outsider. He opened a drawer and retrieved a card. This is an ID card. Everyone has one, with their birth date. If someone commits a crime, officials can track them using this. Officials check the streets constantly. If someone suspicious is spotted, they'll investigate thoroughly. Without an ID, your presence would be exposed, and the consequences could be severe. The laws here are strict, and the officials are capable. Anyone carrying a weapon illegally is in serious danger. That's why hiding you is critical. If your identity is revealed, the whole world would be shocked. An ancient female warrior still alive. Thoang Hoa considered this. I see, you mean I sip in a vagrant? Huathen rubbed his chin, roughly, but it sets more serious than that. To be precise, it sets like being a slave without a contract. If caught, it would be miserable. Being an exception carries even graver consequences. Your situation is very dangerous. He continued. I stem thrilled to meet someone from 1200 years ago. It stems magical, and I want to help you adapt to this world gradually. Kuang Hoa lowered her head. Why should I trust you? I just want to go home. Huathan shrugged. If you don't trust me, we can part ways here. Helping you is not easy. If you wander outside, you still instantly become famous online. You must cooperate. Without trust, I can help you. They remained silent for a long moment. Finally, she asked, so what should I do? Huathan picked up her sword gently. First, don't draw your sword at the slightest provocation. That stets terrifying to people here. Now, if you have questions, ask them. I still answer everything for you. Kuang Ho paused for a moment, then asked a question that made Huathen Ha freeze. Where is your wife? Huathen was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that this was indeed a typical question from a woman. Cautiously, Kuang Ho continued, is my presence here inconvenient? Huathen felt a little awkward. This poor guy has been single for over 2 years, still unmarried. She looked up, surprised. Not married? The atmosphere thickened, heavy with silence. Huathan covered his face and sighed. In our place, unmarried men and women living in the same room is completely normal. It's not like I expect anything from you, I just happen to have a spare room. He turned and gestured for her to follow him. A pile of belongings spilled out as he moved, and he quickly began tidying up. Just a moment ago we were exchanging pleasantries, and now I'm cleaning a room for her, he thought. Kome Hoa slung her sword over her back, quietly observing. The customs here are so strange, an old landlord still unmarried. Huathan Ha continued, for now you can use my winter blanket. Everything else has been washed. Rest early. I know your mind must be in turmoil right now. Mine certainly is. Perhaps when we wake tomorrow we shall find that none of this was real. He finished his tasks and started to leave but remembered something. Turning back he added, oh right, my name is Huathan. He closed the door behind him, wishing her good night. Kong Hoka checked the room carefully before sitting on the bed, confirming everything was safe. Night fell over the old apartment complex. Huathan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It really doesn't feel real at all, he thought. During the day he had gone out for a job interview, got caught in the rain, and now, exhausted, he had picked up a girl who drew her sword at the slightest provocation, claiming to be from ancient times. Huathan sighed, covering his face. Forget it, sleep first, figure it out tomorrow. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, waking him slowly. He reached for his phone, checked the time and mumbled, only 10 a.m. Suddenly he remembered yesterday's SIP's events and sat up in alarm. Peeking carefully out of the room he saw Kung Ho sitting silently on the sofa, sword in hand. She called out, Hoathan. He pretended nothing had happened, stepped out, scratched his head and said, ah, it wasn't a dream after all. He coughed twice, walked over and greeted her. Up early, aren't you? Kuang Hoa replied coldly, it's almost noon. Huathan froze. This one do, he muttered, quickly changing the subject. Are you hungry? She cracked her knuckles cautiously. A little. Despite her cold expression, her stomach growled audibly, betraying her hunger. Embarrassed, Kuang Hoa ran to her room. Huathan called after her, wait. She came out and handed him a piece of silver. Although you don't lack these things. Huathan interrupted shamelessly. Do you have gold? He thought to himself, stealing silver isn't much, but gold will always hold value. Maybe we'll need it later if we can't make an ID card. I don't have much, but what if this female warrior has assets? Kuang Hoa removed the necklace from her neck. This might be worth a few taels of silver. Hua Than quickly stopped her. Stop, forget it. I was just asking casually, how could I take your money for food? He returned the silver to her. Huang Hua looked confused. Observing her disheveled appearance, he said, later when we go out, I shall buy you clothes and bring food back. Remember, don't wander outside alone, it's dangerous. Hua Thanao went into the bathroom to wash his face, thinking about how to adapt her wardrobe. Even my clothes are strange for her, but better than yesterday. We need to tidy her hair, make her modern, but it has to be discreet. Luckily, there's a police station across the street. Safe enough. After planning, Hua Than left the apartment and headed straight for a clothing store. Pointing at items he said, I still take this, and that one too. Passing a cute pink spaghetti strap dress, he stopped and pointed. Give me one like this. He continued shopping, finally entering a women's lingerie store. Gritting his teeth he thought, I can't leave empty-handed. After an hour, he walked out with the items, cheeks flushed from embarrassment. Next, he passed a bookstore, thought for a moment and bought a few random books for 200 yuan. Not sure if they'll be useful, but better bring them home anyway. Finally, feeling satisfied with his purchases, he headed back, preparing to help Kuang Hoa adapt further to this new world. Hua Than sighed in relief as he headed back to his apartment. As he reached the door, the security guard greeted him warmly. Mr. Hua, just back from shopping? Hua Than nodded, quickly hiding the lingerie bag behind his back. The guard continued, oh right, last night you called me. Nervously, Hua Than interrupted, Uncle Zhao, I just misdialed. It was nothing. Have you eaten yet? Just finished. Be careful when you go out. Close your windows properly. Old Liang said there might be thieves around lately, so keep an eye out for anyone suspicious, the guard advised. Hua Than smiled politely. Yes, I shall remember. Pushing open the door, he called out, I'm back. His eyes immediately fell on Kuang Hoa, standing alert with her sword drawn. Seeing him, she relaxed and lowered her weapon. He handed her the food. Didn't I tell you? It's absolutely safe here. Just relax for now. Let's eat first. Walking toward the pile of things he had just bought, he added, I also got you some necessities. We shall look at them after eating. Huang Hao nodded politely. Thank you. A sudden thought flashed through Hua Than's mind. Seeing his puzzled expression, Huang Hao asked, what's wrong? With countless imaginations running through his head, he clasped his hands theatrically. Shouldn't you say thank you, young hero sit. Am I considered a young hero, or a good man, or something else? He wondered silently. Kuang Hoa didn't fully understand, but still replied politely, thank you, young hero. Hua Than immediately struck a martial arts pose with clasped hands. It nothing. Huang Hoa's expression twisted slightly, uncomfortable. Hua Than noticed her agitation, though she didn't realize it. She was being teased. He opened the takeout box. All right, let's eat. The moment she saw the food, Kuang Ho pounced like a starving tiger. Kuang Than sat beside her, mouth agape. In his imagination, girls were supposed to eat elegantly, with delicate gestures, but this girl was entirely unrestrained. He smiled at her enthusiasm, and joined her in eating. After they finished, he said, these are the clothes I bought for you. I'm not sure about your size, but judging by your height, they should fit. Try them on later. He held out the pink spaghetti strap dress and matching shoes. Wear this if you like it. Flat shoes should be more comfortable than your cloth shoes. He hesitated, picking up another bag. There's sips also. Before he could finish, Kuang Ho interrupted. What's that? She had already picked up the lingerie he had bought and held it in front of him. He tossed her the bag. You figure out how to wear these later. If not, I find instructional videos. Videos? Kuang Ho asked, blankly. Hua Than nodded quickly. Many sets, choose whichever suits you. He then handed her a pack of sanitary pads. All women use these. Figure it out yourself. Kuang Ho examined the pack, clearly confused. Next, he handed her the books he had bought. This one is a history book, though somewhat fictional, you can treat it as general knowledge. And this one is about obstetrics and gynecology. Might be useful, at least take a look. Glancing at the computer, he thought, I should teach her the basics so she can search for information on her own. No wonder she felt so tired last night. I couldn't sleep until midnight either. Did you not sleep well last night? Hua Than asked. Rest a bit now, we shall talk more tomorrow. Any questions for me? Kuang Hoa asked. What's your status in this world? Thinking, Hua Than replied. Status? I a recent graduate about to enter society, currently unemployed. In your terms, I finished my exams but haven't become an official yet. I looking for a job to make a living. Huang Hoa frowned. So you stir from a wealthy family? Not at all, he said immediately. I come from a poor background. In this world there are many professions. 360 trades. Not everyone who studies becomes an official. She guessed silently. Then maybe he seps a landlord. Opening a book, she saw an ancient painting inside. Her eyes welled up. So how can I return? Hua Than answered nervously. I don't know. It might be difficult. How did you get here yesterday? I was chasing a thief, Kuang Ho explained. It rained heavily. I got lost in the forest, walked back and forth, and then saw this tall room. Hua Than looked out the window thinking, there's no forest around here. He comforted her. Just stay here and live well. We still figure out how to get you back later. Seeing her dejected, he changed the subject. I want to ask, how strong are you? I mean, how seps your martial arts? I'm considered quite strong in the Diam Bang, Kong Hoa answered honestly. Hua Than stared at her, impressed. What does this to quite strong seps mean? What internal energy do you practice? Does your swordsmanship include lightness skills? How high can you jump without getting hurt? Guang Hoa slowly walked over. Perhaps, I could jump from here without any problem. Hua Than Sip's eyes widened as he followed the direction Kuang Ho pointed. That Sips, the fourth floor, he exclaimed. Excitement bubbled up in him, and he asked eagerly, do you know internal energy, dragon subduing 18 palms longevity scripture, demonic great method? Kuang Hoa raised an eyebrow. What are those? Curiosity gleaming in his eyes, Hua Than pressed on. How do you practice your martial arts? Can I learn it? Kuang Hoa hesitated, her expression unreadable. You stare too old. Even with determination and willpower, you won't achieve much. Hua Than smiled. It's okay, I don't need great achievements. Just learning is enough. I take you as my master. Seeing her remain silent, he scratched his head nervously. Is the master very strict? She shook her head. It steps just a few tricks from the Jiang Hu. How can I be called a master? She stepped forward and said, watch carefully. Kuang Ho assumed a stance, and began to explain. To practice martial arts, you must first train your waist. To train the waist, you must first practice standing. Power must come from the ground. Hua Than waved his hand. Wait, are we starting now? She shook her head. You still already old. Martial arts is a long-term thing. You have to accumulate it bit by bit. He clasped his hands eagerly, so we don't sit to practice standing first. How can you practice martial arts without it? She asked. He sighed. How long does it take to practice standing? Kuang Ho raised her hand honestly. Just 3 years. Hua Than froze. 3 years? If he could even stand steady, he said have joined the army by now. Desperate for quicker results, he asked. What about swordsmanship? Can I learn sword techniques directly? Kuang Hoa shook her head firmly. That won't work either. Your hands can keep up with your eyes, and your eyes can keep up with your hands. You can only learn a few common movements. Hua Than slumped in despair. Turning away, he muttered dejectedly, all right, go try on the clothes first. If they don't fit, I shall take them back. For the other things, take your time. If you don't understand, I shall figure out a way to teach you. Kuang Hoa nodded, seeming to understand, and went into the room to change. Meanwhile, Hua Than ran to her sword, drew it, and swung it experimentally, twirling it as if he were a real swordsman, but it was heavy, and he soon gave up. Moments later, Kuang Hoa emerged. She had changed into a simple modern outfit, her hair neatly tied. She looked far prettier than before. Approaching Hua Than Han, she said politely, I have tried everything on. They fit perfectly. Thank you, young man. Hua Than smiled. It nothing. Don't move, turn around for me so I can see. She obeyed, spinning slowly. Hua Than's eyes immediately darted to her hair. I forgot to buy hair ties. This one looks strange. Let your hair down for now, he instructed. Kuang Hoa untied her hair. Hua Than asked cautiously, how that? The sight before him was breathtaking. With her hair down, Kuang Hoa's beauty was striking, almost surreal. Kuang Than pinched his nose to prevent an embarrassing reaction. Going out like this should be fine, he thought. As long as she doesn't speak or move too much, no one will notice anything unusual. Fortunately, she sits intelligent. Only her knowledge is lacking, not her mind. He spoke aloud. Tonight, I shall take you for a walk and buy new hair ties. Don't forget what I told you. Later in the afternoon, Hua Than was playing on the computer when Kuang Ho peeked through the door crack. What are you doing? She asked. Hua Than turned. Oh, it's you. This is called a computer, hard to explain. Think of it as a 1,000-mile eye. I can see things happening far away. Is that book difficult to read? He asked. Yes, very difficult. I'm reading slowly, she replied. Hua Than smiled. Take your time. No need to rush. After all, who has ever encountered something like this? If it happened to me, I might not even be as good as you. Huang Ho felt a faint warmth in her chest, touched by his words. Hua Than clicked the mouse and wrote something down. Curiously, Kuang Hua asked, "Don Speed, people need to go out to work." He glanced at her. "This is work. In this world, to make money, you must use your brain." She considered this. "A merchant?" "Not exactly," Hui Than said, resting his chin on his hand, "but you can understand it that way. Later, when you understand this world better, you'll see. For now, start with basic knowledge, history, modern development. You can't understand everything quickly, so just get a general impression." While explaining, Hua Than felt a swell of pride, seeing her absorb the information. Suddenly he remembered something. "By the way, how was martial arts in your Tang dynasty?" Kuang Hoasip's eyes sparkled. "Very powerful." Hua Than laughed inwardly and opened a wuxia movie clip on the computer. Both sides fought fiercely, evenly matched. Kuang Ho leaned in, watching intently, her eyes shining. After a while, Hua Than coughed and turned off the video. "Is it really that powerful?" he asked, expectantly. Kuang Ho remained frozen, her expression statue-like. Slowly she replied, This martial arts has already reached immortality." Hearing Hua Than's words, Kuang Ho immediately pictured herself fighting alongside the characters on the screen. Just imagining it made her face flush, a flicker of color crossing her usually composed expression. Hua Than sat beside her, his eyes glued to the video, marveling quietly at every scene. The next clip drew his full attention. Excited, he invited Kuang Hoa closer. "Watch this," he said. On the screen, a man performed kung fu, striking his opponent with a single hand. The impact was so strong that the opponent could do nothing but cry out, "Ouch!" Kung Ho froze, her face tightening with displeasure, her whole body trembling as she stared at the scene. Kung Ho From noticed her silence and tried to lighten the mood. "Well?" Kuang Hoa struggled to speak, her voice low and serious. "This is really your people's Sip's strength." The intensity in her tone and her grave expression startled Hoa Than, stealing the smile from his face. He stammered nervously, No, it's Sep's all fake. We made it using props. It's Sep's just a film." Kuang Hoa narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him like a seasoned investigator, questioning a criminal. Kuang Thang flinched under her gaze, forced to insist, "Really, it's Sep's fake. The martial arts are not real. My words are true." He pointed at the screen, trying to explain further. "Look here. See the clothing? So many styles in one world. It sets all imagination. Our idea of ancient people or wuxia characters, set in the past, but staged with props. Understand?" San Kuang Ho gave him a sidelong glance. Only then did Huang Ho Than to relax slightly, chuckling nervously. "It's Sep's okay if you don't else it understand now. Once you get used to this world, you said all understand what cinema and art are." Then, curiosity got the better of him. "So the kung fu in the Tang dynasty, was it really that powerful?" Huang Hoa answered earnestly, "Yes, almost like this, but not the body movement. No qinggong." She gestured to illustrate, making Hua Than nod thoughtfully. She sighed. "It's sets like ordinary people just specialized in one area." Hua Than's earlier question made her recall the movie scene he had described. She analyzed it carefully in the camp. Only someone like Niang could achieve such movement, and even her hand techniques were not as formidable. If one used the Rulai Divine Palm, achieving that would be impossible. Her serious demeanor even affected Hua Than. A spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. He pointed at the screen again. "Excited? See this? It sits like creating after images with bare hands. And their sits sound too. I sep not saying I don't sit believe you. I just want to broaden your horizons." Kuhong Hoa didn't refuse. She said, standing decisively. Her eyes sharpened, and she began demonstrating several kung fu moves for Hoa Thom. Watching her, Hua Than's jaw dropped further and further. "Is it really like that?" he asked. Kung Hoa glanced at him, serious. Hua Than nodded rapidly, unable to contain himself. "Wow, yes. After finishing, she turned to leave. "If you want to learn, just tell me. I'll teach you," she said calmly. Hua Than felt his knees weaken, his eyes shining like a disciple about to be accepted. For a moment he looked foolishly ecstatic, entirely absorbed by the prospect of learning. Huang Ho, unbothered, simply ignored his antics. Suddenly a small ball rolled to her feet. Looking down she saw a cat. Her expression instantly turned cold. Without hesitation she stormed into her room and slammed the door shut, leaving the bewildered cat meowing outside. Once inside, she exhaled a long, quiet sigh. Indeed, there are no good people without a purpose. A good person acting without reason is unsettling. She realized Hua Than's eagerness to learn kung fu explained all his strange actions. This world, it is dangerous. Her instincts sharpened. Slowly she looked around the spacious room and drew her sword. Let's practice a bit." The summer noon stretched on, and the sounds of her practice echoed through the room. Hua Than, outside, wondered aloud, "Hey, What's Sep's doing? Isn't Sep's supposed to be napping? Speaking of naps, his mouth involuntarily yawned. I'm so sleepy. He stretched and prepared to lie down, already imagining the comfort of bed. Flopping onto his own bed, Wothen had dreamily thought, it's unbelievable. The image of Kwang Ho has completely filled my mind. Across the hall, a female warrior practiced with deadly precision. Just the thought made him smile uncontrollably, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. But another swoosh from Kung Ha's room startled him, pulling him from his reverie. Time slipped by, and soon the sun was nearing the horizon. Hokga Thang awoke groggily, stretching. Oh no, what time is it? I was supposed to nap, but I slept until evening. How did I sleep so long? Hua Than immediately got out of bed, determination written across his face. It's time to take her out for a walk, broaden her horizons, he thought. He hurried to wake Kuang Hoa. As she put on her shoes, he reminded her carefully, almost like giving a battle briefing, just bring your eyes and ears. Don't speak unless I say so. If you have questions, ask when we get back. Don't jump too high, don't run too far, just quietly follow beside me. Understand? Kuang Hoa replied lazily, not showing much emotion. Before stepping outside, Hua Than took out his phone to snap a photo. Kuang Hoa, noticing his serious expression, tilted her head in curiosity. What steps wrong? Why are you taking a photo like that? Smile a bit, Hua Than instructed. Kuang Hoa complied, but her smile was anything but gentle. It was sharp, eerie, and wild, more like a demon than a human. Kuang Than jumped back slightly. This is terrifying. Laughing awkwardly, he said, all right. Your expression is too weird. Just don't move around randomly. It's a normal walk outside, very safe. He reached to help her put away the sword, but Kuang Ho instantly assumed a defensive posture, taking a step back and gripping her hilt tighter. Hoa Thanis groaned internally, but explained patiently. Everyone on the street is like me, weak as a chicken. They may look big, but one punch and it's over. You understand? Kong Ho considered his words carefully. Slowly her gaze shifted from the sword to her fists. After a moment, she nodded in agreement. I understand. Seizing the moment, Hua Than quickly took another photo of her. Hearing the click, Kuang Hoa turned suspiciously, but all she saw was him putting the phone away with a sheepish smile. Let's go. Walk outside first. Follow me, okay? And so, they stepped out. For Kong Hoa, vigilance remained her top priority. Every direction, every shadow was checked before she felt even a fraction of ease. Hoa Than led, pointing things out as they walked. This is a residential area. People live in these houses. Over there is the main gate that leads to the main road. Shops line the street. You can buy whatever you need. As soon as a delivery person passed by, Kuang Hoasip's eyes lit up, and she almost dashed forward. Hua Then quickly restrained her. Calm down, calm down. Secretly, he chuckled to himself. He taking an ancient person for a walk in the city. Is there anyone else like me? They walked a bit further when an older lady spotted Kuang Hoa. Surprise registered clearly on her face. Oh. Hua Than quickly stepped forward, forcing a smile. What's Sep's wrong, auntie? Kuang Hoa instinctively turned away, avoiding the woman's gaze. Hua Than's heart pounded. This girl, so alert, even now looked familiar to the stranger. From behind, Mr. Zhao teased, Little Hua, is this your girlfriend? Hua Than laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, just a friend. But the Lady Sep's expression hardened. She had seen Kuang Hoa with the sword yesterday, and the seriousness returned. The security guard, sensing tension, asked eagerly, What sword? She's carrying a long black sword, the woman explained. Hua Than acted quickly. Oh, it's Set's cosplay. Young people like to dress as zombies, fairies, and things like that. Japanese culture, you probably don't Set know. The two immediately relaxed, nodding in understanding. Phew. Hua Than grabbed Kuang Hoasip's wrist. Come on. Let's go. Need to cook dinner, auntie. They moved swiftly, stepping out of sight. Mr. Zhao shook his head, sighing. Young people these days, so many games we never had. Once clear, Kuang Ho freed her hand from his grip. Kuang Tang, still cautious, whispered, Did she see you yesterday? You two must have run into each other. She just glanced at you, right? Kuang Ho remained silent. Kuang Thang guessed correctly. Their walk continued, and fortunately, it had been nothing more than a quick glance. Had it been a more curious or pushy person, or a less cautious Kuang Hoa, the situation could have escalated quickly. Suddenly, a car sped by, and Kuang Hoasip's eyes widened in astonishment. It runs so fast. Hua Than grinned, observing her reactions. This was her first real experience with the modern world, and every moment was a new discovery. Hua Than's eyes sparkled with excitement as he explained the next marvel of the modern world. That, he said, pointing to a passing vehicle, is called a car. 4 wheels, a metal shell like a horse carriage. but it doesn't need horses to pull it. You can imagine it as if horses run inside the car itself, powering it forward. Kuang Ho immediately pictured the strange fusion of a carriage and running horses, her mind filling with a bizarre image. Next, he pointed up at the surveillance cameras lining the streets. Those are the heavenly eyes, he explained dramatically. The movies we watched this afternoon were all filmed using these. They're everywhere. Right now as we stand here, there could be people watching us through the heavenly eyes. He made a face to scare her, hoping to emphasize his point. Kong Hoa's eyes widened slightly, but Hoa Thene quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, normally no one is watching. People aren't that free. But if you display high martial arts skill or act unusually, the officials will notice immediately and rush over." While Hua Than was talking non-stop, Huang Hoa silently turned and walked away, catching him off guard. "Oh, where are you going?" he wondered aloud. He soon noticed her picking up several stones from the roadside. "Huh, what are you picking up stones for?" he asked, confused. Kuang Ho simply glanced toward a camera and took a stance. Horror washed over Hua Thongor. "Hey, Don said tell me you stet going to throw it." She looked at him blankly, as if he had said nothing at all. Hua Than could only sigh helplessly. "Just put the stones back where you found them." They continued to an intersection, where Hua Than took the opportunity to teach her the rules of the road. "This is a traffic light," he explained. "Red means stop, green means go. You must follow these rules. If you don't, the cars are dangerous, and it's against the law. Wait for the pedestrian light to turn green, then we can cross." As they crossed the street together, everything in this world was a fresh experience for Kuang Hoa. Her eyes darted around curiously, but her vigilance never wavered. Even against a harmless dog, she assumed a defensive stance. When they reached a shop filled with sparkling items, Hua Than picked up a hair tie and asked cautiously, "What do you think of this?" He remembered her intense curiosity from earlier and quickly chose one that seemed more suitable. Kuang Hoa peered over, fascinated by the display of women's sips jewelry. Kuan Thana noticed her interest and smiled, asking, "Do you like this?" She grabbed the hair tie and fiddled with it, pulling it left and right, leaving him momentarily speechless. Luckily, she soon discovered the correct way to use it, and tied her hair neatly into a ponytail. Hua Than's heart skipped a beat. Her ponytail suited her perfectly, and he couldn't help but blush at the sight. As night fell, Hua Than led her to a small snack shop he often visited. "Boss, 2 portions of baked pastries, add some chili, and a plate of pickled vegetables too." The owner nodded cheerfully. Hua Than explained to Kuang Hoa, "This is where we eat. I also buy lunch here, and sometimes dinner. The food is delicious, portions are generous, and I've been coming here since I was a kid." Kuang Hoa looked around curiously, absorbing yet another piece of this strange modern world. On her very first visit, Kuang Ho's eyes wandered curiously across the room. She kept glancing left and right, trying to take everything in. The moment she noticed the night sky outside the window, her gaze brightened. For a while she quietly admired the view. Across from her, Hua Than sat in silence, simply watching her. Suddenly the owner's voice rang out, and in an instant the table was filled with food. Startled, Huang Hoa looked down at the feast laid before them. Hua Than calmly picked up a pair of chopsticks, handed them to her, and said gently, "Eat up." Shyly accepting them, she whispered her thanks. Hua Than remained opposite her, sipping his beer in small mouthfuls, his eyes still fixed on her. Watching her eat so heartily, he could not help but think to himself, if this warrior woman stays here, the future might become more complicated than I ever imagined. All I can do is take things one step at a time. Finally, he tasted the food himself. After the very first bite, he praised aloud, "It's delicious." Soon the dishes were emptied and the owner came to settle the bill. Hua Than left the restaurant with a satisfied smile, patting his full stomach. "Phew, I'm so full, let's go home," he said warmly. Back at the house, Kuang Hoa went to wash her hands. From outside, Kuo Thun called, "Now do you believe it?" When she returned to the couch, he continued, his tone persuasive. "See, this isn't a bad life at all. People here live peacefully. There's food, drinks, computers, everything you'd ever want. No need to spend every day worrying about being killed. If we can solve the identity issue, you'll be able to enjoy countless things you've never experienced before. Even if it's just through simple labor, you'll feel comfortable and free. This is actually a good thing." Kuang Hoa sat silently for a moment, then softly confessed, "I want to go home." His answer came at once, blunt and final. "But you can sit, it's been 1200 years." His words struck her like a stone, unyielding and true. There was simply no way back. Resigned, she asked instead, "Then how do we solve the identity issue?" Picking up a winter melon as if to distract himself, Hua then admitted, "I'm not a government official. I don't really know the process, but we figure it out slowly. For now you just need to integrate into this society. Don't make mistakes. Don't worry, I'll help you." His reassurance brought color to her cheeks. Blushing, she raised her voice in gratitude. Thank you, young hero. Hua Then He, amused, responded with theatrical flair. It's nothing, but you must understand, in this world identity is everything. Without it, moving around becomes impossible. But you must understand, in this world identity is everything. He suddenly remembered something. Where's that paper I wrote yesterday? He asked. You crumpled it up and threw it away, she answered, coolly. His face froze in embarrassment. When she retrieved the wrinkled sheet and asked, if we can't solve the ID problem, what should we do? His tone grew serious. You'd be an illegal resident. That means no rights, no work, and no benefits. You couldn't even rent a house. Travel would be restricted. No trains, no buses. And unlike your world, there are no horses here. If a dispute arises, the authorities won't help you because you don't officially exist. Life without an ID is nearly impossible. Kawang Hoa, thinking quickly, asked, if I earn money and find a place to live, wouldn't that solve the problem? But Wathan shook his head. No, there are countless things you still couldn't do. Phones, bank accounts, online services, none of these would be available to you. If this were 20 years ago, things might have been easier. But now the system is strict, almost hellish. He sighed. You could go to the authorities, but whether they treat you kindly or strip away your freedom, no one can predict. It might be a blessing or a curse. At the mere mention of the authorities, Kwang Hoa Sip's hand instinctively moved toward her sword. Kwang Hoa Sip's hand Xefeng gave a helpless laugh. Relax, it's Sip's just a hypothesis. For now, learn about this world Sip's history first. Once you understand it, then decide for yourself. As he searched intently online, Kuang Ho hesitated before asking softly, am I too much of a burden for you? Without even looking up, he replied calmly, not at all. As long as you don't set fight or kill, living here is actually quite good. At that moment, Bai Dao the cat appeared, meowing softly, as if to lighten the tension in the room. As soon as Huathan noticed Bai Dao, he couldn't help but smile. I forgot to feed you, he said happily. Before attending to the cat, he turned to Kwang Hoa and reminded her gently, all right, if you have nothing else to do, go study quickly. Yes. Kwang Ho replied softly though, a hint of sadness lingered in her voice. Huathan spent some time searching online, but the results he found didn't seem very feasible. Nothing substantial came of it. Sighing, he muttered to himself, let's see if we can find wisdom in times of difficulty. A name suddenly caught his attention. Tan Ha. He's a powerful police officer now. I wonder if he's past the probation period yet. Anyway, let's try asking him. Acting on this thought, Hoathan sent a message. The reply came quickly. Hey buddy, what sips up? Need something? Seeing Kwang Hoa's stern expression, and the way her hand rested on her sword, he hesitated. Better change the subject, he thought, typing back casually. Nothing, just haven't seen you in a while. Let's go out for a meal. Tan Hao didn't refuse. He agreed immediately, setting the time. Hua Than felt a small sense of relief. With that task arranged, it was time to relax, starting with a shower. After freshening up, his mood lifted considerably. Suddenly a thought struck him. She hasn't showered yet, has she? But he shrugged. The habits of people from the past would take time to change. Going out only once a day meant showering wasn't urgent. Still, another realization hit him. He had forgotten to buy her sleepwear. Instantly, his imagination ran wild, picturing Kwang Hoa seeing him in a compromising situation and performing a mantis fist strike. Panicking, he dashed back to his room and slammed the door shut just in time. Luckily, he hadn't been seen. Once the coast was clear, Kwang Ho moved quietly. With the agility of a martial arts expert, she darted into the bathroom and shut the door, finally enjoying a rare moment of comfort. Even people from the past bathed regularly. Today was Saturday, and Guo Than had brought her something new. This is a handwriting pad, he said proudly. It recognizes traditional characters, and its voice recognition is very accurate. Try writing a few words. Just then, a familiar sound interrupted them. Meow. Bai Dao was back, demanding attention. Huathan picked up the cat. Study first. I set'll feed Bai Dao. Curious, Kwang Hoa asked about the bag he held. Cat food, he explained. It sets for the cat. She looked surprised. You even have food for cats here. Noticing her expression, Huathan clarified, it's not what you think. Humans make this. It doesn't grow naturally. Who has time to grow food for cats? Before they could continue, the delivery person called from outside. Huathan handed the bag to Huang Hua. This is your dinner for tonight. Later I'll go meet a friend to ask about the ID situation. If anything happens, I'll teach you how to use the computer for long-distance communication. Don't run around, okay? Watching her eat happily, Huathan couldn't help but smile. Bai Dao, still hopeful, approached her, meowing. Huathan picked up the chubby cat. Bai Dao, eat your own food. You can't have hers, he explained. The Kwang Hoa frowned. Can't set I feed it? No. Hua Than said firmly. It's not good for its health. His words struck her sharply. Boo-hoo, not tasty, she muttered. Later, Hua Than patiently showed Kuang Ho how to use QQ chat. I'm not hiding in the computer to talk, just think of it as long-distance communication, he explained. Once ready, he left for the meeting point. Tan Hao was already there, waving as Hua Than arrived. They quickly sat down and toasted. Hua Than asked about Tan Hao's work, curious about his life as a police officer. Tan Hao laughed bitterly. Feelings? My ass. It's completely different from what I imagined. At first I thought I'd fight bad guys, save people, be a hero. He downed his glass of wine in one go, but there's none of that. Every day is just trivial matters. Lovers quarreling, neighbors in conflict, they all call me to mediate. I haven't even seen a single thief. It's just mediation, mediation, and more mediation. I don't know where all these trivial matters come from. Hua Than chuckled. Doesn't that just prove people are living peacefully and happily? Tell me, do you think every police officer has heroic dreams like yours? He remembered that Tan Hao had always dreamed of becoming a police officer since childhood, though he had stopped growing at one point, only reaching 1.60 meters. After learning that the minimum health check standard required a height of 1.7 meters, Tan Hao had hugged Hua Than and cried in frustration. Fortunately, the height requirement was later removed. Overjoyed, he threw himself into high jump practice day and night. Even while eating grilled meat skewers, he would ponder the possibilities and challenges ahead. Now finally, he had become a police officer. Don't say any more, he groaned. I feel like I'm going crazy. Before you arrived, I was just observing the surroundings. If at that moment some guy with a knife had appeared, I would have jumped in to fight him. Only then would I have felt satisfied. Hua Than imagined the scene and quickly waved his hand. Stop daydreaming, he said. Glancing outside, Hua Than suddenly asked, I have something to ask. I don't know if you steer clear about it. Tan Hao, focused on gnawing a grilled meat skewer, replied irritably, what is it? Hua Than continued carefully, it's just hypothetical. Suppose there's a wanderer who has lost their memory and wants to get an ID card to apply for a job, but they don't have one. How would they get it? He replied calmly, it can be done. You think getting an ID card is as easy as buying vegetables on the street. Without proper documents, it sets illegal residence. It just can be done. Hua Than pressed further. Exactly because it's illegal, it needs to be done somehow. Right? Tan Hao's eyebrows furrowed, sensing something unusual. Becoming serious, he leaned forward. What's going on? Do you have someone who needs this? A friend? What's their name? Where are they now? Hua Than feigned ignorance. It's just my grandfather's neighbor's nephew. He's in a rather complicated situation. Tan Hao remained skeptical. Don't talk nonsense, he muttered. Pouring wine, Tan Hao explained patiently. Illegal residence can be resolved without documents proving identity, finding parents, DNA verification, or something similar. Otherwise, a person appearing suddenly cannot just exist. Hua Than asked, so what about wanderers, homeless people, or those without ID documents? Tan Hao replied quickly, unless there's suspicious behavior, we usually ask a few questions, check if they are fugitives, and investigate missing persons or DNA. If they not wanted, there's nothing more we can do. Suspicious, he asked again. Something not right. Are you up to something? Hua Than shrugged. What could I possibly be up to? You just started your job. You are really paranoid. Do you think I are in hiding a wanted criminal and using a cop like you to cover it up? Tan Hao chuckled. I don't think you have the guts for that. Usually we check ID information, verify missing persons and DNA if needed. If they not wanted, that's it. Hua Than asked again, so if you don't investigate those three things, there's no problem. Tan Hao, slightly irritated, replied, if there's no issue, then nothing more can be done. Trying to tease him, Hua Than said, aren't I just trying to find a topic of conversation? What else do two single guys like us have to talk about? Tan Hao's eyes lit up mischievously. Alright, if I keep asking, you might handcuff me or take me in for questioning. Who knows? I might even find my father if you investigate missing persons. Waving his hand, he added, get out of here. You're so nosy. Investigating foreign registration or mental patients seems more like you are the one who needs help. Did you come from Nanshan Hospital? Hua Than pressed further. What if the investigation doesn't turn up anything? Tan Hao answered simply, then let them go. They haven't committed a crime. Hua Than frowned. But how do they solve their identification issue? How can they live without it? Patiently, Tan Hao explained, it can be solved. Think of it like this, if I held a knife and stabbed you, causing your death. Hua Than interrupted irritably. Don't stab me. Go stab someone else. Tan Hao continued. Now suppose someone goes out, harms others, then gets plastic surgery, returns claiming amnesia, and tries to live a new life. Is that possible? No. Everyone leaves traces. No one just appears out of nowhere. Normal people always leave evidence of their existence. Pride lit his eyes as he added, "This is what forensic scientist Edmund Locard called the Golden Rule." Wathan Hess snorted. "Wake up. You sit or just a cop who mediates arguments now. What golden rule are you talking about?" Tan Hao was hit in the heart, his face flushed red with anger as they nearly finished a case of beer together. Tan Hao slumped face down on the table, exhausted. He looked at Huathan and said with a drunken slur, "You're the best. Can you just go home? Don't go to work tomorrow. You'll still have to mediate arguments between some aunties." Despite his intoxication, he still called the owner to pay the bill, pretending to cover the cost himself. The owner, patient but slightly annoyed, gave them the total 128 yuan. Wathenhelm was surprised. "Really?" "Yes," the owner replied. "Our shop has a promotion, buy 100, get 50 free. Consider it a few extra skewers for free. Do you want to pack some to take away?" Remembering Kuang Hoasip's fondness for grilled skewers, Huathan agreed. "Then please pack some beef skewers and fried fish balls." He quickly called a taxi to take them home. The two waved goodbye, and he sighed, thinking, what a troublesome guy, but also quite interesting. Back home, Huathan reflected on the countless people and forgotten stories buried by time, now reduced to dust. Yet somehow, a small grain of sand had leapt into his life, crossing his path. As he entered, he announced loudly, "I'm back." He immediately noticed Kuang Hoa sleeping on the sofa, Bai Dao curled beside her. The scene was unexpectedly adorable, and he felt a sudden blush rise to his cheeks. Kuang Ho woke abruptly, her face dark with suspicion. "You're back," she said. "Dinner was a bit early," Huathan explained, smiling. "I was afraid you still be hungry." "Thank you," she replied softly. Pretending to quarrel, he said, "Thank who?" "Thank you, Hero Hua," she admitted shyly. Huathan was overjoyed, covering his face with his hand and waving dismissively. "It's nothing," he said. He quickly sat beside her, opening the food and handing it over. She sniffed the dishes and asked, "Did you drink a lot?" "Not much, just a few bottles," he reassured her. Huathan helped her open a yogurt cup. "This is called yogurt, try licking it first," he demonstrated, bringing it to his tongue. Guhong Hoa imitated him, her bright eyes full of curiosity. She resembled a little cat, and the sight made Huathan smile secretly, satisfied. "Eat quickly," he instructed. "Drink it all at once, don't let it get cold." She nodded obediently. He turned away for a moment, thinking silently, it's nice to come home to lights on, someone in the room, the breath of life. Just after finishing his shower, he stepped out and noticed Kuang Hoa studying diligently. He was a bit surprised. "Still studying?" he asked. He approached her. "Now that your living conditions are good, you can bathe and wash every day. Feel free, no need to save for me." He checked if her clothes fit well. Kuang Hoa became slightly mischievous, recalling the awkward scene from the morning, and her cheeks turned red. Hoa Than Ho noticed her embarrassment and comforted her. All right, let me teach you how to use the hairdryer." She said nothing, only nodded in agreement. The clock had passed 10 o'clock. Kuang Hoa looked gloomy, holding a dress in her hand, seemingly dissatisfied. Imagining two different versions of herself, she felt embarrassed and quickly threw the dress aside. Taking the opportunity, she went to take a shower. As she dried her hair, she thought, "Can I really bathe every day? How lucky I am to have met such a kind young hero, helping me gradually adapt to everything here." Looking in the mirror, she realized relying on others wasn't a long-term solution. Reaching for the towel, she resolved to take it one step at a time, learning to understand this world. Opening the window, sunlight flooded the room. Kuang Hoa rubbed her eyes and became fully alert. Surprised to see Hoa Than already awake and working diligently, she asked, "What work are you doing?" "Just checking the news," he replied quickly. A cold, serious air suddenly emanated from her. "You starred not from the government, are you?" "No, I am not," he explained hurriedly. "If I were, your identity would be easily exposed." "Are you hungry?" he asked, smiling. "It's rare to see you up early today. Let me go buy breakfast. Do you want to come along?" She shook her head shyly. "It's not necessary." "Alright, then I'll go by myself. You continue watching TikTok," he said. The morning air was fresh and pleasant as Huathanham walked outside. Suddenly someone called his name. He approached quickly. "What's the matter, Aunt Shen, Uncle Chen? Are you discussing important national affairs?" The aunt hurriedly asked, "Have you heard any noises lately when sleeping at night?" "What happened? Is there a thief?" he inquired. "There might be ghosts in our area," the old man said slowly, pointing at their pet dog. "A few nights ago at midnight something scared it. Its tail was tucked in and it wouldn't come out no matter how we called. I found it strange." He turned to the man beside him. Did you see it too, Uncle Zhao? I didn't see it, the man replied, smoking, but I recorded it on video. Everyone gasped. Hua Than quickly led them to the police station to review the footage. All eyes focused intently on the screen, the apartment complex appearing before them. What? Suddenly all four were too scared to speak, their faces dark and tense. Hua Than helplessly covered his face with his hand, thinking to himself that her agility was indeed remarkable. This won't do. I must quickly return and ask that young lady why she was causing trouble in the middle of the night. He glanced at the group, still discussing endlessly. Is it really a ghost? Could it just be a stray cat? How could a cat jump like that? He wondered how many security cameras outside might have captured it. Turning to Uncle Zhao, he asked, did anything else happen last night? The man shook his head. No. Trying to shift the conversation, Hwathan said, for now let's just keep monitoring the situation. Maybe it was just a ghost passing by. The aunt couldn't resist commenting. Passing by? Do ghosts even gossip? Why not? She added. Maybe it was just passing through our area. I pay more attention these days. Hua Than breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Finally it's resolved. If the police were called, it would have been disastrous. Returning home, he angrily confronted Kuang Hoa. You snuck out in the middle of the night, didn't you? Seeing his fierce expression, she immediately admitted it. How did you know? He groaned, holding his head. The cameras and surveillance footage captured your image. She fell silent, and he sat down beside her, continuing his questioning. What color clothes did you wear? Black, she replied cautiously. I covered my face. Hua Than exhaled in relief. You scared me to death. As long as your face wasn't exposed, no one could trace you here. Raising someone from ancient times is truly thrilling. He stopped the interrogation and instructed her firmly. In the future, if you want to go out, tell me. I still take you. While you stutter here, don't run around on your own. Your identity in this world is very dangerous. Don't run wild, okay? Kumo Hao anxiously asked, have I caused trouble? He nodded. It's good that you understand. Now everyone outside thinks it was caused by ghosts. Caused by ghosts? She asked bewilderedly. Huatheneth picked up his phone, searching quickly. Let's see if there are any videos of ancient people time-traveling to the present and getting hurt or worse. Countless videos appeared. Kuang Hoa looked at him with confusion. Regret crept in as she rubbed her hands over her clothes. If I caused you so much trouble, I still leave now. He stopped her immediately. The most important thing for you now is to learn quickly. Wait a bit. I still order food from outside. What do you want? Hamburger, fried chicken wrap, or pizza? She smiled, answering quickly. Something healthy, hero. Huathanhin considered, then teased. Something healthy? Then you can eat cat food. With that, he turned and left, leaving her pouting. He took the opportunity to gather clothes, washing and hanging them. She watched his every move carefully. He guided her patiently. This is called a washing machine. It's used to wash clothes. Very convenient. If you want to wash your clothes, you can put them in here too. Does it wash clean? She asked. Much cleaner than hand washing, he replied, pouring in detergent. She immediately ran to fetch her dirty clothes and loaded them into the machine. Suddenly Huathan noticed something and picked it up, causing her to blush deeply. She snatched it back and ran off like the wind. Huathan stared in disbelief. Foot binding cloth? She still binds her feet, and she can still practice such high-level martial arts. The washing machine continued its cycle. Huathan pondered, recalling the last time he saw her change into grass shoes. Her feet looked normal then. Now something was clearly different. He looked through her browsing history, trying to understand, but felt speechless. Tentatively, he asked, what steps that? Lift your foot and let me see. No, she snapped angrily. Huathan remembered something, his face darkening. A few days ago he had bought a set of underwear in various sizes, which she hadn't worn. It wasn't due to malnutrition, it had to be because of foot binding. Oh no, how embarrassing. Why did I ask a girl about this? Her eyes flashed red, her face pale, as if ready to draw her sword. She turned and left, leaving him holding his head, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, she paused and turned back. Hothen, seizing the moment to make amends, recited the beauties of the world are hard to compare to those of Chu. The songstresses of Chu are considered the homeland of the most beautiful women, the hometown of beauties, a girl from Donglin. This girl has a moderate figure, neither tall nor short, natural beauty, no need for makeup. Eyelashes, skin, waist, teeth, every part is beautiful. When she smiles, that beauty is indescribable. Who knows how many have fallen for her? And he didn't stop there. The lecher's wife, Huathan explained, was far from beautiful. Her hair was messy, her ears crooked, her lips chapped, and her teeth broken. Her waist was uneven, her body covered in sores, and she suffered from severe hemorrhoids. Yet despite all this, the lecher loved her dearly. He even had 5 children with her. Hua Thanan moved closer, pretending to threaten, and said, 5 children, impressive, right? Feigning anger, he continued, marrying such an ugly wife and still living in harmony with many children and grandchildren, the lecher is truly the best man in the world. Indeed, he is our ideal role model. Seeing her stunned, as if struck by Erlang Shensip's technique, Hua Than smiled and added, from now on, I am the lecher. He teased her further. Donstent people often talk about repaying kindness. If the benefactor is ugly, they say they shall be a cow or horse in the next life to repay the debt. Pausing, he added mischievously, no need to repay. This humble girl is willing to repay with her body. Kuang Ho immediately blushed, anger flaring as her ears stood up. Kuan Thien stopped, raising his hands. Donset, be angry, I was just joking. He placed her sword in front of him as a shield, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Shifting the topic, Hua Than advised, enough joking, but we should learn a bit from this. Although that long white ribbon can be used, in modern times, we can enjoy the best things the era offers. Keeping those old customs isn't right. Moreover, the clothes have already been bought, we can't waste them. I've decided on this. 5 minutes, he said. She nodded in agreement. True to his word, 5 minutes later he returned home. He asked her how she felt. Trembling, she asked hesitantly, do people here live like this, so unrestrained? Hua Than frowned slightly. Unrestrained, it sets for comfort. People wear what sets comfortable and enjoy life. Isn't set that normal? She stood up angrily. Shameless. He calmly asked, then what do you consider shameful? She stammered, cheeks flushed, unable to answer clearly. Hua Than explained patiently. That's old-fashioned thinking. Haven't you seen it on the streets? Those girls show their thighs and waists. That's human freedom. If men can show skin, why can't women? If you can't accept it, wear long skirts or pants, but don't call them shameless. She puffed her cheeks, still unconvinced, and loudly declared, unacceptable is unacceptable. Hua Than smiled, conceding. All right, then it seps unacceptable. Let seps change the subject. Gently, he coaxed her to calm down and shifted to teaching her the computer. This computer, he said, can be used for studying, working, and playing games. The games inside are very interesting. Scientific research shows that 90% of people initially learn to use computers through games. She listened attentively. Hua Than guessed she wasn't part of the remaining 10%. He opened a game for her, Mario. The bright screen made her eyes shine, her mouth agape with fascination. While she played, he thought carefully, he needed to find something for her to do at home. If she only went out to learn every day, always thinking about martial arts, it wouldn't be good. What if she fully understood this society one day and left without a word, or went searching for her ancient Chonjon? It was better for her to stay home and play games. Suddenly, he placed his hand in front of her face. All right, you've been playing for over an hour. She snapped out of it. Hua Than smiled. Let me teach you how to play Du Des Jeux, he said. Observing her as she played, he didn't interrupt, returning to the bedroom yawning and closing the door behind him. Luckily, he hadn't gone to work that day. He thought, even if the interview had been successful, picking up a female warrior from 1200 years ago, I would have to give up that job anyway. With that, he decided to take things one step at a time, quickly closing his eyes and falling asleep. By evening, the sunset painted the sky beautifully. Kuang Haos was still at the computer, completely absorbed. Kuang Ha Fan, now awake, stepped out yawning. It's Set's time, he said. Let Sets go eat out. This time I shall take you east. He instructed her, change that skirt, and you don't need to tie your hair up, just let it down. The other night, you tied it up, right? He poured a full glass of water and advised her, changing your hairstyle is very useful for changing impressions. It makes people not think of that person from that day as you. She thought for a moment, then agreed. Following his suggestion, she wore a long yukata hair down, looking gentle and sweet. She approached him shyly, asking, is this okay? Seeing her like this, Hua Than was a bit surprised. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. He pretended to look elsewhere, thinking silently, ancient aura, oh my, truly mystical. After a moment's thought, Hua Than said, all right, change back to your previous outfit. This one is too eye-catching. Hearing this, Kuang Ho's face darkened, her fists clenching in anger. Kuang Ho's Thane turned away, looking up something, imagining her in various outfits. She looked beautiful in every version, and when she wore the long dress, it even moved him slightly. So this is the feeling that makes people feel warm, he thought. After changing, the two went out together. Uncle Zhao noticed her appearance and asked, taking your girlfriend for a walk? Hua Than awkwardly replied, just a friend. The old man pretended to be serious about work. holding a piece of wood in his hand. Hua Then stared at it and asked, "Is this peach wood?" The old man raised the stick and explained, "No, this is just temporary. We don't have peach wood in stock yet." The passers-by looked frightened. Suddenly the old man struck a pose. "Do I look like Guan Gong?" he asked with a forced smile. Hothenhan gave a thumbs up and said, "Very similar." The old man reminded them, "It's getting dark. Be careful." Kuang Hoa kept staring at the stick, thinking, "Is this a sword?" Kuang Then was speechless. "This is really creating karma," he thought. They walked together along the autumn leaf-covered road, the sunset casting a romantic glow. She hesitated, stammering as if thinking about something. Finally she asked, "What's Sep's a girlfriend?" Hua Then quickly replied, "Just a friend." She continued, "Then why add the word girl?" "Because you steer a girl," he answered. She frowned, irritated. "Then why did you say it Set's not?" He played dumb. "Even if I explain now, you wouldn't Set understand. You still know later." Still unsatisfied, she felt a little hurt. Hua Then glanced at her, thinking, if she knew what girlfriend meant, she might pack her bags and run away in the night. Quickly, he shifted to another topic. "That Sep's right. The Tang dynasty fell. When you watched that video about dynasty changes earlier, how did you feel?" She just shook her head, still observing the busy evening street as they walked. Kurong Hoa thought to herself that this place didn't forbid people from going out at night. The streets were peaceful, free from crowding, muddy patches, or bumps. The air carried indescribable sensations she had never experienced before. Even the prosperous times second mother had mentioned couldn't compare. Everywhere was safe, and the sky above stretched endlessly dreamlike. Hua Then interrupted her thoughts. Would the female warrior like some bubble tea? She looked confused. Tea? Before she could ask more, he led her to a nearby shop and ordered pearl milk tea and lemon water with less ice and less sugar. Handing her the drink, he explained, "This is bubble tea. In your era, you definitely couldn't drink this. The pearls are the black things. They're edible, and very sweet. Try it." She glanced at the shop owner and asked, "Do they make money from this? Can I learn this work too?" "Yes, you could learn it, but you can't earn money yet. You don't have an ID card," he replied. Her face fell slightly. Hua Then consoled her, "The identity issue will take time. It can Set be solved all at once. Don't Set worry. We'll find a solution. For now, let Set's not talk about it. Drink your bubble tea first." Kuang Hoa took a big sip, her expression strange at first. Quan Ah Thane asked, "How does it taste?" "Not good." She blinked, then replied, "It's Sep's a bit strange, and the pearls are hard to chew." He laughed. "I think so too. Why do people like to drink this?" Her face darkened slightly, thinking, if it's hard for him, why did he buy it for me? He smiled, "Because I heard girls like sweet things. I thought you Set to like it. My drink is sour, maybe you Stitch you're not used to it." He offered her his straw. "Try it." She sipped carefully. The cool liquid flowed through the straw into her mouth. Her eyes lit up. "This seems very delicious," she said. He handed her his lemon tea and took the pearl milk tea himself. "We Steph already bought them. It's would be a waste otherwise." Hua Then smiled, satisfied. "I Steph am glad you like it." The food on their table was almost finished. Hua Then rubbed his full stomach and burped, announcing, "Later let Sets take a walk to digest and then go home." Kuang Hoa softly agreed. They left the restaurant and strolled along the street. Suddenly, something caught Hua Then Hest's eye. He pointed and said, "I Set I'll take you to a very interesting place." They waited for the bus together and Hua Then smiled, reassuring her, "Don't Sit be afraid, just follow me." Kuang Hoa curiously hid behind Hoa Then, watching him put coins into the box in front of them. Then he guided her onto the bus and helped her find a seat. "You sit by the window," Hua Then said patiently. "It Set's more convenient to enjoy the view there." The passengers settled in, and the bus slowly started moving, merging into the busy traffic. He glanced at her and asked, "Isn't Stet this vehicle very stable?" Folding his arms, he added, "I thought you Set be surprised. You look so calm." "I've ridden in horse carriages before," Kuang Ho replied calmly. The bus announcement sounded, "This is Lanjiang Bridge Station. Please exit the bus in an orderly manner." Hua Then led her off the bus while introducing the surroundings. "This place is called Lanjiang," he said. Before them stretched a city glittering with lights, full of color and vibrancy. "In your era, nights must have been very dark," he continued. "Now it steps different. This is the night scene of a modern city." Kuang Hoa Sip's eyes widened, still adjusting to the dazzling view. She asked, "Is this really 1,000 years later?" Hua Then nodded. "You've already seen more than half of history. Surely you must have your own answer by now." They leaned against the railing together, looking down at the city. 1,200 years had brought enormous changes. Hua Then noticed a trace of loneliness in her eyes, as if the splendor around her didn't belong to her. He quietly raised his phone to capture the moment. Perhaps she could never go back. While the identity issue was difficult, returning to her own time would be even more challenging. Staying here, he thought, might actually be a good choice. Sky high and deep sea, anything is possible. Humans have even been to the moon. Seeing her beautiful silhouette captured on his screen, he tried to comfort her. If one day we can get you an ID, I still take you on an airplane to tour the sky. Kwang Hoa looked up, seemingly not fully understanding. Up in the sky, he affirmed. In the future we might even be able to travel to the moon, but right now, talking about that is too far-fetched. For now, you shall stay in my small room to learn and understand this world. She asked quietly, and then what? Hua Than thought for a moment and replied, then we continue living. His voice held excitement. Given enough time, you still definitely find something you like, and a lifestyle that suits you. Live here, integrate here, enjoy the prosperity after 1200 years. He checked his phone. It's getting late. Suddenly Kwang Ho's eyes lit up with sparkling colors. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky, as if opening a bright future ahead. The soft light illuminated Hua Than's face, giving him a gentler expression. This is the best era in thousands of years, he thought. There's no reason it can't accommodate a girl, even one who arrived unexpectedly from elsewhere. Turning to her, he asked, what are you thinking about? She replied softly, I dreamed thinking that if second mother saw this world, she would be very happy. Hua Than remained silent but smiled after a moment. Yes, I must see all of this on behalf of second mother, first master, second master and third master. Welcome to this era. The next morning, Hua Than, as usual, was watching the morning news. Seeing the latest updates, he muttered irritably, how sinful, pretending to be thieves mischievously at midnight, has made people go out less at night now. Police patrols will increase, and I can't take her out either. She'll have to stay at home. Kwang Hoa interrupted his thoughts. Hua Than, there are many people over there watching something. What is it? Curious, he approached the window. Whatever he saw made his eyes widen, and he smirked. They're watching a sorcerer catching ghosts, he said. Are all people here like this? Kwang Hoa asked doubtfully. It sits like being in prison. In the morning, they eat breakfast at home, then use the computer, order lunch online, play on the computer again, then have dinner in the evening. Hua Than chuckled nervously. Of course not. This is called being a Thedhouse man. It's a type of lifestyle. She looked confused. I don't understand. He tried to explain. It means I can choose to go out, or I can choose to stay at home. Going out for a walk is tiring, so I lie at home, like a master, staying at home every day, leisurely raising dogs and cats. Kwang Ho nodded slowly, her understanding forming. I want to go out for a walk, she said. Hua Than was surprised. Go out for a walk? Do you mean you want to leave here? Before Kwang Hoa could answer, he continued, speaking rapidly. Don't joke around. What can you do if you leave? Not to mention other things. Just consider food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. For clothing, you might not need to change much. And for transportation, you can use your 2 feet. But what about shelter? Are you going to sneak into someone's house to sleep? And food, what will you eat? Will you rob or steal? He paused, taking a breath, then added, I could give you some money. You've learned to eat at restaurants, but a person without a livelihood will run out of money eventually. When that time comes, you'll have no choice but to break the law or rely on kind-hearted people. There are no nearby forests for you to hunt wild boars. He trailed off, then muttered, oh, or you could dig through trash cans. Kwang Hoa stared blankly at the bread in her hand. Having no identity in this era, indeed made every step difficult. Kwang Than noticed her deep thought, and gently consoled her. Changing habits, lifestyle, and knowledge of life. These are all very difficult. I understand. His voice softened, but everything has to be gradual. At least now you know how to use public transportation, and you can recognize money, right? That SIP's already a big step forward. Kwang Hoa looked discouraged. I can't learn anything, she said quietly. Hua Than held her hand reassuringly. No, you've learned a lot. At least now when I explain things to you, you don't draw your sword anymore. If I give you money, you can live on your own for a while. Compared to when you first arrived more than a month ago, you're much stronger. Just keep learning slowly. When the ghost incidents outside settle down, I'll take you out for walks more often. Some things you have to experience yourself to understand. She asked doubtfully, are there really ghosts causing trouble outside? Hua Than pointed to the window. The Taoist priest is still dancing out there. When you can earn money later, you can pay me back, he continued. If you consent, then we need to find a job for you. I still think about what kind of work you can do. Kwang Hoa's eyes brightened with gratitude. Thank you, young hero. Hua Than moved the mouse thoughtfully. Proper jobs were not really an option yet, but this was the internet era. Practicing an ancient style might help her pass the time, and she could also chat with others. For someone new to this world, earning money wasn't simple. The premise was whether she wanted to learn. He smiled and waved at her. Come here and try this. See if you can learn it. Guang Ho approached curiously. How do I play? Can I do things like you, follow people and make money? That sep's complicated, Hua Than replied. You can learn that now. You need to learn a lot of things first and gain experience. Suddenly, the door opened. Hua Than Hamsit's eyes widened. Who is it? He asked anxiously. Turning to Kwang Hoa, he said urgently, go back to your room. The voice outside continued, calling urgently, open the door, come here, come here. Hua Than's heart raced. It's my family outside, you quickly go hide in the room. Huang Han hesitated, confused. Outsiders could open the door at will, but family members required hiding. Seeing her reluctance, he gently pushed her shoulder. The knocking continued. Finally, he opened the door, relieved to see who it was. Hua Than blinked. Why did Dad come here? The man didn't answer directly. Coldly, he said, call me the landlord. He looked around at the work screen and added, still haven't found a job? Hua Than has stretched lazily. A landlord like you, Dad, even cares about your son finding a job? Oh come on, just give me money. That's enough. Why look for a job? My lifestyle is already good. His father Sip's voice tightened with anger. You graduated from university, and you are not looking for a proper job. Speculating and profiteering all day, is that any way to live? You need a real job. Hua Than interrupted impatiently. Then find me a cowshed to work in. Here, take this. You came here yourself to see if I been working or not. It's the National Day holiday. Who working? You came to check electricity and water bills. His father Sip's anger deepened. If you haven't found a job by next month, I'll increase the rent. Let's see how long you can stay at home then. Hua Than deliberately changed the subject. By the way, Dad, did you see that Taoist priest when you came here just now? Yes, I did, his father replied cautiously. This place is haunted, Hua Than continued. It's not safe, the environment is terrible, you should lower the rent. Finally, his father agreed to leave. Nonsense, go find a job soon, he said. But then something caught his father Sep's eye. His face changed dramatically as he called out, Hua Than. Hua Than panicked. Dad, let me explain. Yet his father Sep's next words left him frozen. Are you now learning to wear this kind of clothing too? The room fell into tense silence. Hua Than paused, silently weighing whether to admit the truth or not. It was a tricky dilemma. Compared to the shock of a boy wearing women's clothes, the sudden presence of a girl in the house seemed less startling. He could conceal it for a while, but not forever. As soon as his father went out to chat with Zheng Shen'er, the truth would come out. Gossip would surely spread about a girl staying in the house. Finally, he made a decision. She's actually just a friend, he told himself. Trying to smile, he explained aloud. It's a long story. My friend, her sister. That's right. It's my friend, Sip's sister, staying over for a few days. Then he knocked gently on Kuang Hoa Sip's door. Open up, he called. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the girl standing there with a timid expression. Hua Than introduced her carefully, hoping she wouldn't do anything to raise suspicion. Dad, this is Kuang Hoa. Kuang Hoa froze, unsure how to greet him. She fell into deep thought, glancing at Hua Than for guidance. He whispered, call him uncle. His father Sep's intuition made him wary. Had the girl almost called him dad, his expression grew even more serious. Kuang Hoa, bowing politely, said softly, hello uncle, hello. Hua Than scratched his face, and continued his deception. Anyway, that's how it is. She'll be staying here for a while. The girl nodded to confirm. But his father suddenly grabbed Hua Than's hand. That come here, he said, voice serious, making the moment tense. Hua looked worried, but his father quickly reassured her. Hua lo, it's okay. Really, it's fine. Now tell me, what's really going on? Hua Than crossed his arms. It's just as I said, a friend is staying over. Nothing to worry about, Dad. Don't scare her. The spare key I gave you before, give it to her for now. When she leaves, I'll return it. He thought to himself, I must get that spare key back. Otherwise, if either Dad or Mom encounters Kuang Hoa alone, unnecessary trouble could arise. His father Sip's suspicion didn't waver. Is she your girlfriend? He asked. Hua Than denied it. His father frowned. She almost called me Dad Sip just now. Hua Than was shocked. You must have misheard. How old is she anyway? His father pressed. 1002. Oh, no. I mean 18 years old. The room fell into a tense silence. Finally, his father sighed in frustration. You're creating bad karma. Hua Than replied irritably. What bad karma? She's just staying here temporarily. Even if we were actually dating, it would still be perfectly normal. How can you call that bad karma? His father fell silent, deep in thought. He had come to lecture his son about rent and jobs, yet now a girl who almost called him dad had appeared in the house. His tone shifted back to lecturing. This kid doesn't even have a proper job. Hua Than shot back angrily. As long as I can make money, why do I need a job? It's the age of technology now. I've explained this to you many times, but you still say there's no guarantee. Fine, I'll transfer the rent to you, Dad. After you get it, leave the key here. How much is the water bill this month? 230 yuan, his father replied. Hua Than checked his account. Only 208 yuan remained. If I give it all, what will I eat? But to avoid further nagging, he decided to transfer everything. All right, give me the key. I've never heard of a landlord keeping a key to freely enter the house they're renting out. This is my house, his father retorted. I've already rented it, Hua Than said sharply. Pay on time. Don't make me come collect every month. Once you find a job, you can live wherever you want. But if you don't, the rent still has to be paid, more expensive than other places. His father handed over the key. If you're not satisfied, rent somewhere else, he said. Hua Than thought quietly. The old man is clever. Renting from him is more expensive, but the rent money will still stay in my hands. If I rent elsewhere, that money goes to someone else. His father spoke again. Your mother sits calling us back for dinner. He pointed toward the door. Hua Than quickly interrupted. She steps just my friend, not my girlfriend. His father scoffed. Do you think your dad looks like an idiot? Hua Than sighed, conceding, all right. I still have things to do. I'll come home when I step free. You always said young people dating too early leads to trouble. This is better than last time, his father said. Hua Than raised his voice to stop him. Dad, that sip's in the past. Don't bring it up again. Go find a job quickly, and we still talk then. At the door, his father paused, then added, remember to be safe. Hua Than felt frustrated, unable to explain that Kuang Hoa was really just a friend, but suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. Hua Than called out urgently, Dad, wait. Both of them bent down to examine the straw shoes lying on the ground. Why are you showing this to me? His father asked. Hua Than replied eagerly, look, it's an antique from the Tang dynasty. How much do you think it could sell for? His father, an experienced archaeologist, immediately raised an eyebrow. Wait, which Tang dynasty are you talking about? Probably the Tang Taizong era? Hua Than pointed at the shoes excitedly. See, aren't they valuable? His father's face shifted to worry. I don't know if they were valuable or not, but you should probably get a mental checkup at Nanshan Hospital. As his father left, Hua Than was left confused. Why did he go? His father must have thought holding a pair of straw shoes with a modern logo and calling them Tang Dynasty antiques. Maybe it's time to consider having another child. Then he muttered, playing too many computer games makes people stupid. Play less, go out for walks more often. Hua Than sighed. His dreams of striking it rich seemed to vanish. To him, these straw shoes could be pre-Qin era or even from the Kaiyuan period. It wouldn't have been wrong. After all, who would have thought that history and the present were separated by just a thin membrane? One poke through it and a person falls out. He forced a persuasive smile. Come on, Dad, take a closer look. Maybe we can turn them into antiques. His father's eyes lit up. Oh, you mean make them look old to pass as antiques? What followed was an angry lecture. Can you do something proper for work? Stop thinking about nonsense all day. Learn from Qin Hao. Old Tan brags about his son being a police officer wherever he goes. When asked about you, I don't even have the face to speak. Hua Than scratched his head, embarrassed. Freelance work is still work. He quickly hid the shoes behind his back so Kuang Hoa wouldn't see them, otherwise she might think he had a strange obsession with straw shoes. His father muttered about freedom, then turned sharply. Freedom my ass. And now you stare trying to pass off tattered shoes as antiques. If you weren't already grown up, he paused, reaching for the sword on the table. I give you a beating. Hua Than's heart skipped. If his father took the sword, Huang Hoa would be angry. That sword was something she always carried, even while eating. He reached out. It's just a toy I bought, he tried to explain. His father's grip didn't loosen. Let go, he demanded. Hua Than refused, both hands tightly holding the sword. Ha, it's just a toy. How could it be an antique? He said nervously. His father remained silent, and tension filled the room. Finally, he had to compromise. All right, let me see it. He bent down to examine the sword carefully. Could this really be an antique? The sword slid slowly from its sheath, gleaming a brilliant silver. Hua Than's heart pounded with every centimeter. His father's expression darkened. How is it? Hua Than asked anxiously. Suddenly his father shouted in anger, give it back. He flung the sword without mercy, leaving Hua Than stunned. His father strode away irritably. Go find yourself a decent job. If not, take the civil service exam. Serve the people. Then came the sound of the door slamming shut. Huathan examined the sword closely. No oxidation, not a single scratch. It looked exactly like a toy from thousands of years ago. Calling it an antique? Nobody would believe it. He noticed Kuang Hoa peeking. Stop sneaking glances. This needs to be kept carefully. Don't take it out carelessly. Then he turned to her. What were you about to call my dad earlier? I didn't know how to address him properly, she admitted. Huathan explained patiently. That Sip's my dad, my father, they all mean the same thing. You can just call him Sunkul Sip. If you meet my mom in the future, you can call her Sunki. She thought for a moment and nodded. I remember now, call him uncle. Then Kuang Ho asked, by the way, don't set you want to learn martial arts anymore? Huathan remembered the last time someone named Hua tried standing in a horse stance and couldn't set last even 5 minutes. He laughed and replied, is there any way to quickly become a master, any powerful technique? She shook her head. There are no shortcuts in martial arts training. Her honest answer made him laugh out loud. Huathan rubbed his temples, deep in thought. In today's peaceful society, what use was martial arts training? Out in the world, it offered almost no advantage. Fighting someone would only land you in trouble, possibly having to pay compensation. Training his ass. Suffering now was supposed to be for enjoying later, but if there were no real benefits, why put yourself through it? To him it seemed almost like a form of self-inflicted illness. Then suddenly, he sat up straight, eyes lighting up with enthusiasm as he turned to his true specialty. Let's play games, he declared. We'll leave the training for later. Learning to survive is a process. Even a child who begins to understand the world starts by playing games, building blocks, puzzles. They're all games. Online games, also games. There's no difference. And with that, Huiten decided that for now, the best way to help Kuang Ho adapt to this new era was to let her learn through the most natural and enjoyable method, play. Finally, Kuang Hoa sat properly in front of the glowing computer screen. Kuang Hoa Than stood beside her, patiently guiding her step by step. Click here now. Don't worry about that, he instructed calmly. After a while, she began to understand the basics. Her eyes widened with curiosity. So this is a game, but how do you make money by playing it? She asked. Wathan replied with a faint smile. Once you Speth learned it well, you can farm for other people. Confused, Kuang Hoa tilted her head. Farm for whom? Why would anyone need that? Huathan paused for a moment, thinking carefully. If he explained it poorly, she might lose interest, or worse, think he was deceiving her. Finally, he said, this is just a form of entertainment, something to pass the time when you're full, and have nothing else to do. Think of it as simply playing. He continued. But here sips the point, there are countless players, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, and among them, many don't have the time to play. Not everyone is as free as you or me. Those people are willing to pay idle players like you to farm for them. Kuang Ho was stunned. Unbelievable. They actually pay others to play their games. That's right, Huathan explained. They've already spent money buying the game, but instead of spending their own time, they hire us to play for them. It's like raising crickets for landlords. When you've trained them enough, they'll take them out to play directly. Do you understand? Besides, being addicted to games is still better than pretending to be a ghost scaring people at midnight. As for the future, first learn to survive. Only then can we talk about anything else. While the two spoke, the fat household cat lived in a world of its own. Unlike its owner, it had no worries. After a long nap, it stretched lazily before waddling toward Hoa Thenhang, rubbing against his legs. Go, play somewhere else, Hua Than muttered, pushing it away gently. Rejected, the cat turned toward Kuang Hoa, who was still focused on the game. With a sway of its round body, it leapt onto the table and nestled comfortably in her lap. Startled but amused, Kuang Hoa smiled. Strange cat, she whispered. Night soon fell. At the police station, the lights still burned brightly. Officers worked diligently, their desks covered with files and reports. Suddenly one of them broke the silence. Is anyone hungry? Let's order some food. Another chimed in. I am hungry too. Where should we order from? How about pyramid? Sounds good. Anyone else? How? Are you hungry? The young man turned at the sound of his name. I'm not that hungry, thanks, he replied, before sighing softly to himself. Today is really idle, nothing to do. The moment those words left his mouth, the others froze. They all turned and stared at him in disbelief. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Tan Hao asked, bewildered. One officer finally spoke. Didn't your master ever teach you? Never say things like that inside the station. Scratching his head, Tan Hao asked innocently, which sentence? The officers shook their heads helplessly. Without another word, they pushed their food menus aside and returned to their desks. "We'll be working overtime all night now," one muttered. Later, as they stepped outside, the senior officer explained, "Listen carefully. Never ever say things like set today is idle sip or set. Nothing to do. It sets a kind of unspoken rule. Once you say it, the night will never stay peaceful. Instead, chaos always follows." Tan Hao frowned. "Why? That makes no sense." The officer sighed. "It's Tet's mysticism. You once said understand, but remember, never say it." Quietly, Tan Hao thought to himself, so this is what Chengzi meant by planting a flag. They reached an old apartment complex. The officer pointed up. "6th floor, apartment 14. As they moved closer, they spotted a drunken man sprawled by the wall, clutching a bottle tightly. The officer shined his flashlight. "Hey, what are you doing lying here?" The man stirred, his eyes bleary. "Why are you so late? Been waiting forever. Tell that woman to open the door already." The overwhelming stench of alcohol hit Tan Hao like a wave. He covered his nose while the senior officer stayed composed and knocked firmly on the door. "We received a report of a disturbance. Please open the door and cooperate with us." A woman peeked out nervously. "Officer, I didn't report anything. It must have been the neighbors. My husband was making too much noise." But the drunkard shouted angrily, "I'm the one who called. You locked me out, you bitch. How dare you treat me like this?" The officer frowned. "Is he your husband?" "Yes, he is," she admitted softly. "I locked him out because he was drunk again. I warned him last time. I'm so sorry, officer." The man's rage flared. He jabbed his finger at her face, yelling, "You dare discipline me. You dare lock me out. What's wrong with having a few drinks? I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing his aggression, the officer pulled out his handcuffs. "Fine, let's take you to the station to sober up." At once, the drunk man trembled, his bravado gone. No, that sip's not necessary. I'm sober now, completely sober." Behind them, Tan Hao allowed himself a small smile. Another big case solved. Impressive, he thought. After mediating the earlier situation, the two officers went downstairs together. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on the senior officer's hip crackled to life. "Situation in Area A." He turned and gave Tan Hao a sharp look. Without a word, his expression seemed to say, "See, this is the trouble your careless words have brought us." Elsewhere, Huathan was enjoying a deep sleep when a series of strange noises woke him up. Rubbing his head in confusion, he muttered, "What's that sound?" He opened the door and spotted a shadow moving in the living room. His first thought was that the female warrior was up to her old tricks again, pretending to be a ghost to scare people in the middle of the night. Certain of it, he pushed the door open and called out, "Hey, female warrior, sneaking out again?" But when the lights came on, his assumption shattered. It wasn't Kuang Hoa at all, but a thief rummaging through the house. Hua Than froze, his words stuck in his throat. "Who are you?" he blurted. The commotion woke Kuang Hoa as well. She stepped into the hall just as Hoa Than realized what was happening. The thief, startled by the sudden noise, panicked and bolted. "Stop right there," Hua Than shouted, ready to chase after him. But before he could move, a blur shot past him. Huang Ho. Like a gust of wind, she closed the distance, and with a single hand, seized the thief by the head. Her slender fingers tightened, her eyes blazing with fury. To Hua Than's shock, sinewy strength rippled beneath her skin, forcing the man to the ground as he trembled in terror. "Stop, stop, stop," Hua Than cried, rushing over. "Any more force and it'd still turn into murder. Let him go quickly." Obeying his words, she released the grip. The thief, now exposed, collapsed to his knees. Too shaken to flee, he stayed put. Kong Hoa remained tense, her sharp gaze locked on him, ready to strike if he dared to move again. Hua Than rubbed his face, sighing in disbelief. Heavens, what's going on here? In mere seconds, she had pinned down a full-grown man with nothing but one hand. On his arm, clear red handprints remained, proof of her terrifying strength. Helpless, Hua Than ordered, "Stay right there. Will call my police officer friend to deal with you." The thief, an orange-haired youth, instantly dropped his pride. "Big brother, please let me go. Don Sit report me. I was just foolish for a moment. I'll never do it again." Kumon Hoa Spit's stern glare silenced him, making his fear worse. "Please, big brother, forgive me. Cough, cough. You've already punished me enough." Fed up, Hua Than scolded. "You have hands and feet. Why not work honestly? Do you think money just falls from the sky? Looking at you, I doubt this is your first time." The thief shook his head violently. No, it's the first time, I swear. Please be merciful and don't call the police." Hua Than thought bitterly. If there's a next time, you'd better have the same luck you had tonight. To think you came here because of rumors about ghosts, only to almost be strangled by this girl. With her strength, she seemed less like a trickster and more like a martial arts champion. Deciding to test him, Hua Than asked coldly, "So this is really your first time?" "Yes, I swear to heaven it's true," the thief pleaded. After a long pause, Hua Than finally pointed to the window. "Then get out the same way you came in. We still pretend nothing happened." Grateful, the thief scrambled up and leapt out the window, calling out loudly as he fled, "Thank you, big brother, big sister. I wish you both peace." Hua Than shook his head, scratching at his hair. "Middle of the night, and you still shouting like that. If someone reports you for disturbing the peace, don't blame me." Kuang Ho poked her head out curiously. "You were just letting him go like that?" Closing the window with some effort, Hua Than sighed. "What else can we do? If we involve the police, who knows if you'll be blamed for attacking him? Not to mention your unique identity. If they handle it officially with interrogations and paperwork, I can't protect you. Scaring him off is the cleanest solution." But Kuang Hoa still looked unconvinced. "He came to steal, and yet I might be held responsible for hitting him?" Hua Than patiently explained to her, "Stealing is one matter, but you hitting someone is another. Whether it counts against you depends on the extent of his injuries. It can get complicated." Then he frowned and asked, "Wait, why are you still fully dressed? Were you planning to sneak out again?" Kuang Hoa calmly replied that she was used to sleeping in that outfit. She had only stepped out earlier because she heard noises and wanted to check. Kuang Than waved his hand, as if to say he understood. "You think everyone is like you, wandering outside in the middle of the night like an owl. Stop overthinking. Go back to sleep. Tomorrow I still call someone to fix the broken window. I stump turning off the lights now." Before leaving, he didn't forget to wish her, "Good night." Huang Hoa answered warmly, good night." The scene shifted to the next morning. The sun shone brightly, and Hua Than was already up, brushing his teeth and washing his face with practiced elegance. Drying off, he stepped out just as Kon Hoa walked by, tying her hair. Her graceful posture revealed her striking figure. "Good morning," Hua Than greeted. She gave a small nod while fixing her hair. He smiled knowingly. "You were hiding in the training room again this morning, weren't you?" Kuang Hoa casually removed her tie and flipped her hair back. Excited, Hua Than quickly added, "Next time, leave the door open. Let me see how you train." To his surprise, she agreed easily. "All right." Caught off guard, Hua Than blurted out, "Don't be so petty, hero." Then he thought to himself in disbelief. She actually agreed so readily. Has the sun risen from the west today? Kuang Hoa noticed his strange expression. "You stare so odd. If I refuse, you complain. If I agree, you still complain. Which is it?" Hua Than forced himself to stay composed. "Calm down, Hua Than. A true man doesn't fuss over small things." He changed the subject. "Let's head out for breakfast. We also need to find someone to repair the window." Looking up at the sky, he reflected aloud, "I thought about it all night. Just learning theory at home isn't enough. If you really want to survive, you must experience life. See more, hear more, learn more. Life is the best teacher. Do you understand?" Of course, Kuang Hoa didn't set. She looked puzzled. "Learn how?" Hua Than explained patiently. "Forget your old ways of thinking. Abandon the place you came from. Let everything around you become new." She repeated softly, "Everything new?" He nodded. "For example, take last night's thief. If you face something like that again, you can subdue him, but don't use so much force. You nearly broke his neck." Kuang Hoa clenched her fist, her knuckles tightening. "No, I held back a lot. Even concealed, that fist radiated terrifying strength." "That's good," Hua Than said, though uneasily. "But remember, this injuring people here causes endless trouble. Even if they're bad, you can't let them die, or the authorities will misunderstand. Considering your power, no one can really threaten you, but that's why you must not act rashly. Don't use force unless it's absolutely necessary." Kuang Hoa tilted her head. "Then how much force should I use?" He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It depends on the situation. For example, why are you hitting someone in the first place?" Her eyes sharpened. "If you sneak into my room in the middle of the night, should I use heavy force?" The question hit Hua Than like a slap. "Nonsense. Don't even say that. Is that to never do such a thing?" Change the example. "Do you think I am that kind of person?" She stared seriously. "It sounds very similar." "Similar? In what way?" Hua Than fumed. "I am a young hero with noble character, upright, honest. How dare you compare me to such a thing?" "I'll believe you for now," she replied coolly. "What do you mean for now?" he barked. "Why would you even think I sneak into your room? Such ridiculous ideas." Inwardly, he thought guiltily. "All right, I did throw her straw shoes into the trash and then fish them out again, but I swear I never did anything else." Kuang Ho avoided his gaze. "It sets because you said it first." He blinked. Said what? You said you were a lecher. What? That was just a joke. Hua Fan snapped. Besides, you sip seen how weak I am. If I even tried something, you sip to knock me out with one punch. Who would be that stupid? Though, that's nothing to brag about either. He fell silent, then asked hesitantly, so if something like that ever really happened, what would you do? Without hesitation, she replied, I stood to punch you once. His face went pale. One punch from her, that would probably kill me, he thought grimly. Moments later, Hua Than led her into a restaurant. We stir here, he said, before turning to the waiter. Two of the usual, please. Yes, sir, the waiter replied. As they waited, Hua Than looked across the table. From now on, you must feel life and experience it. Remember this day. Her expression softened. She raised her hands, staring at her slender fingers. Remember, she whispered. But in her heart, another memory surfaced. Those same hands once drenched in blood. No more holding swords. No more killing, she told herself. The food arrived, interrupting her thoughts. The waiter placed the dishes down. Please enjoy. Thank you, Hua Than replied. The table was filled with food, steamed buns, bread, eggs, and a bowl of hot porridge. Kuang Hoa picked up a steamed bun, took a bite, and immediately closed her eyes to savor its flavor. Enjoying it with delight, she exclaimed, "It sets really good." Across from her, Hua Than sat with a piece of bread in one hand and a spoon in the other, watching her closely. In his mind he marveled at the thought, who would believe that this girl, eating a simple steamed bun, actually came from ancient times? Then, almost amused, he wondered whether the food portions back then had been as large as the ones she now enjoyed. He leaned forward and told her, if it sets not enough, you can get more. The porridge is unlimited, and if you want extra steamed buns, just tell the staff how many. I shall pay later. Kuang Hoa stared at the bun in her hand and asked curiously, is this steamed bun expensive? Hua Than quickly reassured her, not at all. Breakfast is the cheapest meal here. You don't need to worry about food. What matters is eating until you sit full. Just this little bit costs very little, so eat as much as you like. The moment she heard this, she stood up and went straight to the waiter. Watching her, Hua Than's thought to himself, it's like raising a child, but somehow I feel a strange sense of pride. She's clearly still hungry. Letting her experience life firsthand really is the right thing to do. Then came her bold request. Hello, can I have 15 more steamed buns, please? Hua Than almost choked on his porridge, coughing in shock. Cancel that order, he quickly told the waiter. The waiter nodded. Yes, sir. Turning to Kuang Hoa, Hua Than whispered, can you really eat that many? She confidently replied, of course. Am I eating too much? Her tone grew sheepish as she glanced at him. He sighed. Kuang Hoa, when I said you could eat freely, I didn't mean you should order so recklessly. It just draws unnecessary attention. When we stare outside, eat in normal portions. If you still want more, we can take some home, and you can eat 2 or 3 extra then. She took the porridge bowl, sipped lightly, and then said, I shall pay you back once I start earning money from playing games. Hua Than chuckled. Alright, I shall wait for that, female hero. Once they finished, Hua Than settled the bill. The owner smiled and said politely, thank you, please come again. Carrying a bag full of steamed buns, the two walked back. On the way, Hua Than's eyes caught sight of a self-service hot pot restaurant. Excitedly he said, one day I shall take you to eat at a buffet. She tilted her head, puzzled. What sips that? It sets where you pay a fixed price, and can eat as much as you want. Hua Than explained, you eat until you can eat anymore. Like with the porridge earlier, except it's not just porridge. There are vegetables, meat, and more. Once you go, you still understand immediately. Her eyes widened in surprise. There are such good things. Isn't it that like a relief organization? Hua Than laughed. No, it's just a restaurant business model. Look here. He raised the bag of steamed buns in his hand. Most people in this world are intellectual workers, like emperors in a way. They spend their whole day sitting dealing with work, not needing much physical strength, so they eat less. If you sit in a restaurant and eat 15 or 20 buns, it becomes noticeable. To fully blend into this society, you must hide your identity as someone from another time. That means being a little modest. Kuang Hoa pulled out another steamed bun from the bag, and began eating as she listened. Hua Than continued, because most people don't eat much. Some restaurants offer buffets. They charge a fixed amount, but since many eat less, the restaurant profits greatly, especially from women and children. Imagine paying 100 yuan but being able to eat for 3 weeks. That's how much profit they make. Kuang Hoa nodded thoughtfully. So if a few people eat more, it doesn't matter. The restaurant makes up for it from those who eat less. Pleased. Hua Than smiled. Exactly. When I was little, the first time I went to a buffet with my father, I thought the owner was incredibly kind, letting everyone eat as much as they wanted. She looked at him curiously. But isn't instead it a waste of money for someone who doesn't instead eat much? Not really, Flavin explained. At a buffet you get the freedom to choose. Eat whatever you want without worrying about prices or picking specific dishes. That sets the value, convenience and satisfaction. Kuang Hoa fell silent, simply watching him. In Huan Than's mind he reflected, for someone like her who knows nothing of this world, every word I say becomes a lesson. Life may seem complicated, but every aspect connects together. Eventually there will be a breakthrough, a moment where she suddenly understands how this world truly works. Step by step, she was starting to integrate, but as they continued forward, they remained unaware that someone was silently following them from behind. 2 days later, Hua Then handed her a phone. This is for you. Call me if anything happens. She looked at it, hesitating. Is this phone expensive? He smiled. No, just a gift. Then in his mind, he noted that it was simply a secondary SIM on an Android phone worth just over 1,000 yuan, perfectly suited for her. Her face lit up with joy as she held it carefully, saying, "Oh, thank you, young hero." Unable to hide his happiness, Hua Than blushed. No need to be so formal. Then he added, try calling me with it. Practice a little. She nodded eagerly. Hua Than rubbed his forehead and thought, it's done. With her intelligence, she'll learn quickly. Just as Hua Than was enjoying the moment, a sudden shift crossed his face. His thoughts turned uneasy. Why do I feel like an NPC in someone else's game? He wondered. Quickly, he dismissed it. Forget it. If she learns faster, it's easier for me too. Grabbing his jacket, he told Kuang Hoa, I sept him heading out for a while. Don'stet wait for me at dinner. She answered simply, okay. He added, I might be late. If you don't feel like gaming, watch some card game videos or explore the phone. Since it's after work hours, just treat it as free time. Inwardly, he mused. At first I worried she wouldn't take an interest in games. Now that she knows money can be made, she's hooked. But if she gets too obsessed, that'll be another problem. Kuang Hoa, eyes fixed on the computer, asked, is controlling these little people running back and forth really considered work? Of course it is, he replied without hesitation. And if you play after hours, that sips overtime. But since you sipped, you're still an intern, there's sips no extra pay. Then he reminded her, dinner sips already on the table. Call me if anything happens. Eat first, I sipped you and leaving now. She nodded softly. Moon, be careful on your way. With that, Hua Then left, stepping into a waiting taxi. On the ride, his thoughts drifted. I haven't been back home since finding that incense stick. Maybe it's time. Before long he arrived. Unlocking the door he called out, Mom, I stem home. The living room answered only with silence. Moments later his father appeared with documents in hand. Oh, you stir back. Where Sep's mom? Hua Then asked. Out playing mahjong, his father replied casually. Hua Then frowned as he hung his jacket. This late and you still haven't set called her to come home. His father chuckled. Talking about it just makes me hungry. Call her yourself. By the way, is it just you tonight? Where Sip's your girlfriend? The word girlfriend caught Hua Then off guard. He quickly looked away. What girlfriend? I already said we sit were just normal friends. She Sip's only staying over temporarily. His father raised his glasses and gave him a stern look. Don't sit think I don't sit understand young people. If it were a guy staying over, would you allow it? Tan Hao has stayed over before, Hua Then argued. That doesn't count, his father shot back. If that kid were a girl, you sept already be calling her your girlfriend. The thought made Hua Then grimace. Enough nonsense, he muttered to himself. His father waved it off. Fine, I shall stop, just call your mother back. Okay, Hua Then replied, dialing. As the phone rang, he thought bitterly, Mom never cares about time once she starts playing mahjong. I don't know how Dad has tolerated it for decades. Hello Mom, it's me, I stem home. She replied, hanging up now. The call ended abruptly. Silence filled the room as father and son sat together. Breaking it, Hua Then handed over a crumpled bill. Oh right, a thief broke into our place a few days ago. I had to fix the window and install anti-theft devices. Can you reimburse me? His father raised his brows. A thief? What sep's even worth stealing in your house? Irritated, Hua Then replied, is this a computer worth money? Taking the bill, his father muttered, don't emstet you always sleep hugging that thing, who could steal it? Stop treating your computer like it's your wife. Then he glanced up. You still not hurt, are you? Puffing his chest, Hua Then said proudly, I drove him off. Though in truth, someone else had done it. I asked about you, not the thief, his father corrected. I beat him up, how could I be hurt? Hua Then shot back. His father could only sigh. Oh son. Just then, the door opened. His mother stepped in cheerfully. Fanhatsu, you set her back. Why didn't set you tell me sooner? I already said so in the group chat at noon. You even replied, Hua Then reminded her. Oh, did I? She laughed, embarrassed. I must have been too busy and forgot. Then she hurried into the kitchen. I sell cook now, you two watch TV. Hua Then smirked to himself. Judging by her tone, she must have won big in mahjong, probably more than 10 points. From the kitchen, her voice called out, by the way, where's Sips your girlfriend? He groaned. I don't instead have a girlfriend. Dad said's been spouting nonsense. Who's Seps spouting nonsense? His father said firmly. Her clothes are hanging here. You eat together, live together, even do laundry together. That's Seps, not what friends do. His mother gasped. What? You stare already living together? Why didn't Set you tell me sooner? That's exactly why we waited for him to come home. His father added with satisfaction. Exasperated, Hua Then snapped. Mom, Dad, you are both exaggerating. Later, when dinner was served, his mother pressed further. Do you have photos? Let me see. She suddenly remembered she'd once planned to visit herself, but his father had warned her not to intrude since the situation was unclear. Now, with her son home, she saw her chance to finally get answers. Hua Then casually replied, she's just a friend, 2 eyes, a nose, nothing special to see. Yet, inwardly he sighed. With his mother's nosy personality, it seemed impossible to avoid showing her something today. Resigned, he pulled out his phone and began searching. His mother's eyes lit up with excitement, full of expectation. Finally, Hua Then held up a photo of Kwang Ho. This is her. She Seps just a friend, not a girlfriend. The moment his mother saw the picture, she exclaimed, oh, she's so pretty. She eagerly took the phone, examining the photo as if studying it in detail. Was this taken on Lanjiang Bridge? She asked while swiping through the gallery. Her praises flowed endlessly. This one is beautiful too. At this point, Hua Then was completely speechless. His mother continued teasing, You've taken so many pictures of your friend. Quickly, he snatched the phone back. Mom, don't overthink. You've seen them, now give it back. But in his heart, Hua Then he thought differently. This is my treasure. Why must she observe and judge whether she's pretty or not? As if she were already a daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, his mother's thoughts wandered. She noticed how casually her son snapped photos of the girl, whether sitting, walking, or simply existing. Although not yet a girlfriend, it was clear he harbored feelings. And with the girl living under his roof, she imagined the two growing close, shy glances, sparkling eyes, unspoken affection. Pulling herself back to the moment, she cleared her throat and asked, she looks very young. Is she 18? Where does she study? A reply came quickly. She doesn't go to school. His mother was stunned. Doesn't go to school? Such a pretty girl, and she doesn't study. Hua Then, calmly picking at the food in front of him, replied, what does being pretty have to do with studying? This isn't a beauty contest. Her family is poor. They can afford school. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? At this, his father spoke up. Does someone need to be talented to catch our son Set's eye? He spends all day at home glued to his computer. He doesn't even have a job. His mother sighed deeply, resting her chin on her hand. What a pity, such a young girl. Unable to bear his father's words, Hua Then interjected. Come on, Dad. Even if you want to nag me, I once let you. But his mother pressed further. How did you two meet? That girl isn't from Gang Than, is she? Hua Then have raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Better to talk about my matters instead. Inwardly he scoffed. The female warrior is struggling just to survive in this world, and here they are worrying about matchmaking. Truly unnecessary. Soon after, Hua Then stood at the door preparing to leave. I'm going home now. You two sleep early, and Mom, don't play mahjong every day and leave Dad hungry. Immediately his father shot back. It's harder for her to quit mahjong than for you to leave your computer. He was cut short by his wife, smack on the shoulder. What nonsense are you saying? Then, she suddenly remembered. Wait, isn't your place rumored to be haunted? People say they hear a girl crying at midnight. Something about a red-clothed ghost? Is everything okay? Hua Then raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up. That's right. I heard it too. His mother gasped, covering her mouth. Really? He leaned on his hand and said with a straight face, yes, Dad rent should be halved. It's a haunted house, otherwise I move out. His father snapped angrily. Nonsense. But Hua Then persisted. I'm not lying. A few days ago, a shaman even came to perform rituals. I saw it with my own eyes. His words left his father trembling with frustration. Calmly, his mother remarked, well, ghost or not, a girlfriend is definitely more expensive. His father pushed up his glasses. He said she not his girlfriend. But Hua Then instantly retorted, she is my girlfriend. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came down here, she would still be my girlfriend. Outside, the night had already deepened. A crescent moon hung high, stars scattered across the sky. Inside the room, Kukong Hua was startled by a sudden creaking sound. The door opened, and Hua Than entered. Assist him back. Why are you still holding the sword? Did you just finish practicing? But Kuang Hoa stood with her back to him, gripping her blade tightly, her lips pressed together. She gave no answer. Then, turning away, she said coldly, I'm going to shower. Stay there. She grabbed her clothes, keeping her head down as she hurried past him. Watching her back, Hua Than frowned. As she entered the bathroom, sword still in hand, he asked, Why are you taking the sword with you? I want to bring it, she replied flatly. Wait a minute. Hua Than pressed. Did something happen while I was gone? Did someone break in? Ruong Hoa froze but shook her head. No. He narrowed his eyes, pointing at his own face. Then who are you guarding against? Me? Her voice was quiet, but firm. No, you stir a good person. Kuang Ho entered the bathroom with a sharp bang, closing the door behind her. Kuang Fan could only sigh helplessly. Never mind, he thought. As long as she isn't guarding against me, it's fine. How could the great hero Huang Fan be treated like a wolf? A moment later, he settled onto the sofa. With eyes closed and arms folded across his chest, he sank into thought. Every faint humming sound that reached his ears made his cheeks flush red. He cracked open one eye, glancing in the direction of the noise. In his mind, he pictured Kung Hoa beneath the showerhead. Immediately, he shook his head, scolding himself. I am a righteous and outstanding hero. I am a righteous and outstanding hero. He repeated the mantra over and over to drive the thoughts away. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as something crossed his mind. He looked at the iPad on the table. When did I even turn it on? Or did I forget to switch it off? Leaning back with a shrug, he decided, never mind, just leave it. I'll need it tomorrow for editing anyway. Besides, I already gave the computer to the female warrior to work. Just then, Kuang Ho emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand. She dried her damp hair while holding a hairdryer. Under the soft light, her wet figure carried a quiet elegance that made Hua Thanhath awkwardly avert his gaze. To cover his unease, he asked, I've always wondered, does practicing martial arts also improve your skin? Huang Hoa blinked in confusion. Huh? You were always exposed to sun and wind. Even if your skin wasn't set rough, it couldn't set be this smooth, and you claim you don't set no internal martial arts. She quickly retorted, I wanted to teach you but you didn't stat want to learn. Hua Then raised his voice in mock protest. So what, am I supposed to start with makeup techniques instead? Others only need a clap or two to learn legendary martial arts, and here I am stuck with beauty routines. He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud, maybe you could open a class martial arts for beauty. Then, he suddenly smacked his forehead. No, ridiculous. People today can't even keep up with a gym membership, let alone endure martial arts training. What nonsense. Meanwhile, Kuang Hoa was fumbling with the hairdryer, trying to plug it in. Kuang Fan watched her struggle and teased. So did that shaman manage to catch any ghosts the other night? He walked over as she froze. Of course not, he said firmly. It's steps all a scam. You running around at midnight is enough to be mistaken for a ghost. There are no such things as ghosts. If anyone tried to catch one, they sept end up catching you first. Kong Hoa looked up briefly, then lowered her head again, hastily denying, I sep am human, not a ghost. Hua Than leaned in, pressing the button on the dryer. Still not used to this? Let me help. Her eyes widened, face flushed, lips sealed in silence. At last she timidly handed him the dryer. As the warm air hummed, Hua Than Sip's voice followed, calm and steady. Yes, you are human. The problem is, no one in this era has seen martial arts like yours. That Sip's why at night, people mistake you for a ghost. So from now on, stop climbing walls in the middle of the night. All right. Huang Hoa sat quietly, obediently letting him dry her hair. Yet curiosity soon stirred in her voice. Why don't set people practice martial arts anymore? Because life is good now, Hua Then explained. People have food, clothing, comfort. They just want to enjoy life. Martial arts bring no use in times of peace, so techniques fade away. Simply put, the more peaceful life is, the less people train. Devoting yourself to combat when there's no war is an illness. Don't catch that illness. Kuang Hoa listened intently. Kuan Then continued, everyone wants comfort over hardship. Look at history. A Than could defeat 3,000 soldiers with a wooden sword. Quech Tin defended an entire city against millions. Lei Hoa Sung mastered swordsmanship without inner energy, and still dominated the world. But by the time of V2 Bao, it was over. Puzzled, Kuang Hoa asked, why didn't Set I ever learn about these figures in history? Hua Thanak coughed awkwardly. Ah, that sips the history according to Mr. Jin Yong. Anyway, the point remains, martial arts are dead. To live comfortably, you have to rely on science and technology. Hua Then explained patiently. Huang He lowered her head without replying. His voice carried on, calm but firm. If in your era you had what we have now, science, technology, enough money to spend, enough food to eat, then surely the youth would spend their days playing video games. Who would still bother with martial arts? Put that sword away. There's no point in clinging to it. The words had barely left his mouth when Kuang Hoa suddenly objected, her voice sharp and loud. There are ghosts. I supped him holding it for self-defense. Hua Thena immediately countered with cold certainty. Where are these ghosts? Nonsense. It seps only your imagination. But his calmness was met with her trembling hands and bloodshot eyes. Kuang Hoa Sip's voice shook as she whispered, I saw it. When you went out, I really saw a ghost. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly, heavy and strange. Hoi Than's expression froze in disbelief. He quickly shut off the hairdryer, his mind racing. Could it really have been a ghost? No, impossible. More likely some ant with a face mask taking out the trash. Still, he asked cautiously, what did this ghost look like? Kuang Hoa's face darkened. She described slowly, long hair, very long, longer than mine, probably this long. She swept her hair to the side as if to measure it. Her voice grew heavier, and the face so pale, whiter than any steamed bun I've ever eaten. Wearing blue clothes, a strange robe with sleeves this long. Before she could go on, Ha Than cut her off nervously. Stop, stop, stop. Cold sweat prickled at the back of his neck. What on earth did she see? Could there actually be something here? No, that's impossible. He forced a dismissive laugh and waved it away. No, that ghost doesn't exist. We have to be scientific about this. Think about it. People have been dying for thousands of years. If ghosts were real, wouldn't the world be overflowing with them by now? You must be under too much pressure, seeing things that aren't there. Dry your hair and get some rest. But Kuang Hoa only lowered her head, murmuring, where I come from, ghosts and spirits are terrifying things. Hua Than stood up, switched the dryer back on, and continued gently, it sips the same where I come from. Ghosts are frightening, but they don't said exist. They absolutely don't said exist. Understand? People only believe in them by mistake. Still, Kuang Hoa turned her head with stubborn insistence. There are ghosts. I saw one with my own eyes. She opened her sword again, gazing at the blade. I wonder if this sword could hurt it. Hua Than was stunned. This sounds too real. Even if I don't believe it, I have to admit, Huan Hoa truly is someone from the Tang dynasty, thrown into this era. With that in mind, her seeing a ghost doesn't seem so far-fetched. Resigned, he sighed. Fine. Tomorrow I shall go to Uncle Zhao, see if I can borrow his peach wood sword. At once, Kuang Hoazist's eyes brightened. She stood, bowing deeply. Thank you, young hero. Hua Than puffed out his chest and bowed back with mock pride. No need for formalities. Once her hair was dry, he put the dryer away. Don't overthink. Go to bed early. Yes, she answered softly. The conversation ended there. Hua Than returned to his study, muttering, I should shower too. His shower that night was 3 times quicker than usual. Rubbing his temples, he admitted to himself that sharing a house was far more exhausting than living alone. And after hearing Kuang Hoa's words, even he felt unsettled. Sleep seemed impossible. Fine. I'll edit tomorrow's video instead. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a strange image. Kuang Hoa's room, still lit. She was sitting awake, holding a set of clothes in her hands. A realization flickered across her face. All these clothes, he bought them for me. He even chose styles close to what I can accept, different from what people wear outside. Her expression softened, her thoughts unspoken but clear. Kuang Hoa was deeply moved by her friend's thoughtfulness. To her, the young hero truly seemed like a good person. Suddenly she reached under her pillow and pulled out the clothes she had worn when she first arrived in this world. Compared to the comfortable outfit she wore now, that old attire felt tight around the shoulders, the sleeves were much shorter, and the fabric was coarse against the skin. She thought of her village. If second mother were here, she would have immediately altered the outfit, loosening it, lengthening the sleeves and making it suitable to wear again. Memories flooded Kuang Hoa's mind. She remembered the big master's words. Martial arts are meant to be used. Do not fear pain. If anyone looks down on you, fight them until they yield. Only then will no one dare to bully you again. Then came the gentle voice of second mother, who would lovingly wipe her face and scold her softly. My dear girl, you cannot even sew your own clothes. All day you just wave that sword around. How will you ever find a husband? Look at this. Your clothes are torn again. I'll mend them for you later. The contrast of those voices brought tears to Kuang Hoa's eyes. She clenched her fists and made up her mind. She had to practice her martial arts diligently, not only to survive but also to face that strange, messy-haired ghost. She had to live well, no matter what. Just then, a knock sounded at her door. 3 soft taps. When it opened, Hua Than stood there holding an iPad. His tone was sharp as he asked, "Were you watching this?" Startled, Kuang Hoa instinctively stepped back and raised her sword defensively. Hua Than let out a long sigh. As expected, he tapped the screen, revealing a horror movie paused halfway through. Checking the viewing history, he confirmed his suspicion. So this is where her fear came from. If she keeps watching things like this, the world of martial arts will soon seem unscientific nonsense, even to me. He closed the device with a firm motion, speaking lightly as he turned to leave. "You go to sleep first. I said I'll explain tomorrow." Then waving his hand, he added with a teasing smile, "There, I sealed that ghost away. Rest peacefully." The night passed without incident. By dawn, sunlight streamed gently through the window. When Kuang Hoa opened her eyes, the ghost she had feared so much had not appeared. She rose, stepped outside with her sword in hand, and whispered to herself, "I promised to let him watch me practice my sword techniques. Perhaps the young hero is still asleep, but I must continue my training. In this strange era, martial arts are my only shield." The sound of her practice stirred Hua Than awake, and he immediately got up to see what was happening. Approaching his roommate, Hua Than saw her feeding the cat and greeted her with a simple "good morning." He covered his mouth with one hand as he yawned, the other scratching his belly. His hair was messy, his clothes disheveled, and he walked lazily across the room. Looking at the girl before him, he couldn't help but think that things were moving in the right direction. If they were stopped on the street now, she would likely pass as an ordinary girl. Unless she acted strangely, no one would suspect her true identity. Being both female and beautiful gave her an advantage that a bearded man traveling through time would never have. He pictured such a scenario. If the time traveler had been her big master, a tall man with a beard and a sword strapped to his back, he would have been reported to security or the police the moment anyone laid eyes on him. While brushing his teeth, Hua Than turned to ask, "What does your big master look like? Does he have a lot of beard?" Without hesitation, Kuang Hoa replied, "He steps a bit taller than you with a beard." Foam spilling from his mouth, Hua Than imagined a muscular bald man with a thick beard. So it really is an uncle with a beard, he thought. Kuang Ho tilted her head and asked in return, "Why don't set you have a beard?" Pleased with himself, Hua Than answered proudly, his voice filled with more joy than when he had passed his college entrance exam. "Because I sip in a scholar, not a brute." She gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "Where we come from, scholars also have beards. Could it be?" Before she could finish, Hua Than interrupted angrily. "Could it be what? I sep in a normal man. Here, we have razors. They sep are used to shave beards. Remember that?" Scratching his head, Hua Than muttered, "We still go out for breakfast later." Kuang Hoa frowned but nodded. Then, with a worried expression, she pulled something from her pocket. "Oh right, the phone you gave me yesterday isn't set turning on. Is it expensive to fix? I still pay you back." He didn't said even need to check. "It sets probably just out of battery. I still charge it later." Her shoulders relaxed. "So it sits not broken. That sits good." Together they left the apartment. As they walked, Hua Than used a power bank to charge her phone while explaining, "Today's the weekend. You don't need to work, and you can forget about games for now. First you need to learn how to use this phone. If I go out, you can use WeChat to send me a message or call me. You'll need it to earn and to spend money." The words "spend money" echoed in Kuang Hoa's mind. He held the phone and pointed to the screen. "See this? It sits, WeChat sits red envelope. There sits nothing in it now, so I sell transfer 100 yuan to you. That way, you still have something to spend." Still fumbling with the unfamiliar device, Kuang Hoa hesitated until Hoa Then's guided her. "Press here to confirm." "Oh, I see now." He smiled mischievously. "Think of it as a loan. You can pay me back when you get your salary." As they continued toward the restaurant, Hua Than reflected on the moment. Very few people had ever borrowed money from him. In fact, the people he knew had never needed to. Lending to her was a first. His eyes gleamed with a strange pride as he gave her a thumbs up. "This is my first time lending money. You must cherish it." Kuang Hoa blinked in confusion. "Huh? Well thank you, young hero." Meanwhile, across the street, a security guard hummed the steel marching song. His voice cracked with emotion, tears and snot streaming as he worked. Inside a nearby apartment, a man stood pensively by the window. Moments later the guard entered, calling loudly, "Dad? I sep home. I came straight after my shift. I sep starving. Is there anything to eat?" The old man pointed toward the kitchen. "There's steps porridge in the pot, and some bread. Go eat." He scooped himself a bowl and continued, "Last night, a few thieves were caught." With bread in his mouth, Hao Zi peeked from the kitchen. "There aren't sit that many thieves anymore. It sits peacetime. Anyone with hands and feet can find better work than stealing. Begging earns more than theft." His father grumbled, "That Hua fellow isn't set even a policeman, and he still caught a thief." "What?" Hao Zi froze. When did this happen? The old man replied casually, a few days ago, I heard old Hua talking about it. A thief broke into the house across the street. Hua Than beat him up and let him go. Hao Zi slammed his bowl down in outrage. What? And he didn't call me? I'm going to scold him. He grabbed his phone, his face darkening with anger. As a police officer, he longed for meaningful action, yet opportunities never came. Meanwhile, Hua Than, who wasn't even part of the force, stumbled upon one by chance. This is absurd, disorderly, undisciplined, unacceptable. His father sighed, trying to calm him down. The thief was already let go. Why make a fuss? Besides, I heard Hua has a girlfriend now. They separate even living together. Jealousy burned in Hao Zistip's chest. He muttered, humph. With his looks and height, finding a girlfriend is as easy as snapping his fingers. His father's glare made him stop. What? Hao Zi asked nervously. The old man narrowed his eyes. You admit he Sip's handsome, hardworking, and already with someone. What about you? Hao Zi tried to defend himself. I'm not in a hurry. I just found a job. Why rush? Look, Dad, I barely have time. I never know when I'll get a call and have to go, morning till night. If I start too early, it's pointless. When I finally look, I'll want someone I can marry straight away. Otherwise, it will only end in a breakup. Isn't that what happened with Than Zi? Hearing the bitterness in his son Sep's tone, the old man grew angry. You know it yourself. He already has someone by his side, and you admit it Sep's hard for you, yet you still don't Sep's plan. All day you ride that old bike of yours, running around. What exactly are you running for? With confidence, Hao Zi pulled out his handcuffs and declared, to catch thieves. He was determined to win the argument. His father shot back immediately, and have you caught any? The question struck straight at Hao Zistim's pride. He coughed awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Well, sometimes. Then, eager to shift the topic, he added, as for girlfriends, I shall think about that once I become a criminal investigator. Right now, women are just fleeting to me. The old man snorted, clearly unconvinced. I think you simply can find a girlfriend. Dad, Hao Zi shouted, his face red. Are you looking down on me? Just wait. One day I shall bring back the most beautiful girl in our unit, and you shall see. Already holding a slipper in his hand, the old man threatened, every day you don't even do your job properly, yet you talk about bringing me the flower of your unit. If you can find a girlfriend, then I shall truly admit you are capable. Hao Zi laughed, trying to play clever, but Dad, isn't there a saying, a man should establish his career before starting a family? The slipper was raised higher. That Sip's right, and it Sip's your head I will establish this on. Don set run. While his father fumed, Hao Zi continued eating calmly, bread in one hand, porridge in the other, earphones in as he listened to music. Just then, his phone rang. He picked up irritably. Hello? Why are you calling me? What? A party tonight? Party your head. I'm on duty tonight. With that, he ended the call in frustration. Exhausted after a long shift, Hao Zi shuffled toward his room. Passing a photo of himself and his father, he muttered, Mom, remember to wake me up. I still sleep now, but wake me by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. It's easy to oversleep before duty. Meanwhile, Hua Than stood at the doorway, holding his keys while Huang Ho munched on bread. He answered a call, asking casually, where are we gathering? The voice on the other end teased, I shall send you the address after we party. Who knows what Tan Hao Sep's duty really is? Hua Than insisted, wait, tell me the place first. If it sets a bar, I sep not going. If it sets just a meal, then fine. After confirming, he agreed. All right, I sep bring a friend from the countryside to meet everyone. Hearing this, Kwang Hoa froze, her eyes wide with confusion. Kwang Tat handed the call and turned toward her, coughing lightly before explaining. He's taking you to a party tonight. Still puzzled, Kwang Hoa asked, what sep's a party? Smiling faintly, Hua Than waved his hand as if brushing off the question. It's sep's just going out to have fun, to experience modern life. Anyway, you stuff see tonight. Just remember, watch my expressions, follow my lead, and don't mess things up. She looked at him teasing the cat gently and replied, I understand. Then, curiosity struck her. Earlier you said those strange martial arts things were fake, but how can people even imagine such bizarre things? Hua Than stroked the cat in his arms, as he explained. It's not bizarre. It's about seeking excitement, just like keeping a cat. Once survival needs are met, people naturally want spiritual fulfillment. Pets, movies, games, they all meet different desires. Don't you have strange stories or novels where you come from? Kuang Hoa frowned. Novels? I've never read any. Raising a finger, Hua Than He clarified. Think of the storytellers in tea houses. They tell strange folk tales. It's to satisfy curiosity. Where there's demand, there's supply. That's the essence of work. He mimed the motion of exchanging money for goods. People pay you to solve their problems. Once you solve them, you get money. He continued, in this society everyone pays others to solve their needs. Eating out, drinking bubble tea, buying clothes, it's all transactions. And in return, you use the money you earn to pay others for what you lack. That's how everything runs. For example, if you learn to play games well, you can help others play and earn money. Then you use that money to eat and buy clothes. It's all interconnected. Kwang Hoa listened in awe, her mouth slightly open. For the first time, she glimpsed the logic of this unfamiliar world, how everyone helped solve each other's problems, creating an endless cycle of exchange. After hearing Hwathana's explanation, Kwang Hua felt as though a veil had been lifted from her mind. Thoughtfully, she said, no wonder you're like a landlord, staying at home without working, yet still having people bring food to you. So after solving food and clothing, those strange movies are simply solving the problem of leisure. People pay to watch, and producers earn money to create them. Hua Than, cat in his arms, walked toward the refrigerator and nodded. That sip's right. Smart. Catch this. Startled, Kwang Ho quickly caught the can of soft drink he tossed her way. He laughed in delight, a reward for the correct answer. She eyed the can suspiciously, then looked back at him. But what about me staying here? Helping you doesn't earn any money. Is it also to satisfy your spiritual needs? The cat brushed against his cheek as he leaned on his hand, appearing deep in thought. Maybe. Honestly, I don't know either. I just wanted to keep you here, so I did. Kwang Hoasip's face turned red, her heart fluttering. Secretly glancing at him as he played with the cat, she whispered to herself, the young hero truly is a good person. Gathering courage, she opened the soft drink can, only for the fizz to spray all over her, catching her completely off guard. Hua Than burst out laughing, covering his mouth, then hurried forward to hand her tissues. As night fell and stars glittered above, they made their way to the gathering. Hua Than walked cheerfully beside her. Later there still be quite a few people, but don't worry, eat what you like, drink what you want, just avoid alcohol. Otherwise, feel free. Moments later, he spotted the signboard. Ah, we Terra here. Pointing at the restaurant, Kwang Ho asked instinctively, is this the place? With his hands on his hips, Hua Than smiled. Yes, think of it as an experience. Everything's still new to you. Let's go tonight's sips on the big boss, so eat as much as you like. Inside, the noise hit them immediately. Kwang Hoa covered her ears. Uncomfortable with the rowdy atmosphere, they stopped in front of a private room. Kwang Than opened the door, and a wave of laughter and chatter washed over them. At once, attention shifted. Wang Zizhen, microphone in one hand and an arm around a girl sip's waist, turned and grinned. Than Si is here. Kwang Hoa frowned at the sight, but Hua Than remained indifferent. He glanced at the group playing cards. Have you started? Of course, Wang Zizhen laughed. Since you were free, sing us a song later. I'll even pick one for you. Wait till I sit down first. Hua Than replied coolly. Kwang Hoa sat timidly beside him, clasping her hands on her lap and lowering her head. She felt out of place in the lively chaos. Suddenly Huang Thanhe extended a hand toward her. If you're hungry, eat these first. The food will come later. They're just dried nuts, but with your strength you should crack them easily. She leaned closer, speaking softly into his ear. What did you say? I couldn't hear clearly. Realizing the noise drowned out his words, Hua Than leaned in, pointing at the nuts in her hand. I said, try to crack these. Her cheeks flushed at his closeness, but she obeyed. With a sharp crack, the shell broke. Surprised, she placed one in her mouth, her eyes widening at the taste. Don Set, you have these where you sister from? Hua Than asked curiously. They've been around for a long time. I've never seen them before, but they're delicious, she admitted, her voice tinged with wonder. Her excitement made Hua Than cross his arms and smile proudly. If it's good, eat more. As she enjoyed the nuts with childlike delight, Hua Than drifted into thought. This was, after all, a karaoke bar. No one cared about them, and even if someone noticed her strength, it would only be brushed off as a surprise. Breaking his thought, he reached for a wine bottle, raising it toward Wang Zizhen. Come on, Wang Zi, let's drink. Annoyed at being interrupted mid-song, Wang Zizhen frowned, his tone sharp. Hey, I was in the middle of performing. But before the tension could rise, everyone lifted their glasses, voices ringing together. Cheers. The two men clinked glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Kwang Hoasip's gaze never left Hua Than, as he cheerfully drank with the others. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at the wine bottle and said softly, I want to drink this. Hearing her request, Hua Than frowned and waved his hand firmly. Girls must know how to protect themselves when outside. Don't drink alcohol. It's dangerous. Rejected. Kwang Hoa sighed. I've drunk before. I once get drunk. But Hua Than, stubborn as ever, shook his head. His tone was firm, almost lecturing. The alcohol content here is much higher than the rice wine in your village. Even if you don't get drunk, you still can drink it. Kuang Ho pouted, sulking. I just wanted to try a little, just a tiny bit. Her eyes glittered mischievously, almost as if she were acting coy. Faced with that look, Hua Than could only sigh and rub his forehead in defeat. Fine. You can try a little bit. Only a little. Overjoyed, Kuang Ho eagerly watched as Hua Than poured her a glass. Together they raised their cups. Hua Than leaned in curiously. So how does it taste? Kuang Ho closed her eyes tightly, savoring the flavor. Then she lowered her head and whispered, "Not good." "What did you say?" Hua Than asked, leaning closer. She looked straight at him, repeating clearly, "I said, that's not good." From across the room, Wang Zijin noticed the two whispering. His voice cut through the noise like a whip. Hey, what are you two doing? In broad daylight, in front of everyone." Hua Than glanced back, waving dismissively. "Go away, keep singing." But Wang Zijin was not one to let things slide. He strode over, slung an arm around Hua Than's shoulder, and pointed at Kuang Hoa. "I was going to ask earlier, is this your girlfriend? Aren't you going to introduce her?" Kuang Ho lowered her head shyly, listening. Hua Than pushed Wang Zijin's arm off and frowned. "She sips just a friend. Her name sips Kuang Hoa. She sips from the village." He turned to Kuang Hoa and introduced. "This is Wang Zijin, my good friend. People call him Sheng Er, a big spender in Beijing. A rich guy." Kuang Ho gave a polite nod. But Wang Zijin wasn't satisfied. Who introduces people like that? Tusk. Just normal friends. Then can I be friends with her? Immediately, Hua Than snapped. "Get lost. Don't even dream about it." Wang Zijin raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter? How am I not as good as you?" Crossing his arms confidently, Hua Than smirked. "Are you as tall as me? As handsome as me?" Wang Zijun straightened up proudly. "I don't lack confidence either. I have money." That remark left Hua Than momentarily speechless. Wang Zijun slapped the back of his chair and said impatiently, "Enough. Let's stop talking. Are we starting, or not? I stepped starving." Meanwhile, Kuang Ho remained quietly at Hua Than's side, still cracking pine nuts with practiced ease. Crack crack. Wang Zijun walked to the karaoke screen, scrolling for the next song. "Some people haven't arrived yet. No rush. Let's warm up first. I've always wanted to hear you sing the Cantonese version of Meow Meow Meow. And how's that guy on duty again tonight? Is there even such a thing as being on duty this often?" he grumbled in frustration. Irritated by his spoiled friend's stiff tone, Hua Than retorted, "Hao Zi is protecting people, unlike idle parasites of society like you." Kuang Ho watched silently as the two exchanged barbs, her hands still busy peeling nuts. The atmosphere in the room grew livelier, music and voices rising in harmony. Watching everyone laugh and sing, Kuang Hoa leaned toward Hua Thanad and asked curiously, "What are people doing here? It feels too noisy." Hua Than thought for a moment. Bringing her here might not have been necessary, but if she wants to learn about life, then the more she experiences, the better. He explained with a smile, "Think of it as a celebration. Actually, it's my friend's girlfriend's birthday. They invited a few more people to make it lively. Places like this help people get closer to each other. Some come just to drink, some like to sing, some enjoy the noisy atmosphere, and some come to make friends." As he spoke, he noticed the small pile of peeled pine nuts in Kuang Ho-sit's hand. "You star good at this. Peel a few for me." She smiled softly, peeled some, and handed them to him. Hua Than accepted them gratefully. "Thank you, fair lady." Then he teased, "But can you sing?" Kuang Ho shook her head. "No." Raising his hand proudly, Hua Than grinned. "Even if you could, I wouldn't let you. Let this young hero sing for you." But just then, the door opened. A man wearing glasses stepped in, his face expressionless. His sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Even Hua Than was caught off guard. How come this guy is here too? Liang Zi entered quietly, glanced at the two sitting on their chairs, then turned his gaze elsewhere. Beside him, Hua Than was still focused on his phone, only to be distracted by the constant crack of pine nut shells piling up. Looking at the table covered in shells, he asked in surprise, "Are you really that hungry?" Kuang Hoa lowered her head shyly. "A little bit." Hua Than chuckled. "Wait a bit longer. There'll still definitely be a super large cake soon." Her eyes immediately lit up. Super large? She began to imagine the shape of the cake, her thoughts drifting. "So far, nothing I've eaten here has been too hard to swallow. The worst was when I first arrived, The steamed buns I ate in secret weren't filling, and that old sandwich left for 2 days had gone a bit hard and tasted strange. But even then, compared to thin porridge and plain water, it was much better. She was still lost in those thoughts when Wang Zijin approached with a microphone in hand. Hao Zi isn't set here. Let's sing, just the two of us. Fine, just one song. Hua Than agreed, taking the mic. Kung Hoa leaned close, eyeing the strange object curiously. She pointed at it and asked, "What's this?" But because she leaned too close, her voice boomed loudly from the speaker. "What sep's this?" The sudden amplification startled her, and she exclaimed, "Why is my voice so loud?" Hua Then quickly covered the mic, moving it aside. "Don't stit, be afraid. This is called a microphone. It's not some ghost or monster. I'll explain later." She replied softly. Hua Than thought to himself, at least next time, when she hears a loudspeaker on the street, she won't say the person has profound inner strength. His eyes lingered on her delicate innocent face, and a sudden thought struck him. Oh, I really want to pinch her cheeks. Almost without realizing it, he reached out his hand, but when Kuang Hoa looked at him directly, he froze. Pulling back quickly, he pretended to whistle nonchalantly, though his thoughts betrayed him. Sooner or later, I'll try it once, just to see how soft they feel. Soon after, Hua Than and Wang Zijun sang a duet, their voices filling the lively room. Laughter echoed all around. Just then, a giant gift box was wheeled inside. Wang Zijun stepped up, clearing his throat. Ahem, sorry for the wait. Today is my girlfriend Sit's birthday. He turned to introduce her, but the seat beside him was empty. Where's Sip's my girlfriend? A blonde girl replied casually. I think she just went out. Where to? He asked quickly. I don't know. Hua then clicked his tongue in annoyance. Celebrating your girlfriend's birthday, and when it's time to cut the cake, you suddenly realize she's missing? I even thought the girl you were singing with earlier was your girlfriend. A little later, Wang Zijun returned, unable to find her. I don't know where she went. Let's keep drinking. We still deal with the cake later. He raised his glass, then nudged Hua Than. So, is this your new girlfriend? Hua Than answered flatly, yeah, been dating for over a month now. Then he teased, but from the looks of it you are about to break up. Get lost. We're true love. Wang Zijin shot back angrily. Kuang Hoa tilted her head, utterly confused. Girlfriend? True love? She leaned close to Hua Than and asked quietly, is a girlfriend a wife? Before Hua Than could respond, Wang Zijin overheard. What are you asking? Awkwardly scratching his head, Hua Than explained, no, girlfriend is just a term. It sits different for everyone. For example, his girlfriend might be someone else Sit's wife in the future. You bastard. Wang Zijin snapped, but after a moment of thought, even he admitted, but you are not wrong. Then Kuang Hoa turned to Hua Than suddenly. What about you? The question caught him off guard. His face flushed red, and he looked away. I stem. A shut-in. For me, a girlfriend is just an object. Like a piece of paper, or just a concept. Wang Zijin burst out laughing, tears forming in his eyes. Ha ha ha, at least you know yourself well. Then, with a teasing smile he asked, are you two really just friends? What else would we be? Hua Than muttered uncomfortably. To cover it up, he forced a laugh. Ha ha, let's stop talking and raise a toast. Inside he thought bitterly, if I hadn't lied to Kuang Ho before, explaining the girlfriend situation clearly now would have just turned into a joke for Wang Zijin. Better to change the subject. Kuang Hoa, however, stood behind him, glaring with narrowed eyes. Wang Zijin checked his watch. It's late, I'll step out to call my girlfriend, we'll talk more later. He left the room. Go ahead, Hua Than replied with a sigh. Kuang Hoa tilted her head, puzzled by his reaction, but before she could ask, another voice cut in sharply. So, has Hua Than found himself a new girlfriend again? Hua Than's brows furrowed. What sips it to you? Kuang Hoa turned her head quickly, curious to see who had spoken. Liang Zi adjusted his glasses, smiling slyly as he teased. Don't be so fierce. I'm just asking. Your girlfriend this time is really pretty. Where did you find her? Give me some tips. I've been searching but haven't had any luck. Hua Than had turned to him, replying with contempt. He raised his hand mockingly, as though pressing a dislike button. Because you too ugly. Later, inside a karaoke room, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, stood around a large gift box, all holding wine glasses. Liang Zi raised his glass with a forced smile. Hua Than, don't be so formal. Have a toast with me. A cold refusal followed. Not drinking. Liang Zi's tone grew provocative. Oh, hearing that, I say Hua Than, you. But before he could finish, Hua Than cut him off. His face had already darkened, anger simmering beneath the surface. Try anything and see what happens. Liang Zi, I don't want to argue with you today, can you just stay put? At that moment, the door opened. Wang Zijin entered, immediately noticing the tense atmosphere. His thoughts raced, damn it, these two are about to fight. They've been classmates for years, even shared a room. How can they be at odds like this? I only called Liang Zi here to reconnect, and now the situation is spiraling out of control. Huathanix glared at Liang Zi with hostility. Liang Zi's face too had lost its earlier playfulness. Sensing trouble, Wang Zijun hurried to stand between them, raising his hands. Hey, calm down, talk it out, don't get physical. He turned to Liang Zi, don't provoke him. Liang Zi sneered. Provoke him? Not at all, we haven't met in so long, I just wanted to drink, how can you call that trouble? Huathan glanced coldly at Wang Zijun. You called him here. Wang Zijun hesitated, stammering nervously. Isn't it all in the past now? The past? Huathan Sip's eyes turned distant and indifferent, shadows of unpleasant memories flashing through them. He answered calmly. I never considered it anything at all. Wang Zijun began to sweat. Uneasy, he turned to Liang Zi. What exactly do you want? Didn't you say it was nothing? Liang Zi adjusted his glasses, his voice flat. Of course it's nothing. Long past. I only wanted to offer Huathan a drink, but look at the result. Huathan replied slowly, voice edged with disdain. I simply annoyed by the sight of his face. Nothing more, don't misunderstand, I just can stand looking at him. Liang Zi refused to let it go. Oh, Huathan can stand the sight of me, isn't it because… But Huathan interrupted sharply. Wasn't beating you last time painful enough? Kuang Hoa, who had been watching silently, grew anxious. Are they really about to fight? She wondered. Other girls nearby also whispered nervously about the tension between Huathan and Liang Zi. Wang Zijin realized how serious this was. Wait, since when did you two fight? He still held his arms out, trying to keep them apart. What's wrong with you two? Why act like children? Liang Zi, wineglass still clenched in his hand, stood his ground. Wang Zijin pleaded again. Let it go. Liang Zi, do me a favor. It's my girlfriend's birthday. Let her enjoy it. Don't ruin it. Liang Zi laughed dismissively. I came here just to offer a drink. How did it turn into this? He raised his glass again toward Huathan. Huathan, drink this with me, and it's over. But Huathan Hest's answer was firm, almost explosive. No drinking. Kuang Hoa flinched at his outburst. Seeing no progress, Liang Zi suddenly shifted his attention to her. Then I stelt toast to sister-in-law. Kuang Hoa froze, startled. Sister-in-law, me? Liang Zi smirked. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Before she could respond, Huathan snapped coldly. She doesn't drink, and she's not your sister-in-law. Don't cause trouble. The one Hoa finally spoke up herself, raising her voice. That's right, I am not. Huathan quickly reinforced her words. Remember, don't talk to him. This guy is disgusting. Watch your words, Wang Zijun cut in sharply, stepping forward to push Liang Zi away. Go back over there. Once Liang Zi had been moved aside, Wang Zijun returned to Huathan and Kuang Hoa. Sitting down beside them, he immediately asked, when did you two fight? Huathan set down his glass. It's ancient history. If I known he was coming, I wouldn't have shown up. Just seeing him irritates me. Wang Zijun sighed. If I had known you two were like this, I wouldn't have called. Taking another sip, Huathan muttered. It's been a long time, but some things never change. People like him just ugly to look at. Kuang Hoa sat quietly, nibbling on a slice of watermelon, while listening to the conversation between the others. After a moment, she shyly asked, her cheeks blushing red, why did he call me sister-in-law? Huathan answered immediately, pointing at Liang Zi but keeping his eyes fixed on her, because he sits ugly. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, they seemed unusually close. Then Huathan asked her, do you think I more handsome than him? Following the direction of his hand, Kuang Hoa glanced at Liang Zi, then quickly replied, Leaning closer, Huathan impressed. Further, then do you think you stare beautiful? Kuang Hoa's face burned with shyness. She didn't know how to respond. Huathan grinned smugly and said, we are both so beautiful sitting together. Truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. No wonder idiots think we stare a couple. Wang Zijin, sitting nearby, suddenly burst out. Wait. Who's an idiot? At first I also thought you two were a couple. Huathan Sit's reply was calm but cutting. Your brain has always had problems. Irritated, Wang Zijin raised his voice. Damn it, looks like we still have to fight too. Meanwhile, Kuang Hoa tilted her head curiously and asked, but why are a talented man and a beautiful woman always seen as a couple? Huathan Hel gestured toward Wang Zijin. I don't stead understand their brains either. Not normal, it sets best not to talk to them, including this guy. Wang Zijun shouted angrily, I already have a girlfriend. At that moment, a stunning woman with a graceful figure entered the room, still speaking into her phone. Where? Who has arrived? Seeing her, Wang Zijun rushed over, clearly excited. He called to the waiter, turn off the lights, and bring out the cake. My girlfriend is here, we can start now. The five-tiered cake was magnificent, decorated in soft pink and red. Kuang Ho Esip's eyes widened in awe. It's so big, how can we eat it all? That's right, Hotha muttered, but as he studied the towering cake, something unsettled him. Resting his chin on his hand, he frowned. Something isn't right. Kuang Hoa, however, was lost in the sight of the cake. Strawberries, lemons, cherries. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the cake itself was all that existed. She even imagined scenes of people throwing cake at each other like a battlefield. Moments earlier, Huathan had pulled her aside. Come with me. Still confused, she followed obediently. He sat her down by the sofa. Stay here. Don't sit move. Don't sit come out until I call you. I still bring you a big piece of cake. Obediently, Kuang Ho hid, only her head peeking out. Her thoughts raced. What flavor is the cake? Why do we have to hide to eat it? Is there some kind of rule? She watched as the cake was cut, her heart pounding with anticipation. It must be delicious, she thought. But before anyone could enjoy it, chaos erupted. A slice was smashed into someone's face, and within moments, the room exploded into a cake war. Take this. Someone shouted as pieces flew through the air. Kuang Hoa blinked in shock. Huh? What's happening? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Why are you out here? Didn't said I tell you to hide? Huathan bent down, sighing. He had fought hard to secure an untouched piece of cake just for her. These lunatics nearly killed me. Here, take it. I knew Wang Zijin bought such a big cake just to play this stupid throwing game. At least I saved this piece for you. Try it. Kuang Ho accepted it carefully. Huan Thunda's eyes stayed on her, watching every movement as she lifted the fragrant slice to her lips. But as she chewed, her expression dimmed with quiet sadness. Well, is it good? Hua Then asked quickly. It's very delicious, she said softly. But inside, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. I wish second mother could taste this. She never dares eat baked food, only drinks large bowls of water. If she had a piece of this cake she would smile so happily. Even in her small joys, Kuang Hoa's heart was full of kindness. Together she and Huathan sat watching the others fling cake wildly across the room. She sighed, her face downcast. Why waste such delicious food? Even wealthy people earn their money through hard work. Huathan glanced at her. That sip's one of its purposes. But if you like it, I'll buy you some next time. We'd eat it quietly at home, without wasting a single bite. Still puzzled, Kuang Ho murmured. Good food wasted, dirty clothes making them happy. They already live so comfortably, yet they still look for chaos. The large beautiful cake had already shrunk under the madness. To her it felt like a sign of the times. She whispered softly, this must be the best era. And just then, the sharp sound of high heels clicked across the floor. Kuang Hoa sat quietly, her plate of cake already empty, while the untouched orange plate still rested on the table. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind as she watched the others play. For a moment she wondered if this really was a prosperous era. Her face was tinged with sadness, her head bowed, while Hoa Than sat beside her, hand on his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, Hua Thanha stood up. He patted her shoulder and said softly, they sech done playing, it's sech need to hide here anymore. I still wash my face, then we still leave. Kuang Hoa straightened up in her chair, but her eyes stayed lowered. That was when a mocking voice cut through the noise. Sister-in-law, did Hua Thanes leave you here? Startled, Kuang Hoa looked up to see Liang Zi approaching. His tone was sly, his smile provoking as he tried to strike up conversation. What sep's your name? Let's seps get acquainted. Kuang Hoa quickly refused, her voice firm. I don't want to talk to you. She remembered Huathan's warning. Don't speak to him, he's not a good person. But Liang Zi ignored her rejection. He shamelessly sat down beside her, smirking. Why so fierce? Did Huathan tell you to say that? Huang Hoa turned away, her eyes filled with disdain. Yet Liang Zi's stiff gaze remained fixed on her. Noticing her clean clothes, he narrowed his eyes. You look untouched. Didn't set you play with everyone earlier. Here, let me give you some. With a quick motion, he swiped cream from the cake and reached toward her face. Kuang Ho reacted instantly, springing to her feet. What are you doing? Calmly, he replied. Everyone else is covered in cream. You're too clean. Let me put some on you. His hand inched closer, and her eyes widened in fear. Her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles cracked. But before Liang Zi's hand could reach her, another hand seized his shirt. It was Hua Fen. He yanked Liang Zi close, his voice cold and dangerous. Who gave you the guts? Liang Zi froze, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A second later, Hua Then's fist crashed into him. Was it me? He roared as his punch bent Liang Zi over, saliva spraying from his mouth. Clutching his stomach, Liang Zi trembled in pain, but Hua Then's fury hadn't cooled. His fists stayed clenched, his face flushed red. Cursing under his breath, Liang Zi lashed back. Damn it. He swung a desperate punch. It connected. Caught off guard, Hua Then has staggered, blood trickling from his face. He crashed into the table, knocking bottles and plates to the ground. Glass shattered across the floor. At that exact moment, Wang Zizhen burst back into the room. His eyes widened. Damn it, you two are fighting again? But no one else moved to stop them. Instead, phones were raised, recording the scene. Stop it. Listen to me, Zizhen shouted, trying to push through the crowd, but Hua Than had already tackled Liang Zi to the ground, striking him again and again. Turn on the lights. Hurry, Zizhen yelled as he forced his way forward. The lights flicked on, snapping some people back to reality. Several rushed in to separate them, yet it was nearly impossible. Hua Than's rage was unrelenting. Two men struggled to pull him away while his fists still clung to Liang Zi's shirt. And then, a small hand appeared. From behind, Kuang Ho grasped Hua Than's collar and yanked him back in one motion. The crowd gasped. The girl's strength stunned them. With just one hand she had pulled him away calm and steady, while even two grown men couldn't restrain him. Across from them, Wang Zizhen had wrapped both arms around Liang Zi, dragging him back. Two others grabbed Liang Zi's arms, straining to hold him. Both men still glared at each other with murderous intent, their rage burning hot. Hua Than wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes never leaving Liang Zi. He pinched one nostril and blew sharply, spattering blood onto the floor, then sneered. Looking at Wang Zizhen, he taunted, So, Zizhen, look at this happy birthday party. Turned out like this. Or maybe you want a few punches too. Hearing his name mentioned, Wang Zizhen snapped back angrily, saying he would rather give both of them a few punches instead. Then turning to the people around, he apologized and tried to end the party quickly. I'm so sorry everyone. Let's disperse. We'll end early today and gather again another time. The atmosphere was chaotic. Hua Than and Liang Zi, though still standing nearby, had calmed down enough that they no longer needed to be restrained. Once the guests dispersed, only the involved remained in the room. The place was a complete mess, with broken wine bottles and shattered plates scattered everywhere. Liang Zi slumped on the floor, while Hua Than and Kuang Hoa stood together at a distance. Hua Than pulled out the tissue that had been stuffed in his nose to stop the bleeding, then taunted Liang Zi casually. Well, can you still stand? If you can, get up and we'll continue. If you can't, then I'll leave. Opposite him, Liang Zi had removed his glasses. He steadied himself with one hand on the ground, one knee bent, the other hand holding his glasses against his leg. Hearing Hua Than's words, he glared back with murderous intent. Before he could respond, Wang Zizhen slammed his hand against the table, his other hand on his hip, and sternly stopped them. Enough. No more fighting. No more punches. He approached Hua Than, scolding and worriedly asking, Damn it, are you okay? Your face is all swollen. Hua Than's face was indeed bruised, but he remained calm. I know my limits. I'm fine, he replied. Then turning his sharp gaze to Liang Zi, he added, Do you still want to fight? You've got guts. Daring to touch my girlfriend's face. If you have an issue, let's resolve it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Suddenly a knock at the door drew everyone's attention. Two figures appeared, one in front and one behind, walking toward them. Wang Zizhen, visibly annoyed at being interrupted, went to open the door. Who is it? What now, at this hour? The door swung open to reveal two police officers. The older one, with an experienced demeanor, tipped his hat politely. We received a report of a fight here. But Wang Zizhen froze, his expression shifting in surprise. Hao Zi, he exclaimed. The younger officer, standing behind, stiffened instantly. The older officer glanced at him and asked, You know him? At that moment, Hao Zi recalled the words he had spoken just minutes earlier. While on the way to this very karaoke room, he had cheerfully told his partner, I often come here with friends, maybe we'll run into someone I know. The older officer had laughed it off, saying, Is that so? Now as reality struck, Hao Zi could only respond awkwardly, Very familiar, sir. The two entered the room, immediately taking in the chaotic scene of shattered bottles and broken dishes. Inside, Hua Than and Liang Zi were still glaring at each other, their bodies tense as if ready to fight again. The officers quickly noticed Hua Than's Sip's swollen face and the scratches on Liang Zi's Sip's body. Hua Zi adjusted his hat and said irritably, You two are really playing it big. Wang Zizhen hurried to explain, We just got a little carried away with the singing. Who knows which joker called the police? Honestly, it seps nothing worth reporting. As he spoke, he leaned in close to Hao Zi and whispered with a grin, "You really became a police officer, the uniform looks cool." Hao Zi smirked, tugging at his collar with pride. Of course. Meanwhile, the older officer stepped closer to Hua Then and Liang Zi. "You two, what's going on here?" he demanded. Liang Zi stammered, "It seps us nothing." Kuang Hoa stood silently behind, worry written on her face as she watched Hua Thena. He also replied, just like he said, nothing happened, but his forced expression made even Ho Zi suspicious. From across the room, Ho Zi thought to himself, something's definitely off here. Better question him first. If he admits nothing, the guy with glasses won't dare speak either. The older officer seemed to have the same thought. With notebook in hand, he approached Hua Than. "Show me your ID." Hua Than scratched his head awkwardly. "Who brings an ID to a birthday party?" "Then recite your ID number," the officer ordered. After taking down his details, the officer pointed to the shattered beer bottles on the ground. "So you are saying there was no fight?" Hua Than quickly waved his hands with an innocent smile. "No fight, sir. Don Sit know who wasted their time reporting nonsense." But before the matter could be dismissed, Liang Zi suddenly stood up straight. Adjusting his glasses coldly, he declared, "There was a fight. He hit me." The officer's eyes hardened as he looked at the two men. So was there a fight or not? Everyone's gaze fell on Liang Zi, who calmly repeated, "There was a fight. Officer, just look around. How could a birthday party end up like this otherwise?" Hao Zi approached Hua Than, patted his shoulder, and asked quietly, "Than Zi, was there really a fight or not?" Hua Than, clearly helpless, replied, "If he says there was a fight, then there was a fight." At that point, Wang Zijun stepped in again with a forced smile. "Come on, it was nothing serious. Just horsing around, not a real fight. We drank too much and got excited, that's seps all, now they are exaggerating." Hua Then, standing nearby, could only look on helplessly at Wang Zijun's attempt to smooth things over. The older police officer finally snapped his notebook shut, unwilling to argue further. "Everyone, come to the station with us." Hua Than stepped forward immediately, pointing at Kuang Hoa behind him, and spoke to Wang Zijun, "Help me take my sister home. I'll go with that guy." Wang Zijun muttered inwardly, "Sometimes girlfriend, sometimes sister, which one is it?" Outwardly though, he replied without hesitation, "Don't set worry, I'll take care of her." But the older police officer, who had already reached the door, suddenly turned back. "No, let's all go together, everything needs to be clarified." The words struck Hua Than like a hammer. He froze, pulling the tissue from his nose, thinking grimly, "It's over." He quickly stepped in front of Kuang Hoa, forcing a smile. "That sit's not necessary, sir. My sister is still in high school, she hasn't even finished her homework yet." Wang Zijun joined in, smiling smoothly and pointing to himself. "I was here the whole time. If anyone knows whether there was a fight, it sets me." The officer's patience finally broke. "Enough, just go. Why so much talking?" His sharp tone startled all three of them. Even Hao Zi, though an acquaintance, could do nothing. He shrugged helplessly, his smile awkward. "I am just a rookie, my words don't carry weight." Still, Hua Than refused to let it go. He stepped forward protectively, his tone firm. "My sister just came from the countryside. She's never been to a place like this before. Please don't scare her." At this, Hao Zi, who had already been about to leave, turned back with irritation. "We're not gonna eat her, we just want to clarify things." Yet in his mind, another thought surfaced. "I heard he got a girlfriend recently. Isn't it supposed to be this girl?" Curious, Hao Zi observed them carefully. Hua Than was shielding Huang Hua with his body. She stayed silent behind him, while Wang Zijun lounged casually with his hands in his pockets. Liang Zi, meanwhile, stood apart, head lowered, one hand gripping the arm Hua Than had injured earlier. Soon the group left the bar. Outside, two cars were waiting, one a police car, the other belonging to Wang Zijun. Hao Zi deliberately slowed down, walking beside Hua Than with his hands in his pockets. Teasingly, he asked, "Hey Than Zi, where sips your cousin from? Still in high school? How old is she? We sips are friends, you know. Your sister is my sister. So what sips our sister sips name?" Hua Than frowned at the barrage of questions. "What is this? A household registration survey? She doesn't even have an ID yet. She sits just a high schooler. Came to visit me for a few days. Her name is Kuang Hoa. Got it?" Hearing her name mentioned, Kuang Hoa silently looked at Hua Than, saying nothing. Hoa Zi immediately turned to her with recognition. "Oh Kuang Hoa, I remember now. I am your brother Tan." But Hua Than's frown only deepened. What about her real brother? She sips shy around strangers, don't scare her. In front of the bar, Wang Zijun stood beside his car with his girlfriend. He spotted Hao Zi and shouted playfully, Hao Zi, we called you earlier but you didn't stat come. Now you show up only to arrest people. Here, take my car. As I'm lending it to you, I want to try riding in the police car. And so, the group split between the two vehicles. The bustling night streets stretched around them, filled with lights and noise, until finally, they arrived at the police station. As soon as they got out, Wang Zijun turned to Hua Than. Than Zi, go home. But Hua Than shot back immediately. Go home with your sister. The officer cut in sharply, ending the squabble. Enough. Stop arguing. Look at the time. Just get inside and give your statements. He led the way into the station. Hua Than followed slowly, hands behind his head, eyes darting left and right with unease. Beside him, Kuong Hoa clutched tightly to his shirt, her eyes filled with curiosity as she took in every corner of the station. But Hua Than's thoughts were heavy. Now it's serious. This guilty conscience is eating me alive. Controlling my temper while raising someone from ancient times, that's no joke. He glanced at Kuong Ho beside him, noticing her quietly counting off on her fingers the facts Hua Than had given about her cousin high school student no ID card, birthday. Then she looked up at him, hands clenched, as though she had just made an important decision. Her expression made Hua Than her relax slightly. We have to face this anyway, might as well get used to it first. Once inside, the group was separated for questioning. Hua Than and Liang Zi, being the main culprits, were interrogated together. They sat across from each other at a rectangular table, heads lowered. The officer sat at the head of the table, arms crossed, his chin resting on one hand, elbow propped up. His voice was firm. All right, speak. What happened? Who wants to go first? Hua Than frowned, looking down at his hands and answered. It was just a fight. I struck first because he cursed at me. After saying this, the police officer asked Hua Than to recount the details. Hua Than, however, shifted the responsibility toward Liang Zi, saying, let him tell it then. The officer turned to Liang Zi, insisting that he provide his account. But then, with stern authority, he demanded from Hua Than as well. You, recount the entire process in detail. At that moment, Liang Zi grew uneasy. Inwardly he thought maliciously, this time it won't end well for me, but I can't allow myself to lose out completely. If I'm going down, I might as well create some chaos first. Since Hua Than struck first, he'll definitely bear the brunt of it. Outwardly though, he wore an innocent expression, feigning weakness as he reported to the police. At first it was just joking around. Then suddenly he hit me. I don't know why it happened like that. As he spoke, Liang Zi waved his arms dramatically, reenacting the earlier scuffle. Hearing both statements, the police officer could only sigh heavily, tilting his head toward the ceiling in exasperation. But his patience quickly snapped. He slammed them with a barrage of questions. Recount in detail. Do you two even know what detail means? How were you joking around? What exactly did you say? How did he respond? Which sentence sparked the fight? How did he attack? How did you defend yourself? Do you understand? Under the pressure of his interrogation, both Hua Than and Liang Zi lowered their heads to the table, trembling like children caught in the act. To them, the officer's glare felt like twin headlights burning straight into their souls, radiating murderous intensity. The officer leaned back in his chair, tapped the table impatiently, and barked, "What are you still thinking about? Just tell me what happened." When silence stretched on, he singled out Hua Than. You speak first. Startled from his thoughts, Hua Than lifted his head, muttering, huh? Before he could react further, Liang Zi jumped in quickly. Let me tell you. At first, I only offered him a drink. If he didn't want it, that was fine. I didn't force him. He spoke with the face of a wronged victim. The officer turned to confirm. Is that so? But Hua Than wasn't listening. His mind had drifted to Kuang Hoa. She was still new to this world, utterly unprepared for something like a police interrogation. He worried about how she was holding up, especially under Hao Zi's questioning next door. Would she say something wrong? The officer's sharp voice snapped him back. Hey, are you spacing out? I'm asking you. Hua Than leaned back, hands behind his head, and replied calmly. It's roughly like that. Just the beginning part isn't right. He was acting strange and cursing at me, so I made the first move. His logic was simple whether or not he struck first. As long as he claimed provocation, it would balance things out. Liang Zi protested immediately. I was just joking around, but the officer dismissed him with a wave. You already fought, and you're saying it was just joking. Who would believe that? Silence fell once again. Breaking it, the officer demanded, now, how do you two want to resolve this? Both muttered in unison, shake hands and reconcile. Liang Zi was stunned. He turned, pointing at Hua Than outraged. What? Shouldn't he be arrested? The officer raised one finger, then two, explaining bluntly, this is a brawl. If one of you is arrested, both will be arrested. If you think you're seriously injured, go for a medical examination. Then we'll process compensation accordingly. Otherwise, shake hands and settle it. He looked Liang Zi over and added, your stomach injury. just a bruise. It won't even show up on the tests. Checking the faint bruise on his stomach, Liang Zi grew even more frustrated. Across from him, Hua Then smirked inwardly, thinking, arrested? Impossible. That guy still has work to do. Aloud, he mocked, either we shake hands and reconcile, or both of us get arrested. Or better yet, your face ends up injured. His words lit a fire of fury inside Liang Zi. The officer frowned, suspicious. Why do you seem so familiar with this process? Liang Zi sprang up and shouted, he hit me first. Still bitter, he had hoped to trap Hua Then to a harsher punishment, but the officer cut him off without hesitation. Enough. You're fined 500 yuan. He's fined 200 yuan. You'll be detained for 5 days, and he for 8. Either go for an injury assessment, or accept mediation. Which is it? Defeated, Liang Zi sat back down, fists clenched, slamming them weakly against the table in frustration. The matter finally settled. Hua Then stepped out of the police station's bathroom. Waiting outside, leaning casually against the wall with crossed arms and one leg propped up, was Ha Zi. As soon as he spotted Hua Then, Ha Zi moved in, carefully examining the wound on his face. That cut will take a few days to heal. It's already late. Do you want me to drive you home? Hua Then busied himself with a band-aid, answering only after finishing, no need, it's your working hours. Leaving your post wouldn't be good. It's fine at night, but before he could finish speaking, Hao Zi suddenly pressed a hand over his mouth, silencing him. With a sharp shunt and a glance left and right, Hao Zi signaled him to stay quiet. With a cautious expression, Hao Zi leaned close and whispered, "Don't set talk nonsense here. This place carries a mysterious power." Hao Than, still muffled by his hand, could only mumble and protest. "What's wrong with you?" A moment later, Hao Zi seemed to return to normal. He released his grip, straightened his posture, and pointed toward the outside with his index finger. "Don't spit, be polite. Let me drive everyone home." Hua Then half coughed, rubbing his neck with one hand while bracing his thigh with the other, refusing with difficulty. "Really, there's Seps no need. We sell just call a motorbike taxi. Where Seps my sister?" "She Seps at the gate," Hao Zi replied. "I told her to wait inside, but she wouldn't stet. Liang Zi is also outside catching the breeze. By the way, don't set you think our little sister seems a bit silly." At that moment, outside the police station, Kuang Hoa and Wang Zituan stood in the cool night air. Wang Zituan leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, while Kuang Hoa sat on the ground, her knees hugged close, chin resting on her hands. Her face was thoughtful, clouded with quiet worry. Hearing Hao Zi's remark, Hua Than shot back immediately, his voice sharp with irritation. "You stark the silly one. She starks much smarter than you. Anyway, we started leaving now." Outside the police station, Wang Zituan glanced at the clock on his phone. It was already 12:42 in the morning. The screen lit up with a picture of him and his girlfriend, leaning against each other, hands joined to form a heart beneath a starry night sky. Growing impatient, he muttered to himself, "Damn, it's already 1 o'clock." With a sigh, he wondered why Qingzi was still not finished. Liang Zi had left long ago. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Hua Than stepped out of the police station, hands buried in his pockets, and asked, "What are you two doing here? Are in set you cold?" Wang Zituan explained, "It was too stuffy inside. I couldn't stand it. Look at the fuss this has turned into." Still simmering with anger, Hua Than replied, "Who says it isn't? Next time, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Beside them, Huan Hoa slowly stood up, listening quietly. Hua Than pressed his hand against his forehead and glanced around. "Where's your 1-month girlfriend?" he asked. Wang Zituan sighed. She couldn't take it anymore and went to sleep in the car. "How about I give you two a ride home as well?" The three of them began walking along the sidewalk, leaving the police station behind. But Hua Thang, not wanting to trouble Wang Zituan any further, shook his head. "We'll just call a motorbike taxi. It's so late, you should head home." Deep down, he thought it would not be convenient to speak privately with Kuang Ho while another person was present. Wang Zituan nodded. "All right then. I shall wait until Yusuf called a taxi." The area outside the police station was deserted. The wind howled through the empty street, carrying fallen leaves with it. As the three of them stood by the roadside, both Hua Than and Wang Zituan shivered, their noses running from the cold air. They hugged themselves tightly, sneezing repeatedly. "It sets freezing this season," Wang Zituan muttered through chattering teeth. Then, with sudden realization, he turned sharply to Hua Than. "Wait a second. Back in the day you stepped already have given your jacket to your girlfriend by now." His words left both Hua Than and Kuang Ho stunned for a moment. But Hua Than, unfazed, simply replied, "She sips not cold." Kuang Hoa, the strong and steady woman beside him, calmly confirmed, "That Sep's right. I stem not cold." The remark only deepened Wang Zituan's suspicion. He studied the two of them closely, wondering what kind of relationship they truly shared. At that moment, Yao Thun, feeling cornered by the unspoken question, could only curse under his breath, avoiding a real answer. Eventually, a taxi arrived at their apartment complex. Hwathanhas stretched as he got out. Finally, we're home. The two walked inside, Hwathanhas leading with his hands still in his pockets, Hwathanhas quietly following behind. Neither of them spoke as they made their way down the empty road. Hwathan pondered, unsure how to begin the conversation, while Kwang Hoa's expression gave away nothing. He glanced back at her, noticing her silent footsteps. This female warrior walks without a sound, he thought. It feels like I'm drunk, stumbling home alone in the middle of the night. How boring. Turning around fully, he gestured for her to walk faster. Come beside me. It looks suspicious when you trail behind like that. With a pout, Kuang Ho retorted. I'm not a pervert. If you walk next to me, then you won't look like one. Hwathan replied casually. At that, Kuang Ho bounded forward in a playful leap, quickly catching up. Good job, Hwathan said with mock authority. From now on you are officially not a pervert. I never was, Kwang Hoa shot back, striding beside him. When they finally reached home, Hwathan collapsed onto the sofa, sighing in relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Empty Kwang Hoa cans lay scattered nearby. Kwang Hoa tilted her head back, staring at the ceiling, and sighed as well. Finally, it sets over. Today was exhausting. But Hwathan suddenly sat up, remembering something. At the police station, what did Hao Zi ask you, and how did you answer? Without hesitation, Kwang Ho recited the line she had memorized earlier. I said I was your younger sister, a high school student attending a birthday party. At that moment, Bardo the cat rushed over, rubbing affectionately against her. They didn't ask anything else, so I didn't say more. Hwathan grinned, giving her a thumbs up. The female warrior is indeed clever. Yet deep down he thought to himself, no wonder Hao Zi called her silly. Huang Hoa bent down to pinch Bidao Sip's chin, smiling softly. It seems the officials here aren't set so scary after all. Bidao purred in delight under her touch. They're not scary at all, Hwathan replied. As long as you don't show violent tendencies, nothing will happen. Stay long enough and they'll even provide food and lodging. Stretching his arms, he chuckled inwardly. Getting into that fight wasn't entirely bad. I even got to give Kwang Hoa a tour of the police station. Aside from wasting time, nothing serious happened. And most importantly, she behaved very well. Turning back to her, he teased. Do you realize how much you rely on me now? You follow everything I say. That guy insulted you, yet you still held back from fighting. Still cradling Bidao, Kwang Hoa calmly replied, I don't understand much, so I can only do as you say. With a sly smile, Hwathan rested his chin on his hand. Aren't you afraid I might sell you off if you stare this obedient? Kwang Hoa blushed at Hwathan's teasing words, stammering softly, you wouldn't, you're a good person. She placed Bidao on her lap, gently stroking its fur. A faint smile lingered on her lips, as her thoughts deepened. I eat his food, use his things, and always receive his help. If I don't listen to him or trust him, I might as well leave and struggle on my own until I fully adapt to this world. Right now, the only person I can rely on is Hwathan. Her cheeks grew warmer as another thought escaped her lips. He hasn't even touched my face yet. By now, Hwathan had settled beside her, leaning back on the sofa with his hands behind his head. Calmly, he replied, I know, if I dared to touch your face, I'd probably be lying flat by now. He then scratched his cheek and rubbed his neck, coughing awkwardly before admitting, honestly, our fight looked more like children playing house. Beside him, Kwang Hoa tilted her head, puzzled, her cat-like ears and eyes giving her away. He calls that fighting? She wondered, continuing to stroke Bidao in her lap. Meanwhile, Hwathan hugged a pillow against his chest, resting his chin on it, legs crossed, and spoke with quiet conviction. That guy deserved to be hit. When you meet people like him, you have to strike back. His voice grew heavier as he continued. There are many kinds of people in this world. Some wear fine clothes and expensive shoes they can't even afford, yet when they see someone else enjoying them, they grow envious. They treat those close to them with contempt. They think it's natural for others to live better than them, but when someone close outshines them, they can't stand it. Don't you think that's sick? Kwang Hoa listened earnestly, both surprised and confused. She had never imagined such twisted thoughts could exist in this world. With a frown, Hwathan added, there are two types of people I can stand. One is those with strange personalities. The other is leeches. Not understanding the term, Kwang Hoa looked puzzled. Hwathan squeezed the pillow in his hands and explained patiently, a leech is a creature that survives by taking everything from others. It either gets what it wants, or it dies. You still understand better later. But when Kwang Ho tried to imagine it, all she pictured was a small dog licking her hand. The image didn't match at all, leaving her utterly lost. Bringing the talk to an end, Hwathan reminded her, it's late, go take a bath. Startled, Kwang Ho quickly agreed. Soon the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Alone on the sofa, Kwang Than hugged the pillow to his chest. Eyes closed. Having someone to talk to at home isn't bad. If only I could hold her in my arms and sleep beside her after the bath, that would be perfect. His eyes flew open, his heart pounding. No, what's wrong with me? Why would I think such a thing? Lowering his head, he covered his face with his hands, unable to believe he had let such thoughts creep in. Moments later, the bathroom door opened, steam drifted out, and Kwang Ho stepped into view. Her cheeks were flushed, wet hair clinging to her face, her innocent eyes glistening as she held a hairdryer in her hands. Flustered, Hua Than shot upright, his ears turned red as he stammered, "You dry your own hair today. I am going to take a bath." Without waiting for her reply, he hurried away. Inside the misty bathroom, he locked the door, leaned back against it, and buried his burning face in his hands. What a tempting devil she is, he thought, trembling with conflicted feelings. Later, after his bath, he returned to find Kwang Ho sitting at the table, drying her hair. She turned to him curiously. "I see many girls on the street with short hair. Is it common here?" Removing the bandage from his face, Hua Than replied casually, "Hairstyle is personal freedom. If you like, you can even shave your head bald." Then he froze, suddenly realizing what she meant. "Wait, do you want to cut your hair?" Kwang Ho hesitated, stammering, "It's Sep's just—" Before she could finish, Hua Than cut in sharply, "Don't cut it. Long, straight black hair is beautiful." Yet in his mind, the fleeting image of her with short hair appeared, and he couldn't accept it. Moving closer, he gently took the hairdryer from her hands. His tone grew serious. "From now on, I'll help you dry your hair, so don't think about cutting it again." Kwang Ho quickly nodded. "Okay." The hum of the dryer filled the quiet room as he carefully moved it through her hair. From her seat, Kwang Hoa asked, "Is it normal here for someone to help a girl dry her hair?" Behind her, Hua Than forced an awkward laugh. "Normal, very normal." Yet in the silence that followed, both were lost in their own thoughts. Hui Than focused intently, his hands moving with unusual care, his eyes fixed on the strands of black hair that slipped through his fingers. As Hua Than quietly dried Kwang Hoa's hair, neither of them spoke. Yet, in the silence, a strange but harmonious atmosphere began to form between them. When her hair was finally dry, he switched off the dryer, placed it under the table, and stood up. Waving casually, he said, "All right, I've been heading to my room. I'll switch off the light first. You should go to sleep early too." He reached for the switch, and in an instant, the living room was plunged into darkness. "Good night," he added, his voice fading as he disappeared into his room. Kwang Hoa stroked her hair gently, gazing at the spot where he had just been. In a soft voice, she whispered back, "Good night." Then she too retreated to her room. Now sitting on her bed, she scrolled through her phone. The glow of the screen illuminated her face as she carefully typed something into the search bar. "Good night." She wasn't sure if the words were correct, but she trusted her instincts. The search results showed a song with the same title. Curious, she pressed play. A gentle melody filled the room, catching her off guard. Quickly, she pulled the blanket over herself, hiding beneath it as the lyrics echoed, those in love whispering goodnight, stirring emotions they cannot resist, persisting in bonds both near and far. The music lingered in the air. Listening quietly, Kwang Ho's eyes grew heavy until she drifted into sleep. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, waking Hua Than. As he stepped out of his room, he saw Kwang Hua already seated in front of the computer. "Good morning," he greeted. She turned, replying with equal politeness, "Good morning." Stretching, he said, "I woke up late. Shall we go for breakfast together?" Without looking up from the screen, she answered seriously, "I'm working." "All right then," he conceded. "I'll just buy something back." Soon after, he was dressed and seated by the door, tying his shoelaces. Bai Dao scampered over, sitting loyally beside him. As he tightened the laces, Hua Than reflected inwardly, "Living with Kwang Hoa has unconsciously changed me. My life is more orderly now. Before this, what did breakfast even mean to me?" With that thought, he left, the door shutting firmly behind him. Left alone, Kwang Ho turned her head, making sure he had really gone. Only then did she let out a breath of relief. Picking up a stylus, she began to write something on the computer. This time the search bar read, "What is a girlfriend?" She stared at the screen, reading deeply, her brows knitting together as she pondered the unfamiliar concept. Soon, her thoughts shifted, and her fingers began flying across the keyboard with growing urgency. The new words appearing on the screen read, "Are there really ghosts in this world?" By the time Hua Than returned, carrying a bag in one hand, he called out, "I'm back, come and eat breakfast." Startled, Kwang Ho froze, staring at the computer for a moment, before turning around slowly. "I'm working," she replied. Feeling slightly awkward but unwilling to give up, Hua Than pressed on, Work is fine, but you need breaks. Have some breakfast. Her patience snapped. Irritated, she suddenly turned her head and said, I settle, eat. She hurried over, snatching a bun from the bag. Hawthan smiled faintly. I didn't step by much, just eat to stave off hunger. It's nearly lunchtime anyway. I got buns and soy milk. But Kwang Hoa brushed past his words, asking instead, I've been playing for so long, can I help others play now? Then, remembering something, her eyes lit up. According to Hoa Than, one run at the mine earned 18 yuan. 6 buns meant 1 day's work could cover 3 days of food. Wait, I'll find an account for you, and see if you can handle it. Hua Than replied, pulling out his phone. To himself he thought, at least this way, she has something to do, better than sneaking out at night, pretending to be a ghost to scare people, or wandering aimlessly. The moment he agreed, Kuang Ho's face lit up, her smile as bright as the morning sun. Really? I want to try. She eagerly bit into her bun. Watching her cheerful expression, Hua Than couldn't help but smile gently. When she understands this world better, I'll find her a proper job. Meanwhile, Kuang Hoist's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, It's Sep's meat filling. Eat slowly, Hua Than reminded her warmly. There's plenty more. After finishing, with crumbs still at the corner of her lips, she sipped soy milk, both hands clutching the cup. Looking up shyly at Hua Than, she murmured, The food here is so delicious. But Hua Than, busy tapping on his calculator, only cast her a cold glance. Yeah, it's not like it's your first time eating it. Her smile faltered, disappointment flickering across her face. Her voice softened. I really do think it's delicious. The cake last night was also very good. Everything here is delicious. At this moment, Hua Than finally turned around completely and spoke with a calm smile. As long as you find it delicious. By the way, when is your birthday? As I'll make a big cake for you to enjoy all by yourself. Kuang Ho had been standing silently at the doorway for quite some time. Hearing this sudden question made her even more uneasy. She hesitated before stammering, I don't know. Her answer made Hua Than pause and look up. To ease her discomfort, he quickly added in a cheerful tone, You don't know your own birthday. Then how about this? The day you arrived here, let's treat that as your birthday in this world. What do you think? Kuan Hoa blinked in surprise. Then her face lit up with joy. She asked eagerly, Really? So next year I can have a birthday cake, right? Her sparkling eyes glimmered with childlike expectation. Seeing her excitement over something so simple, Hua Than instinctively averted his gaze, thinking to himself, just the thought of eating cake makes her this happy. If she has to wait until next year, that's too long. Actually, today would be fine too. I'll buy one later and call it making up for this year. Overjoyed, Kuang Hoa clapped her hands together and exclaimed, Really? Thank you, young hero. But soon after, she lowered her head in embarrassment, whispering nervously, It's too wasteful. Cakes must be very expensive. Hua Than immediately brushed aside her concern, pulling out his phone to open an online cake shop. While scrolling through options, he said firmly, It's not expensive, just wait and eat. For a while, Kuang Ho remained seated in silence, hugging her cup of soy milk timidly as Hua Than focused on choosing a cake. Then he suddenly asked, By the way, do you happen to have any coins with you? Back in the Tang dynasty, copper coins were common, and silver was rare. If you had some old coins, they might actually be worth a lot now. The older the better. Kuang Ho shook her head, replying with worry, No, I don't have money. All of it was kept by second mother. The little silver we had, she sewed it into the corner of my clothes in case I needed it. As she said this, her hand instinctively reached to the corner of her clothing, as if expecting to find the silver still hidden there. But then her eyes widened as reality struck her. Her hand slowly dropped, trembling slightly, and she gripped the seat cushion tightly. For a long moment, she sat frozen, the weight of realization pressing down. There would never again be a second mother to remind her. Never again someone to secretly tuck money into her clothes for safekeeping. Hua Than, lost in his own thoughts, did not notice her silent grief. He scratched his head and muttered, Seems like we prepared wrong. Leaning back in his chair, he stared absently out the small window, his mind heavy with thoughts. 1 or 2 coins wouldn't have meant much back then, he mused, but if there had been many, stored in a pouch, they could have made a real difference now. That's why silver was sewn in carefully to be used only in need. Who could have imagined that one journey out would bring her to this world? 1 or 2 coins that were worthless then, who knows how much they could fetch now. This truly is an age where ability determines everything. The scene then shifts to another place. That day, the sun shone brightly over the city. The road was quiet, with only a few pedestrians walking along the sidewalks. Hao Zi was riding his motorcycle when he spotted a familiar face. An elderly woman, carrying a basket of vegetables, smiled warmly and waved. Well, isn't this Hao Zi on patrol? She called out. The young police officer grinned back. Just finished patrolling auntie. I'm heading home now. The woman chuckled and praised, so diligent and hard-working. That's nothing, Halsey replied humbly, just doing my duty. He stopped his bike in front of a modest apartment building and walked up the stairs step by step. In his heart he thought proudly, being a protector of the people really gives a sense of purpose. Opening the door he called out, "Dad, I stem home." No sooner had he spoken than a small golden-furred dog darted into view. Surprised, Halsey frowned. "Where did this dog come from, Dad?" His father pointed at the little dog with a serious expression. "It's Sep's, one of old Wang Sep's. His black dog gave birth. From now on this one is yours. Train it into a police dog. I Sep walk it." Completely taken aback, Halsey groaned, "Dad, I Sep and your son, not a dog trainer. How would I know how to raise a police dog? I Sep and a police officer, sure, but I don't son know how to train dogs. I don't son even know how to defuse bombs." Ignoring his protests, the old man scooped up the puppy and declared, "Doesn't Sep matter. You stir a police officer, raise it, and it Sep naturally become a police dog." Halsey stared speechlessly, muttering to himself, "A policeman raising a police dog? What kind of logic is this?" Exhausted, he collapsed into a chair and asked, "Fine, then at least what Sep's its name?" The old man replied proudly, "Haven't thought of one yet, but it needs to be an impressive name. Wait, I'll check the dictionary." Rolling his eyes, Halsey complained, "When you named me, you didn't put this much effort in." "That's true," his father answered without hesitation. Not wanting to argue further, Halsey suddenly remembered something important. His eyes widened as he quickly asked, "Dad, does Hua Than have a younger sister?" When Halsey suddenly asked about Hua Than's younger sister, his father immediately turned to him with a suspicious gaze. "Thanzi has a younger sister? Never heard of it. Why are you suddenly interested in someone's Sit's daughter?" Halsey leaned back helplessly in his chair. It's nothing, Dad. I was just asking casually." After saying this, he tilted his head toward the sky, as though trying to recall something. Slowly, memories surfaced. Back in the old days, before he and Hua Than were even born, their two families were very close. During holidays, they would often gather together, and the parents had even discussed the idea of becoming in-laws. But in the end, both families had sons, so that idea vanished like smoke. As Halsey sank deeper into thought, his father pressed on, "If there's nothing going on, why are you asking about someone else's younger sister?" Halsey finally admitted, "Last night I met a girl. Tenzhi said she was his cousin. Very beautiful though, a little strange." His father fell silent, clearly surprised, then muttered with curiosity, "Beautiful, huh? I'll have to ask old Hua about her one of these days." Halsey stared at him in disbelief. "She sips just like a landscape painting to me, Dad. Why are you taking this so seriously?" After that, the room fell quiet. Father and son stopped talking, while Halsey's thoughts continued to circle. At first, he had dismissed her as a bit silly, but thinking back to Hua Than's behavior at the karaoke bar, he could not shake the feeling that something was off. The whole matter seemed deliberate. Did they really think he was such a foolish policeman? Realizing how much he had been dwelling on other people's business, Halsey shook his head. The scene shifts. Hua Than and Kuang Ho walked together down the street. As they reached the entrance of the alley, Hua Than waved to the old security guard sitting nearby and called out with a grin, "Uncle Zhao, any more ghost sightings lately?" The old man chuckled and replied, No, that exorcist really wasn't bluffing. Ever since the ceremony, things have been peaceful. Some things you just have to believe. I've lived more than half a lifetime, seen all kinds of things, but this was the first time I ever came across a ghost." Hearing that, Hua Than's face turned pale. He forced out a laugh. "Yes, haha." Inwardly though, he thought to himself, when Uncle Zhao retires, he and his wife will probably spend their days strolling about, telling this story again and again. Before long, he'll write a memoir titled My Years as a Security Guard, and someday his grandchildren will be repeating it too. Quickly he pulled Kuang Hoa along, not wanting to stay and answer more questions. The two strolled along a street, blanketed in red autumn leaves. Hua Than turned to tease her, "See how badly you scared him." Kuang Hoa lowered her head and admitted in a reluctant tone, "I once did do it again." Her pout made her look all the more endearing, but then she muttered stubbornly, "They all think I sipped your girlfriend." Hua Than answered calmly, "Yeah, that's what they think." "But that sip's not true," she retorted quickly. Seeing her displeasure, Hua Than reached out to pluck a fallen leaf from her hair. His voice was gentle, "Of course not. I already told them, if they don't believe it, that's their problem. Come on, let's go get some lemonade." With that, he strode ahead. Kuang Hoa trailed behind, her cheeks warming with a sudden flush. "I don't even understand why they think that way. We're pure, we sleep in separate rooms, keep our distance." At most, we share meals, take walks, and sometimes he helps dry my hair. Muttering to herself, she jogged forward to catch up. When she saw Hua Than buying lemonade, she whispered, "The young master is right. As long as we have a clear conscience, that sip's enough." With cups of lemonade in hand, they continued down the path. Kuang Ha asked suddenly, "What do girlfriends usually do? If I know, I can avoid those things, so people one sit misunderstand anymore." Without thinking much, Hua Than raised his hand and began listing casually. Well, going on walks together, eating together." The moment she heard this, Kuang Ho froze. Living together, her face paled. Hua Than continued, smiling. "Oh, and drinking bubble tea together too." Kuang Hoa Sip's expression twisted in panic, sweat dotting her forehead. She stammered, but before she could finish, Hua Than cheerfully reassured her, "But your situation is different. Your identity is special. We can sit judged by ordinary standards." "Really?" she asked anxiously. Looking down at her cup, she thought miserably, why is something so delicious considered a couple's drink? Spotting a trash bin, she almost tossed the half-full cup away. But at the last second she reconsidered. It would be wasteful. Hugging the cup tightly, she ran back to Hua Than. Chirping in a light voice, she said, "So we just need to have a clear conscience, right?" "That's Sep's right," Hua Than replied warmly. "We sex are both pure, nothing to worry about." By the time they reached the cake shop, Hua Than pointed toward the entrance. Hua Than Hua followed closely behind, her face still tinged pink. Yes, being pure is enough, she thought shyly, let others say what they want. Mr. Hua received the cake he had ordered from the bakery staff. It was beautifully packaged in an exquisite gift box, tied with a red ribbon. With that, he and Kuang Hoa began walking back together. Along the way, Kuang Hoa seemed to deliberately keep some distance from him. Her eyes kept wandering toward the cake box, curiosity written all over her face. She thought to herself, such a small cake surely isn't cheap. This time I owe the gentleman even more. Breaking the silence, she suddenly spoke cheerfully. "Last time you said your job is to help others solve problems and then get paid. Do you have any problems you'd like me to help with?" Her words caught Hua Than off guard. He forced a smile, thinking, I didn't expect this lady to be so concerned about making money, wanting to repay me. Quite clever indeed. With a cold tone he replied, "I don't have any problems. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to solve them." But she pressed further. "What kind of problems?" Half teasing her, he said seriously, "My problem is that I lack a girlfriend." To his surprise, Kuang Hoa began seriously pondering how to solve this issue. Seeing her deep in thought, Kuang Hoa Thon started to panic. Wait, could she be taking this seriously? And indeed she suddenly blushed. His heart raced. Does this mean she's actually agreeing? Yet even if she did, he wouldn't dare take a step forward. As he walked beside her, he noticed the girl's expression suddenly change, as if she had figured something out. A strange aura of righteousness seemed to radiate from her as she declared earnestly, "I cannot help you kidnap innocent girls. I'm sorry, but this goes against the rules of the great master." Her sincerity left Hua Than frozen. He sighed inwardly. All right, I was definitely overthinking it. Carrying the gift box in his hands, he reflected, what I like about Kuang Hoa is her nature. Whenever she encounters something unfamiliar, she refuses to blindly accept it. Instead of taking my explanations at face value, she thinks, is such a thing really possible? Then she either believes it or doubts it, always trying to verify it for herself. Ignorance isn't frightening. What's frightening is mistaking the little you know for the entire truth. Suddenly Kuang Hoa tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Is it normal to do such things by the roadside?" Following her gaze, Hua Than saw a couple kissing. He felt a flicker of irritation and replied firmly, "No, this is behavior that corrupts social morals." "Oh," she said softly. "I thought—" He raised an eyebrow. "Isn't Stet the place you step from supposed to be very open-minded?" "Yes. During the Tang dynasty," she answered confidently. Her response intrigued Hua Than. As someone who had studied history all his life, he couldn't help but probe further. And then what? But she didn't understand his meaning, so he clarified, "In such an open society, how come you've never seen this sort of thing before?" She shook her head and replied earnestly, "What do the affairs of emperors, officials and scholars have to do with me?" At that moment, a realization struck Hua Than. Scratching his head, he sighed. She's right. History books record the lives of emperors, ministers and refined scholars, but what does that have to do with ordinary people like her? As for tales of wandering swordsmen who feast on meat and drink wine, those are merely romanticized fantasies. So he turned to her and said, "When you have time, tell me about the daily life in your sect. I find it very interesting." But Kuang Hoa Sit's expression darkened. Remembering the starving villagers back in her homeland, she clenched her fists and muttered, "My life isn't as interesting as it is here. You enjoy hearing about it." To Huathan, however, it was nothing more than listening to stories, so he didn't press her further. By then the sun was already setting, and they had arrived home. Opening the cake box filled Kuang Hoa with excitement. Huathan placed a set of candles on the table and explained, "These are birthday candles. Since I don't know how old you are, I asked the bakery staff for 18. Place them on the cake however you like." She followed his instructions, carefully arranging the candles. Once she was done, Huathan said, "Let me turn off the lights for a moment." Her eyes widened in confusion. "Why turn off the lights?" He smiled. "That's part of the ritual." After dimming the room, Huathan gestured toward the cake. "Miss Kuang Hoa, today's sip's protagonist, please close your eyes and make a wish. Whisper it silently in your heart. Once you wished, open your eyes and blow out the candles. It's not difficult, right?" In the glow of the candles, Kuang Ho's eyes sparkled. It was the very first time she had ever celebrated a birthday, and perhaps for the first time in her life, she was about to make a wish she truly believed could come true. With both hands clasped together, she began to pray. Beside her, Huathan leaned back casually, whistling as he waited for her to finish. A moment later, Kuang Ho opened her eyes and found Huathan standing very close in front of her. Both of them immediately blushed and instinctively turned away, avoiding each other for a few moments. Huathan cleared his throat, pretending to cough, and asked, "Have you finished making your wish?" She nodded, and he said, "Then blow out the candles." As the candles flickered out, Huathan turned the lights back on. Kuang Hoa found the ritual unusual, so different from traditional customs in the West. Wanting to preserve the memory, she turned toward him, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "Can I take a picture with my phone to keep as a memory?" "If you want to, go ahead." Huathan replied, moving closer to guide her. "That's right, just like that. Now press the round button there. Perfect." Once the picture was taken, it was time to cut the cake. Huathan showed her how. Hold the knife and cut straight down like this, then move it a bit. That's it, just a simple line. After cutting a slice, Kuang Hoa handed it to him. "You eat first." He shook his head, smiling gently. I'll just take a small piece. The rest is all yours. Go ahead and eat as much as you like." Her eyes lingered on the cake, especially the writing on it, before she finally replied, "It's not that I don't like it," and hurriedly took a bite. Her grin spread across her face as the sweetness filled her senses. Watching her expression, Huathana felt a wave of nostalgia. "The first time I ate cake as a child, I probably looked just like this." He thought about how time had dulled those simple pleasures for him. Too many desserts, too many flavors. But Kuang Hua's joy was pure, untainted, and contagious. He handed her a can of soda, and lightly clinked glasses with her. Life is short. There are only a few 15-year periods to truly experience such simple, memorable joys. And being remembered, even in passing, by someone from the past, that's not a life wasted. Huathan patted the cat's head while looking at Kuang Hoa. She hugged her plate of cake and lowered her gaze, beginning to tell him a story. In the 4th year of Kai Yuan, she began, many locusts appeared in the land of Lu. Thanks to Lord Yaosep's efforts to combat natural disasters, they avoided seeing corpses everywhere, but a disaster is still a disaster. She continued, Second Madam fled from Lu to Suzhou at that time. She often said this place was prosperous, and Lord Yao was a sage. In her room she even set up an altar for Lord Yao's eternal life. Whether the household had plenty or little, whenever we ate, Second Madam always ate only half as much as others. The head of the household scolded her for being foolish, but she simply smiled. She said she only enjoyed half the blessings, sharing the rest with her benefactor so that the world could last longer. Huathan asked in surprise, Aren't set you from the Jianghu, why worship the imperial court, and have tablets for eternal life? Kuang Hoasip's tone became somber. If it weren't set for him, Second Madam could hardly have stepped out of that mass grave. Who knows how many more would have died. She said each day she lived was an extra day gained. I haven't experienced those things myself, so I couldn't fully understand. Huathan's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you really come from the Kai Yuan era, he thought. If even peaceful and prosperous times were like this, what must chaotic times have been like? Huang Hoa continued. Without wars, forced labor, or harsh politics, disasters both natural and man-made were everywhere. If there were no man-made disasters, that alone counted as a prosperous era. Having a sage like Lord Yao to fight the locusts and natural disasters, that was true prosperity. She paused, glancing at the cake with a worried expression. If that was a peaceful and prosperous era, then what should we call the present? Huathan quickly searched online for more information and after reading explained. In the 56th year of Kai Yuan, there was a famine in Yan, so the year you came was prosperous, but not entirely so. He lowered his head, reflecting, compared to Kuang Hoa, I'm just luckier, lucky to be born in an affluent era. Turning to her, he put his hands behind his head and said softly, "Don't set dwell on it. Let the past remain in the past. Eat your cake." Kuang Hoasip's face brightened. "Thank you, Huathen." She looked at the half-eaten cake and suggested, "Can I save the rest for tomorrow?" Huathen replied matter-of-factly, "It won't taste as good tomorrow as it does now." But Kuang Hoa didn't mind. Smiling, she wiped the small board with her name on it and said, "It will still be delicious." She caressed the board gently, sighed happily, and thought to herself, "It's so good, food can be enjoyed at will, and the streets are filled with life everywhere." Second Madam had been mistaken. This was what a truly prosperous era looked like. It was a pity she could not witness it herself. Hoethan suddenly smiled and said, "Then let's toast." Kuang Ho turned to look at him, surprised. Kuang Than held up his soda can, his eyes gleaming with cheer. "Let's toast to this prosperous era." The clink of their cans echoed softly, and Kuang Hoa tilted her head toward the ceiling, squinting her eyes with pure happiness. In that moment she silently resolved, "I must help Second Madam and everyone else see this world too." A few days later, in Huathan's room, Kuang Hoa quietly stood at the door, watching him. Her gaze was so intent that Huathan's finally noticed. "What's wrong?" he asked reluctantly. Caught in the act, Kuang Hoa's face flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she bolted from the room. Huathan, puzzled, looked after her. Moments later she returned, her expression anxious. Huathan quickly understood the situation. She had run out of sanitary pads, but was too shy to tell him directly. Frowning, he took out his phone and scolded gently. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I still order a pack for you online." Then, as if remembering something important, he added, "Let me transfer you a few hundred yuan. You can buy these things yourself. Later I'll show you how to go to the supermarket." He paused thoughtfully. The first step in learning modern life is learning to shop. Online shopping is convenient, but she still needs to experience the world around her. Suddenly he made a gesture, recalling a detail. "By the way, that white long rectangular thing you use, have you thrown it away? It affects your health. It sets too tight." Huang Hoasip's cheeks turned a deep shade of red. Huathan hurriedly explained, "Ah, no, it sips just a bit of concern. Being modern means being comfortable and taking care of yourself, right?" She lowered her head, embarrassed. "That top, it makes my back hurt." Huathan froze. This was beyond his realm of experience. Unsure, he muttered, "Let me look it up online. You can go back to your room and try on the other ones. I remember buying quite a few. Maybe the size isn't set right." Kuang Hoa nodded. As she turned toward the door, hand on the knob, she paused and asked softly, "Is this normal for us?" Without looking up, Huathan replied, "We stub are very pure. Why wouldn't it be normal?" Satisfied, she opened the door, whispered, "You're right," and then gently slammed it shut. She reflected on his words, "We are very pure." Sunlight illuminated the calendar on the table, and her phone buzzed with a transfer notification. Kuang Hoa stared at it, glooming, muttering, "Already, 100 yuan." Huathan broke into a nervous sweat. I received it." She still stared in disbelief. 100 already paid? Seeing her serious expression, Huathan worried. If she regrets it, I shouldn't have sent it so quickly. He decided to keep her occupied and asked casually, "By the way, do you know how to cook?" Kuang Ho lifted her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "I can make porridge and reheat food." Huathan's face brightened. "Then do you want to learn how to cook?" He thought to himself, wealth lasts 3 generations. Poverty lasts 3 generations. As long as she has a skill, she can survive anywhere. It's a shame her martial arts aren't useful here. She needs skills suitable for this world. Huang Ho's eyes lit up. "Can I really learn to cook?" she asked eagerly. Playing games all day wasn't enough. Cooking, however, was a real skill, a legitimate job she could be proud of. Huathan He waved for her to follow. "Of course you can. If you want to learn, come with me. Today I shall teach you how to stir-fry shredded potatoes. But first, we need to prepare the kitchen. I shall show you how to use cleaning solution and a steel brush. I'll go out to buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Meanwhile, you familiarize yourself with the kitchen and wait for me to come back," he instructed. "Okay," Kuang Ho replied enthusiastically. Before closing the door, Huathan glanced at her, thinking, "Cook something actually. I only know simple dishes like shredded potatoes and tomato scrambled eggs, but there's no reason a girl shouldn't know how to cook. We'll figure it out later." With that, he went out to the supermarket, leaving Kuang Hoa to prepare the kitchen, eager to learn the skills that would help her navigate this modern world. At home, Kuang Ho wiped the sweat from her brow, exhausted but satisfied. She had finally finished her first cooking lesson, and after cleaning, the kitchen gleamed spotless and pristine, as if brand new. Her stomach growled suddenly, reminding her of all the delicious dishes she had seen before. "Can I really cook something this tasty?" she wondered. Just then, The door rattled. Panting slightly, Hua Than appeared, announcing, "I set him back." Huang Hoa's curiosity was immediately drawn to the bag of ingredients he carried. She noticed the potatoes and asked, "What sep's this?" Hua Than turned to explain patiently, "These are potatoes grown in fields. There are lots of them. You can use them as vegetables, or even eat them instead of rice. They're cheap too. If your village had these, famine might have been less severe," he added with a sigh, "just right for making something lucky. Now help me carry these into the kitchen. I'm exhausted." Kuang Ho eagerly lifted the items with both hands. "Okay," she replied. Hua Than gave careful instructions. Put the potatoes in the sink to wash off the dirt outside, then use this peeler to remove the skin, just the outer layer. Huan Hua followed every step diligently. Once she was ready, Weo Than continued, "After you learn how to cook, wash dishes here, and I shall pay you 5 yuan and 2 jiao per meal. What do you think?" Kuang Hoa frowned. "Eat your food, live in your house, help you work, and still get paid. That doesn't still feel right. Besides, I eat with you too. It's like paying myself. Too unreasonable." Hua Than laughed, "Then consider it a bonus. A bonus for eating at home, which is healthier than eating out. Hurry and learn to cook. I believe in you." The words eating at home sounded strange to Kuang Hoa, but she agreed anyway. Hua Than guided her step by step. "Now we shall cut the potatoes into strips, like in the picture. First slices, then strips." Suddenly his phone rang. The caller ID read, "Hao Z." Before picking up, he instructed, "After cutting, put the potatoes in water with a little salt. I shall answer the phone for a moment. You soak them, and wait for me to come back to teach you more." "Okay," Kuang Ho replied obediently. On the phone, Hua Than answered, "Hao Z, what sep's up?" Chin Hao Sep's cheerful voice came through. "Can set I call if there's sep's nothing wrong? Do I only call when there's sep's a problem? Want to go for barbecue tonight?" Hua Than replied calmly, "Barbecue? It's steps almost winter. Let steps have hot pot when we steps for free. Today I stem cooking for myself." Chin Hao, holding his puppy, sighed, "Who knows when we still be free next." He then froze. "Wait, what did you just say? You know how to cook?" Hua Than covered his ears, slightly annoyed. "What's seps so surprising? It's seps just cooking. I didn't set by many ingredients, so there's seps nothing extra for you if you come mooching." Chin Hao exclaimed, "Something seps not right with you." Before he could continue, Hua Than pressed the end call button. Better not let her appear in front of Chin Hao unless absolutely necessary, he thought. Turning back, he saw Kuang Hoa still standing there, silently watching. She had been searching online, worried whether it was normal for a man and woman to cook together at home. Hua Than pointed to the ingredients on the stove. "This is oil, this is salt, soy sauce, MSG, this is sugar, these are the seasonings. Later, watch carefully how much I add." Kuang Hoa, however, wasn't listening. She couldn't stop thinking about living together, eating together, and sharing a room at night. Her expression showed embarrassment and concern. Suddenly, Hua Than turned to her. "Remember, don't add too much seasoning. Eating too much MSG will make you stupid." Kuang Hoa's face flushed. She looked away guiltily. "I remember," she mumbled. Hua Than continued carefully adding ingredients to the pot. Noticing her behavior, he asked, "You stir acting strange. What sep's wrong?" Kuang Ho, too shy to explain, mumbled, "Pure thoughts." Hua Than tilted his head, not quite hearing. "What?" "I said, it smells good," she whispered. Her cheeks tinged pink.
When the meal was finally ready, the table was filled with steaming, fragrant dishes. The moment Kuang Ho saw them, her eyes lit up like lanterns. She whispered in awe, "This smells so good." On the other side, Hua Then calmly scooped rice into her bowl, then pulled out a chair and sat down beside her. Inwardly, he reflected, since she started living here, no, since she was allowed to stay for 2 months, this is the very first time we are eating together. Meanwhile, Kuang Ho was focused only on picking up food with her chopsticks. After tasting a bite, her expression brightened. "It sets really good, so delicious," she said, before innocently asking, "How is this potato grown from the ground?" Her naive curiosity made Hua Than laugh. "Of course it sets from the ground. Where else would it come from?" He then picked one up and added warmly, "Here, try this hot potato. Steamed. It sets even better. I like it plain like this." But the potato was too hot, forcing him to toss it between his palms. "Too hot," he muttered, before quickly handing it over to her. "Be careful, it sits still hot." Kuang Ho studied the potato curiously, as if she had never seen one before. Noticing her wonder, Hua Then explained, "It's normal that you don't know. This is a variety that came from the West. If one day you could return, just imagine. You'd build a great ship, sail southeast, and reach another continent." He continued with enthusiasm, his imagination running wild. Bring this potato variety back to plant, and you'll surely go down in history. Books will praise your name. But while he dreamt of glory, Konko's thoughts remained simple. She muttered softly, if I could find land to reclaim, I could live there. Her heart longed for independence. If I had a piece of land, I could grow my own food, craft with my own hands. Watching him cook, it doesn't seem too difficult. Maybe this is my way forward. Hearing the word land, Hua turned in surprise. She cheerfully reassured him, yes, even though I haven't seen it before, I know farming, I can learn by following others. But, his face turned serious, don't dream about such things. Farming isn't suitable anymore. Deep down, he thought, the descendants of Longho always carry this longing for land. They believe it brings security, but the world has changed. Kun Ho, however, refused to back down. Why not? I have strength. I just need to save money, store food, and find empty land to reclaim. When food runs out, I grow more. Until then, I can stay here, earn money, and pay you back. In 3 or 4 years, I have land of my own. Alarmed by her determination, Hua quickly cut her off. Stop, stop. First learn how to live here. We'll think about the future later. He thought in frustration, there's no way I can let her stay for 3 or 4 years. Her hopeful expression faded. She turned away, murmuring sadly, Realizing he had been too harsh, Hua softened. Just think of this as your home. At worst, I take care of you. The words struck her like thunder, her cheeks flushed red, her voice trembling. You want to take care of me? Now it was his turn to panic. Don't misunderstand, I mean it purely, like I take care of boss. His eyes darted to the fat cat lying nearby, as he secretly thought, this warrior from 1,000 years ago, she's strangely fascinating. Maybe I don't want her to leave either. The future, let's deal with it later. Though reassured by his words, Kuang Hoa still blushed deeply, lowering her head and nibbling at the potato. Young master, don't joke. Letting me stay is already too kind. I still repay you, but repaying with my body is impossible. Her words left Hwathaner frozen, his mind in chaos. She continued innocently, I can think of this as my home. It yours, I him only here temporarily. We are very pure. Unable to take the misunderstanding any longer, he hurriedly agreed, yes, pure, very pure, yes, they're just staying temporarily. I didn't mean anything else. Do I look like a bad person? You're a good person, she replied sincerely. Irritated, he snapped, stop calling me young master, and don't keep saying I am a good person, like a scolded kitten. Kuang Hoa mumbled faintly, That evening, while Hwathan and Boss relaxed on the sofa, Kuang Hoa sat at the computer. Suddenly, she froze, staring at the screen. With curiosity, she clicked on an icon shaped like a yellow star. The moment it opened, she leaned closer, eyes wide. Dark photographs appeared on the screen, Hwathan's past. She turned to him in confusion. Is this you, young master? Feigning ignorance, he replied casually, what wrong? It might be me. Kuang Ho looked from the photos back to him. This person looks very much like you. Even when Kuang Ho pointed it out directly, Hua stubbornly denied it. Although it looks very similar, it's not me. But Kuang Ho's sharp gaze pierced through his flimsy excuse. With a steady voice, she declared, it is you. Then, without looking away, she stared at him intently. Under her relentless gaze, Hua felt as if his face would melt. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his neck, and in the end, he could only fall silent. Finally, with great reluctance, he admitted, it me. Kuang Ho raised her brows. You were really strange before, looking at these flashy photos like a peacock showing off its feathers. Even doctors would advise if you don't need your eyes, you might as well donate them to someone else. Hua sighed helplessly. I didn't pay attention back then. I liked flashy things, but now it's all just dark history. Don't look at them anymore. Despite his words, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The shame was unbearable. Inwardly, he scolded himself. Those photos were saved in a secret album to remind me never to repeat the same mistakes. I never thought she would discover them. Fortunately, the short videos were hidden in a separate folder. Otherwise, he would have been seen as a complete degenerate. Just the thought of being misunderstood made him uneasy. The mention of the Tangai clan only deepened his discomfort. How could I explain this to her? Calling it fashion would sound meaningless to someone like Kuang Hoa. If only I hadn't lived like a slacker back then, I wouldn't now be stuck in this situation, renting from myself, with the old man constantly urging me for payment. Ridiculous. In an effort to change the subject, Hwathan came up with a new idea. Create a new account for you. You can upload photos of sweets there. If all goes well, they be stored forever, and you one set need to worry about losing them. The password will be the phonetic spelling of your name. When she struggled with the entry, he realized, oh, it seems you don't set know the phonetic spelling, then use this instead. Said, I love you 3000. Set, try it again, memorize it well. She carefully watched him write it down, committing it to memory. Soon, Hwathan moved on. Now let's set the username. I still handle it for you. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon he announced, done. It set keen vu fi duong, sets. Kwang Ho Sip's eyes widened in recognition. That Sip's my nickname. Is it okay? Hwathan asked. Think of it like a martial arts alias. On the internet, you don't need to reveal your real identity. Then, with a few swift motions of the mouse, he added her to several game chat groups. Raid how they chat first. You can try joining the conversations later. Remember, there are all kinds of people online. If someone makes you uncomfortable, just ignore them. If something confuses you, search for it here. Click here, type your question, and you'll find the answer. After the lengthy instructions, he collapsed back into his chair, panting. At least this way, she won't turn into some internet-addicted girl. Still, it's far better than imagining her running off to dig mountains or play at being a righteous hero. 2 months slipped by, quietly. Habits began to form. Sometimes she peppered him with questions. Other times she silently figured things out on her own. Slowly but surely, she was adapting. Day by day, she seemed to be planting roots in this world, transforming into a city dweller. Hwathan Hofton thought she lived in the Kaiwen era over 1,000 years ago. Now this is the prosperous age. I've given her all the help I can, the rest depends on her. One evening, Kuang Hoa stood up and announced, I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead, Hwathan replied. Oh right, I bought a large towel. It absorbs water well. Use it to wrap your hair, rub it a bit, and drying will be faster. She nodded in understanding and stepped away. In the bathroom, as she undressed, her back came into view, scarred and crisscrossed from countless battles. Staring at her reflection, she thought, Hwathan was right. Now everything exists for comfort and enjoyment. In my time, everything was for survival. Only 2 months have passed, but I can already see the difference. The me who first arrived and the me now worlds apart. Fresh from the shower, she stepped out and found Hwathan waiting. Come here, I said'll dry your hair, then I said'll shower. She obediently sat down, and as the warm air from the dryer brushed her damp hair, she suddenly said, you should grow your hair long too. As long as you don't dye it red, it would look handsome. Then I could dry your hair for you. The idea horrified Hwathan. Every time he dried her hair, she complained and chopped it shorter. No, I'm fine like this. Men should look neat. It's spirited this way. And besides, drying your hair is nothing special. Hair salons do it every day. Don't feel shy. One day I'll take you to get your hair styled. It'll look even prettier. Kuang Ho lowered her head, gratitude softening her eyes. If Hwathan had lived in my time, with his kind heart but weak martial skills, he would never have survived. I might not even be able to protect him. Then, looking up, her gaze sparkled. She smiled to herself. It's better that he didn't live in my world. This isn't bad at all. It's actually very good. The next morning, Hwathan and Kuang Ho went out. On the sidewalk, she stood stiffly, holding the pose he instructed. That Sip's right. Just stay like that. Don't set move. I shall take your picture. Looking through the lens, Hwathan found her incredibly cute. He let out a cold breath and teased. If you went out alone now, you'd probably freeze to death. Luckily, this hero is thoughtful enough to protect you. Tell me, can your martial arts even withstand the cold? My resistance is better than yours. His eyes dropped to her shoes. Look at those red grass shoes. Even your toes won't move. Kuang Hoa shot him an angry glare, sharp enough to scare him half to death. Flustered, he quickly grabbed his coat, muttered a few instructions, and headed for the door. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. There are tomatoes and eggs in the fridge. No need to cook for me. I'm going out. Then he hurriedly closed the door behind him. As he walked, his mind wandered. Half of January had already passed, yet he still hadn't paid the rent. He thought about transferring the money to his father right away, but remembered that last month his parents had reduced the rent for him. Perhaps it was better to go home for a visit, otherwise his parents might show up unannounced. Living with Kuang Hoa felt normal to him, but he knew how it looked to outsiders. An unmarried man and woman under the same roof, day and night together, who would believe nothing was happening between them. Only a fool would accept such an excuse. When he returned home, his mother greeted him with curiosity. Why didn't Set you bring that girl back with you? Mom, don't Set worry, he replied casually. She Set's not my girlfriend, so why bring her here? His mother narrowed her eyes. Meals for two every day, and you say she Set's not your girlfriend. We'll see what your father has to say about that. Hua Than remained calm. Bringing a girlfriend home just for a meal would be too much. But his mother was not convinced. Holding a hot cup of tea, she pressed him further. Aren't Set you two already living together? He sat down quietly, but her words made her choke on her tea. Wait, did you just say living together? Where did you even find such a grown woman? She's alone in the city, he explained, trying to work and survive. In his mind, he pictured Kuang Hoa in tattered clothes, carrying her luggage into a bustling city for the first time, staring up at skyscrapers. She does housework diligently to earn money. That's how I imagine her story. I just help her out, like a sister. Over time, we've become close. But his mother probed again. Where exactly is this girl from? He had expected this question and answered smoothly while peeling a tangerine. From a remote mountainous area. When I first met her, she wore worn-out grass shoes she couldn't Set bare to throw away. Her clothes were patched all over. She didn't Set even have enough to eat. His mother frowned. Are there still people like that nowadays? It Set's true, he said, chewing on a slice. You just haven't Set met her. She Set's pitiful, that Set's all. His mother still suspected exaggeration. She thought he was spinning tales. He countered quickly. Look at her aura. Isn't it different from ordinary people? Children from poor families grow up fast. They don't fit in with this modern age. Girls today enjoy bubble tea and luxury. She's nothing like them. Satisfied with the image he had painted, his mother no longer doubted her identity, but another question remained. So, the two of you living together, what are you planning? At that, Hua Then nearly choked, a piece of tangerine slipping from his fingers. He scrambled for a tissue, wiping nervously. What do you mean? What are we planning? We sit or not, sleeping together. She stays in the storage room. We sit or pure, completely pure. His mother sipped her tea calmly. Whether you sit purr or not, I won't Sit interfere, but you sit better be careful. Be careful, my ass. Hua Then thought irritably. Huang Hada and I are just shelter and support, nothing more. His mother ended the conversation briskly. Next time, bring her home for me to meet. If it doesn't Set work out, better to break up early. He muttered, what if it does work out? Will you waive my rent? From the kitchen, his mother replied without turning, we shall see. Then, remembering something, she turned back with a serious look. You still haven't Set found a job, have you? I seb looking, he said quickly. I seb looking. At that moment, the clock struck 7. His father returned, his voice filling the room. Dad sips home. With a sly smile, the man asked, so, you stay here to pay rent? No, Hua Thenji replied firmly. I sent him here for dinner. His father Sip's face darkened, but before the tension rose further, his mother stepped in. Go wash your hands and eat. At the table, Hua Then eagerly dug into his mother's cooking. Her sweet and sour ribs were always the best. As he savored the taste, his mind wandered to Kuang Ho. If only she could try this. I can already imagine her delighted face. He pictured her finishing her own simple meal at that moment, perhaps lost in her games again. Without realizing it, a smile spread across his lips. Noticing, his father stared in suspicion. What are you grinning at? Hua Then blinked in surprise. I said Shim smiling? His father squinted. Something Sip's wrong with you. After dinner, Hua Then helped his mother wash the dishes. He quickly worked at the sink while she stood beside him, busy with other chores. Suddenly, he noticed a plant soaking in the basin. Curious, he asked, is this ginger? His mother nodded and replied, yes. I heard it's very good for health, so I planted one. He leaned closer, studying the little ginger plant. Just as he reached out to touch it, his mother slapped his hand away. What are you doing? She scolded sharply. Holding his hand, he grinned sheepishly. Give me a branch. I want to plant it at home too. His mother looked at him strangely, but after a little persistence, she finally gave him one. He stared at it with delight, already imagining how much Kuang Ha would love planting it. His mother patted his shoulder and reminded him, it's late, aren't you going home yet? But Hua Than's thoughts were far away. Still gazing at the small plant, he suddenly confessed, I think I'm in love. The moment the words escaped his lips, he quickly covered his mouth in embarrassment. His mother only chuckled, as if she had known all along. You're already living together. What else is there to think about? Look at your face, so red. You're not running a fever, are you? Hua Than blushed even deeper. No, I'm going home. You two rest early. Don't let Dad stay up too late. With that, he hurried out, carefully carrying the ginger branch for Kwang Hoa. Outside, the night air was sharp and cold. He pulled his hat tighter over his head, his breath turning into mist as he thought. Loving a girl from over 1,000 years ago, isn't that too greedy? He shook his head. No, I mustn't be greedy. His mind wandered. In the past, talk of girlfriends had always been a joke, but now, things were different. The girl living in his house, she was no ordinary person. She was from another era. Other people had normal girlfriends, yet his was a woman who had crossed 1,000 years of time. The thought both embarrassed and unsettled him. When Hua Thun finally returned home that evening, the door creaked softly as he pushed it open. Inside, he found Kwang Hoa sitting in front of the computer. The moment she sensed him, she jolted in fright, cold sweat forming on her forehead. She looked like a startled mouse. "What are you doing?" Hua Than's voice was stern, his gaze sharp and suspicious. Kwang Hoa turned around nervously, her face pale. She stammered, "I was just about to play a game." Her voice trembled, clearly hiding something. But instead of pressing further, Hua Then took out the small pot he had brought. Inside was a ginger branch, its roots soaking in water, tiny green shoots stretching upward. He handed it to her. Kwang Hoa's eyes widened in surprise. She carefully took the pot, confusion written all over her face. "What is this?" she asked. Taking off his coat, Hua Than answered, "It sets ginger, a small plant. You can keep it in the kitchen or in your room. Just water it and care for it. It set'll grow well." The tension between them dissolved instantly. Kong Ha's face lit up, her joy as innocent as a child receiving a gift. Hugging the pot, she exclaimed, "Then I'll put it in the kitchen." She ran off happily, her expression glowing with warmth. From the living room, Hua Than watched her every movement. His eyes didn't leave her. As she carefully arranged the little pot in the kitchen, he realized something he hadn't admitted to himself until now. Stepping closer, he called out, "Do you still want to play games?" Startled, Kwang Ho quickly shook her head. "No, I shall play tomorrow. Let's sleep now." Hua then slipped his hands into his pockets and walked toward the sofa. "It's getting cold these days. When you sleep, make sure to cover yourself properly. It'll take another 2 or 3 weeks before it warms up." He paused, then added, "Come here for a moment." Though unsure, Kong Ho obediently followed him. They sat together on the soft gray sofa. Closer than usual, Kong Ho then leaned back, his expression serious, his eyes closing as if deep in thought. Hua Then sat with his arms crossed, his face tense. Beside him, Kulong Hoa sat timidly, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Confusion and fear flickered across her face, while Hua Then's frown only deepened. The heavy silence made her nervous, sweat gathering at her brow. Summoning her courage, she finally asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Hua Then turned his head, one eye opened, locking onto her. He slowly extended his hand, palm open, and in a low, gentle tone said, "Let me feel your hand." Kuong Ho jumped in shock. Her eyes widened, her whole body bristling like an angry cat. "No way," she blurted, voice sharp with alarm. But Huo Than remained calm, answering steadily, "Just to see if your hands are cold." His excuse was simple, but his intention was clear. He wanted to hold her hand. Still flustered, Kuong Hoa stubbornly declared, "Not cold." Yet, a moment later, she hesitantly extended her hand toward him. Her cheeks burned red. Her voice softened as she whispered, "If you don't believe me, feel it yourself." Gently, Hua Then took her hand into his palm. His gaze lingered intently on her slender fingers, while Kuang Hoa secretly studied his face. Both carried unspoken emotions, tangled and uncertain. Running his thumb lightly across her palm, Hua Then murmured, "Even holding a sword every day wouldn't make your hands like this." His touch made her shiver with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" she asked, her other hand pressed tightly against her body, her face drenched in sweat. Hua Thun didn't stop. He clasped both her wrists and drew her closer, eyes still fixed on her hands. "Look," he said softly, "martial arts don't make your hands ugly. If they don't, then maybe I'll practice too." But in his heart, he knew the truth. It's just an excuse. Her hands must be cold from playing games all winter. I'll buy her a hand warmer later. Girls probably like that. His small act of care turned Kwang Hoa's face. Scarlet, flustered and overwhelmed, she bit her lip, unable to bear the closeness any longer. Suddenly, she stood and shouted, "I'm going to take a shower." Without another word, she bolted toward the bathroom, leaving Hua Thon frozen on the sofa, bewildered by what had just happened. Left alone, Hua Then He leaned back, replaying the moment in his mind. Had he gone too far? Before he could decide, another thought struck him. His eyes snapped toward her room, suspicion rising. Quickly, he rushed to the computer. Clicking rapidly, he opened her search history. What he found left him baffled. She had searched questions like what to do when staying at someone else's house. Why do some girls post photos online? How to help someone find a girlfriend? Why does food never run out? Can I return to the Kaiyuan era? Why do I know everything? How to make money quickly from games? Are there fairies in this world? How to watch horror movies on Hen? Line after line of strange questions appeared on the screen. Hua Then leaned on his hand, staring at them with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What goes on inside this girl Sep's head? Time slipped by. At 10:40, he returned to the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Then, the sound of soft footsteps approached. Kwang Hoa appeared, dressed in a yellow long-sleeved pajama set. A towel was wrapped around her head as she dried her damp hair. Smiling faintly, she said, "I've finished showering." But the moment she finished speaking, Hua Then lifted his head and fixed her with a sharp, piercing gaze. The intensity of his look startled her, making her freeze mid-motion, the towel still in her hands. Hua Then rose calmly from the sofa, his expression steady. "Come here," he said. "I shall blow-dry your hair for you." Although Kwang Ho had just finished showering, Hua Then's tone and gaze unsettled her. Her hands tightened around the towel draped at her neck, and her face showed unease. "Why is he looking at me like this?" she thought nervously. "Something feels strange tonight." Hua Then fetched the hairdryer from the cabinet, searching for an outlet. As he plugged it in, he remarked casually, "Searching on the internet isn't set omnipotent. There are real people behind those answers, and everyone makes mistakes. You shouldn't trust everything you read online." The word struck Kwang Hoa. She immediately recalled the things she had secretly searched for, worries about symptoms, lumps, and even diagnosing cancer. Her heart trembled. In a small, doubtful voice, she asked, "Is that so?" Hua Then glanced at her, replying firmly, "Of course, otherwise how could anyone know everything? Some people even use the internet with malicious intent, tricking and harming others, so don't rely on it too much." Relieved, Kwang Hoa nodded. "I understand." Obediently, she sat on a chair, allowing Hua Then to dry her hair. Like a small cat, she remained still, while Hua Then stood behind her, carefully running the dryer through her long hair. His fingers brushed gently across her scalp, treating her as if she were something precious. Trying to steady her thoughts, Kwang Hoa asked, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Hua Then smiled faintly. "Nothing. It just came to mind." He deliberately concealed the fact that he had already checked her search history, not wanting to make her feel embarrassed. That night, the house grew quiet as everyone retired to their rooms. Yet Hua Then lay awake in bed, tossing and turning. His mind was filled only with Kwang Hoa. Staring at the ceiling, he pressed a hand to his forehead. "At this rate she'll fully adapt to modern life in just a few days," he thought. A pang of sadness crossed his heart, though he didn't know why. Raising his hand before his eyes, he asked himself silently, "What next? Have I grown too attached?" A darker thought crept in. Should he trick her into being his girlfriend, or let her go to someone else? The image of her lingered relentlessly in his mind, an obsession he could not shake. Covering his face, gripping the blanket tightly, Hua Then felt lost in confusion. But when he finally lowered his hand, his eyes burned with determination. "Ridiculous," he told himself, "but so be it. I'll find a way to make her my girlfriend, even if I have to trick her into it." By dawn, Hua Then and Kwang Ho rose to begin the new day. As Kwang Ho brushed her teeth, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Turning sharply, she found Ho Then He leaning against the doorway, arms crossed, watching her. Her heart leapt in fear before turning to anger. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Nothing," Hua Then answered calmly. "Keep brushing." But his eyes lingered differently now, softer than the sharp gaze of the previous night. He studied her face and figure, as though beholding a dream. The more he looked, the more perfect she seemed. Her eyes, her nose, everything is balanced so beautifully. His gaze was not that of suspicion, but of a man falling in love. As she rinsed her face, he suddenly said, "When you set her free, come meet my parents." Kwang Hoa turned toward him, confused, a towel still in her hand, droplets of water glistening on her cheeks. Her fresh morning face was mesmerizing, but the question puzzled her. Why did he want her to meet his parents? Seeing her bewilderment, Hua Then clarified, "Pretend to be my girlfriend. Just join me for a meal. That way they stop nagging me." Kwang Hoa frowned, uncertainty in her voice. Girlfriend, I heard that means we have to sleep together. Hua Then chuckled lightly. You don't have to do anything, just eat, that's all. Of course, his tone grew more playful. If you wanted, we could sleep together. Deep down, perhaps that was his true desire. After all, it was what had haunted his thoughts through the night. But Kuang Hoa Sip's cheeks flushed with anger. I don't want to. Unfazed, Hua Then turned to leave. Before stepping away, he added lightly, then just have a meal, nothing else. It's sets only pretend, not real. Kuang Hoa let out a soft sigh, lowered her head, and finally accepted Hua Then Sip's proposal. All right, she said quietly. I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. At that moment, Hua Then Sip's eyes lit up with excitement, as though his long-cherished wish had just been granted. He quickly turned back to her and exclaimed, then let Sits practice first. Kuang Ho blinked in confusion. Is instead it just a meal? What do I need to practice? Her innocent question left Hua Then momentarily flustered. Scratching his head with an awkward smile, sweat forming at his temples, he scrambled for an answer. After a few seconds of thought, he came up with what sounded like a convincing excuse. Practice lunch. Let's go eat buffet. Remember I told you before, you just pay a little, but you can eat as much as you want. The memory made him smile with confidence. He had promised her a buffet, and now he had the perfect chance to keep his word. In his mind, Hua Then thought seriously, a man must always honor his promises. The words eat whatever you like instantly lit up Kung Hoa's eyes. She almost drooled at the thought, and in her imagination, she already pictured herself lying down after the meal, hands pressed against her round belly, satisfied and blissful. Her whole face beamed with uncontainable joy. Still not fully trusting what she had heard, she asked again, her voice eager, you mean I can eat as much as I want? Hua Then stroked his chin, putting on an air of authority. With a grin, he replied, that's right, hot pot, meat, vegetables, eat until you can't eat anymore. His voice carried both pride and playfulness, one hand resting on his hip as though he were a seasoned expert in buffet dining. Not long after, both of them bundled up in warm clothes, ready to head out for lunch. That day, the sky stretched wide and blue, the sunlight slipping through drifting clouds. The tall skyscrapers stood in sharp contrast against the clear horizon. Perhaps, Hua Then thought, they would go to one of the big shopping malls to eat. He wore a sweater under a long orange coat, while Hung Hoa dressed in a red sweater and a pink padded jacket with a fur-lined hood. A wool hat with a pom-pom sat snugly on her head, its ties ending in small fluffy balls. She looked just like a little rabbit, hopping along behind Hua Then. Walking with his hands in his pockets, Hua Then exhaled clouds of white mist in the cold air. Noticing Kuang Hoa blowing warmth into her palms, he asked if she felt cold, but Kuang Hoa only smiled brightly. Not cold, this outfit is very warm. With that, she quickly caught up to his side. Her cheeks, flushed from the cold, made her look even more radiant and childlike. Hua Then turned to her with a playful smile. If one day you return home, taking this padded jacket wouldn't be a loss. Or, would you rather bring back some potatoes? Not realizing it was a joke, Kuang Ho answered seriously, what if I earn money and buy a computer, then take it back every day? In her mind, she already pictured herself proudly showing off a computer in her own era, amazing everyone with the strange and modern wonders she had learned. She would be the center of attention. Hua Then shook his head and chuckled at her innocence. That sip's fine, but I wouldn't recommend it. What would you do with a computer there? Fill it with documents? People might even think you're some kind of monster. Better stick to growing potatoes. Kuang Ho glanced at him sideways, thinking stubbornly to herself, after lunch I must go online and research how to grow potatoes. Though everything here was fascinating, it still wasn't home. If she could return, she knew she would. As they walked further, they noticed a middle-aged woman struggling with a large rice sack. She tugged and pulled, but the weight was too much for her. Seeing this, Hua Then stepped forward immediately. Aunt Trin, why did you buy so much rice today? Where Sip's Uncle Wang? It turned out the woman was his neighbor. Usually, her husband carried the rice, but he had fallen ill, leaving her to manage alone. Panting, she replied, your uncle has high blood pressure. Are you free? Could you help me? Of course, Hua Then answered cheerfully. He glanced back at his companion. Huang Hoa, come give me a hand. Together, they lifted the rice sack onto his shoulder. With his tall frame and strength, Hua Then quickly steadied the weight. The three of them walked toward the woman's house. As they walked, Tao Then chatted with the aunt, grinning proudly. Look at that. I was about to take my girlfriend out for lunch. Lucky we met you along the way. He said it with such confidence that he almost believed it himself. The aunt laughed knowingly. Last time you said she was instead your girlfriend, and now you said you're admitting it. She looked curiously at Kuang Hoa, who followed quietly behind. What sips her name? Seizing the chance, Hua Then puffed his chest with pride. Her name is Kuang Hoa. Kuang means birth, and Hoa means flame. A fine name indeed, the aunt chuckled warmly, and she sits very pretty too. Although Kuang Ho kept silent along the way, her shy face alone was enough to win people's affection. Hua Thane, of course, looked utterly satisfied. When they arrived, he set the sack down and stretched his shoulders. Smiling, he said to the aunt, "You might have met Kuang Hoa before." The aunt raised her brows, slightly puzzled. "I might have, but I don't recall." Then she turned toward the house and called out, "Honey, open the door." Hua Then quickly turned to the aunt, trying to explain as if to confirm Kuang Hoa's presence in the past. "It was when I first entered university," he said earnestly. "That must have been about 4 or 5 years ago. Back then she wasn't as tall as now. Her face was rounder, and people often teased us together. You remember now, don't you?" While Hua Then struggled to convince the aunt, Kuang Hoa stood to the side, her expression blank with confusion. She didn't understand a single thing he was talking about. Who on earth was Hua Then describing? She had only appeared here recently. The aunt thought for a while before replying, "Is that so? Maybe she sits changed too much." Hua then continued smoothly, "So you don't remember, that round little face back then, it was hers." The aunt simply laughed and said, "We old folks forget easily. It's normal." Hua Than smiled politely. "Well, this time, please remember it clearly." Just then, Uncle Wang opened the door. Both the aunt and uncle invited them inside. "Come in for a drink and rest a while. You must be tired," the aunt offered kindly. But Hua Than quickly waved his hand and declined. Grabbing Huang Hoa's hand, he smiled as he explained, "No need, I'm taking her out for a meal. She's been cooped up at home all day, glued to her games, refusing to step outside. We'll go on ahead." After saying goodbye, the two continued on their way, once again walking in the same formation. Hua Than in front with his hands in his pockets, Huang Hoa trailing quietly behind. After a few moments, Kuang Ho finally asked in a doubtful tone, "Was I really here 4 or 5 years ago?" Hua Then chuckled lightly. "What do you mean here's? Back then we didn't even know which corner you were hibernating in. I just said that so they'd believe. If they remember, that's fine. If not, it doesn't matter." Raising one finger, he added seriously, "But if no one except me knows you, then it means you don't exist. Understand?" Kuang Hoa frowned in confusion. "Don't exist?" Sighing, Hua Than looked up at the sky. "That Sip's right. From Society Sip's perspective, you don't exist at all. No one knows you here, so there won't be any trace of you, just like in the Tang dynasty. That Sip's unacceptable. You need to plant roots here if you want to live well." Covering his eyes with one hand, he continued thoughtfully, "Take that aunt we just met, for example. She's like a loudspeaker always gossiping to the neighbors. Soon she'll be telling everyone that Ha Boy has a girlfriend. She's beautiful. Her name is Kuang Ha. They look good together. Once people start talking, you'll naturally become part of this world. You'll exist." Hands clasped behind his head, he walked on casually. "So, if someone asks about us, just go along with it. Even if they claim they met you before, that is even better. This is what we call community awareness." Trailing behind him, Kuang Hoa listened silently, not daring to interrupt. In her heart, she realized just how complicated surviving in this modern world could be. Her eyes grew sad, her hands clutched tightly at her collar, and she finally whispered, "I think I understand." After walking a little further, they came across a middle-aged man seated on a wooden bench. He held a cup of hot water in one hand and a cigarette in the other, enjoying the cold weather. "Uncle Zhao, are you cold?" Hua Thun greeted him warmly, extending a hand. The man, the building's security guard, smiled as he stubbed out his cigarette. "It's freezing today," he admitted with a friendly laugh. "Why not sit inside the security room?" Hua Thun asked. "It gets boring being in there too long," Uncle Zhao replied. "I just came out for a smoke. I'll head back soon." "Well then," Hua Tan smiled, "carry on with your work." And right there in front of Uncle Zhao, he took Huang Ho Sip's hand proudly. "I Sip taking my girlfriend out for a meal. We'll be off." The uncle chuckled cheerfully. Go on. Young people in love. It's nice to see." For a long stretch of the road, Hua Than held tightly onto Kuang Hoa's hand. Perhaps this was a feeling he had long yearned for, but only now could he experience it. The warmth of her hand made his heart restless. Eventually, Kuang Ho gently pulled her hand free, tucking it into her sleeve to avoid his grip. Startled, Kuan Then realized he had been holding her hand far too long. Embarrassment flushed his face. He quickly raised his hand to his mouth, pretending to cough, trying to cover his flustered state. Kuan Hoa tilted her head, looking at him in puzzlement. Hua Then hurriedly explained, his cheeks still red. This is called seeking a sense of existence. His words were clumsy, a poor cover for his emotions, but it was all he could come up with. After hearing this, Kuang Ho blankly looked at her empty sleeve and asked with innocence, "So, do you need to hold it again?" Without hesitation, she extended her sleeve toward Hua Than. Startled, Hua Thane quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No one's looking, there's no need," he replied. What he truly wanted was to hold her hand, not the sleeve. But Kuang Hoa, in her naivety, didn't understand that subtle difference. Inwardly, Hua Thane sighed. "Can't even see the hand. What am I supposed to hold?" The silence between them grew heavy. Pretending to be a girlfriend, Hua Thane realized, was far more complicated than it seemed. Huang Hua, walking beside him, continued to feel puzzled by his strange behavior. They soon reached a busy intersection. Usually this road was filled with traffic, yet today only a few scattered vehicles passed by. Hua Then led Kuang Hoa across the street, pointing ahead. "There's a hot pot restaurant up there," he explained. But suddenly, Hua Then froze mid-step. His expression tightened with panic, and he quickly signaled Kuang Hoa to stop. Confused, she halted, not knowing what had alarmed him. Ahead, two police officers stood talking. One of them was none other than Chin Hao, Hua Than's friend. Anxiety swept through him. "Why is Chin Hao here? I've been trying to avoid him these days." Just as Hua Then thought about turning away, Chin Hao spotted him. "Busted," Hua Then muttered inwardly. If he turned back now, it would only raise suspicion. Left with no choice, he awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, Hao, busy?" Chin Hao immediately walked over, his face stern. "So what?" he replied curtly. Kuang Ho, nervous and unsure, hid behind Ho Hei Than, peeking out only slightly. Chin Hao crossed his arms, glaring. "Where are you going?" Trying to act casual, Hua Then pointed ahead. "Hot pot, want to join?" But Chin Hao shook his head. "I set him on duty." His sharp eyes then shifted to the timid girl standing behind Hua Than. "Your cousin? High school student? Then recite a theorem for me." Chin Hao's test caught Kuang Ho completely off guard. In her time, such abstract theorems didn't exist, nor would she have had the chance to study them. Her face went pale, hands clasping nervously as sweat formed despite the cold. She prayed silently for help, utterly lost in this strange questioning. Sensing her distress, Hua Than quickly intervened. "All right, enough. She's my girlfriend." At that moment, it was the only way to protect her. He couldn't exactly say she was a mysterious girl who appeared out of nowhere. Chin Hao, however, was instead convinced. Years of experience sharpened his instincts. "This kid is hiding something," he thought. "If she sits your girlfriend, then just say so. Why claim she sits your cousin?" His gaze hardened. "You sits you're hiding something from me." Thinking fast, Hua Then forced a smirk. "That Sep's right. I Sep's him hiding something. You Sep's such a great Sherlock Howarn. Set you, I Seps'll explain someday, but right now, I Sep's him starving." He even held out his hands mockingly. "Or go ahead, take me to the station today, interrogate me like a criminal." His words worked, though they made Chin Hao furious. Struggling to keep his composure, Chin Hao finally turned away, snapping, "Fine, go on, but if you don't sit explain someday, I said'll tell your father." Hua Than only scratched his head and whistled, brushing off the warning. Chin Hao's words clearly didn't trouble him. Turning to Kuang Ho, Hua Than urged, "Don't mind him, let's go eat hot pot." But before leaving, he deliberately flashed Chin Hao the middle finger, provoking him further. Kuang Ho hurriedly grabbed Hua Than's hand and pulled him away, though she couldn't help glancing back. Kuang Ho stood there fuming, powerless against his reckless friend. Soon after, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Hua Then Ha stepped in first, scanning the room. Spotting a table with good lighting, he turned to Kuang Ha. "Let's sit there," he suggested. They sat facing each other. Hua Then removed his coat, but across the table, Hua Then remained tense and cautious. Everything around her felt strange, and her face betrayed her unease. At last, she asked softly, "Should I not go out? Am I causing you too much trouble?" As he pulled out chopsticks, Hua Thang's voice softened. "There's no should or shouldn't. Do you really want to stay locked up at home every day?" He looked her in the eye. "If you hide away, you won't learn a thing. not even in a year. You need to go out, experience life. You have to integrate into this world. Huang Hoa pointed toward the window, her face etched with worry. Them, she whispered. Hua Than followed her gaze and instantly understood her concern. Outside, 2 police officers were chatting cheerfully with an old lady, who responded with warm laughter. Hua Than leaned closer, reassuring her softly, "Don't mind them, you're not doing anything illegal, they're not going to arrest you." The corner of his mouth lifted in a confident smile. "As long as you don't reveal your true identity, you will be fine. If you claim to be a wanderer, they might even help you find your relatives." Still uneasy, Kuang Ho gripped the table edge tightly. Her eyes shifted to Hua Than, filled with doubt. "But you didn't say that at first." Her sudden remark caught him off guard. For a moment, Hu Tan froze, unable to respond. Then, to divert her attention, he quickly pulled her hand toward the food. "Today is different," he said hastily. "Come on, let's get something to eat first." Soon, the table was set with a steaming hot pot. At the center bubbled a fiery red broth, alive with heat and spice. Plates of beef, seafood, and vegetables surrounded it, each waiting to be dipped. The lavish spread left Kuang Hoa in awe. She clasped her hands together and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your kindness, young master." Hua Then flushed with embarrassment yet couldn't hide his satisfaction. "No need for such formality," he chided gently. "Take off your coat and hat, and don't give thanks like that. It sets too old-fashioned." Obediently, Kuang Ho removed her hat and coat, placing them neatly aside. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she prepared for the meal. Kua Than dropped a slice of meat into the bubbling pot and asked with a grin, "Did you have hot pot in your time?" Hungry, chopsticks in hand, Kuang Hoa sits gaze fixed on the food. She swallowed eagerly before replying, "We had something similar, but I've never tried it before." Her excitement was plain. This was her first true taste of hot pot, and she was ready to savor every moment. Hao Thane placed cooked meat in her bowl, saying warmly, "It's even mentioned in poems. Here, eat more." Kuang Ho's eyes lit up at the gesture. She smiled brightly. "Thank you, young hero." Each bite filled her with joy. Her eyes squinted, her face flushed, and her smile never left her lips. To her, this meal was pure happiness. As she enjoyed herself, Wathan leaned back, watching her in silence. Resting his chin on his hand, he recited softly, "New wine brewed in the green pavilion, a small red clay stove. Late evening, the sky threatens snow. Can we drink one more cup?" To him, the words captured the warmth of the moment. Kuang Ha, too busy chewing, only murmured, "It sits so delicious." Hua then peeled shrimp carefully, placing them in her bowl. "Here, eat this." She accepted with a grateful nod. "Thank you, young hero." The taste brought another wave of delight. Her small shoulders trembled slightly each time she chewed, her expression glowing with innocence and joy. At last, she looked up, curious. "Aren't you eating?" But Hua Then had long forgotten about his own hunger. From the start, he had been staring at her, lost in her every movement. His gaze was tender, filled with something deeper than mere affection. "Oh no," he thought, "I've fallen for her. Damn love." Startled by her question, he forced a calm smile. "I sit me already full. Look, I peeled shrimp for you so you can eat faster. Friends should help each other, right?" Believing his words, Kuang Hoa nodded sincerely. "I see." The two continued eating and chatting happily, unaware of how quickly time had passed. That evening, Kuang Hoa recorded the moment in her diary with simple words, "Went for buffet with Hua Then, buffet, helping each other." When the meal was finally done, both sat back with satisfied smiles, the plates on the table emptied. Kuang Hoa rubbed her full stomach with a sigh of contentment. "Are you full?" Hua Than asked. "A little too full," she admitted. "That sep's perfect," he said, rising to his feet and pulling on his coat. "Let's walk home. It'll help us digest." Kuang Hoa beamed, quickly putting on her own coat. With that, the two stepped out together, carrying the warmth of the meal with them. At the restaurant entrance, Hua Then gently placed a wool hat on Kuang Hoa's head, making sure not to mess up her hair. With a soft smile, he said, "All done." As the two adjusted their clothes and hats preparing to leave, a long-haired woman stood across the street, staring at them intently. It was unclear who she was or why she watched them so closely. Hua Then glanced at her once but dismissed it quickly, turning his attention back to the petite girl beside him. The two laughed and chatted happily, unaware that a camera lens had already locked onto them. From the mysterious woman to the hidden camera, something seemed to be unfolding in the background. Yet Hua Then and Kuang Hoa remained carefree. They strolled away, Hua Then pointing to a different path with excitement. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, perhaps today he had fulfilled his wish of going on a date with her. It might not have been official, but seeing Kuang Hua smile left him completely content. Their walk took them to the bank of a small river. Hua Then asked curiously, "Can you glide on water? Back where I come from, there used to be a Dharma master who could cross rivers just by stepping on tree leaves." Kuang Hoa shook her head and replied, "I don't set no." Amused, Hua Then pointed to a rock. "Then can you break this with your bare hands?" She frowned helplessly. How can human flesh ever be harder than stone? Still restless, Hua Then looked around, searching for something. Then suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, pointing at another object. "What about that one? Can you break it? Since you are eager to show me, I one sit stop you." Kuang Hoa smirked, shifted into a stance and prepared herself. With one determined strike, her fist landed on a thick tree trunk. A loud crack echoed, and the tree, as solid as iron, split in two before crashing down. Hua Then gasped, "You set were destroying public property. Let Seps run." Kuang Ho protested, "But didn't you tell me to break it?" Yet before she could argue further, he had already dragged her away. They sprinted until they were far from the scene, finally stopping, panting heavily. Blushing slightly, Kuang Ho whispered, "You can let go of my hand now." Only then did Hua Then realize he had been holding on to her all this time. Flustered, he let go quickly and in embarrassment, hurried ahead, muttering, "All right, let Sets just go home and play games." Back at the house, Hua Then teased the cat, while Kuang Hoa sat at the computer. As they played, she suddenly asked with innocent curiosity, "Young hero, what does romance Sets mean?" The question startled him. He froze, then asked back in disbelief, "Wait, what romance?" The air grew awkwardly silent. Then Hua Then leaned closer, his sharp eyes fixed on the computer screen. Kuang Ho pointed to the chat window. "That person said it." Without hesitation, Hua Then pressed F2 and, using the lowest tone he could muster, spoke into the microphone. "Hey, big brother, do you want to have a romance with me?" The response was swift. Their teammate, Xiao Huamiao, was instantly kicked out of the group. The system notification appeared, "You have been expelled from the team." Hua Thun remained calm, telling Kuang Ho, "It sets your turn to cook now. I sell play for you." Obediently, she tied up her hair and went to the kitchen. Once she was out of sight, Hua Than double-clicked the mouse, humming happily to himself. But suddenly, knock knock knock, there was a knock at the door. When Hua Than opened it, he froze. It steps you," he stammered. "Dad, it steps not rent collection day yet." His father scowled. "Who said anything about rent? I just finished work and thought I sip check in. Also, I came to see if your air conditioner sip's still working. If there sip's a problem, I sip full fix it as your landlord." Before he could finish, Kuang Ho walked out with a plate of food. Startled but polite, she greeted him, "Hello, uncle." The old man's eyes widened. His thoughts raced. This wasn't what he expected at all. He had planned to scold his useless son, convinced that the two must have wasted their days gaming, eventually running out of money, but instead, he found the house spotless, organized, and warm. The scene looked nothing like the messy den he had seen before. Regaining composure, he nodded. "Hello, dear. I only came to check if the heating system was working. If not, I call someone to fix it." Hua Then quickly replied, "It sets perfectly fine, Dad. No problems here." Satisfied, his father prepared to leave. "All right then, I'll head home. Otherwise your mother will start nagging me." Before stepping out, he added, "Son, remember to come home sometimes." Then the door closed behind him. Kuang Ho softly asked, "Should I continue stir-frying the food?" Hua Then leaned against the wall, his eyes following her. At that moment something about her seemed different, radiating an unfamiliar charm. His cheeks grew warm, his heartbeat quickened, and without realizing, he blushed. Kuang Ho looked back at him with a faint sadness in her expression. Lowering her head, she murmured, "It will be like this in the future too." Hearing those words, Hua Then smiled softly and replied, "Let it be like this. Let it always be like this in the future." But Kuang Hoa suddenly lifted her head, her eyes firm. "No," she said, "I won't sit trouble you forever." Her voice trembled slightly as she lowered her head again, adding with sadness, "You and I are strangers. The help you've given me is already a great kindness. How could I dare to ask for more?" Erneng once said, "In this world, no one owes anyone anything. If someone helps, it's out of kindness. But one must never reach for the moon." Hua Thane was taken aback. He had not expected this girl to think so deeply. Awkwardly, he tried to explain, "Listen, how can we just be strangers? Look, I'm not married. You're not married. We can meet each other. Isn't that fate?" His face flushed as he forced the words out. But Kwang Hoa shook her head with determination. "No, you are my benefactor. I cannot cross that line. My debt must be repaid." Hua Then felt as though a great weight had pressed onto his chest. His imagination drifted away. He pictured Kwang Hoa's pitiful face, a lonely girl with no relatives, believing she could only repay with her body. In his mind, he imagined himself as a noble young man saying, "I don't ask you to repay with your body. I only need your consent." In that fantasy, the two happily held hands. But even as he imagined it, anger welled up. Shouldn't things develop in this direction? Isn't offering oneself a form of gratitude? And then, in his imagination, Niang's voice rang out, sharp and cutting. "Didn't I say one must repay kindness? Repaying with one's body is shameless. If you can't repay properly, then you're simply relying on others." Hua then shouted back in his mind, "Why do you have to cross 1,000 years just to ruin my relationship? What good does it do?" But Niang's scissors cut down mercilessly, leaving Hua then coughing blood in his fantasy. He snapped back to reality and asked Kuang Hoa with frustration, "Can I stop being your benefactor?" She answered firmly, almost shouting, "No, a benefactor is a benefactor. You don't need to pity me. I shall work hard, earn money, and never trouble you again." At that moment, Hua then realized Niang had won. The path from being a benefactor to becoming her lover was blocked by a mountain. The two of them sat silently in separate corners of the living room, each lost in their own thoughts. If they kept living like this, how long would it take to pay off the so-called debt? Hua Then wondered. For a fleeting moment, he even wished he were a fox spirit, capable of charming her into obedience. But just imagining her fierce reaction made him shudder. Bi Dao the cat climbed onto the chair. Hua Then picked it up, murmuring, "Go to her." The little creature leapt into Kwang Hoa's lap, and she gently stroked it. In her heart she thought, "I need to adapt to this modern life. But more importantly, I must find a place to stand on my own. Otherwise, I'll never feel safe or at home." Time passed quickly, and soon December arrived. Sparse snowflakes drifted among tall buildings. At the dining table, Hua Thon Sep's friend leaned in and asked, "Tell me honestly, what was your girlfriend like last time?" Hua Then tried to brush it off, speaking vaguely. "She has no relatives here. I felt sorry for her, so I brought her home as my girlfriend." The friend nearly choked on his drink. "That sip's not normal. Who does that?" Panic flashed across Hua Then Hes's face. "How is it not normal? Love between men and women is always voluntary." The friend frowned. "Nonsense. Weren't you saying she was your sister before? I don't believe you." With the calmness of a monk, Hua Then explained, "I said that to hide her identity. She used to wander everywhere doing odd jobs. She had no home, not even proper documents. I had someone look into it. She stayed in a relief camp once. You know what those camps are like. If her identity is exposed, she'll be dragged back. That's why I had to protect her." The friend leaned back, finally muttering, "Fine, I shall believe you this once." Hua Then pressed on, "Remember last time at the barbecue, when I asked about getting an ID card, you said think of a way. Can you help my sister-in-law with that?" Another friend chimed in quickly, "Come on, don't bring this up again." Hua Then teased, "What? Already so stingy after not seeing me for just a few days." The three clinked glasses, laughing lightly. Later, one friend left early, leaving Hua Then alone with the other. In the car, Hua Then spoke in a lowered voice, "There's something I couldn't mention before. Do your stores have jobs that don't require an ID card? Maybe part-time work?" The friend caught on immediately. "You are asking for your girlfriend, right? That fine. But listen, she can keep wandering without documents forever. If she wants to get papers someday, it's best if she already has a work record. Say, since she was 16. Another voice in the car added, "You mean to say she worked at my store 2 years ago, right? Don't worry, I shall arrange it." That night, Hua Then returned home from the bar. He pushed the door open, calling out as he stepped inside, "I been back. Have you eaten?" He spotted Kwang Hoa sitting at the desk. She turned toward him, answering calmly, "I eaten already. I left some food for you in the kitchen." Smiling, Hua Then sank into the sofa, the same spot where Bai Dao had been lying earlier, startling the cat. He looked flushed from drinking, his tone half playful. "You even remembered to save me food. I'll eat if I get hungry." He lifted Bai Dao in his arms, frowning slightly. "Have you gotten fatter?" The cat wriggled unhappily, perhaps offended, or perhaps just avoiding the smell of alcohol on his breath. Huang Hoa slowly approached Hua Thun. She leaned closer, as if trying to catch a familiar scent from him. The faint trace of alcohol reached her nose, and her brows furrowed. In a doubtful tone, she asked, "Did you just come back from drinking, or did you go to a brothel?" Her question startled Hua Thene. He instantly sat upright, so abruptly that Bai Dao jumped down in fright and scampered away. "What? Why would you think that?" he exclaimed, his voice full of panic. But in Kuang Hoa's mind, troubling images appeared, visions of beautiful women surrounding Hua Then, laughing and clinging to him. The thought made her chest tighten with unease. She whispered that there was a strange scent on him. Puzzled, Hua Then raised his sleeve to his nose. Only then did he realize the fragrance came from Wang Jun's car, where he had sat earlier. He felt wronged, being accused of something so shameful, when he knew he could never commit such an act. A flood of thoughts ran through him. A good man like me would never do that. Absolutely nothing illegal, nothing dishonorable. He quickly explained, "What are you imagining? There are no brothels in this age. That's against the law. If anyone tried, the police would arrest them immediately." He tried to reassure her further, half joking. "Don't worry, I won't sell you off when I run out of money. A decent man doesn't do such things." Hearing about the laws of this era left Kuang Ha wide-eyed with surprise. She had not realized that this world was bound by so many rules. Hua Then pressed on, warning her that if limits didn't exist, even selling one's body, liver, or kidneys could become transactions. Don't think that just because life looks peaceful, it's safe everywhere. Where there is light, there will always be darkness. Bad people will never disappear. These words painted frightening pictures in Kuang Hoa's imagination. She saw shadows of cruel people trying to harm her, and fear crept deep into her bones. Yet, looking at Hua Then, she felt comfort. He was not one of those frightening men. Noticing her troubled expression, Hua Then decided not to say more. Instead, he changed the subject. His tone lighter. He asked if she had been feeling more comfortable in recent days, but reminded her to stay cautious. She nodded absently, her mind still clouded by worry. Leaving her to her thoughts, Hua Then went to the kitchen to check on the food. On the counter, he found a large plate carefully covered with a white cloth. For a moment, his heart softened. She did this for me. Even if he wasn't hungry, he thought he must eat. Otherwise, he might never again have the chance to taste something she prepared with such care. He lifted the cloth gently, ate, and then carried the dishes to the sink, washing them himself, so she wouldn't have to. After cleaning up, he stepped out, passing by Kumaun Hoa, who was still quietly working at the desk. He moved back to the sofa, sinking down with a sigh. His gaze lingered on her. What would it feel like to hold someone in my arms? The thought kept growing. The more he looked at her, the stronger the urge became. Yet, fear of her anger restrained him. Finally, he broke the silence. "How did you feel when you met my father last time?" Kuang Ho hesitated before answering softly. "I don't set no." Hua Then hest see is dimmed as he continued. He's always been conservative. He rarely smiles at me. His face is always stern, filled with expectations. Sometimes, I envy other families, the way they eat together, talk together, take simple walks. I've never had that. She listened silently, unsure how to comfort him. Lowering his head, Hua Then stared at his hands. His voice grew heavy. "Since I was a child, he has never hugged me, not once. Sometimes I think, if he could just hug me one time, it would be enough. But he never has." He lifted his face and looked at her. "So can you hug me once? Let me know what that feels like." The request left Kuang Hoa frozen. Her heart raced. Why has it come to this? She wondered. Why is he asking me this? Sensing her hesitation, Hua Then smiled bitterly. "Forget it. You sit or not him. You don't need to do this. Not everything you wish for can be yours. I still have to accept that." Seeing his disappointment, a pang of sympathy stirred inside her. She clenched her fists, gathering courage. At last, she stood and walked over to him, spreading her arms in silent agreement. Her cheeks flushed red. Hua Then immediately rose, gripping her shoulders and pulling her into a tight embrace. The sudden warmth of his arms made her heart race uncontrollably. At first, she felt flustered, overwhelmed, but as the moments passed, her body relaxed. She accepted the embrace, letting the calm wash over her. And so, the two stood together, holding each other. Beneath them, Biadao tilted its head curiously, unable to understand what was happening between these two humans. After the embrace, Kuang Hoa softly asked Hua Then if it was enough, yet he gently replied that he wanted to hold on just a little longer. Being hugged by a man for so long made her body tremble with embarrassment. But Hua Then's intentions were pure. All he wanted was to experience the warmth of a simple embrace. He could clearly feel the softness and warmth of Kwang Hoa's body, along with the faint fragrance of shampoo lingering in her hair. His arms held her firmly, and if not for the fear of frightening her, he would have tightened his hold even more. Once again, she shyly asked if it was enough. Realizing that he might have held her for too long, Hua Than immediately released her and sincerely thanked her for letting him feel what a hug was like. Flustered, she waved her hands, saying it was nothing worth thanking for. He smiled faintly, stood up, and explained that perhaps he had drunk a little too much and was feeling dizzy, so he needed a shower. Watching his back as he left, Hua found herself surprised. She thought that perhaps Hua Than wasn't as carefree as he outwardly appeared. The next morning, Guang Ho took out her sword for practice, as part of her daily routine. Her sword movements were sharp, precise, and filled with discipline. Guang Tun, standing nearby, recorded her training with his phone. After a while, he stopped filming. Sweat glistened on her forehead, but her form remained steady. As always, Guang Tun greeted her warmly, and she politely responded. Curious, he asked if this type of sword training was meant for building strength. Guang Ho calmly replied that it was, even adding with a touch of pride that she was stronger than him. Quan Then was skeptical at first, but when he saw her holding the sword with such power, even he began to sweat nervously. With his phone still in hand, he looked at her pitifully, his eyes full of silent pleading. Finally, he dropped to his knees, declaring that he wanted to learn kung fu as well. His sudden action shocked Kuang Hoa, who looked at him in disbelief, unsure of what he was trying to do. Wathan looked up earnestly and explained that kung fu was a part of traditional culture, and it would be a shame to let it fade away. Unlike her doubt, his face was glowing with excitement. Determined, he vowed that he would practice diligently and one day become a new generation master. He even struck a martial arts pose to prove his resolve. But within less than 10 minutes, Hua Than's determination had already withered. Exhausted and out of breath, he collapsed to his knees. In contrast, Huang Hua remained composed and serious. She sternly reminded him that martial arts required endurance, long-term training, and unwavering perseverance. If he truly wanted to be a new generation master, he could not give up so easily. Completely pale and gasping for air, Hua Then refused, saying he couldn't take it anymore. All he wanted was a healthy body, nothing more. Huang Hoa, however, reassured him that with perseverance, even he could achieve it. If he could stand still for half an hour, she promised to teach him boxing. Hua Than's imagination then drifted to a heroic vision of himself standing barehanded in the snow, unshaken by the cold. He asked if such training could make him that strong. Klong Holo looked at him, utterly puzzled, and questioned why he would even want to stand barehanded in snowfall. Wouldn't he freeze? Laughing it off, Hua Than replied that it was just a random thought. Soon, winter arrived in Jiangcheng. The first snowfall covered the bridge in white, marking the beginning of Hua Than's more serious martial arts training. That day, he took Huang Hoa out to enjoy the winter atmosphere. The roads were slippery, but Huang Hoa seemed to love the weather, her spirit light and cheerful. Watching her, Hua Than wondered if the once anxious girl was finally revealing her true lively self. Her radiant smile was proof of how much she was enjoying life now. After playing for a while, Hua Than gently took her hand and said, "All right, we'll play more later. The driver is waiting." She nodded happily, following him. Inside the car, they sat opposite each other. Kudung Hoa, observing everything curiously, seemed surprised at the sight of the driver comfortably steering, without struggling through harsh weather, like in the world she once knew. She turned to Hua Then and asked if she could also do this one day. Hua Then shook his head, explaining that driving wasn't so simple. Without proper training, one mistake could cause a fatal accident. For now, he couldn't allow her to learn. Huang Hua then asked why he knew how to drive, but didn't own a car himself. Hua Then laughed and simply replied, "Because I'm poor." When they finally arrived at their destination, Hua Then gently reminded her not to be nervous. It was only a simple meal with some conversation. He told her to remember her role. Huang Ho, the girl who had escaped from War Valley to work as a hired hand. Stammering, she nodded in reply, "Yes, I remember." Afterwards, the two continued strolling together. Suddenly, Hua Than spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Excited, he called out loudly, "Hey, is that Uncle Tan?" Then, without warning, he quickly turned to Kuang Ho and told her to hold his hand. Though hesitant, she followed his instructions, clutching his sleeve tightly. In her mind, she reminded herself it was just pretend. nothing more. Still, despite the reasoning, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she carried out the gesture. Hearing his name, Uncle Tan turned around, visibly surprised. "Oh my, I was wondering who was calling. Kid, what brings you here today?" he asked cheerfully. Hua Than smiled proudly and replied, "I came to introduce my girlfriend to my parents." He then pointed to Kwang Hoa and said, "This is Uncle Tan, who almost became my father-in-law." Startled, she hurriedly bowed and greeted the elder, nodding repeatedly out of respect. Meanwhile, the dog Uncle Tan was walking seemed to take a liking to her immediately. Its tail wagged non-stop, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Intrigued, Hua Than asked, "When did you get this dog?" The uncle replied with a grin, "I've had it for about 2 months. His name is Hung Ba." Then, leaning closer, he whispered into Hua Than's ear, "When you have time, teach How To a few tricks. He's grown up now but still has no love interest." Hua Than puffed out his chest with pride. "Uncle, How To is an honest man. You should set up some blind dates for him." The uncle chuckled and agreed. "That's true, I'll think about it." While the two chatted, Huang Hua happily played with Hung Ba, enjoying the dog's friendly nature. After a short exchange, Hua Thun bid farewell. "Uncle, take your time considering it. We'll head out first." The uncle waved cheerfully. "All right, you two go on ahead." Hua Thun walked away feeling quite accomplished, smugly thinking to himself that he had just solved a major life issue for his brother. As they continued their stroll, Hua Thun Hen turned to Huang Ha and spoke cryptically. "There's a good proverb that says, once a play begins, even without an audience, it must be performed to the end. Understand?" She blinked, clearly not understanding his meaning. With a smirk, he clarified, "Like this hand-holding thing, it's completely normal. Stop staring at my hand as if it's something strange." He added, "Later, when we meet my mother, don't be nervous. If you don't know how to answer her questions, just mumble through it." "Do you know what mumbling means?" From her blank expression, it was clear she understood nothing. The scene shifted in Hua Than's mind. He became the strict teacher, while Huang Hoa turned into his naive student. In a hoarse, mock-serious voice, Teacher Hua explained, "For example, if she asks whether you're from here, if your IQ is low, just mumble. But if your IQ is high, answer like this: 'No, I'm from somewhere else. I'm not from here.' Just affirm, then deny." Kuang Ho frowned, completely confused. "Those answers sound the same," she said. Kuang Then shook his head firmly. "No, they set read different. If you only say yes or nod, she set will doubt you, but if you give those sentences, it sounds sincere." Like a dedicated instructor, he continued, "If she asks what you do, don't say you play games. That won't be accepted. Instead, say you're handling some personal business. That answer works perfectly." Still puzzled, she repeated, "Personal business?" He nodded confidently, "Yes. And if she presses further, just tell her it's the business you're doing." Exasperated, she asked again, "But what kind of work?" Hua Thon, using the same tone, simply replied, "It's Set's personal business. Have you learned it yet?" Amazed by the vagueness of his logic, she stiffly answered, "I think I Sef learned it." Later, as they walked home, Hua Then reassured her, "Just adapt to the situation. I nist him here, you only need to play the role of a good girlfriend." The moment they entered the house, Hua Thane called out loudly, "Mom, I'm home." At once his mother rushed out, face full of joy. "You're back," she exclaimed warmly. With calm confidence, Hua Then gestured to the girl beside him. "This is my girlfriend, Hua Hoa. I brought her home for you to meet." In contrast to his ease, Kwang Ho blushed shyly before his mother. Hua Then added, "This is my mother. You can call her aunt if you like." Lowering her head, Kwang Ho quickly greeted, "Hello, aunt." His mother's eyes softened instantly. "Oh, hello dear, don't be so formal. The meal isn't ready yet, so you two sit and relax." Inwardly she thought, even prettier than in the photo. Afterwards, Hua Than took Kwang Ho's hand and said, "Come with me to my room." Once inside, he gently reached for her hat and coat. "It's hot inside, take these off." But just then, Hua Than's father walked in. Seeing the two together so closely, he froze in surprise, not understanding what he had just witnessed. Hua Then quickly addressed his father, "Dad, look, today I brought my girlfriend home to meet you and Mom. We met before. Her name is Kwang Hoa." His father, still showing a hint of hesitation, seemed to struggle to remember her. Hua Than gestured toward her and added, "Let me hang up your coat for you." He noticed the sweater she was wearing, a couple's item, and waited, confident for some reaction from his father. His father, seemingly unimpressed, replied, "What Sep's there to be so happy about?" Hua Thane, undeterred, said proudly, Dad, I'm happy because I have a girlfriend now. He felt a quiet triumph. Here was a girl from over 1,000 years ago, standing beside him, and she was now his. Huang Hoa, on the other hand, looked awkward, her eyes darting nervously around the room. Hua Thane, inwardly delighted, gave his father a subtle thumbs up, and led the two of them to the living room. There, the three of them enjoyed pastries and tea. Hua Then peeled an orange for Kung Ha, smiling as he said, "Make yourself at home. Eat this. It sits very sweet." Suddenly, he remembered, "Oh no, I forgot to bring some fruits for today sits visit." His father waved off the concern. "We don't set need trivial things. The meal is ready." Soon, his mother called, "Thene too. Come here and set the table." Hua Thene obediently led Kuang Hoa to wash her hands. "Wash here, I shall help set the table," he said. Just as she finished, his mother called again, "Kuang Hoa, dear, come sit down. Don't set be so formal." In front of her lay a lavishly set table, with Hua Than's parents waiting. Feeling the warmth of the family, Kuang Ha hurriedly took her seat. Hua Than immediately served her rice. "Sit down, dear. Pick up your chopsticks," he said gently. Though Kuang Hoa tried to relax, a small worry lingered in her mind. "It's just a meal. Why does it feel so different from what I imagined?" Hua Then noticed her unease. "Why are you so nervous?" he asked, picking up some food for her and praising his mother's cooking. "My mother's sweet and sour ribs are delicious," he said. She quickly thanked him, while his mother watched the interaction with a pleased smile. His father, however, seemed less impressed. As the meal continued, Kuang Ho gradually adapted to the atmosphere. She ate heartily, finishing bowl after bowl, almost matching the combined portions of his parents. After the meal, Huan Thun went to the kitchen to wash dishes. His father followed shortly and suggested, "Later, come to the study with me for a bit." Huan Thun agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside, his mother offered Kuang Hoa some water, but she politely declined. "Aunt, please don't be so formal," she said, settling beside her. Hua Than's mother smiled warmly. "Don't be nervous, dear," she said, gently guiding Kuang Hoa to sit. She asked curiously, "This boy has a girlfriend and didn't even tell me. Are you two living together?" Kuang Hoa blushed, thinking, saying we said are living together isn't set exactly wrong. She replied shyly, "We said have been together for quite a while." The mother continued, "Oh, for a long time. Where is your home? You said are not from Jiangcheng, are you?" Remembering Hua Than's instructions to affirm then deny, she confidently said, "Yes, I'm from elsewhere, not Jiangcheng. I live in a stream valley." Hua Than, listening, could only shake his head silently. In the study, an argument began brewing between father and son. "What do you mean living together?" his father demanded. Hua Than scratched his head. "Dad, don't worry, she's just staying here temporarily. We only eat together." His father's displeasure grew, worry lines deepening on his face. Thinking to himself, Hua Than reassured, "It's just pretend for now. Nothing serious can happen." Out loud, he said firmly, "Don't worry, Dad. As long as the rent is free, we'll figure out the rest later." His father, pointing sharply at him, snapped, "We'll talk about the rent later. First, I need to talk to you about living together." A loud slam echoed through the room, and Hua Than's eyes widened in alarm. Why has Dad become so fierce all of a sudden? He glanced back at his mother sitting with Kuang Hoa, growing even more anxious. Quickly, he decided to act. "It's getting late, Mom. We should go," he said, adjusting Kuang Hoa Sip's hat. "It's cold outside, so it's best to leave early." They exchanged polite farewells. Hua Then Sip's mother smiled and called after them, "Be careful on your way and rest early. Goodbye." With that, Hua Then and Kuang Hoa stepped out, the winter evening air brushing against them as they walked away from the house, hearts still lightly fluttering from the evening's mix of warmth, tension, and family introductions. After saying their goodbyes, the two left the house. Hua Then's father came out again, a curious expression on his face. "How was that girl, Kuang Hoa?" he asked. "She sets very good," Hua Then replied. His father Sep's expression shifted into concern. "What does she do for a living?" "She works independently," Hua Then answered. "Independently? What does that mean?" his father asked, brows furrowed. "It means she does some work on her own," Hua Then explained patiently. "And where is she from?" his father pressed. "From a valley in the city," Hua Then answered. His father, still confused, asked for clarification. "Which valley?" Hua Then Sit's mother intervened. "That city." After a series of questions and answers, they had a fairly detailed summary. Her name was Kuang Ho. She had a very good personality, worked independently, and came from a valley in the city. Both parents were left momentarily stunned. His father, frustrated, grabbed the curtain irritably. "We didn't learn anything. They just had a meal, scammed us for rent, and left." He muttered further, "They didn't even bring fruit. It's no different from the boy coming alone." On the way back, Hua then turned to Kwang Hoa. "Are you full? If not, I can cook noodles for you at home." "I'm full," she said simply, explaining that she ate less these days. Hua then nodded, unsurprised. "That's normal. People who exercise a lot like you will naturally eat less. The food here is plentiful, rice and dishes together, easy to feel full, but you should still be careful. Eat a little less, or your lightness skills will be affected." Kwang Hoa turned pale. "I'll eat a bit less," she promised. "Don't starve yourself either," Hua then added quickly. "Your martial arts training consumes a lot of energy. Just don't overeat, and you still be fine. Once I buy a scale, we can adjust your diet." Kwang Hoa frowned, imagining all sorts of unpleasant things. Hua then laughed softly. "I am just teasing. You still see when I get it." He thought to himself, "This girl learns fast. I have to take the chance to tease her while I can." Hua Ho glared at him, but he immediately changed the subject. "The taxi is here. Let's go." In the blink of an eye, they were home. Kwang Ho sat in front of the computer, staring at the screen with worry. "At this rate, who knows how many years it will take to pay off the debt and support myself," she thought. Turning to Hua Then, she asked quietly, "Young master, is there no other way to make money?" Hua Then pondered while eating, considering countless ways to earn money online. Choosing one feasible option was difficult, and explaining it clearly would take time. Looking at her, he said, "Just keep playing games for now. We'll talk about making money later. You often wonder what you can do. If you really find something you like later, it won't be too late to decide. These short dozen years, happiness is the most important," he added. "After all, you came here to enjoy life, right?" Kwang Hoa lowered her head. "I have nothing," she murmured. Then she looked up, glancing at the orange tabby cat lying on the chair. "Does the cat also come to enjoy?" Hua Then shook his head. "I am not a cat, so I don't know how it feels, but I am very jealous of you, free from social conventions." Kwang Hoa frowned, puzzled by the words, "free from conventions, for example." Suddenly, Hua Then stopped explaining and walked away. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you," he said, leaving Kwang Hoa a bit annoyed. Why stop talking halfway? If it were me, I would have punched him already, she thought. He reached the bathroom and said, "You shall understand later. I am going to take a shower first." "Oh, right, I hate two types of people the most." "What's the second type?" Kwang Hoa called after him. The door slammed shut, and Hua Then disappeared, leaving her fuming, fists raised in frustration. After showering, Hua Then sat next to her. In games, there sits a type of person called a merchant. Usually there are two kinds. The first type is monopolistic. They hold all the resources. The second type takes advantage of information asymmetry. "I don't know what information asymmetry is," Kung Ho admitted. Hua Then continued patiently. "In the past, those in power often used this. For example, if natural disasters were coming, they would hoard food and raise prices, forcing the poor to sell homes, land, even daughters. Resource monopoly helped them consolidate power." He then patted the bed, inviting her over. "Come here, girl, warm my bed." "I won't be a girl warming your bed," she exclaimed, standing her ground. Hua Then smiled inwardly. Kwang Hoa is like a blank slate. After 1,000 years, she almost has to relearn everything from scratch. If I explain too much, she might not understand. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Humanities search online for humanities. Soon, the two were seated in front of the computer. Hua Then opened a web page, and Kwang Ho peered at it curiously. "What's this?" she asked. "This is what you are missing," Hua Then explained. "Literature, painting, music, drama, cinema, these are the concrete expressions of humanities." Hua Then scratched his head, then picked up his phone. "Let me find some novels and movies suitable for her," he thought. "We can spend a little time every day watching together." Kwang Ho looked up curiously. "After I learn these things, there won't be any more rumors about you, right?" Hua Then avoided her gaze, answering casually, "Of course, now you don't even understand when I and joking. Go take a shower, don't play anymore today." The girl lowered her head. "Rumors? You are not going to trick me, right? Trick me into being your girlfriend?" Her words struck Hua Then like a bolt to the chest. Choking on the water he had been drinking, his mood tensed instantly. "How do you know?" "No, Why would you even think that? Kuang Hoa said softly, nothing. I feel you don't need to be so guilty. Hua Then jumped up. That sips slander. How can you slander an innocent person for no reason? Go take a shower quickly. Obediently, Unol left, and Wath and Hein finally exhaled in relief. Yet, recalling her words made him uneasy again. This girl must be very strange, he thought, glancing at the computer's search history. Boyfriends and girlfriends spending time together, growing closer every day. That's normal. So why would she think I'm tricking her? He realized she had placed him into this game of perception. At the same time, he also started noticing Kuang Hoko's sincere, genuine personality. I can't let this go unrewarded, he thought. 15 minutes later, Kuang Hoa emerged from her shower, hair wrapped in a towel, fumbling slightly. She asked, why do you have that expression on your face? Nothing, Hua Thenner replied, smiling. Come here, I said I'll dry your hair for you. The girl sat down on the chair, waiting patiently. Thoughts swirled in her mind, making her uneasy. She had originally believed Hua Then only wanted to trick her into being his girlfriend. He must have hoped I'd be as naive as possible. Yet now, recalling how he had helped her supplement her knowledge earlier, she realized she had been overthinking. Hua Then truly only wanted to help her, plain and simple. Hua Then, lying comfortably on the bed, suddenly heard his phone buzz. Groggily, he picked it up and answered, only to be greeted by an angry voice. What did you say to my father? The other person demanded. I just said the name Hung Ba is very nice. Hua Then replied calmly. Tan Hao scoffed. Playing dumb, huh? What about the matchmaking thing? Hua Then laughed smugly. I brought my girlfriend home. Your dad saw her, and he got excited. Besides, she's already made me a love-filled breakfast. I'm hanging up now. With that, he ended the call. Yawning widely, he took a few steps into the living room. Early morning rambling from that guy always felt strangely comforting. There, he saw Kuang Ho practicing with her sword. You set her up early today, she remarked calmly. For the health of my kidneys, and to have a strong, healthy body, you need to exercise a lot, Hua Then bragged. She raised an eyebrow and corrected him immediately, adjusting his posture with her sword. Bend your knees a bit, raise your hands higher, relax your shoulders. After several adjustments, Huathanei suddenly remembered something. I heard there exists a method for quick learning. To practice divine skills, some people castrate themselves, or there are evil cultivation methods, like dual cultivation, with orthodox techniques. Kuang Hoa's eyes widened in alarm. Do you want to castrate yourself? Her expression was serious, her face pale. No, I want to dual cultivate, Hua Then replied casually. From serious to embarrassed, Kuang Hoa stammered, there sets no such cultivation method. Hua Then stared at her. It seems there is. Even angrier now, Kuang Ho trembled. Why is this guy so hateful? She thought. A soft sigh escaped Huathana. He had now reached level 8 in his training. Eagerly, he ran to the mirror to check for changes, flexing his arms. No significant difference. Slightly disappointed, he muttered. Seems there's nothing different. He let his thoughts wander. A female warrior as a girlfriend, isn't that the ultimate male protagonist setup? Meet a female warrior by chance, learn supreme divine skills, adventure together, destroy a few evil organizations, and finally live as soulmates in seclusion, deep in the mountains. He smiled at the plan he had imagined, but reality hit. I still have my parents, living in seclusion won't work. I have to stay an ordinary person. His dream shattered, Hua Then sat pensively in his chair. Beside him, Kuang Hoa lay reading a book. The orange tabby cat pawed at the few remaining books on the table, looking for amusement. Hua Then stared at her for a long time, then turned to his phone. Reading like that will easily make you nearsighted, he said softly, a hint of concern in his voice. Hearing Hua Then Hest's warning, Kuang Hoa quickly covered her face with the book. Hua Then Hest chuckled and added, it sets best to put the book on the table and read it properly. Sitting up, Kuang Ho asked curiously, what is myopia? Hua Then replied, it's when your eyes can't see clearly, and you need glasses. I remember you have a pair somewhere, let me find them. With that, he got up and walked toward the wardrobe. After a moment of fumbling, he handed her a pair of square-framed glasses. Here, these are non-prescription, just for show, for those who like to look stylish, he explained. Watching her hold the glasses, Hua Then pointed to his temple and said, do you remember my father? He wears glasses like this. Following his instructions, Kuang Hoa put the glasses on and asked, am I wearing them correctly? Kuang Then immediately pulled out his phone and snapped a picture. They both admired it together. Look, you look really beautiful. Strange, but beautiful, he said, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Hua Then suddenly turned to look at Kuang Ho again. The girl Sip's cuteness stirred something in him, and his face turned red. Damn, I want to hug this adorable female warrior again, he thought. To cover his embarrassment, he quickly added, I Sip, I'm reminded of my father again. Kuang Hoa tilted her head in confusion. What about your father? It's about this, hasn't your second mother ever given you the feeling of being embraced? Hua Than asked. Kuang Hoa replied honestly, we are often together. In the cold winter, mother will hold me tight. Her words pricked Hua Then like salt in a wound. He hid his pain and murmured, I see. Just then, Hua Then Hesp's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he said, Wang Zijun Set's calling. Zijun, sitting in his car, asked, are you at home now? Yeah, what Sip's up? Hua Then replied. About that part-time job I mentioned last time, I've looked into it. You can check the document beside you. I'm outside now, coming to explain more. Wait for me, Zijun said before ending the call. Almost immediately, a voice outside called, I stum here. Kuang Hoa darted to the door. Surprising Hua Then, she peered through the peephole with intense focus. This invention is great. If a bad person appears, I can stab them with my sword through the door gap, she exclaimed. Zijun, shivering in the cold outside, finally saw her open the door. Tell me, it's freezing to death out here, he said. Come in, Kuang Ho replied firmly, her gaze steady. Zijun blinked in confusion. The person greeting him wasn't Hua Then, but a girl. I'm sorry, I must have the wrong house, he stammered. Hua Then grabbed his sleeve. Come in. Where do you think you're going? Looking around, Zijun asked again, is this your house? I thought I knocked on the wrong door. Hua Then smiled. You met my girlfriend last time. Have you forgotten already? Your kidney problem must be affecting your memory. The three of them settled on the sofa. Zijun exhaled in relief. I said I'm alive again, he whispered to Hua Then. No wonder I haven't seen you around. So you been playing house with your girlfriend, huh? Hua Then elbowed him lightly. Get to the point. Are you reliable or not? Don Set let it slip during the investigation. Otherwise, it'll all be for nothing. Of course I'm reliable. Didn't you want a record of past events? A female salesperson would definitely work, Zijun said, opening a folder and taking out a thick stack of papers. Just fill in the job title, then sign off at the end of the shift. Keep track of wine bottles sold, summarized weekly. It's discreet, mobile, and no one familiar will notice. The books can be checked. Hua Then examined the papers carefully and nodded. Perfect. The more discreet, the better. We need to prepare in advance, even if I don't fully understand their procedures. Turning to Kuang Hoa, he said, come here and sign your name. She took the paper and examined it suspiciously. What is this? Hua Then reassured her. Don't worry, I not selling you. These documents prove that you worked here 2 years ago. Scrolling through his phone, Hua Then worried briefly. What if she hasn't learned to write her name yet? He typed out her name carefully. Look, this is how to write it. Press here to sign. Zijun looked astonished. She doesn't even know how to write her own name. Hua Then proudly explained. It sets a long story. She wandered outside for 15 years, then happened to meet me. You don't know how silly she used to laugh. Imagine how miserable that was. Zijun shook his head. Keep talking nonsense. I be a dog to believe you. Kuang Hoa, gripping the pen tightly, thought to herself, this is infuriating, but I can't hit anyone. Hoa Then patted Zijun's shoulder with a smile. Stay for dinner. You worked hard this time, okay? Then he turned to Kuang Hoa. Let's make a bit more today. Without hesitation, the little girl slipped into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began preparing food. Watching her through the glass door, Zijun frowned in surprise. Cooking at home? I thought you just drag us to a nearby restaurant. Seeing Kuang Ho-sit's natural skill, Zijun couldn't help but admire her. That sip's amazing. I want to trade for a girlfriend who can cook too. Hua Then burst out laughing. Go ahead and trade if you want, just don't forget to mind your health. The sound of a chair scraping across the floor interrupted their banter. Zijun leaned back and said, I want to install a new set of equipment soon. If you free, help me make a list. Are you assembling it yourself? Hua Then asked. If not, I can introduce you to a friend. You just need to go there and pay. That works, Zijun replied. Opening Hua Then Sip's computer, he squinted at the screen. Wait a second, why is everything in traditional Chinese characters? I like it that way, Hua Then answered casually, tossing him a tangerine. Zijun chuckled. You've been acting really strange lately. but still, how do you know so much when you lack everything? Hua Then replied calmly, because poor people have to study, while rich people like you just buy time with money. Zijin paused, peeling the tangerine in his hand, when suddenly something felt off. The peel slipped from his fingers. Hold on, did you take the wrong medicine today? He rushed over and patted Hua Than's face. Normally you'd just tell me to get lost. Did I mistake you for someone else? Do you have a twin brother named Hua Qian? Get lost. You're the one who's sick. Hua Then waved him off. Deep down he thought, why am I explaining so much? She's not Kuang Hoa, so a few random words should have been enough. His anger faded. Too many strange things had happened in the past 6 months, like suddenly living with someone from a parallel world. Who would ever believe that? Zijin sighed. You keep bringing home people with unclear backgrounds. First a girlfriend, now this job, what sips next? I've been through so much and still haven't found one. Have you ever watched My Love from the Star? Hua Than asked suddenly. Zijin blinked, confused. Trying to hold back his laughter, Zijin teased. You mean she sits an alien? Too much studying really messed with your head. No, Hua Then replied with a sigh. I'm just explaining it in a way your IQ might understand. Even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't get it. Zijun froze, still chewing on the deeper meaning, while Hua Then had already slipped into the kitchen. Inside, Kuang Ho was fully focused on cooking, her movements delicate and gentle. Sweat ran down her forehead, and she wiped it away, unintentionally making Hoa Then smile. You look so beautiful like this, he praised, very much like a virtuous wife and loving mother. The sudden words startled Kuang Hoa. Blushing furiously, she snapped, what nonsense are you talking about? How annoying. Catching his reflection in the blade of her knife, Hua Then quickly backpedaled. I just came to check. Looks like you're busy. Seems like you don't need my help either. Still, Kuang Ho couldn't shake the embarrassment. His casual compliment kept echoing in her head as she chopped chilies with practiced ease. A few minutes later, a simple yet warm dinner of 3 dishes was ready. The 3 of them gathered around the table. After the first bite, Zijun exclaimed, this is really delicious. Then eat more, Hua Then urged enthusiastically. The 2 men laughed and chatted, making Kuang Ho glance at them. Something about the scene felt strange. Wasn't this just a guest visiting? Why did it look like the husband was entertaining while the wife prepared dinner? After the meal, Zijun finally stood up to leave. Dawn set, forget about the computer thing, he reminded. The sooner, the better. Got it. See you, Hua Then replied. When the house grew quiet again, Hua Then watched Huang Ho tidying up. He deliberately picked up the stack of dishes, saying warmly, you must be tired from cooking. Take a rest, let me wash these. By the way, I have something to tell you. As he scrubbed the dishes, he continued, from today on, you are no longer an ancient person who fell from the sky. We've prepared a new identity for you. He laid out the fabricated story. Kuang Hoa had lost her parents at a young age and wandered the wilderness of Zhejiang. At 16, she came to Jiangsheng, where she worked to survive. One day, she met a kind young man named Hua Then. They became friends, grew close, and eventually fell in love. Together, they tried searching for her parents, but failed. In the end, under Hua Then's persuasion, she agreed to live with him. Finishing his tale, Hua Then leaned back proudly. See, that sounds reasonable, right? If you weren't my girlfriend, why would I go to such lengths for a stranger? This can only be a great love. Moving closer, he gently stroked her hair and asked, do you understand? The little girl's cheeks flushed crimson. I understand. A great love, she whispered shyly. Hua Then lowered his hand, his own face tinged with red. Avoiding Kuang Ho's gaze, he said quietly, once you're familiar with modern life here, we'll go to the administrative office. I think there might be some issues after marriage, so we need to resolve your identity quickly. Actually, as long as people gradually understand who you are, that would count as success. Kuang Ho clenched her fists and looked at him with a strange intensity. Are you joking with me? She asked, her voice sharp. Her heart pounded wildly, a feeling she usually only experienced before a fight. Hua Then immediately waved his hands in panic. No, absolutely not. This isn't a joke. Seeing Kuang Ho's almost murderous glare, he quickly tried to explain. Look, we are boyfriend and girlfriend now. Your hair is messy. Let me help you comb it. That sits perfectly normal, right? Gradually, the little girl's emotions calmed. But we said just acting, she reminded him. You said you're my benefactor. You can touch me. I won't touch you. Hua Then reassured her quickly. Absolutely not. Now, lower your fists too. Sitting on the sofa, Hua Then buried his face in his hands, feeling self-reproachful. Careless, he thought. I can't even touch her fingernails without overthinking. He covered his mouth and stayed quiet for a moment. Then, closing his eyes, he admitted softly, "All right, to be honest, I did have intentions." Kuang Hoa looked at him, confused. He continued, carefully explaining, "Look, we've been living together for months. Isn't set there a saying, familiarity breeds affection? Naturally, I developed good feelings for you, which grew into liking you. Isn't set that normal?" Kuang Hoa's eyes widened in surprise. You like me," she stammered, barely believing it. "That Sep's right," Hua Thang confirmed. "I really like you now." The little girl quickly turned her face away, muttering, "This isn't set right. We must stay upright and clear-minded. This is still not right." Hua Then froze at her words, stunned by the hint of rejection. Could it be you set you're already married? That wouldn't set be okay. "No, it's not that," she retorted, frustration clear in her tone. "What sit's not okay about it? An unmarried man and woman if you like me. Why should I refuse your help? Do you think I sits am a bootlicker?" A thought suddenly flashed through Hua Than Sip's mind, and he blurted, "Huang Hoa, I want to lick you." Her mind short-circuited instantly. The image of Hua Than from before, the playful, teasing version, flashed through her thoughts. "Let me lick you. I shall take care of you for life." Her head felt like it was going to explode. Shouting in embarrassment, she yelled, "No licking. If you dare touch me, I shall hit you." Hua Then, seeing her sparkling, indignant eyes, felt conflicted. She unconsciously stood up, unable to find words to refuse him. "You can't stay here any longer," he said firmly. "As for the debt of gratitude, let's consider it repaid. Over the past 6 months, I've helped you adjust to this world, and you've taught me kung fu. We owe each other nothing. You can leave any time, but before that, could you teach me one more set of martial arts? I'll rent another place for you to stay." Kuang Hoa asked quietly, "Why would you do that?" "Because I like you," Hua Fan replied honestly. "My feelings come from the heart. Liking you has nothing to do with gratitude. Are you saying that because I've helped you, you can't like me? That wouldn't be fair. You can dislike me, dislike that I stay home all day, dislike how I express myself. It's all fine, but you can't say you can't like me because I helped you. That's too unfair." The little girl hesitated, but, "No buts," Hua Than interrupted firmly. "Didn't your second mother say that if there are no feelings you shouldn't repay with your body? Aren't you staying here because you need support? Why not choose me?" His voice became more agitated with each word. Kuang Hoa turned away, covering herself with her hands. It's not that I hate you, but you want to use your tongue to lick me." He quickly tried to explain. "I meant I would treat you well, not that I actually want to stick out my tongue. I don't want to be hit by you either." Sitting down heavily, Hua Then patted the seat next to him. "Come here, let's talk about how I like you." "No," she whispered, her face burning red. A flicker of thought passed through her mind. Although his words made sense, something still felt off. In the quiet of her private room, Kuang Ho felt heavy-hearted. She thought, "I want to leave because I feel ashamed and want to escape. Is it because Ho Thun is my benefactor that I can't have feelings for him?" These thoughts circled endlessly in her mind. Then, a stronger thought awakened. "Why should I think like this? It's not right." Outside, Hua Than rested his chin on his hand, watching the cat curl up beside him, lost in thought. Should she stay or leave? He remained conflicted, heart aching as he considered her actions. Locking herself away for so long suggested she might have decided to leave. If not, she would have come out earlier. His eyes grew moist, the sight truly heartbreaking. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening reached him. Kung Ho's room. Footsteps grew louder. The little girl walked past Hua Then, her expression grim, glancing at him once before turning and leaving. She went straight to the kitchen. Hua Then jumped up, startled, even making the sleeping cat scatter. Hua Then Sip's eyes lit up at Kuang Hoa Sip's next action. The little girl continued washing fruits, preparing for dinner, her movements calm and precise. He approached, excitement bubbling in his voice. "Have you thought it through?" For a moment, only the sound of tomatoes being rinsed filled the air. Then Kuang Hoka finally spoke, her voice steady but firm. "What you said earlier, it was indeed very reasonable. Gratitude is gratitude, love is something else. They sit truly unrelated." She turned to glare at him, her expression serious yet tinged with shyness. "So," she continued, "you can like me, but you can't stick out your tongue and lick me because of it, and you can't do things like last time." A faint blush spread across her cheeks. Hua Thon smiled in satisfaction. "I promise," he said. Kuang Hoa added, Leaving now would be ungrateful to your kindness. Wait until I've repaid my debt of gratitude, then we'll talk. We'll talk when that day comes. Her ears were red as ripe tomatoes. Future matters, Hua then said lightly. We'll discuss them when the time comes. The rhythmic sound of chopping tomatoes echoed in the kitchen, as Kung Ho focused intently. He lingered, watching her, frustrated by his presence. She finally shouted, "Why are you still standing here?" "I just had some doubts," Hua Then replied calmly. "I wondered if you could distinguish between being grateful to someone and liking someone." Kuang Ho looked at him with a strange contemplative gaze. Kuan Then continued, "I am just afraid that if you like someone in your heart but mistake it for gratitude, that would be too unfortunate." The little girl stammered, I don't sit. Hawthorne thought to himself, indeed, she's feeling guilty, just as the books say. Kuang Hoa pressed her lips tightly together and asked quietly, "Is there any way to distinguish between gratitude and liking?" "Well," Hoa Than said immediately, a playful glint in his eyes, "I have a test." Dawn set move. He stepped closer to her, warning gently, "First, no hitting, okay?" Shyly, the little girl nodded. Then, Hua Then embraced her, her chin rested lightly on his shoulder, while his hands wrapped gently around her back. In that instant, Huang Ho's mind began to waver, her emotions fluttering like trapped butterflies. A few seconds later, Hua Then released her. "If you like someone," he said, pointing to his chest, "your heart will beat very fast. Now, my heart is also racing." Kuang Hoa lowered her head, her voice soft but rejecting. "The test is over. Now go, don't disturb me while I sip them cooking." Hua Thun agreed, stepping away, but his mind lingered on the embrace. If she didn't like me, she would have avoided it. How could she have let me touch her? Contrary to her earlier rigid behavior, Kuang Hoa's mood had visibly relaxed, but her mind was still chaotic, confused by feelings she didn't fully understand. After a while, dinner was ready. She served him a plate of tomato and egg stir-fry with 8 bowls of rice. Seeing Hua Then approach, Huang Ho quickly avoided him, not letting him speak a word. Emotions were secondary now, expanding her cultural awareness and adapting to modern life mattered more. Hua Thun observed her carefully. She rarely smiled, and when she did, it was only when something was within her understanding. He sighed. Helping someone from thousands of years ago adapt to modern life was no easy task, but who had asked him to fall in love with her? After dinner, he invited her to play a game. The sound of keyboard typing echoed through the room as Hua Thenhe focused, heart heavy with worry. Who could have predicted that telling a girl not to play games would be taken so literally? He yawned tiredly. "I'm going to rest first," he said. The little female knight softly replied, "Good night, Hua Thon." Watching his back as he left, Kuang Ho felt a twinge of worry. Her heart still churned, and she didn't know how to face him. By 10:30 p.m., she was still at the computer, typing furiously. Hua Than was sleeping soundly, completely unaware. Near his room door, a silhouette quietly opened the door. Kuang Hoa, wearing a cat ear hair clip, crept toward his bedside, her eyes fixed on him. She stared for a long moment, then quietly decided to leave. The next morning, the sound of the door opening startled them both as they ran into each other. Hua Than greeted, "Good morning," stepping closer. "Did you not sleep well last night? You look a bit tired." Little did he know, Kuang Hoa hadn't slept at all. Kuang Ho quickly replied that she had gone to bed late the previous night. The clock struck 7:25 in the morning, and 8 plates were already set out for breakfast. Kuan Then laughed loudly, full of energy. "Today, let's go out for a walk. I'll take you to experience some interesting places." After finishing breakfast, the two left the house. Kuang Hoe hesitated for a moment, asking if everything would be all right. Hue then smiled warmly, "Holding hands while walking is great. You can even feel each other's sep's heartbeat." The little girl glanced at him curiously. "Why do you seem to have no feeling?" she asked. Hua Than chuckled. "I sit, just happy." Hung Ho replied simply, "I don't stet." Even as they held hands, Hua Than's pinky finger twitched slightly, making the little girl jump and pull her hand back in surprise. Confused, she looked around. Hua Than reassured her, "Give me your hand." That was just a demonstration. Their hands found each other again, this time more securely. On the snow-covered road, the sight of Hua Than and Kuang Ho walking hand in hand was quietly beautiful. Soon, they boarded bus number 520. Sitting next to Hua Than, Kuang Ho asked, "Where are we going?" Hua Than grinned mysteriously, "To the final stop of life." The little girl turned her head, glaring at him. "What do you mean?" He laughed, "To experience life, just follow me." When they arrived at the bus stop, Kwang Ho watched his back, feeling a subtle warmth in her chest. Well, no need to worry about anything. Just let him arrange it, she thought. Their hands remained tightly clasped, and she realized this was the first time she had felt such a sense of comfort. After a while, they arrived at an electronics mall. On the escalator, Kuang Ha looked around, taking in the unfamiliar scene. Is this place specialized in selling computers? She asked. That's Sips, right, Hua Then replied. They buy and sell, and there are many other things too. They stopped in front of a repair shop. Hua Than called out cheerfully, Uncle Cow. The repairman looked up, smiling. Than, long time no see. Are you free today? Hua Then explained, someone asked me to assemble a computer. Here sits the deposit 20,000. Please take care of it. He handed over some important information about Tutuan. The sooner it sits done, the better. Contact this number when it sits ready for payment. Uncle Tao nodded. No problem, leave it to me. After finishing the matter, Hua Then and Kuang Ho left. Uncle Kal called after them, surprised. You see her leaving already? Hua Then laughed. I'm taking my girlfriend for a walk. Hand in hand, they continued their journey. Uncle Sao frowned, paying close attention. Soon, they reached Jiangcheng Square, bustling with people. Hoa Then pointed toward a statue near a tree. Moments later, he led Kuang Hoa across the street, over Daolu Bridge, and turned left. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a shop. This is where you used to work, he said gently. About 2 years ago, you sold wine here. Kuang Hoa looked surprised, her mind racing. Hua Then smiled and encouraged her. Do you remember now? Can you come here by yourself in the future? She nodded. I remember the route we took, but it seemed some memories were still hazy. She asked hesitantly, can I go inside and take a look? Hua Then immediately shook his head. Curiosity is good, but places like this are off limits. Though forbidden, Kuang Ho's eyes lingered on the shop, a mix of curiosity and nostalgia. They moved on to other locations. After walking for a while, Hua Then gently asked, are you hungry? Let's go eat at a BBQ buffet. Kuang Hoa agreed. Soon they arrived at a grill restaurant, the delicious aroma of perfectly cooked meat filling the air. But Kuang Hoa voiced her preference. I prefer a hot pot buffet. You put all the ingredients in, and don't set worry about burning them. Hua Then shook his head with a smile. Eating one type of ingredient in different ways is great too. Don't sit just focus on getting full, enjoy the food thoroughly. He picked up a freshly grilled piece of meat and offered it to her. Look, it sits cold outside, but we sit her in a warm place, grilling the food you like. That sits enjoyment. They ate happily, savoring the moment. After finishing, Kuang Hoa suddenly put down her chopsticks. Hua Then asked, concerned, are you full? She held her stomach and said shyly, can I have some more dessert? Her cute behavior made Hua Then Sit's heart race. Let me go get it for you, he said, excitement shining in his eyes. She blushed, replying, I can get it myself. Within minutes, Hua Then returned with 2 plates of dessert. Hong Ho finished most of it quickly. While eating, she recalled Hua Then's words about perfecting life. The restaurant's atmosphere grew quiet, contemplative. Then Hua Then noticed something across the room, teddy bears. Do you want one? He asked. It sets a free gift if you finish all the food on the table. Kuang Hoa's eyes lit up. Whether 2,000 years ago or now, women can't resist stuffed toys. At the teddy bear counter, Hua Then watched her with delight. Girls really like these, don't they? Just pick one to take home. After a while, Kuang Ho chose a cute brown teddy bear. Hugging it tightly, her shy smile warmed Hua Then's heart, and in that small moment, the day felt perfect. The color of the teddy bear immediately caught Hua Then's attention. It reminded him of the cat at home. The shade was exactly like a watermelon. Somehow, he noted to himself, it was printed as watermelon, even though a watermelon is clearly green. After they made their choice, they left the store. On the way back, Kuang Ho seemed curious about the purpose of the teddy bear. Kuan Then explained gently, it sets soft and cute. You can hug it when you sleep. Imagine that this bear is me, then hug it. To his surprise, she now showed a slightly teasing expression. That Sips, not exactly what I meant, she said, but treat it the way I treat you. After so many experiences in one day, only one thing remained, going to the movies. Hua Then turned to her with a smile. The cinema was a bit far, but he suggested they walk, both to burn off some of the meat they had just eaten, and to save some money. Huako agreed. Suddenly, Hua Then joked. If you were the girlfriend of some rich guy, by now you said probably be whining that you can set walk anymore. Kuang Ho tilted her head in confusion. Is something wrong with my feet? And what does whining mean? Hua then decided to demonstrate. It's like this. Oh my, I can't walk anymore. His exaggerated gestures left her completely bewildered. See? That's how it is. Do you want to try? He asked, smiling. But what appeared next surprised him. Kuang Ho glared at him with a frighteningly murderous expression. Hua then instinctively took a step back, startled. Soon, Hua then bought the tickets, a paper slip printed from a machine. While waiting, Huang Ha's curiosity wandered. Can't we watch these movies at home? She asked. He waved his hand emphatically. No, we sit or on a date. Watching in a theater is different. At home, you watch as if on a mission. Movies are for entertainment and relaxation. Here, you watch, you enjoy, and you stay quiet. If you want to talk, wait until the movie ends. Then, with a more serious expression, he asked, Can I hold your hand while we watch? Kuang Ho froze, unsure how to respond. My hands are rough and ugly. Why does he like holding them so much? Suddenly, a thought hit her, and her face paled with fear. I understand now. This guy has bad intentions. She angrily hit the teddy bear she was holding, shooting Hua Then a murderous glare. What did you just say? She demanded. Feeling uneasy, Hua Then have avoided her gaze. How can someone so small be so violent? He thought. To ease the tension, he asked gently, Will there be a day when you go crazy and beat me up? Kuang Hoa firmly shook her head. Then she thought of a solution. That's right, you should learn martial arts, so we can compete with each other, she said, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Hua Then signaled that wasn't necessary, then grabbed her hand. It's almost time, let's go into the theater, he said, full of excitement. Inside, the theater was quiet. Hua Then leaned toward her. This is popcorn. People usually eat it while watching movies. The film began, and Kuang Ho seemed absorbed in it. Her eyes reflected delight and curiosity. Kuan Then reached out his hand, and she immediately pushed it away. He whispered, Let sets hold hands while watching the movie. Her heart raced, a mix of shyness and fear. Our hands are men's hands. It won't be comfortable. But why does he insist on holding hands? He must have bad intentions. Her body trembled slightly. What is this girl thinking? Haven't we held hands before? Hua Then wondered. The movie ended, and people began leaving. They walked out together, side by side. Kong Hoka glanced at his hand. Do you like holding hands that much? She asked softly. Hua Than's face turned slightly red. Ah, I guess so. I don't have a hand-holding disease or anything. I just want to hold hands. If I go too far, you'd definitely hit me, he admitted. Hearing that, Kuang Hoa's cheeks flushed. Shyly, she extended her hand, and he took it. For a brief moment, they both felt a little awkward, like they had just gone through an unspoken struggle, but it was a pleasant one. Hua Then finally got what he wanted. To ease the tension, he asked, Did you like the movie? It was good, she replied softly. Hua Then let out a sigh of relief. Watching movies truly was a simple way to improve one's mood. For someone with little experience of modern life, the world could seem overwhelming. Hua Then reflected quietly. I'm trying to broaden her experiences, to expand her worldview, to help her understand life, values, and existence. But it's a long process. She'll need time to grasp everything and become independent. During this process, Hua Then admitted with a small, shy smile, Sometimes I won't be completely honest. If you notice, don't hit me, okay? His words made Kuang Ha extremely shy, leaving her unsure how to respond. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Hua Then gently asked, Do you feel your mind is more easily distracted than before? Kuang Hoa frowned in confusion. She didn't understand what he meant by distracted. He explained carefully, a little nervously. When you first came into this world, you were like a wild cat with bristled fur, drawing your sword at the slightest provocation, seemingly not caring about anything. A few months later, you gradually stopped drawing your sword, but you still remained silently vigilant. On the surface, you seemed normal, but you were always suspicious, needing to verify everything. Hua Then paused for a moment, then continued, But recently, since the day I told you I liked you, you've become like a fool, believing everything I say. Hearing this, Kuang Ho felt too shy to speak. Her hand tightened around his, almost without realizing it. Kuan Then noticed immediately, the grip was far too strong, and his face paled in pain. She quickly let go, realizing her strength. Hua Then reassured her gently, I one-stat pressure you, accept things at your own pace. Perhaps you act like this not because you like me, but because you depend on me, just like you used to depend on Ni Nu Wang. Kung Ho Ha hesitated, too embarrassed to speak. Hua Then, continued, go home and think it over carefully. You must distinguish clearly between love and gratitude. If you remain vague, I sit am afraid I one set be able to resist, and I sit'll end up seducing you. The mention of going to bed made Kwang Hoa Sip's face pale with panic. Hua Than leaned closer, his tone earnest. I have discovered that I am falling more in love with you every day, until one day, I one would be able to control myself, and I will consume you completely. Kwang Hoa could hardly believe her ears. Is this really announcing in advance that he plans to seduce me? But she could feel the sincerity in his words. They came straight from the heart, and hearing them left her stunned. Hua Than urged her to go, and during the bus ride home, she didn't dare look at him even once. Later, she timidly asked, does your hand still hurt? Hua Than smiled lightly. I know, can you be gentler next time? This guy hasn't even done anything yet and is already planning the next time, she thought. When they arrived home, Bai Dao, the cat, greeted them eagerly, circling Hua Than's feet. Are you hungry already? He seemed to ask. Picking up the food container, Hua Than coaxed the little cat. If you want to eat, meow meow. Bai Dao reluctantly complied, and Hua Than watched him thoughtfully, lost in his own reflections. Kwang Ho's mind was still a whirlwind of emotions. She was confused about her feelings. Perhaps Hua Than thought she was still like a 5-year-old child, innocent and unsure. Meanwhile, he continued working, immersing himself in video editing to help Kwang Ho better understand the world around her. Hours passed. By the time he finished, it was already 8 in the evening. He stretched and realized, wait, what about dinner tonight? Where's Kwang Hoa? Stepping outside, he went to check. That night, he knocked gently on her door. Kwang Ho opened it drowsily. Hua Thun asked with concern, have you been sleeping all this time? I slept for a bit, she replied softly. Why are you so lethargic? Are you sick? He reached out instinctively to feel her forehead. I'm fine. I'll go cook rice now, she replied. Hua Than remembered that her temperature was normal. Ah, right. She's a girl. Maybe it's just one of those days. That's okay. Let me get you a glass of water. He quickly poured her a warm drink. Drink more warm water, he advised gently. Kwang Hoa took the glass politely. Thank you, young hero. Let Sits eat noodles. I said I'll make 2 bowls, Hua Than suggested. Feeling hungry herself, she agreed. Soon, 2 fragrant bowls were served. Hua Than added a clove of garlic. Huang Hua Sip's eyes lit up with joy. Garlic. Yes, I eat both onions and garlic. She tasted the broth and her face brightened with delight at the unexpectedly delicious flavor. Seeing her enjoy the meal, Hua Than said softly, you Seb had a hard life. Let me clean up. You should rest. At that moment, the phone rang. Hua Than answered. On the other end was Vuong Tu Tuan. Well done, Hua Than. The computer your friend recommended works perfectly. I just installed it. It sits so much better than the old machine. Kwang Hoa paid attention quietly, then returned to her own thoughts, using the computer to search for something. She was still pondering an important question, the difference between liking someone and depending on someone. After several snowfalls, winter had settled into its coldest period. The scene shifted to Hua Than's parents' house, where the warmth inside contrasted sharply with the icy world outside. His father spoke first, turning to his wife with a hint of concern. When that good-for-nothing comes back later, ask him if he's spent all his money. It's still not too late for him to find a decent job now. Hua Than Sit's mother sighed softly. The last time we spoke with that girl, she seemed nice, but we still don't know much about her. This time we need to interact more closely. Just as she finished speaking, the moment of truth arrived. Hua Than returned home, calling out cheerfully, Mom, Dad, I am home. This time he wasn't set alone. Beside him was Kwang Hoa, who greeted his parents politely. Hello, uncle and aunt. The mother's face lit up at the sight of Kwang Hoa. Oh, you've come to visit, and you even brought gifts for us. Seeing his mother's joy, Hua Than felt a swell of pride. What kind of braised fish are we having tonight? Let Kwang Hoa help cook. I'm not exaggerating. Everything she makes is absolutely delicious. However, his father Sit's expression remained stern. This guy is boasting again, he thought, though his wife quickly hushed him. Never mind, just sit there. Hua Than obeyed, taking his place in the living room. The family turned on the television to pass the time, but his father's eyes never left him, full of lingering dissatisfaction. Finally, he spoke, directing a question at Kwang Hoa. What kind of work do you do? The last time we met, we didn't get a chance to ask you anything. This time, I want to inquire a bit myself. Remembering his own advice, Hua then silently reminded her, whatever the parents ask, just answer. There was no escaping questions this time. Kuang Ho responded confidently, through the use of circuit boards, integration, and microprocessors, while connecting network services via modem. For information exchange, I use websites to communicate at high speed with other users. Her answer left his father baffled, but impressed nonetheless. Very good, much better than this guy, he muttered. Although I don't understand what you said or doing, it sounds very professional. Hua then smiled at the subtle approval. His father gave a faint nod, signaling his respect. Yes, yes, she works very hard, he murmured. Curiosity got the better of him. So, what does the hardworking girl usually do at the company? Kuang Ho replied mechanically, detailing the technicalities. I use a combination of characters and numbers to locate my coordinates. I move the mouse on the screen to start the process of completing a series of interactions with other users. Once again, her words astonished his father. Though he couldn't comprehend them, they sounded impressive. Finding a girlfriend like this guy must have used up all his luck in life, he thought, secretly amused by his son's fortune. Hua Then, feeling slightly irritated, interjected. If you could find a company to work for, that would be much better. Making videos is unstable. It might be enough to get by now, but can it support you for a lifetime? Huang Ho Sip's response was quick and direct. Why does it have to support a lifetime? The conversation naturally turned to his own future plans. Isit'll develop steadily, then Isit'll go to the office, open a company, and eventually go public. Isit'll be the CEO of a public company, Dad. Usit'll be the father of the chairman. Our life will be rich, prosperous, and respected by everyone. His father could only shake his head, a mixture of frustration and disbelief on his face. You good for nothing. Do you take your father for a fool? I should send you for a brain scan. Catching Kuang Hoesip's curious gaze, he suppressed his anger, trying not to make her uncomfortable. Hua Then, however, remained calm. Everyone has their own destiny, Dad. Why can you understand me? Suddenly, an old memory struck him. I just remembered, when I was little, Mom took me to see a fortune teller. The fortune teller wrote down a few sentences. The son is not suited to be an official. He only likes to have fun. Bold, energetic, empathetic to the weak. The son has the character of a tiger. He smiled mysteriously. Look, Dad, this is fate. It cannot be changed. Working in a company doesn't suit me. He immediately took out his phone to photograph the fortune-telling slip. I need to show this to Kuang Ho, he explained, leaving his father baffled. You're believing in these scams again, his father muttered. Surely the fortune teller just wrote randomly because you were about to become a rascal, drunk and fighting all day. Didn't I have to step in to discipline you? You couldn't discipline me, Dad. The Nane replied confidently. I grew up and changed on my own. Everyone has moments when they think they are right. The argument seemed endless, until the mother interjected softly. Hey, you two, stop arguing. She leaned closer to her husband and whispered, now is not the time. Someone else's daughter is here. Too angry to continue, the father retreated to his room. She quickly reassured Kuang Hoa, don't mind them. They just joking. The meal is almost ready. The family waited in silence, anticipation mingled with the aroma of cooking. Suddenly, Hawathain grabbed a tangerine and playfully stuffed it into Kuang Hoa's mouth. That was a great performance. You fooled my dad, he laughed gleefully. Kuang Hoa, embarrassed, laughed quietly. Soon, they finished the entire plate of tangerines. Kuang Than examined her hand closely. This hand is just like other girls sit. But why does it feel like it has some hidden strength? Could it be some kind of internal martial art? The air filled with warmth, laughter, and the subtle tension of family dynamics, a scene that balanced humor, pride, and the quiet wonder of budding admiration. Kuang Hoa felt a little confused by Hua Then Sip's actions. Why did he like to play with her hand so much? What was so interesting about it? It seemed she was beginning to grow curious. Noticing her slightly puzzled expression, Hua Then asked, what Sip's wrong? Without thinking, she took his hand and said, let me see your hand. Looking closely, she noted to herself his hand was slightly bigger than hers. The nails were neatly trimmed, and the palm felt firm and strong. Still, she couldn't understand what was so fascinating about it. Observing her focused expression, Huathan teased lightly, Don Set, tell me you know palm reading, immediately realizing she had misspoken. Huang Hoa quickly withdrew her hand and said, no, I Don Set. Suddenly, Huathan hastened into the kitchen. Mom, it's almost New Year. How about I bring Kuang Ha home to meet everyone? We can celebrate the New Year together. His mother turned, surprised. isn't she going home? Have I not told you, Mom? She's an only child, all alone with no relatives, Hua Then explained. Her eyes widened in astonishment. I thought you were joking. Of course I said not joking, he replied. Recognizing the good news, his mother smiled warmly. She turned off the stove and said, then bring her home with you. I want to meet my future daughter-in-law. Do you have enough money to manage now? Hua Thang nodded confidently. It's enough, Mom. Don't worry. Just take good care of yourselves. Feeling he had spoken too much, his mother urged, quickly bring the food up, son. He immediately complied. After dinner, it was time to leave. Mom, Dad, we're leaving now, Hua Then said politely. At that moment, a potato slipped from Kwang Hoa Sep's handbag and fell to the floor. The elderly couple bent down to examine it. What's Sep's this? Why does the girl have a potato in her bag? Hua Then quickly explained, trying to smooth over the awkward moment. Hong Ha doesn't have the earth element in her horoscope. The potato acts as a protective charm to supplement the earth element. Because potatoes grow underground, they can replace the earth element, keeping her safe. He carefully returned the potato to her bag. I can't reveal that it's an emergency item in case she suddenly time travels back 1,000 years, he added with a wink. His mother, catching on to the explanation, had an idea. From now on, I shall make potato dishes for you both. Eating them will help. Before Kwang Hoa could respond, Hua Then added, yes, she really likes eating potatoes. She remained silent, unable to argue. A moment later, Kwang Ho bowed her head politely. Thank you, ma'am, she said, suddenly at a loss for words. Observing this, the mother smiled softly. The girl must be nervous, just like the first time they had met. Before leaving, they politely bid farewell. Mom, Dad, we are leaving now. Be careful, it's such dark outside. As Hua Then and Kwang Ho disappeared into the snowy distance, the couple returned to their room. Only the mother felt a deep sense of happiness. It seemed the two of them were very compatible. Hopefully, they would continue to get along like this. The snow outside thickened as they walked home in silence. Finally, Kwang Hoa spoke. What does it feel like to like someone? Hua Then thought for a moment. When you like someone, you subconsciously want to be by their side and do your best to win them over. For example, he continued, when you see an attractive cake, you feel like buying it. That's the purest form of liking someone. Kwang Hoa asked, what if you don't have the means? Hua Then imagined her longing gaze at the cake and her determination at work. Then you have to work hard to earn the money to buy it. The process of working hard is also trying your best. He went on, thinking carefully about the balance of love. When you like someone, your efforts to win them over must match your desires. Wanting someone but not willing to try isn't truly liking them. Even if you fail, you must never take shortcuts or use underhanded methods. That's despicable. Hua Then exhaled a cloud of white mist and said softly, I don't want to deceive you because I like you. If you don't like me and want to leave, I will respect your decision. He tilted his head, smiling gently at her, trying your best without expecting anything in return. That's what I mean by liking you. Realizing the phrase might be misunderstood, he quickly added, not in the literal way, of course. Kwang Hoa frowned slightly. It feels like you're deceiving me, she said doubtfully. She wondered why he kept holding her hand without trying to possess her. Hua Then pretended to tease her, giving a thumbs up. Sometimes intentionally letting yourself be deceived is also a way of showing affection. Kwang Hoa blushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. I don't like anything, she shouted, flustered. Hua Then kicked at the snow, a mischievous grin on his face. I was just talking about the general concept of liking. I never said you liked me. Kwang Ho's anger flared instantly. Her cheeks turned crimson, and even the rabbit-shaped gloves on her hands seemed to radiate her frustration. Without a word, she turned and walked away, ignoring him completely. Alone, she looked down at her own hands, pondering silently. If it's liking, then he likes my hand, but what do I like about him? She breathed softly onto her hands, lost in thought. Is it when he dried my hair, or when he chatted endlessly, answering all my questions? Is it when he stewed meat for me, or cooked noodles, or... Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if uncovering a secret buried deep within her heart. Her face flushed with a warmth she couldn't hide. She glanced at Hua Than's hand, her heart quietly screaming, I like it when he holds my hand. They continued walking, and after a moment she asked again, her voice soft, almost hesitant, what is love? He paused, slightly surprised by the depth of her question. Since when did she become so thoughtful? Lately, she's been asking such profound things. Yet his expression remained cheerful as he answered, "Love is when two people spend time getting to know each other, and eventually, their hearts become one." Kuang Hoa tilted the stuffed rabbit on her hand, which glowed pink, betraying her emotional state without her realizing it. What does it feel like at that moment? Though she asked seriously, Wathen couldn't resist teasing her. Pointing at his cheek with a playful smirk, he said, "If you kiss me once, you still know right away. Want to try?" Kuang Hoa twisted her body in embarrassment and annoyance. "You think I'll believe that?" she snapped. At that moment, the taxi they had called stopped in front of them. Hua Thun still wore his teasing expression. "It depends on whether you step are willing to be deceived or not." After saying that, he climbed into the car, glancing back to call her, "Come on, let's go home." Back at home, Hua Thon fumbled for the light switch. Huan Ho had just finished changing her shoes. He removed his scarf and exhaled tiredly, thinking to himself, "I haven't worked all day today. I need to make time to revise the film script." He settled onto the sofa, opening his laptop and began working. Kuang Hoa sat beside him, a faint sadness in her eyes, but her gaze kept returning to the potato in her hand. Finally, she asked, her voice hesitant, "Have you ever thought about what would happen if I suddenly went back?" The question made him pause. After a moment, he lowered his head slightly, a touch of melancholy crossing his face, but he pretended nonchalance as he replied, "Then you would become a successful figure of that era. As long as you can grow potatoes and protect your achievements, history will remember you. You'll gain a title and become a wealthy landowner." Huang Hoa shook her head, cutting straight to the point. "I was asking about you. Does liking someone become just a bubble?" Hua Then stopped typing and looked at her seriously. "Liking someone is irrational," he said softly. Then, leaning closer, his face flushed, he continued, "I can stop liking you just because you might leave me one day." The words left her surprised and embarrassed, her cheeks turning bright red. He looked into her eyes, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "Besides, is there any conflict between you going home and me liking you? Why not enjoy the present, instead of worrying about the future? At least you're here with me now. This fate is hard to come by." Shyly, she glanced away, yet stubbornly asked, "Is this deceiving or threatening me?" He replied quickly, a playful grin on his face, "As long as you haven't hit me, it doesn't count." He reached to the end of the sofa, pulling out a yellow teddy bear. "Then you can hit this bear instead." Kuang Hoa took the bear, hugging it and stroking its paw. "I don't know if you're serious or deceiving me anymore. If it were the old me, I would have hit you already." Hua Then laughed softly. "If you don't like it, you can reject me. Pinch my arm, twist my finger. I said'll stop." She shook her head, shyly whispering, "I don't want to pinch you. I think this is very good." He wiggled his finger, pretending to be solemn. "This might be what liking is, or at least not disliking someone. Otherwise, you would have gotten tired of me long ago. Not disliking someone is the first step toward liking them." Kuang Hoa asked, still suspicious, "Is this all part of your plan?" Huathan crossed his arms, smiling. "Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I subconsciously want to be by your side, because I like you, and then we end up spending the whole day together." Her cheeks burned again, unable to hide her blush. Huathan imagined himself as a peacock, spreading his shimmering tail with pride. "It sets like a peacock showing off its feathers when courting," he said. "I want to show my strengths to gain your approval, to prove that I will treat you well." Kuang Hoa, hearing these sweet words, cursed him silently for being shameless, yet her face had turned so red that her eyes blurred. Her hands unconsciously gripped the teddy bear tightly, almost wanting to tear it apart. Hua Then, delighted by her flustered expression, happily echoed, "That's right, I am shameless." She was so embarrassed she wished she could sink into the ground, yet he continued teasing her. Using all her strength, Kuang Hoa pressed the teddy bear Sep's head and shouted loudly, "You pervert." Hua Then, grinning, replied happily, "That Sep's right, I am a pervert." Her face darkened, trembling with suppressed anger. She hugged the teddy bear tightly, the poor toy seemingly scared along with her. A dangerous red light flashed in her eyes, like something straight out of a horror story. Without warning, Kuang Ha headbutted Hua Thon with all her strength. The blow was so forceful that he lost consciousness, his soul seeming to leave his body as he collapsed onto the sofa. Bai Dao, his loyal pet, crawled onto the sofa and lay on him, checking if he was still alive. Fortunately, he was. Sitting up with a sigh of relief, he smiled awkwardly, thinking, "Whether she likes me or hates me, even if she wants to hit me, I can understand, but why a headbutt?" Luckily, she hadn't mastered the iron head technique yet. The next day, in the living room, Kung Hoa practiced sword techniques diligently. After finishing, she gracefully sheathed her sword. Then, with sudden determination, she struck Hua Then's leg hard with the sword hilt. The hit was so strong that his pants seemed to smoke. Yet she remained indifferent and commanded, "Stand up straight." Hua Thane, having never practiced martial arts, could barely withstand the strike. Crying out in pain, his face drained of color, he obeyed. Kwang Hoa, holding her sword solemnly, said, "Give me your hand," and done set move. Though he was in pain and angry, he dared not protest, fearing another blow. Internally, he lamented, "She's still holding a grudge from yesterday and is taking her revenge." Suddenly, Kwang Hoa looked at him with an expectant expression. "Didn't you say you wanted to train your body? I'll teach you martial arts," she said excitedly. Hua Then's face immediately turned pale. "What a joke. Just standing here is painful enough. How can I learn martial arts?" he stammered. "No need, thank you. I think holding this posture is already effective enough." Seeing him refuse, Kwang Ho moved closer, continuing to persuade him. "After learning martial arts, you can hit me without worrying about retaliation." Hua Than tilted his head, trying to avoid her gaze. "Even if I learned, I'd surely be tortured miserably. Let's forget it," he muttered silently. Kuang Hoa squatted, placing her sword carefully on the ground. Taking a stance, her eyes glinting with determination, she declared, "Watch carefully. This is the hand form. It focuses on long-range techniques, combined with grappling and takedowns. Pay attention to the 3 peaks, 6 harmonies, and 3 points. They form the foundation." Her hands moved like lightning, the palm generating a gust of wind as it passed by him, before clenching into a fist. The blue veins on her hand bulged as she executed a powerful punch, smoke trailing from her fist, shouting, "Forbidden horse." Hothen's face turned pale, sweat dripping down his face. He immediately fell to his knees, eyes brimming with tears like a pitiful puppy. You teach, I'll learn," he pleaded, clasping his hands for mercy. "My chest still hurts from yesterday's iron head technique. Can we practice tomorrow instead?" he thought, keeping the words to himself. Kuang Hoa, seeing his pitiful expression, turned to leave, her mood unreadable. "Then tomorrow it is. I'll go make breakfast now," she said, walking into the kitchen and closing the door. Her long hair hid her expression, but when she raised her head, a small smile played on her lips, cheeks flushed with excitement. "Hua Then has talent for martial arts," she thought. "When his skills surpass mine, he won't need to timidly ask for my opinion. He'll just beat me once and force me to obey." Her eyes shone brightly, fist clenched and raised high, determination surging like waves. "Yes, by then I won't be able to beat him, and I'll have to do as he says." Outside in the living room, Hua Then sat on the floor, silently lamenting. When did she learn such a terrifying technique? Suddenly, Kwang Hoa poked her head out from the kitchen, her tone stern. "You must practice properly. Don't sit be lazy." Startled, Hua Than quickly replied, "Yes, Mastam." A little later, Kwang Hoa sat in front of the computer, fully absorbed in a game. Kwang Pen, still wrapping a scarf around his neck, prepared to go out. Before leaving, he reminded her, "I'm going out for a while. I might be back later than usual. If anything happens, call me. And remember, not to let strangers into the house." Then, without warning, he grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly. Kuang Havaro froze, her face turning red from ears to cheeks. Kuang Tan's smug expression made her heart pound. By the time she gathered her thoughts to scold him, he had already darted to the door, cheerfully waving as he called out, "I'm off. Take care of the house, Lady Heroine." At a certain apartment, Wang Zijin was just waking up, his mouth still full of toothpaste foam. Irritated, he asked, "Hua Than, what are you doing at my house?" Hua Than held up his phone, showing the class group chat. Calmly, he said, "I knew you sitch forget. We have a class reunion today. Remember?" Wang Zijin, still brushing his teeth, muttered as he turned back. "Completely forgot. Come in and wait a bit. I sell change clothes." Peeking inside, Hua Than asked casually, "Your house doesn't have anything that restricts levels, right?" Muffled by toothpaste foam, Zijun replied, "We broke up. Didn't set you see my story?" Relieved, Hua Than walked in, closing the door behind him. Lazily, he remarked, "Who bothers to look at that stuff anyway?" Later, they finally left for the class reunion. As they walked, Zijin put his arm around Hua Than-sip's shoulder and lamented about his love life. "My ex-girlfriend was a nightmare. She suddenly dumped me. What do you think?" Hua Than-sip's thoughts immediately shifted. Wait, My main purpose here was to hitch a ride in his Lamborghini. Turning to him, he asked, "Wait, where sits your car?" Zijun sighed, shrugging helplessly. "It was confiscated. Had an argument with my old man, now I sip him as poor as you." Hwathan scowled. "Fine, let's take the subway then." They headed to the station, his friend trailing obediently. At the bus stop, the crowd was dense. Hwathan noticed Zijun bending down, staring at a girl in front. Curious, he asked, "What are you looking at?" His friend whispered, pointing, "Over there, the girl with the yellow bag. She looks familiar. I think she sits one of my exes." Hwathan glanced in that direction. The girl, wearing a brown jacket and engrossed in her phone, suddenly turned around. "That Sip's right. I sip your girlfriend." Zijun cursed under his breath, sweating, and quickly stepped back, pretending not to know her. "Don't say you know me, okay?" he whispered. Trying to salvage the situation, he stepped forward with an awkward smile. "What a coincidence. You looked familiar." The ex-girlfriend scowled. "Just familiar?" Thinking fast, Zijun noticed her bag and the paintbrushes inside. "Oh, I remember. You know how to paint, right?" Her anger softened slightly. "Oh, at least you remember that much." Zijun exhaled in relief. Let's not talk about that anymore. How have you been lately?" She replied casually, like an old friend, rather than an ex. "Pretty good, eating well, staying healthy. You don't look so good." He admitted honestly, "Indeed, I sep not doing well." Curiously, she asked, "Where are you heading now?" Hua Then watched silently, stunned. How can they interact so harmoniously with an ex? And her gaze, even though they've broken up, there's still a trace of intimacy. Disgusting. "All this dog food I'm being forced to eat." He pouted, annoyed at the display. Hua Then took out his phone, thinking of Kwang Hoa. Opening their chat for comfort, he was greeted by the empty message screen. "This user hasn't received any messages yet. Be the first to send a message." His lips curved unconsciously. Happily, he typed, "There are things that can be denied, like loneliness, memories, and my feelings for you." At Hua Than's house, the sound of the game still echoed through the room. Hong Hol was completely absorbed, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. "You have a new message." She squinted at the sender's name and the message content, immediately frowning and muttering under her breath. This guy is talking nonsense again. Despite her outward annoyance, a shy warmth spread across her cheeks. Her eyes landed on his grinning Doraemon avatar, which seemed to mock her silently. Anger surged within her, her ears standing on end, as if flames were burning behind her. This avatar is as hateful as he is, she thought, glancing away to pick up her phone. With a shy hesitation, she typed, "Do you want me to help you do your laundry?" Not long after, Kwathen's reply flashed on her screen, "Yes." Taking a deep breath, Kwang Hoa stood up and walked toward his room. She opened the door carefully, peeking inside. His clothes must be in here. As her gaze swept across the room, something on the bedside table caught her attention. It was a pair of slippers, almost identical to the ones she had worn the first time she came here. Her heart skipped a beat. "Aren't these my slippers? Didn't he say he threw them away?" She stepped forward, holding them tightly. The realization hit her like thunder. These were indeed her own slippers. Panic surged through her mind. Could this guy be both a pervert who collects his lover's things and someone who likes my Vietnamese slippers? Meanwhile, Wu Then, oblivious to her discovery, stared at his phone screen, grinning as he read their conversation. "The heroine is taking the initiative to offer to do my laundry." At that moment, Zijun Set's voice called from behind, "A Than." Hua Than Sip's friend grabbed him by the arm, making him feel uncomfortable. Smiling brightly, Hua Than waved him off. "You go ahead. I'll come later. I have something urgent to take care of." Zijun shrugged and moved on. Hua Than's face darkened, his brows furrowing. As the subway train rushed past, wind fluttering his scarf, he felt abandoned and lonely. It was clearly a matter for three people. How did I end up left out like this? Soon, he arrived at the class reunion. Someone called out, "Hua Than, you here. Sit here." Another asked, "Where sips Zijun? I thought you two would come together." Hua Then poured himself a beer and replied casually. He met an ex-girlfriend on the way, went off with a lovesick face to reminisce about old times. He'll probably be late. A friend in a red shirt muttered, "Does that kind of thing still happen?" Another joked, "How can we ordinary people understand the world of young masters?" They asked Hua Then what he had been up to lately. "I stay at home all day," he replied with a faint smile. A friend sighed, "You have so much free time. I've been so busy lately, almost no rest at all." Another complained, I had to work overtime all night yesterday. Now I sit and dragging myself here to drink with you guys. Laughter and chatter filled the room, but Hua-thun felt out of place, dazed by the noise. I've grown to dislike these meaningless gatherings, he thought. Whether it's fun or sad, it has nothing to do with me. It's just too noisy. Leaning against the wall, he sought a quiet corner, watching the lively crowd. He felt detached from the cheerful atmosphere, a strange longing stirring in his heart. I kind of miss that little cat girl. As the reunion wound down, food and beer consumed, Hui Then stood to leave. A friend noticed his somber expression. You don't seem happy today. What's wrong? You're not usually like this. Hua Then shrugged reluctantly. I've been a bit tired lately. The friend suggested, how about karaoke to cheer up? Hua Then hesitated. You guys go ahead. I'm a bit drunk. I want to sober up. Watching everyone laugh and toast, Hua Then felt even more out of place. What's the point of pretending like this? He thought. Without hesitation, he walked toward the exit, leaving the noisy room behind. Outside, sunlight warmed his face as he looked up and sighed gently. Perhaps it's because of Kwang Hoa that I've changed. Like a meteor, she crushed my boring, mundane life into nothingness. He clenched his fist, imagining holding on to the light that belonged to him. Only when I think of her does my mood change so drastically, becoming joyful, even amidst loneliness. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Surprised, he checked the message. The class reunion is over. What could Zijun want now? Despite his doubts, he opened the message. On the other end, Zijun-set's miserable voice called out, "Help me, Fan." Half an hour later, Hua Then arrived at a hotel room and knocked on the door a few times. After a while, it opened, revealing Zijun, flustered and sneaking around like a thief, wearing nothing but a towel around his waist. Zijun waved him inside and whispered urgently, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Come in quickly. Hua Then stepped inside, the sound of the door closing behind him. Zijun immediately grabbed the bag from his hands, his urgent demeanor making Hua Then ask reluctantly, what happened? Did your ex-girlfriend scam you for money? Zijun, finally getting dressed, slumped onto the bed. I was too careless. At first I thought we could rekindle our old flame, so I followed her here. She insisted I take a shower first, and when I finished, she had run off with my clothes. I didn't even notice when it happened. Luckily, my phone and wallet are still here. Hua Then raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. Is that all? Zijin yelled, indignant. What do you mean, sir? I'll sip. She went too far. I'm really embarrassed. Hua Then smirked. At least you weren't blackmailed. When I heard you crying for help, I thought you been kidnapped. Zijin finished dressing, still feeling frustrated. Let's not talk about it anymore. I think we had plans to go sing karaoke this afternoon. Want to come? Hua Then flopped down on the bed, voice flat and devoid of enthusiasm. You go by yourself. I'm not interested. Lately, I don't like those noisy, bustling gatherings. I've hardly gone out in the past 6 months anyway. Zijin looked puzzled, but persisted. You are drunk and talking nonsense. Let's go sing a few songs to cheer up. I really don't want to go, Hua Then replied, showing clear boredom. From now on, occasional meals with close friends will be enough. Lowering his head, his cheeks flushing slightly, he thought of Kwang Hoa's innocent, adorable image at home. His heart softened, and a sense of peace settled over him. What's so great about gatherings full of the smell of alcohol? I could spend that money on buying a kilogram of pork ribs for Kwang Hoa to grill. That's much better. He lay back on the bed, one hand on his forehead, the other waving Zijin away. Go on, I'll stay here, and enjoy the peace and quiet. Seeing Hua Then's disinterest, Zijin stopped persuading him. He put on his jacket and said, all right, I'm leaving then. Rest for a while. The room is booked until the afternoon, before walking out and slamming the door. Alone in the room, Hua Then sank into his thoughts. Living peacefully day by day was indeed very different from the long nights of partying until dawn. He stared at the ceiling, feeling the weight of his own reflections. Chopsticks always come in pairs. What can a single chopstick do? Even though he deceived Kwang Hoa every day, treating her like his wife, he wondered if he truly had what it took to be a husband. I never imagined marriage could be so burdensome, he thought, closing his eyes to hide the turmoil in his heart. A few hours later, it was already afternoon. Hua Then decided not to rest at the hotel any longer and chose to go home instead. Perhaps due to lingering effects of the alcohol, he felt slightly dizzy as he took off his shoes. Seeing this, Hua Then came over to support him, and he leaned his entire body on her. Flushed from drinking, he slurred softly, when the universe revolves, My fate has already been decided, whether it's destiny or not. Everything depends on you. You are a fragile soul. Kwang Ho felt a bit shy, blushing while standing so close to him. She also felt slightly uncomfortable from the strong smell of alcohol, thinking irritably, he's been drinking again. Suddenly, he lifted her chin, startling her. He leaned in close as if to kiss her, but then stopped, teasing instead. You Serge, such a spoiled girl. Embarrassed and annoyed, she quickly pushed him toward the sofa, taking a step back while covering her nose with her hand. You've drunk too much, she scolded, frowning. Hua Thane dreamily replied, maybe I have had a bit too much, but don't set worry, I have not drunk yet, I guarantee it. Seeing him like this, Kuang Ho believed him. She then placed the bag of pork ribs he had bought on the table. What's this? She asked. Let me tell you, Hua Then said, when you stew these pork ribs, they shall become an absolutely delicious dish. Kuang Ho's eyes lit up. Then I said sell stew them tomorrow. I said sell put them in the fridge for now. As she was about to leave, she glanced back at his weary face, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Hua Then lowered his head and spoke to the cat. Dang, my love, why don't sit you go lie down on the bed? I shall lie here for a bit, and I shall be fine. At that moment, the clock showed 2 p.m. Kung Ha sat down in front of her computer, looking at her schedule. Little Kung Ha's daily schedule: make money, study Chinese pronunciation, watch the news, watch movies. Hua Then was leaning back in his chair, on the verge of falling asleep, when Kwang Ho suddenly called out, Hua Then, what is Jin Ping Mei? The question jolted him awake instantly. The lingering effects of alcohol vanished, and his eyes widened in shock. He leaped to her side, hand moving without hesitation, swiftly grabbing the computer mouse and clicking to delete the video. His movements were decisive, smooth, and precise. Once it was gone, he let out a relieved sigh. It's gone, it's disappeared. Kung Ho glanced at him suspiciously, lowering her voice. Why did you delete it? Guilt immediately washed over Hua Then. He turned his face away, breaking into a cold sweat. His mind raced to find an excuse. Because that movie it sets about reincarnation and karma. You wouldn't said understand it now. We can watch it together later. Seeing her still skeptical, he tried to calm her further. I just hid it. We can bring it out later if we want to watch it. Kwon Hoa made an approving, in sound, though a trace of doubt lingered in her eyes. Hua Then He sighed helplessly and sank into the chair, thinking to himself, it's getting harder to deceive this girl. Hours passed, and night fell. Kuang Hawa turned on the living room light, only to find Hua Then He asleep on the sofa. She quietly approached, blanket in hand, and paused to look at him for a moment. He's not just closing his eyes, he's really asleep. Gently, she covered him with the blanket to keep him warm. Her mind wandered back to the moment when he had firmly grasped her chin, pulling her face close. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks again. Curiosity took hold, and she tentatively reached out to mimic that gesture on him while he slept. Perhaps sensing it, he moved slightly, letting out a soft groan. Startled, she quickly straightened up, hands clasped behind her back, standing at attention. Meanwhile, he remained deep in his dreams, unaware. Her face now burned with embarrassment, like a mouse caught in the open. She hurried to the kitchen to cook dinner, hoping to hide her flustered state. After a while, Hua Then began to stir, his mind still hazy. He silently wondered how long he had been asleep, rubbing his head to ease the lingering ache. Just then, he heard her voice. You stir awake. He turned to see her eating dinner while watching a play. I was afraid you might still be drunk and not want to eat, she explained, so I made some porridge and left it in the kitchen. Hua Thon picked up the blanket she had placed over him earlier, smiling with quiet satisfaction. Not only did she make porridge, but she also covered me with a blanket. Rising from the sofa to put the blanket away, he paused as he noticed the screen. A woman in a stage costume danced gracefully with a sword, moving in rhythm to the singing. Looking back at Kwang Hoa, he saw her absorbed in the performance, forgetting even to eat. The reflection of the screen shimmered in her eyes, but behind it, something deeper seemed hidden. He glanced at the play and casually remarked, or perhaps intentionally explained, the film Farewell My Concubine tells a story from ancient times. Although it sets a tale from long ago, the characters, customs, and twists in the film will move you. Time passed. Kwang Hoa listened, her gaze blank at first, then slowly pensive. She put down her chopsticks and sank into thought. If times have changed, then are Er Niang's teachings outdated as well? With a heavy heart, she entered the bathroom and turned on the shower, standing silently as if contemplating something important. She tilted her head back, letting the water cascade over her face, killing time while lost in thought. Outside, Wathan sensed her unsettled mood. Concerned, he returned to the computer, gently shooing away the winter melon, and sat in the chair, brows furrowed. Her reaction was unusual. Is she overthinking something? He clicked on the browsing history, inwardly shocked. Has she learned how to clear the browser history? Meanwhile, Kuang Ho finished her shower, stepping out and leaning against the doorframe. A towel wrapped around her head. She continued drying her hair. Steam rose from her body, her big, bright eyes glimmered, and her flushed skin gave her an unexpectedly alluring aura. I'm done showering, she announced, walking past him with quiet confidence, leaving Huathan staring in thoughtful admiration. Huathan watched quietly as Kuang Ho moved from one end of the sofa to the other, trying to read her mood. She went straight to the dressing table to get the hairdryer, unaware of his gaze. Leaning back in his chair, he pretended not to notice, joking lightly, if that punch hadn't knocked me out, I would have committed a crime by now. Kuang Ho sighed as she turned on the hairdryer. If I were a weak woman with no strength to resist, what would you have done the first time we met? Huathan recalled that first meeting, thinking for a moment before replying honestly. Call security to take you home. If you hadn't smashed the TV that day, I would have thought you were cosplaying, imagining you had superpowers. Her expression turned serious. Dawn said you want to do something illegal. He blinked, caught off guard by her question. I'm not a criminal. Inside, he screamed in indignation. Only a fool would dare do something with such heavy consequences. He sat up straight and let out a helpless sigh. A self-composed poem suddenly formed in his mind. The scene could be summed up like this. Neighbors on different floors. One sword of Kuang Ho stabbed the wrong person. His first thought upon meeting her at the bottom of the stairs. Only a fool would believe they'd become a couple. A glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes, and a faint blush rose to his eyelids. Silence enveloped the room. One person dried her hair. The other stared at the ceiling. After a pause, he asked, "Tell me, what do you think of me now?" Kuang Hoa froze, lowering her eyes to think, then finally turned off the hairdryer. "I don't know," she said. Hua Then was taken aback. "I thought you did say you had no feelings at all." He flipped over onto his stomach on the chair and continued, "Compared to your previous aimless life, isn't this stable life better?" She blushed lightly and smiled softly. It is indeed great. But compared to others, my life is still very bland," he continued. An image flashed in his mind. He stood amidst a bustling crowd, everyone rushing forward, while he remained still. Behind him, Kuang Hoa observed quietly, taking in the world around them. "When you understand this place better, become a modern person like me, you'll find the world very interesting. I'm just an ordinary person," he added, waiting for her response. She remained silent. Finally, he asked, breaking the quiet, "Dawn Set, you have anything to say?" Bewildered, she looked at him. "Is there something I need to answer?" He returned to his original position, worry etching his features. "You might feel this life is enough now, but overall this is just a small chapter. Right now, I have nothing except my appearance. If I persuaded you to marry me, I'd destroy countless possibilities for you to have a better life. That would be too selfish." She leaned closer, confused. "What sip's wrong with being ordinary? I sip am alone here and don't sip know anyone. If I hadn't sip met you, I might never even have become an ordinary person. Why are you suddenly saying these things?" Surprised by her puzzled look, he sat up abruptly, embarrassedly covering his face with his hands. "Although I always say I like you, when I think about living with you, I feel confused and scared. I sip not sure." He paused, glancing at her fair ankles and her damp slippers, before continuing. "When I realized I've become bolder recently, I felt I needed to think carefully. Otherwise, if I did something stupid, the consequences would be hard to predict." The last part he kept to himself, too difficult to say aloud. Meanwhile, Kuang Hoa, noticing him staring at her feet, felt her face grow redder and cursed silently, embarrassed that he was looking at her slippers again. She rubbed her feet shyly, trying to dispel the tension. Hua then straightened up, feigning weakness. "Every time I overthink, the spot where you hit my head aches dully. It's been so long, maybe I have internal injuries, outwardly pitiful, inwardly mischievous," he continued. "The female warrior who struck should take responsibility. Massaging the injured area a bit wouldn't be too much, right?" She hesitated, worry creasing her brow. "Does it hurt a lot?" He pretended to wail pitifully. "It hurts like hell. Do you know how hard you hit? It sets like being rammed by a bull in the chest." Seeing his miserable display and thinking it was her fault, Kwang Ho's compassion won out. She walked around the sofa and sat beside him, unaware that she had fallen right into his trap. From the moment she sat down, Kwang Ho's back straightened like a pillar, lips pressed tightly together, and his body tensed with anticipation. Kwang Hoa placed her hand gently on Hua Thuna's chest, her mood tinged with nervousness. "Here," she said softly. He replied, his eyes closing slightly as he let himself sink into the rare warmth of her touch. Her hands were soft, far softer than he had expected, and a small, satisfied smile curved his lips. A quiet moment stretched between them, one person massaging carefully, the other blushing and turning his head to savor the gentle touch of the one he liked. Even the cat watched curiously, observing the pair's little private world. After a long pause, Hua Than broke the silence, his voice carrying a mixture of solemnity and joy. The ancients had a saying, "Meeting in this life is fate from a previous life. Every encounter, every event, is heaven's will, predetermined long ago. If we could go back to that fateful rainy day." He recalled that first encounter vividly, climbing the stairs, bumping into Kwang Hoa, and seeing her defensively raise her hands, thinking she was role-playing, imagining she had superpowers. Even then, he thought, their meeting had been destined. He continued, his voice turning serious as he reflected on her earlier question. "Just now, you asked what would happen if you were a weak woman. The outcome would certainly be completely different from what it is now." Kwang Ho looked up at him, her eyes wide with doubt, still trying to grasp the meaning behind his words. She lowered her head, heart fluttering, and asked quietly, "So you mean you one set seduced me in the end?" She twisted her fingers, anxiously awaiting his answer. Seconds passed, and when he remained silent, she quickly added, "Was I too direct?" Hua Than's hand went to support his chin, his expression reluctant yet thoughtful. "It's not about being direct or not. First remove the word seduces from your mind." He lowered his gaze again, a storm of thoughts churning within him. After a whole day of reflection weighing impulsiveness, the future, family, and the consequences of any rash action, he had finally found the courage to act. He reached out, placing his hand carefully on her shoulder. Kung Ho noticed the subtle tremor in his hand and asked, puzzled, "What step's wrong?" He froze, his body stiff like a martial arts master used to sitting upright. Then, gathering every ounce of courage, he draped his arm around her shoulder. She blinked in confusion as he struggled with his own nerves, sweat forming on his brow, his expression tense. Finally, unable to bear the tension, he stood abruptly, embarrassed, and touched his neck. "It's nothing. It's late. I'll take a shower." He retreated into the bathroom, leaving Kwang Ho sitting alone, watching his back, cheeks burning with embarrassment and a twinge of regret. Maybe she had been too timid to let him pull her into his arms. Inside the bathroom, Hua Then faced the mirror, trying to calm his racing heart. Water dripped from his chin, and a small smile appeared. If she had no interest in him at all, she wouldn't have allowed such intimate contact. Moments later, he emerged. Seeing Kwang Ho sitting in front of the computer, he asked, "It sets past 10. Aren't set you going to sleep yet?" She didn't look at him, casually replying, "I said I'll check some items in the game first, then sleep." Hua Then silently noted that the delicate, tender atmosphere from earlier had vanished. Shrugging, he returned to his computer, determined to focus. As he sat down, he thought about skyscrapers. They didn't appear overnight. They required effort and resources to build. Taking inspiration, he decided to write a review of Farewell My Concubine, practicing his writing while reflecting on life. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Kong Ho had quietly moved closer, and he felt a surge of unease. "This girl always provokes me but never lets me take a step forward. It's cruel." She asked curiously what he was doing. Hua Than explained his reasoning. If done well, it could make money. If not, at least it would pass the time. Better than sitting idle mending clothes and doing nothing. Hua Then Sip's words caught her attention. Her eyes lit up, curiosity sparkling. "Can it really make money? Can I do it?" Hua Then continued working while answering Kwang Ho, his tone calm but instructive. "No, you haven't fully received a proper education in this era yet. There are many things that even if you see them, you don't know how to express. For example, how you feel about me, don't explain just yet." Before he could finish, Kong Hoa interrupted loudly, with a hint of innocence. "I don't set like you." He smiled gently, his voice softening as he asked, "Then tell me, what did you think, after watching Farewell My Concubine?" She hesitated, frowning slightly, and replied, "Times have changed." Hua Then's expression turned serious, adopting a teacher-like tone. "Listen carefully. Whether in plays or real life, the main characters always suffer because of love. You can't see the depth of the character's emotions yet, so you don't understand the true value of the film. That's why you need to read more books and watch more movies. Over time, your knowledge and soul will naturally open up. Kwang Ho listened quietly, feeling as if she had truly learned something new. She slowly sat down on the chair, thoughtful. Kwa then asked with gentle curiosity, "Do you like reading books?" She hesitated, then softly answered, "Yes, I do." Seeing her innocence, Hua then teased playfully, "Then guess who likes to read you?" She didn't fully understand, but she sensed the ambiguity in his words, which made her cheeks tingle. Suddenly, he blushed and asked shyly, "Can I hug you?" She turned slightly, her voice timid. "Why do you want to hug me?" He replied calmly, "Just to make me happy for a bit." She was too embarrassed to answer. Sensing her hesitation, he grinned, adding, "Silence means consent, you know." Without waiting, he pulled her into a gentle hug. Kuang Hoa's face turned bright red, and even the little cat trapped between them seemed bewildered, as if forced into a strange situation. Hua then held her close, whispering tenderly, "Although I have said it before, I still desire you very much. For you, I want to become a gentle man, someone who takes care of the family." Hearing this, Kuang Hoa Sip's heart fluttered with happiness. She shyly nestled closer to him. Hua then slowly let go of her finger and said softly, "Go to sleep early. Good night." He then went straight to his room. Only after he left did Kuang Hoa come to her senses, whispering, "Good night to you too." The night passed quietly, and a new day dawned. Hua Thane took out all his savings, placing them carefully on the table. He thought wearily about the 40,000 yuan he had saved since college. For the past few months, because of Kuang Hoa, he had been planning to start a family. Opening his stock trading account, he recalled that he had invested a large sum recently, luckily avoiding major losses during the market downturn. Now he considered ways to earn money, jotting down ideas with a pen. Uploading monthly videos could earn 4 to 6,000 yuan, but it was unstable. Movie reviews hadn't yet accumulated enough viewers to generate income. His expression darkened as he realized that to take things seriously, he would have to speed up and produce more articles to attract attention. Suddenly, he remembered his father's advice. He had always been too carefree. Indeed, without hunger pressing him, it was easy to grow lazy. Even hard work didn't guarantee success. Without effort, life remained easy, but stagnant. Observing Kuang Hoa cooking, he thought that in less than 3 months, she might fully integrate into modern society. Stretching his back wearily, he decided that if he remained lethargic, it might be time to heed his father's advice and find a stable job. Kuang Hoa approached softly. "Dinner is almost ready. Clear the table," she said. Though exhausted, Hua Then smiled at her, replying, "The fried ribs smell amazing. How about inviting my parents over for dinner tomorrow?" She beamed, "Sure." Her gaze fell on the cards on the table. "What are these, honey?" she asked. "Bank cards," he replied, handing her one. "Use this for now before we make a new card." She hesitated, "But I already have WeChat wallet." "They're a bit different," he explained. "I'll show you later. During the new year, I'll give you a red envelope. You can keep it here." He took her phone and quickly connected the WeChat account. A notification confirmed the success. Kuang Ho's eyes lit up. She finally felt she had a modern, useful tool. After dinner, they washed the dishes and put everything away neatly. Both changed into warm clothes, seemingly preparing to go out. The cat Bai Dao ran over and meowed insistently, clearly wanting to join them. Hua Then laughed, crouching to get the leash. "What? You want to go for a walk too, huh? All right, Bai Dao, wait for me." After putting the leash on Bai Dao, the three of them stepped out into the snowy streets. The cold wind nipped at their cheeks, but Hua Then and Kuang Hao held hands tightly, looking incredibly affectionate. Hua Than's gaze wandered around, noticing the festive decorations for the approaching New Year. Only now did he realize how quickly time had passed, and that this would be Kuang Hao's first New Year celebration. He made a mental note. He must prepare a memorable one for her. Suddenly, Bai Dao stopped in her tracks, startling both of them. Kuang Ho crouched down, concerned. "What sip's wrong, honey?" Hua Then squatted beside the little cat, stroking her gently. "Remember, I told you I found her near the trash cans around here, right? She might think we're trying to abandon her, so she's hesitant." Bai Dao seemed to understand, meowing softly as Hua Then spoke, gradually relaxing under his touch. Kuang Hoa, moved by the sight, gently took Bai Dao from Hua Than's arms and hugged her tightly. "Then let's not go past this spot anymore," she said with a soft smile. The three of them continued walking, enjoying the snowy scenery. Hand in hand, the couple strolled happily, chatting and laughing. Kuang Hoa tilted her head curiously. Do you like going in circles? Hua Then chuckled. I just like a few simple things. The path was lined with red lanterns and frozen fish ornaments, glittering under the snow. In the distance, a group of children played, their laughter warm against the cold air. Kung Hao watched them, marveling at the peacefulness of the moment, as if she were dreaming. Suddenly, Hua Than's gaze caught someone. Isn't that Aunt Trin's granddaughter? He asked, pointing. Just then, the little girl noticed him and ran into his arms, squealing joyfully. Brother Hua. He laughed, hugging her gently. Xiao Yan, you've grown so much. Kuang Ho, still unsure, watched quietly. Kuan Ten introduced her, smiling. This is Sister Kuang Ho. Xiao Yan greeted politely, and Kuang Ho responded with a courteous nod. The little girl then noticed Bai Dao. Is this Bai Dao? Last time she was tiny, now she sits so chubby. Hua Then teased. Xiao Yan, you should eat more. Learn from Bai Dao. The little girl protested loudly. I don't want to be obese. Hua Then laughed. All right. Sister Huang Hoa can let you play with Bai Dao, okay? Xiao Yan squealed in delight, hugging Bai Dao and running off to show her friends. Meanwhile, Hua Then and Kuang Hoa sat together on a bench, watching the snowy scene unfold. The neighbors here are all very nice, he said. Aunt Trin, for example, is a little gossipy but very kind-hearted. He recalled childhood memories. When I was little, every time I got locked out, they always invited me to play while waiting for my family to come. A smile formed on his lips as nostalgia washed over him. He continued, this place is full of childhood memories for me. Even when I went to university, I would come back here alone. Kuang Hoa, curious, asked, is there a reason you introduced me to Xiao Yan? Hua Then leaned back, calm and casual. Don said you think she sits cute? Yes, she is, Kuang Ho replied in surprise. He added, I want you to get to know more people, otherwise life can be boring. She raised an eyebrow. I thought you had some ulterior motive. Before she could finish, Xiao Yan piped up. Sister Kuang Hoa, are you Brother Hua Then Sip's girlfriend? Hua Then chuckled. You sitter so little, how do you know what a girlfriend is? Xiao Yan blushed, insisting loudly. Of course I know. He teased further. Oh really? Then explain to everyone what a girlfriend is. The little girl stammered, flustered. A girlfriend is a friend who is a girl. Hua Then laughed heartily. Yan Nai is so cute. Xiao Yan pouted. Brother Hua is mean. I sep not playing with you anymore. Kuang Ho couldn't help but recall that she had been teased by him in the same way before. Her gaze sharpened as she stared at him, half amused, half exasperated. Hua Then gently patted Xiao Yan's head. Play with Bai Dao when you can, and play with Sister Kung Hoan Ho too. Xiao Yan nodded happily before running off. With only the two of them and Bai Dao left on the bench, Hua Then suddenly remarked, it seems I sip am about to become a hand maniac. Confused, Kuang Ho asked, what does that mean? He explained, with a sly smile, it means I really like hands. She teased, you've always been like that. Hua Than's thoughts darkened slightly, as he added silently, I like hands because there are limits. Otherwise, I'd show you what it means to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, not stopping until the next morning. Early the next morning, the sounds of their voices echoed through the building. Kuang Ho was explaining with focus, the 8 extremities fist mainly uses hands to strike. Speed is key, and you target vulnerable points. If you find an opponent's weakness, you strike immediately. Look at the palm of my hand. Before she could finish, Hua Then interrupted, his voice playful but slightly wary. I haven't learned that far yet. Don practice on me. It turned out she was teaching him martial arts. First he had to stabilize his stance, then memorize how to properly use his fists. The goal was that, in a real fight, identifying an opponent's weak points would become instinctive. He sighed silently, thinking, in the end, I still can't escape practicing martial arts. As they continued practicing, a knock came at the door. Hua Then opened it and peeked out. Who is it? It was Yan Yan, smiling brightly. Brother Hua, I've come to play with Bai Dao. He noticed she had brought her homework and raised an eyebrow. Why bring homework if you set her here to play? The little girl laughed. I told Grandma I was coming to do homework. She obediently ran inside, greeting Kuang Ho politely. Sister Kuang Ho. Kuang Ho, slightly flustered, stammered, hello Yan Yan. Yan Yan looked around curiously. Where seps Bi Dao, Brother Hua? Hua Then pointed to the sofa, sleeping soundly over there. The little girl ran over and picked up Bai Dao. Wake up, Bai Dao. Time to lose weight, you chubby thing. Bai Dao squirmed playfully in her arms. Meanwhile, Hua Than glanced at Yan Yan's homework. Hog Hom Hua peeked over as well, surprised to see that the little girl's pages were completely blank. Hua Than thought to himself, oh my, not a single word. This paper is cleaner than my relationship with Kwang Ha. He handed it back to her with a teasing smile. Since you brought it, you should do your homework. You can play with Bai Dao while doing it. The mischievous Yan Yan pouted, but Bai Dao doesn't know how to read. Hua Than teased. If you teach her, she said'll learn, right? The little girl Sip's eyes lit up with belief. Oh yes. Time passed in unusual quiet. Everyone focused on their own little tasks. Huang Hoa, feeling the silence, glanced over and saw Yan Yan earnestly trying to study alongside Bai Dao. Hua Than noticed she struggled with some questions. Huang Hoa, check her literature homework. You should be able to help with some answers. Yan Yan admitted, brother, I finished the easy ones. I set him stuck on the rest. Hua Than got up and walked over. Which ones? Let me see. While they weren't paying attention, Kwang Ho quietly snuck to the side, holding one of Yan Yan's notebooks up to her face so only her wide, round eyes were visible. Watching Hua Than patiently help the little girl reminded her of her own childhood, learning from the village accountant. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she thought, he's so much more knowledgeable than anyone I've met. Soon, the day was getting late. Hua Than glanced at the clock. Yan Yan, it's getting late. Do you want to stay for dinner before going home? The little girl blinked in surprise. Is it late already, brother? Hua Than turned to Kwang Hoa. Can you take her home later? It's just a few floors away. She hesitated. Me? After dinner, they set off together. Hua Than held Kwang Hoa Sip's hand. What if you fall on the stairs? Hold sister Kwang Hoa Sip's hand tightly. Huang Ho guided Yan Yan safely to her door. The little girl called out, Grandma, I sep him home. Please open the door. Mrs. Ingan Yen opened the door, surprised to see Kwang Hoa. Are you Kwang Hoa? I brought Nong Yen home, Kwang Ho replied awkwardly. The grandmother pulled her granddaughter inside, apologizing politely. Yan Yen proudly announced, Grandma, I finished all my homework today. Mrs. Ongan Yen beamed. Thanks to Brother Hursit's help, if your mother knew you hadn't finished, you wouldn't have been allowed to play here. Thank your sister as well. Yan Yan obediently thanked Kwang Hoa. See you next time. Later, back at home, Hua Than had just finished showering and drying his hair. I system done showering. You should take a quick shower and go to bed early. Tomorrow we shall go shopping for Tet. Kwang Ha raised an eyebrow. We set you're going out to shop? He teased. Where else in the room? Go take a shower quickly. Annoyed, she ran to grab her clothes and hurried into the bathroom. Hua Than added casually, I sepman making noodles with pork ribs later. Want some? She peeked out. Haven't you had dinner? He replied casually, no, I get hungry easily. Consider it a late night snack. She smiled, tempted. I shall have some too. By the time she finished showering, the noodles were ready. Steam rose from the bowl, carrying the rich aroma of pork ribs. Hua Than proudly said, try it. The broth simmered perfectly, very fragrant. He didn't forget to remind her to add a little garlic for flavor. They both focused on their meal, savoring every bite. Kung Hua's empty bowl was proof enough. The noodles were delicious. Although Kung Ho had finished the noodles, she still rubbed her stomach and muttered, I sup still a bit hungry. Hua Than he stood up to clear the dishes, teasing lightly, I'll eat more tomorrow. It's late now, and eating too much isn't good. Be careful not to get chubby like Bai Dao. As soon as she heard the word chubby, Kwang Hoa immediately protested, cheeks reddening, I will never be as chubby as Bai Dao. I'm just hungry because I just showered. He carried the bowls inside, still mischievously teasing, feel your stomach. If it hasn't gotten bigger, I shall cook another bowl. As long as you stir full, it sets fine. She hesitated, but rubbed her stomach anyway. It did feel slightly tight. Pouting, she said, then I won't eat anymore. But it sets not because my stomach is tight, okay? Hua Than smiled, mischievous as ever, then let me feel it. Kung Hoa narrowed her eyes, glaring at him. You just want an excuse to touch me. He chuckled, thinking that isn't illegal. After finishing the dishes, he came out wiping his hands. Late night snack is over. Remember to sleep early. Good night. She replied softly, good night. As he went into his room, he poked his head out once more, teasing, oh, and there's a saying, too much joy turns to sorrow. Now that you've eaten your fill, Don't come to my room to cause trouble. With that, he slammed the door, leaving Kuang Hoa standing there dumbfounded and slightly annoyed. The next day, Hua Thun took Kuang Ho out. The weather is really nice today, he said, glancing at the clear sky. In the distance, a man was sitting. They approached him, and Hua Thun waved cheerfully. Hello, Uncle True. Ted is coming soon. The man smiled warmly. Yes, it sits almost here. Where are you two going? Hua Thun replied, we set you're going Tet shopping. Good idea, the man said. Hua Thun waved once more as they left. Suddenly, he turned back and called out, take care of your health, uncle. Quit smoking gradually. The man hesitated as he reached for a cigarette, but ultimately shrugged and lit it. I'm old. Without smoking, what pleasure is left? He leaned back, relaxed. The two continued strolling down the street. Hua Thane noticed a girl in a delicate dress and glanced at Huang Hoa in her simple outfit. That girl is wearing thin stockings, he said, leaning closer. It almost looks like she sits not wearing anything. Want to try that? Kuang Ho firmly replied, no, I prefer wearing cotton pants. Thick clothes are warmer. He smiled and held her hand tightly. Let sets continue. We have a lot to do today. First, a haircut, preparing for Tet. At the hair salon, he asked the stylist, 2 haircuts, please. The hairdresser welcomed them warmly. Yes, please come in. Since it was Kuang Hoa's first haircut, she was nervous, beads of sweat forming. Can I get bangs like your mother? She asked. No, Hua Then replied immediately. Then he pointed to her hair. Trim the ends and nape, just make it neat. The hairdresser nodded, and as the scissors moved, Kuang Hoa closed her eyes, reminding herself to adapt to everything in this new life. Strands of hair fell to the ground, and Hua Thun watched carefully, thinking her hair looked less frizzy, the ends tidy. After the haircut, her face seemed brighter, prettier even. Where are we going next? She asked. He pulled her hand into his coat pocket. The mall for new clothes and shoes. Tet is for a fresh start, head to toe. Just as they stepped out, a fierce dog appeared, growling and standing its ground. Hua Then him instinctively stepped forward, shielding her. Let Stets avoid it. We still take another route. Kuang Ho grabbed his wrist, eyes sharp. What are you doing? I could kick it straight to the king of hell. Hua Then stammered, realizing he had almost forgotten just how lethal she could be. She approached the dog, rolling up her sleeves. What era is this that I bow to a dog? She slowly closed her eyes, then opened them wide, locking her gaze on the animal. The dog, sensing her cold, commanding presence, fled immediately. Hua Then stared in surprise. Did you use your killing intent to scare it away? She looked at him coolly. Killing intent? That dog knew it couldn't beat me. It ran. He shook his head with a smile. I won sit pursue this matter this time, but Don sit do it again. No swords or knives. Those are for cooking now. Just enjoy life. Seeing her silent, he added, Dawn set you miss those bloody days from before? She looked at the sun, calm and thoughtful. If every day were as peaceful as this, there would be no need to fight anymore. He smiled gently, looking at her. After a pause, he said softly, you stir right, then let Sets enjoy this peaceful life together. Kuang Ho felt like she had just fallen into a trap and immediately turned her head to glare at him. Hua Then, unfazed, said cheerfully, let Sets go, we have a lot more to buy. She grumbled but replied, okay. As the sun began to set, they finally returned home. Kuang Ho sighed in exhaustion. We you're finally home. I am so tired. Her attention, however, was caught by the array of items they had just bought. Hothano noticed her gaze and said lightly, Dawn Set just stand there admiring them. Get me the glue, we need to hang up the couplets. Together, they went outside. Wath and he stood on the ladder, hanging the couplets carefully. It feels odd not to hang these for the new year, he said, stepping down and smiling. It sits like the house is abandoned, without any festive atmosphere. Kuang Hoa inspected the couplets, hand on her chin, shorter than other people's sips, only 6 characters, doesn't look as impressive. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why are you comparing lengths? You prefer longer ones. The longer, the better, she replied. He smirked. Then I sip them the best. Hong Ho froze, question marks appearing in her mind. At that moment, Mrs. Ngon Yen appeared. Oh, you two are hanging couplets early. Yes, we are, Hua Than replied warmly. Then he turned to her and back to the lady. If you are not busy, could you take a photo of us? Mrs. Nan Yen happily agreed, raising her phone. All right, stand still. Both of them smiled, their happiness evident. One more, Kong Ho said, as the photo was taken. Mrs. Nan Yen asked casually, Are you two spending Tet here? Where else could we be, Grandma? Hua Then replied cheerfully. Mrs. Nong Yen thought to herself, spending Tet at home, looks like these two are about to get married. She left them, saying, well, you two carry on. Then she and the girl stepped away, politely waving goodbye. Goodbye, brother and sister. Back inside, they tidied the house. Hua Thon even placed the fish carefully into a water basin. After finishing, they sat down on the sofa, exhausted. Hua Thon leaned back and said, finally done. Suddenly, he remembered something. He picked up his phone and opened the photo they had just taken. Give me one, he said. Huang Hoa turned, reaching out. Here. In a swift motion, she shot a peanut into his mouth with surprising speed. Though she had controlled the force, Wathan Ha still clutched his mouth, wincing. He chewed while glancing at her, holding up his phone. Looks like a photo from ages ago. Why are you grinning so foolishly? She asked. He zoomed in on her face. Your expression is too serious. Let me use Photoshop to add a 1910 filter. She frowned coldly. I don't understand what you are talking about. Later, he texted his mother. I'll bring Kwang Ho Ho. Please teach her how to make steamed buns. The next day at Hua Then's mother's house, his mother guided Kwang Hoa through the process. What do you usually eat at home? She asked. In the morning, porridge, sometimes noodles, for lunch and dinner, simple dishes, Kwang Hoa replied. His mother Set's eyes widened in surprise. 3 meals a day? Sometimes we even have a late-night snack, Kwang Ho added, rolling out the dough for the buns. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and she wiped it away. His mother thought to herself, having a girlfriend living together really does make a difference. Outside, Hua Than and his father sat in the yard, cracking sunflower seeds. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hua Than opened it to see a young man carrying bags. Uncle, my work unit gave these out. We can eat it all, so I brought some over for you. The young man froze when he looked up. Hua Than waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Let me see what you brought. The young man tried to back away. Never mind. Let's go somewhere else. Hua Then's father muttered irritably. People get Tet gifts from their workplace, while our son hasn't even found a job yet. Hua Then and Hao Zi chatted while putting things away. Hao Zi commented, I heard you were set up with a girlfriend that sips fast progress. Hua Then smiled. Don't mention it. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Hao Zi explained, I came today to bring some gifts and wish your parents a happy new year. His mother appeared from the kitchen. You brought so many things. Why don't you stay for dinner? I just made scallop dumplings. No thank you, Auntie. My father is cooking at home, Hao Zi replied. Then, he suddenly noticed Kwang Hoa. His mouth fell open in shock. He pulled Hoa Than closer and whispered, your girlfriend is making dumplings over there. Hua Than, casually eating a tangerine, said, yeah, so what? Hao Zi exclaimed loudly, unable to hide his amazement. This little guy is doing well. This little guy is doing really well. Hua Then was still savoring the sweet tangerine when he suddenly plucked a piece and stuffed it into Hao Zi's mouth. Try this tangerine, he said cheerfully. Hao Zi thought to himself, a bit bitter, then Z brings his girlfriend home to cook, while I'm still at odds with mine. Why compare and make myself miserable? He remembered the argument he had had with his girlfriend, feeling the sting all over again. As Hao Zi was about to leave, Hua Than called out, leaving already? Donset, you want to snoop around a bit more? Hao Zi turned back, skeptical. What's so interesting about her making dumplings at your house? I sep him off. Hua Than waved nonchalantly. Tan Hao, I one be home for the entire Tet. Remember to come over and have a drink with my dad when you set free. Hao Zi gave a quick nod. No need to remind me. In the blink of an eye, evening fell. The finished dumplings were neatly arranged on a plate, looking utterly inviting. Hua Then Hespa's mother asked with a smile, are they good, son? Yes, they're very delicious, he replied, eating continuously, clearly enjoying every bite. Watching Kung Ho eat with such relish, his mother thought to herself, at first I thought Hua Then was joking about this girl, but she's truly pitiful. Who knows how much hardship she endured coming down from the mountains to Jiangcheng. Her heart softened, and she smiled. Now she no longer has to suffer as before. Hua Then picked up a dumpling, dipped it in soy sauce, and fed it to himself and Kwang Hoa, moving from plate to plate. Seeing Kwang Hoa finish all the dumplings she had made, he thought silently, this girl is honest and simple, and she eats with genuine enthusiasm. His father, however, wore a displeased expression, thinking, this kid brought his girlfriend home just to freeload. Later that evening, after returning home from outside, Hua Than immediately asked, "Have you learned how to make dumplings yet?" Kuan Ho hesitated. "It's okay. I just need a bit more practice." Lying on the comfortable sofa after a tiring day, Hua Than stretched and said, "In the north, you can't celebrate Tet without eating dumplings. It's like eating mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's not just because of the era, geography shapes people's worldview. Southerners and Northerners are different, after all." Kuang Ho only replied, "Is that so?" slightly puzzled. Hua Then covered his mouth while yawning. "That Sep's right. Anything else you want to know?" Kuang Hoa pulled up a chair to the computer desk, thinking usually he'd say sweet things to get me to hold hands or hug. Why haven't I seen anything like that today? Hua Thane, noticing her calm demeanor, thought the female warrior seems a bit strange today. She must be in awe of my profound knowledge. "I'll go take a shower first," he said, humming a song in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Kuang Hoa was clicking away at the computer, searching for something online. Eventually, she stopped at a video compilation of kissing techniques in period dramas. She clicked on it, curiosity overcoming her. Only a few seconds in, Kuang Ho's face flushed red, and her heart raced. Oh my god, how shameless, how embarrassing. A while later, Hua Then emerged from the bathroom. Seeing Kuang Ho trembling in front of the screen, he approached curiously. "I been done showering, you can go take yours now." Her face flustered, she stammered, "I'll shower later," while secretly stealing glances at Hua Than's lips. The scene from the video replayed in her mind, making her feel mortified. Hua Than, puzzled by her odd behavior, glanced at the computer screen. "So you like watching the news," he thought. Her ears red, Kuang Ho tried to keep a calm expression. "I'm not washing my hair today." "Oh then, I'll go do some work," Hua Then replied, moving on. Hours later, Hua Then finally closed his laptop. He stretched lazily and dragged himself to the bedroom. "I'm going to sleep now. Good night." "Good night," Kuang Ho replied softly. Seeing Hua Then close the door tightly, she felt a twinge of disappointment. "It feels like something is missing. He didn't even hold my hand before going to sleep." Suddenly, Hua Then poked his head out, startling her. "It's so late, and you haven't taken a shower yet." Kung Ho quickly avoided his gaze. "I'm going to shower right now," she replied softly. Hua Then, not catching her words clearly, asked again, "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" she snapped irritably. Understanding the situation, Hua Then teased cheerfully, "Do you want me to blow-dry your hair?" Kuang Ho slammed her hand on the table, shouting, "No need." After that, Kuang Ho finally went to take a shower, but as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, she was taken aback. Kuan Pen was standing there, holding a hairdryer, smiling patiently and waiting for her. Her cheeks flushed, and shyness filled her every movement. Finally, she gave in and allowed him to blow-dry her hair. The space fell into a peaceful silence, interrupted only by the soft hum of the hairdryer and the occasional playful meow from Bai Dao. Kuang Hoa thought quietly for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Aren't you usually so talkative? Why are you so quiet now?" Hua Then answered slowly, with his characteristic calm, "I only speak when there's something to say. Right now, there's nothing to say at all." Kuang Hoa tilted her head, trying to hide a smile. "Oh well, if you want to blow-dry my hair, just say it directly. No need to be shy with me," she teased back. Hua Then chuckled and lightly patted her head in a playful gesture. Kuang Ho felt a flash of irritation. In her mind, she imagined herself beating a Hua Than-shaped teddy bear. "That's not what I want to hear," she shouted, her cheeks turning red from both anger and embarrassment. Whatever, she thought, he'll comfort me again anyway. The next morning, the kitchen was already alive with activity. A fish lay on the cutting board, ready to be prepared. Kung Ho carefully poured oyster sauce into the pan, following along with a cooking tutorial on her phone. She tried to mimic the chef's movements as accurately as possible. While cooking, she spoke up, her voice a mix of pride and curiosity. "I feel like becoming more modern now. Yesterday your parents didn't notice anything unusual about me, so I think I can hide my identity now." Huathan smiled, though a flicker of worry passed through his eyes. "Hide your identity? Why?" he asked cautiously. Could she still be thinking of leaving secretly? Kong Hoa Sip's tone softened, a shy smile forming. "It's just that I find your family very nice. I really enjoy having meals with everyone. The four of us living together like this, it feels truly happy." Hua Thun, meanwhile, finished cleaning the room and changed into fresh clothes. He dusted his hands, satisfied with his work, and glanced at Kuang Hoa seated at the computer. This is Kuang Hoa's first New Year here. She must feel like she's been reborn, he thought. Curious, he approached her and peered at the screen. Why did you say you Seth become modern? He asked, a teasing lilt in his voice. If only she hadn't cleared her browsing history. As if sensing someone behind her, Kuang Ho turned slightly and pointed at the screen. What sips this? Huathun explained casually. This person is live streaming to make money if they have viewers. Kuang Ho Isit's eyes lit up. That sip's amazing. Can I do it too? Huathan shook his head firmly. No, your identity is still a sensitive issue. But I heard you can buy a fake ID in remote areas, she replied, a little disappointed. No, he said firmly. Let Sets keep it secret for now. We can break the law. You Set'll need a legal ID. Kuang Ho pouted slightly but accepted his answer. Is there really no other way? Hua then leaned back on the sofa, glancing at Bai Dao, who was lazily stretching. When you adapt to this world, you still naturally find a way, right, Bai Dao? Kuang Hoa shot him a cold glare, teasing the cat. Yeah, she said flatly. Hua then laughed inwardly. Although it's subtle, she's growing up. Before, she would always listen to me. Now, she can even argue with me. Time passed peacefully until evening. Tonight Sits planned steamed buns with goat meat and chives filling. Kong Hoa tied on her apron, ready to work, and Hoa Than cheered enthusiastically. Go for it, my love. While Kuang Hoa focused intently on her cooking, Kwa Thun sneaked glances from the living room to make sure she wasn't aware of him. Satisfied, he quickly returned to the computer desk, intent on checking her browsing history. Maybe she forgot to delete it. As he moved the mouse to the history, a familiar voice cut through the air. Kuang Hoa, behind him, said coldly. So, you still really sneaking a peek, huh? Huathan jumped, spinning around, but everything appeared normal. Huathan Hua was still focused on wrapping the buns. Hesitantly, he returned to the browsing history and saw only one entry titled, So you're really sneaking a peek, huh? Those few words were enough to make him freeze in place. Collecting himself, Huathan poked his head into the kitchen and asked casually, How are the steamed buns coming along? They're still wrapping them, Kuang Ho replied without looking up. Huathan let out a relieved sigh. Turns out I was worrying too much. This little girl has learned how to probe me. Pretending nothing had happened, he said, You just need to season it. Let me mix it for you. Kuang Hoa glanced up, a small smile forming. Okay, she agreed, focusing again on her task, as the warm, cozy kitchen filled with the scent of goat meat and chives. Watching Huathen skillfully mix the meat for the steamed buns, Huang Ho couldn't help but feel her cheeks warm. I hope this life can last forever, she thought quietly. Time flew by, and soon it was already the afternoon of New Year's Eve. Hand in hand, Huathen and Kuang Ho made their way to his parents' house. As they approached, Tan Hao's father's eyes widened in surprise. Are you bringing your girlfriend home for New Year's Eve dinner today? He asked warmly. Huathan smiled politely. Yes, Uncle Tam. We just came to visit for a bit. Later, we still invite you over for hot pot. The uncle waved his hand. I simish is boiling water here, and Hao is on duty and can come back. We sell eat by ourselves. You two go ahead. Don Set keep your parents waiting. Kuang Hoa, meanwhile, had her attention caught by a large dog nearby. She only looked up when it had moved out of sight. Huathan noticed and asked with a teasing smile, Do you like dogs? If you do, maybe we could get one. Kuang Hoa shook her head blankly. Such a big one eats a lot, not worth it. Huathan chuckled. People keep dogs for companionship, like Uncle Tam, to have a friend so they don't feel lonely. Kuang Ho's Sip's eyes narrowed as she spoke seriously. Don Set, we already have Bai Dao. Huathan laughed and nodded. Oh right, we already have Bai Dao. Something about her choice of words caught him off guard. Did she just say we? He thought, blinking in surprise. Inside Huathan Sip's parents' Sip home, he pointed toward a gift box on the floor. Aren't Sip we opening the fruit box Hao gave us? With a curious glance, he opened the box and exclaimed, Oh, passion fruit. The neatly cut slices were soon laid out on the cutting board, their vibrant orange flesh glistening. Delicious, and good for the skin too. Huathan said cheerfully, Dad, try a piece. His father waved a hand dismissively. Does your dad need to beautify his skin? He joked. Huathan coaxed him anyway, then offered slices to his mother and Kuang Hoa. 1 piece each, he said with a smile. Everyone tried the fruit. When they finished, Huathan eagerly asked, Was it good? His father shrugged. It's okay. His mother simply smiled and suggested he try it himself. Kuang Hoa remained silent, frowning slightly. Hua then hest, mind raced. Oh no, it sets not very tasty. He tried to play it off with a grin. Eat more, everyone, better skin for the new year. But he could feel 6 eyes shooting daggers at him. Resigned, he reluctantly ate the passion fruit himself, all because of my own hand. Why did I open the box on my own? He thought. As the old year faded and the new year approached, everyone poured a drink to celebrate. Wathen and his father raised their glasses. Another year has passed, his father said, coughing slightly. This year is different from the last. Wathen, you've grown up. I hope this year is smoother than the last. Huathen and Kwang Hoa exchanged smiles. May all wishes come true, they said in unison. His mother beamed as well. Glasses clinked, and the family began enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner they had prepared with care. Amid the laughter, Huathanasip's mother couldn't resist teasing her son. When Huathanas was little, he was so mischievous. Once, while I was cooking, he secretly took a piece of meat to show Hall, but he dropped it, and a dog ran off with it. Huathan blushed furiously. Mom, Don, sit, tell that story. It sets a new year, why bring up old things? His mother continued, undeterred. The story doesn't set end there, son. After that, you two tried to steal the meat back from the dog. Huathan groaned, cheeks burning. Mom, Kuang Hoa is still here. Kuang Hoa, quietly eating, couldn't help but smile at the playful exchange. Happy moments like these always seem to fly by too quickly. After dinner, Kuang Ho helped Hoathenhe's mother clear the table. Hoathenhe's father waved him over. Come here, I have something to tell you, he said, beckoning him into a private room. Inside, Huathan curiously looked around. Dad, what are you secretly doing? He asked. His father handed him a small square blue box. Take this, open it when you get home. Huathan examined it, unimpressed. New Year Sep's money, doesn't look like much. His father laughed and nudged him toward the door. Open it when you get home and you still understand. It was time to leave. Kung Hoa bowed politely. Goodbye, aunt and uncle. Huathen sits, mother smiled warmly. Be careful on your way. On the way home, Huathan gently held Kwang Ha Sip's hand. Let Sep stop by Uncle Tam Sip's house for a bit, he suggested. Don't Sep be too formal, just act like a modern person. Practice your social skills a little, chat casually, have a few drinks, sleep it off, and everything will be fine. Kuang Ho's face was slightly flushed from the earlier sip of wine. She took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I understand, she replied softly. Huathan couldn't help but smile helplessly. Why does the female warrior look more dazed than usual? Is she drunk? He thought, shaking his head. No way, she only had half a glass of red wine. To distract himself from overthinking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the gift box his father had given him earlier. Let's see what Dad gave us, he said, opening the box. Inside were 3 brand new condoms. Huathen froze, realizing the contents were far from the first-time misunderstanding he had feared. I knew I was overthinking. This is way too early for that. But Kwang Ho, her cheeks still red, looked curiously at the items. What are these? She asked innocently. Huathen coughed several times, embarrassed. They Setra balloons. You can blow them up, but we don't need to use them now. Kwang Hoa tilted her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. So, we shall use them in the future. Huathen's ears turned crimson. He took a deep breath and muttered, maybe. Soon, they arrived at Uncle Tam Sip's house. Voices from inside carried through the door. Huathen greeted cheerfully. Uncle Tam, we sev come to wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Come in, sit down, Uncle Tam replied warmly. Huathen continued, teasing. Ha has to work the day after tomorrow. Why don't you find a close friend, Uncle? Uncle Tam laughed softly, pouring himself some wine. Where would I find someone now? Who would want me? Huathen gave him a confident thumbs up. Why wouldn't anyone want you? Just find someone around your age, maybe about 67, exercise together, chat, and enjoy life. Kwang Ho quickly shook her head. Not at all, sir, she replied politely, sensing Huathen's playful teasing. Uncle Tam clinked glasses with Huathen and chuckled. It seems like just yesterday, but now my nephew is about to get married. Time flies so fast. Huathen smiled. Hao is also in a relationship. It should be his turn soon. Uncle Tam shook his head. I haven't even met his girlfriend once. Without a photo, I think he was dating a ghost. Huathen laughed. As long as he happy, that's enough. You can rush these things. I and taking it slow too. Meanwhile, Kung Ho was intently watching the special New Year Seps program on TV. The MC Sep's voice filled the room. An unforgettable night, a night that no matter where you are, you will never forget. Please accept our blessings. Kuang Hoa crossed her arms anxiously. Something's not right, but I don't know what it is, she thought. The MC continued. On this most important holiday for the Chinese people, we wish everyone a prosperous New Year. On the way home, Hua Than smiled and said, "You saw earlier at Uncle Tam Sip's house. That Sip's the gap between you and modern people." Before he could finish, Kuang Hoa interrupted, "How are we any different?" Hua Than scratched his head and sighed, then suddenly took her hand. Looking into her eyes, he smiled. "It's better for you to figure it out yourself than for me to say it outright." Kuang Hoa intertwined her fingers with his, her heart swelling with happiness. I want to rely on him, she thought, feeling safe and cherished. Back home, Hua Than turned on the TV. "We just caught the end of the New Year Sips program. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Remember to wear the new clothes we bought." But Kong Hoa remained silent, lost in thought. Unexpected feelings stirred inside her, clouding her mind. Suddenly she turned to Hua Than and without a word, stood up and left. Confused, Hua Than called after her, "What Sip's wrong?" In the kitchen, Kuang Ho had emptied a bottle of cooking wine. She staggered slightly as she stepped out. Hua Than rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Why did you drink the cooking wine? This isn't for drinking," he exclaimed. Kuang Hoa only looked at him silently, her mind full of a single thought. "I want to rely on him, rely on him." Hua Than, still bewildered, glanced at the TV. The countdown had begun. Dear viewers, the clock is about to strike midnight. 3, 2, 1. In that moment, Kuang Ho pressed her lips softly against Hua Than's lips. The room was filled with the cheers of Happy New Year. Hua Than, completely flustered, felt his face flush red. "This is the first time in my life I felt so helpless," he thought, overwhelmed by her boldness. And just like that, amidst the fireworks of joy and celebration, their first New Year's kiss ended, leaving them both breathless. Kuan Hoa looked at Hua Than seriously, her gaze steady. "What now?" she asked. Hua Than, still recalling the events of the previous night, replied with a flustered tone, "Now, we are no longer sober. You tore me apart like that. How could we still be sober?" In his mind, Hua Than was thinking, a man and a woman, plus alcohol, emotions running high, and yet I end up in such a passive position? "Can you let go of my hand first?" he asked, sweating slightly. "Of course, if you want to continue, I can guide you." Before he could finish, Kuang Hoa had already released his hand. Her silent expression left him bewildered. Then, without a word, she turned and walked away. Kuang Then rubbed his wrist where she had gripped him so tightly, and sighed. What's going on with her? He wondered. Suddenly, Kuang Ho appeared again, shyly holding out a pair of grass shoes. "If you want them, take them," she said softly. Hua Then took the shoes, confused. What sip's this about? Kuang Hoa bit her lip, thinking. Then a mischievous idea flashed across her mind. "Oh right, I can teach you how to fight." She raised her hand and swung it forcefully, but Hua Than immediately paled. "We've been busy all day. It's late now. Let's go to sleep. Today is the first day of the new year. We can talk about learning to fight later. You can teach me another time." Blowing gently on her fist, Kuang Ho finally relented and turned toward the bedroom. "That's fine then. Good night," she said, closing the door behind her. Hua Then watched her go, a mixture of bewilderment and admiration on his face. "She's so decisive," he thought. Holding the shoes in his hand, he pondered, "What is going on after all? I initially planned to stay up all night, but her expectant gaze, it's exactly like mine." Just then, Kuang Hoa slowly returned. Hua Than, anxiety written all over his face, exclaimed, "Female warrior, great hero, you sut drunk. Please don't sut come near this lowly one. If anything happens, you sut surely send me to meet the king of hell tomorrow." But Kong Ho simply smiled adorably and said softly, "You haven't set touched my hand yet today." Hua Then froze. So that's it. After holding her hand, Kuang Ho happily went to sleep, leaving Hua Then with a bewildered expression. The alcohol has taken effect. What if she wakes up tomorrow and leaves in embarrassment? He worried, and immediately went to lock all the doors carefully. That couldn't be allowed to happen. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Kong Ho woke up in high spirits. Wearing a new dress, she pondered what to cook for the day. Kong Ho Thane quietly observed her, scrutinizing her expression. Nothing unusual, but that makes it even stranger, he thought. Finally, he stepped out and asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" A brief silence followed, only broken by the ticking of the clock. Then, Kuang Ho puffed her cheeks and replied, "We weren't sober anymore," recalling his own words. Hua Thang, still in yesterday's clothes out of embarrassment, muttered, "Could it be? I misunderstood the situation. Go take a bath and change your clothes. I'll wait a bit," he said before rushing into the bathroom, slamming the door shut and startling Kuang Ho. Blushing furiously, she lowered her head. Oh no, father of 5 children, she thought, her mind spinning. 20 minutes later, they were seated in the living room. Hua Than looked at her seriously. "Let me ask you, why did you drink alcohol yesterday, pin me down, and forcibly kiss me?" Kung Hoa, shyly looking down, replied, "Because I want to rely on you." Hua Than blinked in surprise. "Rely on me, but give me slippers? Explain that." Kuang Hoa sits, face turned red as she anxiously asked, "Don sit, you like my slippers?" Hua Thane, utterly confused, replied, "Wait, who said I like slippers?" "I researched it," Kuang Hoa said, still flustered. "Although liking slippers is a bit strange, it sets not a sign of illness. You don't set need to be shy, just because I don't set want to wear slippers." Hua Then sits, face darkened. "Wait, I said not a shoe fanatic, you sieve misunderstood. Could it be? She saw me keep the grass shoes," he thought nervously. Kuang Hoa Sip's eyes widened, exactly what she had suspected. She looked at Hoa Than and said, "I didn't set mean to look down on you." Hua Than helplessly explained, "Don said look at me like that. When you brought those shoes here, I thought they were antiques and kept them to sell for money." Kuang Hoa's surprise softened into understanding. "I just brought them here," she said quietly, realizing the misunderstanding. Hua Than anxiously pointed at Kuang Hoa. "What exactly have you been watching online?" he asked. Kuang Hoa, blushing and turning her face away, ignored his question. "If you like them, just take them, but don't get bored and give them to someone else." "I won't like that," she said softly. Hua Then sighed helplessly. "This is really perverse now," he thought. "I've said don't worry, I'm not obsessed with shoes, and I won't sell them either. Let's just change the subject." Rubbing his bruised arm from last night, Hua Then said, sweating slightly, "You said you wanted to rely on me, so you pinned me down on the sofa and bit me." Kuang Hoa shyly replied, "After we kissed, we weren't sober anymore, so, now I'm your girlfriend." She timidly closed her legs, her adorable demeanor making Hua Then blush. "Then, can my girlfriend come here and let me give her a hug?" he asked. Kuang Hoa, shy as a little kitten, slowly moved to his side. Huang Ten embraced her tightly, his heart overflowing with happiness. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come, he thought. Actually, Hua Thenhang continued, nuzzling her cheek, "Our concepts of sobriety have always been different. What you want and what I want aren't set the same. I want to be romantic with you, but do you know what romance really is?" Kuang Hoa hesitated, then softly replied, "It sets a relationship between a man and a woman." And then, Hua Then prompted. "Then, it sits marriage," she stammered. Hua Then's sits face lit up. "Marriage is the result, but it sits not the ultimate goal. Liking you and having desire for your body, those are 2 different things." Kuang Hoa gripped his shirt tightly, stammering, "I just want life to be like it is now. I hope it can last forever." Hua Than pressed his forehead gently against hers. "I know, I understand everything, but I hope my Kuang Hoa will be a modern wife, not one who has to struggle just to raise children and live a stable life." He kissed her forehead softly, hoping she would smile. On his second attempt, Kuang Hoa forced a smile, but it was a little strange. Kuan Ten exclaimed in alarm, "Don't smile like that, it's too scary." He held her shoulders gently. "I don't mean you shouldn't smile, but you smile too little. Happiness should show here, from here to here," he said, pointing to her mouth. He continued, "When you see snow falling, eat hot pot or taste a delicious steamed bun. Your smile should reach your eyes. Now you know how to smile, but you're still just pulling up the corners of your mouth according to your mood. From the heart, you still need to learn. Like a hungry person, seeing a mountain of food. Like a farmer smiling when the harvest is bountiful." Kuang Hoa looked at him curiously. "Is that why Uncle Tan didn't set talk much to me yesterday?" Hoa Thun held her hand gently. "Exactly. Yusep been asleep for thousands of years, and there are many things that take time to understand. Just learn slowly. I don't want you to sacrifice everything for a stable life. I can wait." Kuang Hoa, the most adorably silly girl, smiled. "I'm not forcing myself," she defended. Hua Than, teasing, pointed to his lips. Then give me a kiss. Huang Hoa pressed her lips tightly, thought for a moment, then kissed him softly on the cheek. Hua Then his face lit up. See, isn't sit that better? Don't sit push me away like yesterday. Just say straight out that you like me. I won't sit refuse your kisses. On the contrary, I really like them. Kuang Hao shyly replied, I said I'm sorry. I shouldn't said have done that yesterday. I said I'll give you all the shoes. Hua Then shook his head helplessly. I don't set need shoes. I want your lips. The first day of the new year came to a gentle close. In Kuang Hoa's hand was a beautifully decorated red envelope. Uncle Tan said warmly, this is a beautiful pair of Mandarin duck red envelopes. Isn't said it? Hua Than, sitting beside her, added, Uncle prepared it for you. It was the first time Kuang Ho had seen this type of envelope. Excited, she examined every detail carefully. Thank you, Uncle, she said, gently squeezing the thick envelope. Uncle and Aunt also gave me one this thick. At this rate, I'll have a lot of money to spend after the new year, she thought happily. After wishing Uncle Tan's family a happy new year, the couple headed downstairs. As they reached the stairs, a young man approached, leading a bicycle. It was Hao Zi. Hua Thana greeted him warmly. Finished your shift? Hao Zi nodded, just finished. Hua Than Sip's eyes sparkled. Proudly, he showed 2 Mandarin duck red envelopes to Hao Zi. Look, Mandarin duck envelopes. How did you get these? When are you bringing your girlfriend home to meet your parents? Hao Zi blushed, annoyed. Damn it. If this guy finds out my girlfriend is just in name only, he still tell my dad. I can let him know. Thinking quickly, Hao Zi decided to head home. I sip not arguing with you anymore. I sip going home to sleep. Hua Then, still smiling brightly, waved. Happy New Year? On the snow-covered road, Kuang Ho turned to him. Can you help him solve this issue? Hua Then shook his head. He sets a police officer with limited authority. Regardless of his position, the more people know about his situation, the safer it is. That set's always beneficial for our goals. Kuang Ho looked at Hua Than meaningfully, her eyes reflecting the distant sky. That's good, she said softly. Hua Than, puzzled, tilted his head. What sits good? She smiled faintly. For the past 6 months, we have been working toward a common goal, and that makes me very happy. Then, unexpectedly, Kuang Ho hummed a few romantic lines for him to hear. Kuang Than's cheeks flushed, and his heart skipped a beat. Really? He asked, touched beyond words. That was all she shared for now. Wanting to reciprocate her sweetness, Hua Then looked around, then leaned in and kissed Kuang Ho gently on the cheek. Wonderful, he said, eyes sparkling with joy. Kuang Hoa lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, and shouted, half playfully, half exasperated, you rascal. The scene shifts to Hao Zi's house. A steaming hot bun was lifted with chopsticks and devoured with relish. So good. Homemade buns are still the best, Hao Zi exclaimed, savoring every bite. Beside him, sitting comfortably, was the uncle who had given Kuang Ho the red envelope, Hao Zi Sit's father. He was playing with the dog, Tyrant, muttering teasingly, you must try harder. Even though you sit are grown up, I haven't set neutered you yet. I set am waiting for the day you find your soulmate. Though addressed to the dog, the comment carried a pointed implication for Hao Zi. The old man continued seriously, I have placed all my hopes on you, hoping to have an heir to continue the Qin family line soon. Hao Zi, distracted, replied without realizing the meaning, Dad, Tyrant is a girl. Hao Zi's father grumbled in dissatisfaction. I set him not talking to you, just eat. After you finish, go to Uncle Hua Set's house to wish them a happy new year. Following his father's instructions, Hao Zi finished his meal and made his way to his uncle's house. Happy New Year, nephew. Let's chat for a bit. As a police officer, you must work even on holidays. It must be tough for you, his uncle greeted warmly. Hua Than Sits, mother pulled out a thick red envelope and said with a smile, this is a red envelope for your girlfriend, but it seems she sits too busy to come. I shall make an exception and give it to you this time. Hao Zi instantly panicked. After all, there was no girlfriend. It was just a name he had made up. Flustered, he waved his hands quickly and protested. I can accept it. I sipped and grown up now. But Hua Than's mother insisted. She slipped the envelope straight into his pocket and said firmly, do you have someone in your heart yet? If you're still single, I wouldn't give you a red envelope. Time is running out. Then she added a piece of advice. Bring your girlfriend here to visit next time. Cornered, Hao Zi sighed and answered reluctantly. Of course, I'll definitely bring her next time. Yet inside, he felt dazed. For months, His family had been pressuring him every single day to find a partner. He thought to himself, if the day comes when I finally bring a girlfriend home, at least they'll stop nagging me about marriage. But until then, life just feels so difficult. The Hua couple, watching his awkwardness, exchanged confused glances. Just as Hao Zi was about to leave, Hua Than Sit's father suddenly asked, "Do you know what Hua Than is doing these days?" "He sets a TikToker, uncle," Hao Zi replied. "Can I borrow your phone for a moment?" Curious, the uncle handed it over. After searching a bit, Hao Zi pulled up an account with a Doraemon avatar and said, "This is Hua Than's account, uncle." The couple leaned in eagerly. When they saw the strange and complicated username, the uncle frowned and scolded. "What on earth is this nonsense?" Patiently, Hao Zi explained, he can use his real name, Ha Than. This alias actually suits him. He tapped a few times and added, "This is his personal page. Below are the videos he sets posted. If you want to watch one, just tap on it." Now intrigued, Hua Than, Sit's mother invited him back inside. "Come in, nephew. The boy only told us he sits making money, but we don't really know what he sits doing. This is a good chance to find out." One by one, the videos began to play. To their shock, each video was filled with kissing scenes. The three of them sat frozen, stunned into silence. Finally, Hua Than Sip's father slammed the phone down on the table and shouted, "Is this kid really spending all day making these ridiculous videos?" Hao Zi broke into a cold sweat. He knew he had stirred up serious trouble. It's over, he thought. Everything is ruined. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the storm brewing at home, Hua Than was out with Kuang Ho, visiting relatives to wish them a Happy New Year. "Auntie, Happy New Year," he greeted warmly. Kuang Ho stepped forward, bowing politely. "Happy New Year, Auntie." The aunt beamed. "You both look so radiant. Happy New Year." Just then, Hua Than sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "Someone must be talking behind my back." After the greetings, they followed the aunt inside. Hua Than asked eagerly, "Auntie, when will Yen Yen come back? Huang Hoa really likes her." The aunt smiled. "She'll be back after the new year. Little Yen still has to stay with me another half-month until school starts. If Kuang Hoa likes children so much, why don't you two have one of your own?" Hua Than laughed loudly. You're absolutely right, Auntie. Just get ready to receive our wedding invitation." Huang Hoa shot him a loving but annoyed glare, as though she might hit him at any moment. The two began their usual playful argument, but the aunt suddenly interrupted. "By the way, how did you two meet? Was it online?" The question stopped them cold. Both looked at the aunt awkwardly, then exchanged glances before giving their version. Hua Than answered first. "No, Auntie, we met in Jiangcheng. I pursued her for 3 years before she finally agreed. 3 whole years." The aunt nodded approvingly. "If it were 5 years, it would still be worth it. 3 years is wonderful." At that moment, the uncle walked out carrying a plate of fruit for the guests. Embarrassed, Hua Than said quickly, "Uncle Wang, you don't need to be so formal. We'll be leaving soon anyway." But the uncle waved him off. "Talking to this old lady must be boring. Make yourselves at home. Have some fruit." "All right then, if you insist," Su Hua Than replied with a grin. After spending the entire morning visiting relatives, they finally returned home. Exhausted, Hua Than asked curiously, "Do you know what online dating is?" Kuang Hoa stretched up on her toes to grab a bag from the top of the fridge and replied casually, "Of course. As soon as I open my phone, it shows up right on the website. I don't even need to search for it." Meanwhile, their pet cat happily purred while enjoying a full bowl of food. Hua Than froze. A sense of worry crept in. Is this knowledge a blessing or a curse? I thought she was innocent, but it seems she's already been exposed to so much. Shaking his head, he collapsed into an armchair, drained from the morning's visits. He said aloud, half to himself, "Actually, I prefer long socks over slippers, especially thin black ones. Simple design." His eyes clouded with thought. Kuang Hoa sat beside him, glanced his way, then deliberately looked aside with a dismissive expression. Hua Than teased, "Your reaction proves you know exactly the kind I am talking about." She replied innocently, "It's the kind I saw on the street the other day." Her answer stunned Hua Than. Soon after, a simple stir-fry meal was served. Picking up some food, he swore solemnly, "I swear to heaven, I shall never think about other girls. I shall no flirt. I just sometimes admire long-legged girls. It's instinct." Kuang Ho barely paid attention to his rambling. She calmly lifted her chopsticks and rice bowl and said, "It's fine. Sometimes I like to look too." It may be a little shameless, but beauty is still beauty. Her words were casual, but her cheeks flushed red without warning. Hua Than leaned in playfully and asked, "Beautiful how, do you want to try?" It became clear that he had been harboring a secret plan involving black stockings. But Kuang Ho immediately refused. "No, I want to keep it." That night, Hua Than sat quietly in front of his computer, searching a keyword, Lily. He muttered to himself, maybe she really does want to try. Looking at her, he thought in silence. So smooth, so delicate, who wouldn't want it? Finally, he declared, "Then I'll buy 2 sets, so you can wear them comfortably." Kuang Hoa, however, shook her head, "But I don't want to wear them." Hua Then smiled outwardly, replying, "It's fine if you don't want to." But deep down, he had already made up his mind. Buy them first, even if she doesn't like them now. Maybe later she will. Without hesitation, he completed the payment. The order was placed. The goods were being prepared. Planning ahead, this was his specialty. After placing the order, he stood and stretched. He said, "I'm going to shower. Later, let's open the red envelopes together and see how much we received today." Then, with a mischievous grin, he asked again, "Want to shower together? We can save water." The little girl instantly turned red, panicked, and shouted, "I don't want to." She snatched up a pillow and hurled it straight at him. Soon after, the moment to open the red envelopes finally came. They sat down with excitement, taking out 2 thick packets. When Kuang Ha saw the large wad of cash in her hand, she was moved. She quickly handed all the money to Hua Then. "This money is yours. I can accept it." But Hua Then looked at her with tenderness. "You're my girlfriend. If you don't take it, who will?" Then, with equal determination, he placed the money back in her hands. Pulling her close, he whispered, "We Setcher dating now. What Setcher's mine is yours. What Setcher's yours is mine. Just treat this as a contingency fund, like Aunt Two Setcher's spare blanket under the bed. Take it out when you need it." Lowering her head shyly, Kuang Ho murmured, "I still owe you a lot of money." Hua Then gently comforted her. "Don Set mix those things together. Forget about it." Then his tone shifted, playful again. "Instead, should I teach you how to kiss?" Those sweet words made her head spin. On the sofa, Hua Then guided her. "Close your eyes." He placed a hand on her shoulder, teasingly, and leaned in. Just like in the movies, their lips met. For Hua Then, this was an unexpected dream, an intimate, romantic scene of pure emotion. But reality broke through the moment. Suddenly, Kuang Hoa opened her eyes wide and glared at him from head to toe. Her sharp stare made the air heavy. "What are you trying to do?" The blunt question left Hua Thun awkward. He forced a laugh. "If I say it sets instinct, would you believe me?" "All right, let's start over." But Kuang Hoa wouldn't have it. She turned away. "Forget it." Then, with suspicion in her voice, she asked, "Do you want me to get pregnant?" The question stunned Hua Than. He quickly composed himself and explained, "No, of course not. I just wanted to hug you. How could you get pregnant from that? Come on, just one kiss." But Kuang Hoa firmly refused. "I don't want to. I'm going to sleep." With a sharp bang, the bedroom door slammed shut. Left standing there, Hua Than scratched his head in confusion. Does this girl even know how to kiss? But he brushed the thought aside. "Forget it. I not sleepy yet. I'll just do something else." He sat back down and opened his computer, scrolling through video reactions. The screen lit up with a steamy scene from a movie. When he scrolled to the comments, one in particular caught his eye. "Why watch this nonsense? It's so undignified. Delete it." The words struck a nerve. Hua Thun muttered, "Why does this sound so familiar?" But instead of dwelling, he simply blocked the commenter. Meanwhile, in another room, his father was staring at his phone. His wife noticed and asked, "What are you still looking at?" "Nothing," he replied calmly. Going to sleep." But in truth, he was monitoring the comments under his own post. Curious if anyone had responded to his frustration, he suddenly couldn't access the post anymore. Irritated, he grumbled, "You can only find videos through the uploader's channel. What kind of damn app is this? Can't even watch properly." As the 6th day of the Lunar New Year approached, 2 young boys came knocking at Hua Sip's door early in the morning. "Fan, your dad Sip's friend Wang Zi is here to visit." The boy next to him reminded gently, "Keep your voice down, don't disturb the neighbors." Hua Than quickly opened the door and welcomed them in. "Sit wherever you like. Food is being prepared. I'm still adjusting the background music, so I can use the computer. If you need one, there sits only the laptop." But Wang Zi suddenly put him in a headlock, laughing arrogantly. "Hey, you go play games." At that moment, Kuang Hoa came out with a plate of food. She looked slightly puzzled, unable to understand why the boys were wrestling like children. As soon as Wang Zi saw her, he immediately changed his tone, pretending to be refined. How have you been? It's been so long. The male lead frowned at Wang Zisip's endless chatter. Annoyed, he reminded him, be quiet, as I'm going to the kitchen to help. Inside the kitchen, Hua Thon began to display his romantic side. Even something as simple as handing over a potato carried with it a long, meaningful look between him and Kuan Hoa. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Zi and his friends stood by the door, watching with mixed feelings. Left with no choice, Wang Zi turned to the cat and muttered, "Right, kitty?" But curiosity got the better of him. He turned to his friend and asked, "Strange, isn't said it? How did this useless guy suddenly change so much?" His friend, still dazed, didn't set respond. Irritated, Wang Zi snapped, "Hey, I him talking to you." Startled, the friend finally whispered something outrageous. Maybe, Hua Then has been replaced. Cloning technology is way more advanced now. He disappeared for months, rarely showed himself. Maybe the real one was destroyed, and this is just a fake. Surprisingly, Wang Zi nodded in agreement. You have a point, that would explain it. The dreamy friend added fuel to the fire. Clones always have marks. Look for signs on his neck or his hands. Just then, Hua Then stepped out. Curious. What are you two whispering about? Come eat. He noticed Wang Zi holding the cat too tightly and kicked him lightly. Let go of my cat. Move aside. The gathering continued. Hua Then raised his glass cheerfully. For the new year, Hong Hoa showed her cooking skills. These are family dishes. Today, drink less and eat more. But Wang Zi smirked. Adults should drink. Come on. At that moment, Hua Then winced. While helping in the kitchen, I burned my hand. He showed 2 red marks across his skin. The sight made his friends exchange suspicious looks. Look, there are marks on his hand. Hua Then Han was confused, not understanding their implication. Inwardly, he thought, damn, I almost forgot about the bruise from when that female warrior pressed against me. How do I explain this now? Quickly, he pulled his sleeve down to cover the bruise, but the act only deepened Wang Zi's suspicion. Stand still. Raise both hands. Wang Zi barked, his instincts as a police officer flaring up. Together, the 2 friends rushed over, carefully inspecting Hua Thon's arms. Then Wang Zisip's voice rose dramatically. So that sips it. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. The clueless friend blinked. Huh? Leaning closer, Wang Zi whispered, the supposed revelation. The naive friend's eyes widened. What? You mean he sits a pervert? The words exploded into the room. Hua Thenin, Sit's face went red. Don Sit talk nonsense. For a moment, silence fell. Then, unbelievably, the 2 friends gave him a thumbs up. You stare a master, bro. The male lead Stit's expression was pure distress. Stit's not what you think. The awkwardness eventually faded, and they returned to the table, yet Wang Zi couldn't resist, raising his glass once more. Sister-in-law, a toast to you. Inwardly, he thought, she looks gentle on the outside, but clearly she's fierce. Before Kuang Hoa could answer, Hua Then cut in firmly. No, she can't drink a single drop of alcohol. He remembered vividly how uncontrollable she had been the last time she drank. There was no way he would let that happen again. Wang Zi and his friend shifted the conversation, sharing updates about their lives. Your dream came true. You supper a police officer now, doing good deeds every day. That sits admirable. Wang Zi, however, still complained. I sipped him jealous. Every day feels empty for me, but then, your life is the best. You have a cat, a girlfriend, and plenty of free time. The words made Hua Then Hun comfortable, though he didn't show it. He simply leaned toward Hung Hoa. Just eat and listen. Even if you don't understand, it's fine. But inside, his thoughts were heavier. Everyone has their own burdens. For me, the biggest worry is still her identity. Looking at Kuang Ho Sip's radiant smile as she ate happily, a small sense of peace returned to him. His romantic side surfaced again. You have rice on your face. To him, hiding Kuang Ho Sip's identity was worth all the effort, but Wang Zi couldn't stand the sweetness any longer. Hey, stop showing off in front of us. Sister-in-law, say something. Kuang Hoa raised her hand in confusion. I sit them eating. Hua Then immediately responded to the other 2, because looking at you 2 is disgusting. But Kung Ho innocently shook her head. I don't think so. You all must have been friends for a long time, right? Hearing this, Wang Zi proudly nodded. That Sip's right. Huathen and I have known each other since our 4th year of university. And these two, well, they've been stuck with each other since diapers. Truly a tragic fate. The mention of university suddenly jogged Kuang Hoa Sip's memory. Wait, is it the photo where you dyed your hair back then? Wang Zi Sip's face turned awkward. Haha, that photo? The other friend muttered to himself, remembering that picture had been taken before university days. Back then, he thought he looked so cool, but now, it was just embarrassing. Still, Wang Zix's curiosity was unstoppable. Resting his chin in thought, he said enthusiastically, "Let me find it. I've kept many photos from Pain Sip's golden days." With that, he pulled out a stack of old pictures, pointing at each one as he narrated. "This was during our graduation trip, then got beaten up by monkeys on Mount Ame. Haha, it was terrible. The next day he even took a stick to get revenge, only to be beaten even worse. That's when I realized he had some weird hobbies." Tan Hao also chimed in, laughing. "I also have photos from this idiot set's so-called golden days." The male lead stood quietly, watching all this unfold. He thought to himself, "It's fine. She can know about some of my foolish moments. It won't hurt." Wang Zi then turned serious, addressing him directly. "I said I'm planning to form a team for a game tournament. Your friend who designs images for me did a good job. Give me his contact. I want to order a few more sets." The male lead raised an eyebrow. "You mean Li Gaobo? He has a shop on the 4th floor of Zhongcheng Electronics Shopping Center. You still find him there." "Perfect. I'll remember that," Wang Zi replied. But before he could continue, Tan Hao tugged at his shirt. "Let sets go. See you later." "Don't you two want to stay and play a bit longer?" Hua then asked curiously. "No thanks," Tan Hao shot back. "We said are afraid of witnessing you two fight again." That one line froze the male lead where he stood. His chest felt heavy, as though his entire being had just cracked apart. Slowly, he closed the door behind his guests, his thoughts spiraling. In their eyes, I'm a pervert who enjoys being mistreated. In Kuang Ho's eyes, I'm some sick man obsessed with dirty shoes. My reputation completely ruined. Later, he collapsed onto the sofa, lost in thought. The new year is almost over. I need to think seriously about work. Picking up his phone, he reflected bitterly. I once said I didn't need likes, didn't need interactions, and wouldn't make cheap videos, but those are the real secrets to success. I may have some fame and enough to live on, but reaching the next height, it's truly difficult. The clock struck 8 in the morning. The living room scene looked peaceful. Hua Then sat there, gazing at Kuang Hoa with affectionate eyes. She smiled. "Do you want something to drink?" But he slipped back into his romantic mode. "I don't just want to drink, I just want to hug you. I like you." His cheesy words made Kuang Ho blush. She stammered. Yet, Hua Than hugged her tighter. "I like the scent on your body." Kuang Ho blinked in surprise. "Do I have a scent?" "Of course," he said bluntly. "Men are naturally lustful. They can detect the seductive scent of beautiful women." Realizing how crude he sounded, he quickly softened his tone. "But I set him different. I set him only lustful for you. Let me kiss you." Their lips slowly drew closer. The sofa seemed to encourage their passion, fueling the atmosphere of romance. Kuang Ho's face flushed red, her eyes turning shy, but just when the moment peaked, she suddenly screamed. The male lead tried to calm her. "Can you stop paying attention to that?" Before he could finish, she pushed him down, pinning him to the sofa. A bold thought crossed her mind. "This way might be better. I can prevent him from pulling tricks, from trying to get me pregnant. Just the feeling of love, that's enough." Her passionate kiss silenced him. The male lead only pretended to resist weakly. Let me go." Inside, though, his mind was conflicted. For the sake of our future, I can't let her form this habit. But their moment was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Kuang Hoa pulled away. "I said I'll open it." A little girl entered, looking excited. "Sister Kuang Hoa, you sit you're smiling. What sip's so fun?" "Huh? I'm smiling?" Kuang Hoa stammered, embarrassed. The girl quickly looked around. "Where Sep's Bai Dao?" She found the cat and picked it up lovingly. "Stop oversleeping all day. Come study with me." Her cheerful energy left both Hua Than and Kuang Hoa stunned, especially the male lead. He had no idea what was going on. Trying to cover her surprise, Kuang Hoa changed the subject. "Looks like you Sev changed, haven't set you." Hua Than gave a small smile. "Yes, I Sef learned how to love someone." Then almost bitterly, he added, "Though she always uses her strength to suppress me. A skewed development." Meanwhile, the little girl sat at the table, arranging paper and pens neatly. Bai Dao, you still see me on TV someday. On the other side, Hua then gently nudged Huang Hoa. That sip's great. You should also think about going to school seriously. If you don't know anything, people will laugh at you. Hua then jet. Huang Hoa. Both our names have 14 strokes. This is destiny. Kuang Ho-sit's eyes suddenly shifted, carrying a trace of surprise. At that moment, the little girl who had just entered curiously asked, so how many strokes does my name have? The male lead quickly explained, your name has more strokes than both mine and hers combined. If you had to write it 100 times, it would feel like a teacher punishing you. Your name is truly difficult to write. You wouldn't want to repeat it over and over like that, would you? Hearing this sincere explanation, Kuang Hoasip's eyes brightened with amusement. The little girl in the yellow shirt, still innocent and curious, continued, how can I become a superstar? Hua then listed the qualities with ease. You need to know how to sing, know how to dance, know how to act, and most importantly, everyone must like you. He then turned to her and asked, Nan Yen, do you know how to sing? Yu Gan Yen answered pitifully, no. What about dancing? Can you shake your butt? He teased. The male lead immediately added with a grin, even your sister Kuang Hoa can do that. Kuang Hoa shyly waved it off. I don't know how. The scene shifted to a poetic sunset. The male lead focused on his work, while Kuang Hoa quietly tidied up. It was the kind of ideal family scene many dream of. At that moment, Kuang Hoa glanced out the window, her eyes widening as though she had seen something unusual. From the bathroom came the sound of continuous scrubbing. Curious, Kuathon asked, what are you doing? She innocently replied, I am washing shoes. He crossed his arms and pressed further, then why are you washing my shoes? Kuang Hoa firmly insisted, they are mine. But Hua Than countered, you gave them to me, so now they are mine. The image of her handing him the shoes flashed in Kuang Hoa Sip's mind. Unable to deny it, she admitted with a sigh, I'll return them to you after I wash them. The male lead gave a gentle smile, softening the moment. Pointing at his phone, Hua Then said, the things I ordered for you will arrive soon. I'll get you a few pairs of high heels. Do you like white or black? I prefer red soles, Kuang Ho remarked, before quickly refusing, actually I don't like any color. Giving up, he replied, then I'll decide. I'll buy all the colors. Her eyes darkened as thoughts swirled in her mind. He's not satisfied with just one pair, he wants to buy more. The story moved to spring in February. Kuang Hoa sat quietly fishing, while Hua Than approached. Suddenly he shouted, ah! Standing in a martial stance, he raised his voice again, hey. Annoyed, Kuang Hoa hushed him. Be quiet, or you scare the fish away. But Hua Than laughed with delight. Almost done, he said, before returning to his stance, shouting, hey yeah. Inwardly, he thought to himself, I can't understand it. A warrior like her? Fishing here? Well then, I'll practice martial arts outdoors too. She once said it could save money. Why not? His thoughts deepened. I feel like I could even take down a bear with a single punch, but even that isn't enough to tame a wild Kuang Hoa. Lost in his musings, he failed to notice her excitement. Suddenly, Kuang Hoa exclaimed, I caught another one. A large fish had taken the bait. Holding it up proudly, she said, we can make fish soup for lunch today. Hua Then dropped his arms and reminded, the purpose of martial arts is to train the body and help others, not to suppress them. No matter what, we must not lose our self-worth. Do you understand? Kuang Ho glanced at the bucket of fish and replied softly, I understand, but her eyes sharpened as she thought to herself, I don't use it to suppress anyone, I use it to protect myself. In the past, if he dared to touch me, I would have torn him in half. Sensing her killing intent, Hua Then shuddered, where is this dangerous aura coming from? After fishing, the two walked home. On the way, Hua Then paused, thinking, it's already noon, I'm so thirsty. Meanwhile, Hua Then Hua happily thought about the fish soup. He pointed ahead, do you want something to drink? She followed his gaze and saw a vending machine for the first time. Hua Then introduced it with a straight face. This is called a vending machine. There sits a person hidden inside. They give out drinks by dropping them here. Kuang Hoa stared in disbelief. So that means there sits also someone hidden in ATMs? They crawl out to hand over money? Hua Then looked surprised. How do you know that too? Her face flushed red, and her ears burned with embarrassment. If he keeps deceiving me like this, maybe I should just give up, stay home, and have children for him, she thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Hua Than chose his drink and scanned the payment code with his phone. Watching closely, Hua Xuanchua asked, "If we owned this machine, wouldn't said all the money people put in belong to us? Then we wouldn't said lose anything at all, right?" He quickly explained, "It doesn't stet work that way. You must first buy the drinks to stock it. Only after that do you earn the leftover money." "Oh, I see," she replied simply, before dismissing the thought. "Then we don't set need this machine." While they spoke, the drink can that Hua Thun had purchased got stuck midway, refusing to fall. Both stood staring at it in disbelief. "How did it get stuck like this?" Hua Thun exclaimed, hitting the machine hard in frustration. But when it didn't set work, he resorted to shaking it vigorously. Finally, exhausted, he admitted helplessly, "I can set make it fall." Hua Thun, unwilling to give up, said confidently, "All right, I shall buy another one to push the first can down." But Kuang Hoa frowned with concern. What if it gets stuck again? Scanning the code with his phone, Hoa then dismissed her worry. It can set be that unlucky. The screen showed the payment amount. He pressed confirm, and a sharp beep sounded. Trying to reassure her, he added, "What happened earlier was just a coincidence." Yet, the moment the can left its slot, another mishap occurred. The second can also got stuck. Both of them froze, staring in disbelief. Hua Than, now visibly irritated, tapped the screen again, this time with an annoyed face. "I can't believe this," he muttered angrily. Another clunk echoed. The third can join the others, stuck in place. Now 3 drinks were trapped inside. Rage surged in Hua Thang, his face flushed with anger as if on fire. Kuang Hoa, calm as ever, remarked, "We have already lost 7.5 yuan. Hua Thun clenched his fists. "Watch me destroy this stupid machine." She quickly scanned the surroundings, glancing left and right. Once she confirmed no one was nearby, Kong Ho delivered a powerful kick to the vending machine. The impact startled Hua Then so much he nearly lost his soul, but the kick worked. 3 cans dropped at once. "Run quickly," Hua Then shouted. The two bolted, not stopping until they reached an empty alley. Only then did Hua Then let out a long sigh of relief. But Kuang Hoa, unfazed, said, "Don't set worry. I checked beforehand. There was no one around." Hua Then glared at her, voice raised. "Have you already learned to check your surroundings before doing bad things?" Her expression darkened, but she still replied firmly, "I sep known for a long time. Stop treating me like an idiot." They continued walking home. Kong Ho carried one of the cans, her mind wandering. "I sit wondering what will it be like 100 years from now." Without hesitation, Hua Thane answered, "Perhaps we'll become star conquerors. If you came a few thousand years later, Earth might not have as many people left. Robots would be everywhere. You'd fight them until exhaustion finally brought you down." He ended with an enigmatic smile. Then he added, "Once you settle down and get your ID, we can travel by plane or ship. You shall see the ocean, and giant fish swimming beneath it." "Giant fish?" Kuang Hoasip's eyes lit up. "Then we can eat for a long time." He laughed. "Why is food always on your mind? You've already gained 2.5 kilos this winter, and you're still thinking about eating." "I'm not fat," she snapped, her voice echoing with anger. By the time they returned home, Kuang Ho had finished preparing fish soup. Taking in the aroma, she smiled with satisfaction. "It smells so good." Standing beside her with Bai Dao in his arms, Huathan agreed. "It smells amazing. I sit and starving." Kuang Hoa turned to him. "Should we take 2 fish to uncle and aunt?" But Hua Then shook his head with a smile. "Why give them a few small fish? It sets better to feed Bai Dao." As if understanding, Bai Dao meowed happily. After eating, she curled up and quickly fell asleep. While Bai Dao rested, Huafan sat at the computer handling work. Huan Hua approached with a paper in her hand. Holding it before him, she asked, "I sep converted all the materials I sep saved these past months into gold. How do we sell them now?" Looking at the paper, Huathan's eyes widened at the string of zeros. "That's a lot," he exclaimed. "Wait a moment," he added. "Let me find a place to sell." He quickly searched the current gold prices on the computer, his thoughts stirring. This is truly a miracle. A woman from the Tang dynasty, who in just a few months learned to use computers in this modern world, has now earned her first money. She's a true warrior. Meanwhile, Kuang Ho flipped through her notebook with joy. "I heard gold prices are much higher now than before. I sep calculated, if I sell everything, I can pay off my debt to you." She thought to herself, "If you borrow, you must repay, especially to those who've helped you. Kindness must never be wasted. I won't let second aunt's advice go to waste." Hua Then looked at her fondly. Not only can you pay off your debt to me, but you still have plenty left over. You can buy new clothes, new shoes for yourself. Oh, but forget about the shoes. I already bought those for you. He smiled warmly. All right, I found a buyer. Let me teach you how to make the transaction. Kuang Hoa nodded quickly. Yes, please. Her eagerness filled him with happiness. He gazed at her with affectionate eyes, admiring her determination. Afterward, both returned to their work, but soon, Kuang Ho put down her pen and turned to him. With unexpected boldness, she asked, Can I kiss you? Stunned, Hua Than froze. Huh? Was all he could say. Without hesitation, Kuang Ho moved closer, sitting right beside him. Hua Then looked at her in silence, his thoughts swirling. Is this her way of repaying me, or are we celebrating something together? Or has she finally learned to follow her own heart? He shook off the overthinking. Whatever it is, a kiss is just a kiss. Gently, he placed his hand on Kuang Hoa's cheek and leaned closer. Their lips met in a tender kiss, framed by the warm glow of the sunset. It was soft, romantic, and unforgettable. He held her hand firmly, relieved she didn't resist. Oh, he thought with a smile, this time she didn't knock me down. But something about her touch felt unusual. When he noticed her hand pressed against his chest, he asked curiously, What are you doing? With innocent honesty, she replied, I'm just imitating what you do. Hua then sighed inwardly. This silly girl, what's the point of touching a man's chest? Meanwhile, Kuang Ha blushed deeply, lost in her own thoughts. I don't feel anything at all, so why does he like doing this? Breaking the silence, she said softly, I just wanted to thank you. Thank me? Why all of a sudden? He asked, puzzled. She lowered her eyes shyly. When we first met, I thought you wanted to poison me. I even pointed my sword at you, but you still let me stay and taught me how to survive in this world. Hua then chuckled lightly. That sits because you're beautiful. What kind of person is he, she thought, always so shallow and unserious? He continued, if the one hiding in that corner had been your master, with his long beard, I would have called the police immediately. Having an attractive appearance is its own kind of luck. Kuang Hoa nodded. You said her right. If you had thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, and a cunning look, I would have cut you down right there when you were drinking that soda. She smiled warmly, her eyes filled with affection. We said her both very lucky, but still, I want to thank you. Hua Than's heart softened, gazing at her with love. He gently tapped her nose. Smile more, your smile is beautiful. Later, Skuang Hoa leaned back on the sofa with Bai Dao curled up in her lap, while Skuan Than focused on his computer. She spoke casually, after I sell all these things, I pay you back for the TV. The rest, I save for later. He replied with ease, just keep it all, save as much as you can. But inside, Hua Than thought mischievously, this female warrior is far too serious. Let me tease her a little. He reached out, tugged at the sock on her foot, and began to slip it off. Startled, she shouted angrily, Why are you taking off my sock? I just wanted to look, he answered calmly, holding her foot. Her body jolted at the unexpected touch. Hua Than studied her feet with curiosity. Your hands and feet are so different. Your feet aren't calloused at all. Her skin is so soft, he thought, shaking his head. No, I can't. I have to stop before I turn into a pervert. To distract himself, he quickly removed her other sock and ran off with both in hand. Kuang Hoa chased after him, confused. Why are you taking my socks away? Turning back, he said lightly, I shall wash them for you. I don't have anything else to do right now. Flustered, she stammered, I can wash them myself. As he scrubbed the socks, he explained, I told you before I shall take care of you. Doing little things like this means a lot to me. Besides, soap is rough on your hands. For me it sets fine, but you should protect yours. Her cheeks burned crimson. Maybe we shouldn't sit. He looked straight at her. I your boyfriend, so let me do these things for you, all right? Her face turned red as if a volcano had erupted. She was more embarrassed than she had ever been. At that moment, Hua Than's parents arrived unexpectedly. When he opened the door, Hua Than's father stood tall and serious, while his mother smiled warmly, carrying several bags. Hua Than, still chewing on a cucumber, called out playfully, Mom, Dad, why are you here so early today? Truly, I must be your precious son. He quickly swallowed the cucumber and ushered them in. Please, sit and relax for a while. Kuang Hoa is cooking. Seeing the bags in his mother Sep's arms, Hua Than grinned. Mom, you don't have to buy things for me. I already know you love me. But his mother quickly corrected him. Who said it sits for you? I brought these for Kuang Hoa. Startled, Hua Then shouted toward the kitchen, Huang Ho, my parents are here to see us. Peeking out, Kuang Ho wiped her hands nervously on her apron. Proudly, Hua Than held up the gift his mother had prepared. Look, Mom got you this. It's Set's hand cream. His mother stepped forward with a kind smile. Hello, dear. How have you been lately? Behind her, Hua Then's father glanced silently, less expressive than his wife. Kuang Hoa bowed slightly and answered politely, Thank you, Auntie. There's no need to be so formal, Hua Then's mother said gently, her tone filled with affection for her future daughter-in-law. Soon after, the table was set with fragrant dishes. Not only did they smell delicious, but they also looked exquisite. Hua Then Hest, mother tasted a bite and couldn't set help praising. Oh my, this dish is even better than my own cooking. Hua Then smiled with pride, boasting about his girlfriend's talent. Yes, Huang Ho's cooking skills are top-notch. Standing nearby, Huang Ho's blushed deeply at the compliment. Her cheeks turned red, and though she looked shy, the sight made her appear even more endearing. This once fearsome female warrior had now laid down her sword, replacing it with a rice paddle, and she had mastered it well. After the meal, Hua Than and Kuang Ho worked together to clean up. He carefully stacked the dishes, wiped down the table, and then carried everything to the sink. As Kuang Ho tied her apron back on, she quickly stopped him. Just leave them here, I'll wash them. You go chat with your parents. But Hua Then didn't listen. Instead, he picked up the sponge, squeezed dish soap onto it, and said calmly, No, let me wash them. Dish soap is harsh on your hands. While washing the dishes, Hua Then continued the conversation. My mom noticed the calluses on your hands earlier. That's why she bought the hand cream for you, so use it freely. Don't be stingy. Curious, Kuang Ho raised her hands and examined them carefully. Do hands really need such special care? Isn't it only swords that need to be cherished? Hua Then shook his head and explained, In this modern world, swords aren't that important anymore. What really needs care is you. You should put your sword away. If you still want to practice swordsmanship, I can always buy you another one. His words left Kuang Hoa speechless. She clenched her hands tightly, lowered her head, and her face grew warm again. Quietly, she thought to herself, if my hands become soft, then he'll want to hold them more. Meanwhile, in the living room, Hua Than's parents were drinking tea. His father sat with a newspaper, while his mother whispered softly, glancing toward the dining room. At first I thought they were just living a normal life. But look at this place, everything is clean and tidy. The entrance is bright, the shoe rack neatly arranged, and the living room spotless. The decorations are tasteful too. As she stroked Bai Dao in her lap, she added, I think they set you're living very comfortably. Maybe you should consider giving this house to Hua Than soon. Her husband frowned slightly, pausing to think. Let's wait until the girl finds a stable job first. At that moment, Hua Then and Kuang Ho stepped out of the kitchen. His father immediately stood and said, Son, come with me, I have something to discuss. Before leaving, Hua Thenner reassured her. Huang Hoa, stay and chat with Mom, all right? She nodded with a smile. Yes, I will. Once seated, Hua Than Sep's mother began the conversation. So, what does Hua Than usually do at home, dear? Kuang Ho replied eagerly, her hands moving as she spoke. He makes videos, editing and combining different film clips together. Her mother tilted her head, surprised. Oh, is he that young man Brother Hao mentioned, the one who uploads videos? What kind of content does he make, dear? At that moment, Kuang Ho suddenly remembered Hoa Thana Sip's warning. He had told her never to mention their martial arts training. If his parents knew, they might see them as weak. Thinking quickly, she answered with confidence. He uses computers to monitor casinos. The words struck like thunder. Hua Thana's mother gasped, falling back into her seat. Casinos? Even Bai Dao arched its back, first standing on end as if alarmed. Realizing her mistake, Kang Ho quickly corrected herself. Oh no, I misspoke. I meant the stock market. Yes, the stock market. At this, Hua Than Sep's mother let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness, you almost gave me a heart attack. Though to be honest, calling it a casino isn't entirely wrong. Reaching for Kung Hoa Sip's hand, she spoke gently. Keep an eye on him. Don Set let him spend recklessly. Confused, Kuang Hoa asked, but isn't he making money from it? His mother explained patiently, this market is very unstable. You could lose everything in a single day. That's why you must watch him carefully. Kuang Ho nodded seriously. I shall try my best to monitor him. Her mother chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Monitor him however you like. The words felt oddly strange to Kwang Hoa. She thought silently to herself, why does that sound so peculiar? Meanwhile, inside another room, Hua Then followed his father. The room was spotless, with neatly folded bedding and everything in its place. His father observed quietly for a moment before asking in a low voice, "You two don't set share a room?" Scratching his head, Hua Then squinted and replied with confidence, "I've told you before, we don't set sleep in the same room. She sleeps in the room across the hallway." Hua Then's father stood quietly, thinking to himself, a man and a woman living together under the same roof, yet sleeping in separate rooms. Could it be that nothing has happened between them? Who would believe it? Still skeptical, he turned to his son. "Did you two have a fight?" Hua Then waved his hands helplessly. "I already said no. Nothing has ever happened between us." His father shifted slightly, adjusting his glasses as he sniffed the air. "Your mother told me that if you two get married, we'll give you this house." Hua Then Sip's eyes lit up. He practically transformed into a little puppy, exclaiming with delight, "That Sip's great. Let Sips get married right away. When can we do it?" His father's response, however, was like a bucket of cold water. "I've already rejected that idea," he said firmly. Hua Then's excitement faltered, and he moved closer to the window, staring outside with a hint of disappointment. "Can set you be more like how?" his father continued. "Stop staying at home all day doing nothing. Or you could open a shop like Beck. If you do that, I'll support you financially." Hua Than seemed used to these lectures, but he still disagreed. Picking up a slipper near the window, he held it in his hand and spoke thoughtfully. "Dad, times have changed. It's true that you have more life experience than me," he said, examining the slipper, "but each generation has different ideas. Happiness isn't the same for everyone." He looked up at his father. "Happiness isn't just about food, clothes, a warm home, or a stable job. I know uploading videos isn't a stable job, but I'm young. If not now, when will I be able to do what I truly want? Should I wait until I'm old, struggling with a cane, trying to keep up with the younger generation?" His father listened silently, contemplating his son's words. Any parent would hope for stability, yet he understood his son's point. Hua Then stood tall, stretching with his hands behind his head, while his father adjusted his glasses, brows still furrowed in thought. Finally, his father returned to the living room. "Let Sets go home," he said. Hua Than and Kwang Ho accompanied them to the door. His mother, polite and warm, said there was no need to see them off further. "Go about your business." "Yes, please take care on your way home," Hua Than replied politely. The door closed with a firm slam. Hua Than and Kwang Hoa stood in silence, watching the door. Finally, Hua Than broke the quiet. "My parents are urging us to get married." Kwang Hoa's face turned bright red. "Marry," she stammered, flustered. Hua Than didn't repeat himself. He simply turned and walked away, adding casually, "But your identity hasn't been resolved yet, so we can register for marriage at the moment." Alone, Kwang Ho let out a sigh of relief. "That scared me. I haven't saved enough money yet. How could we get married?" Hua Than pointed toward the house. "Not to mention, we don't even have our own place yet. This house belongs to my father." He paused, reflecting deeply. "I've always believed a free and easy life was enough, but now that I've found someone I truly love, I want a stable life." Suddenly, a playful thought crossed his mind. Kwang Hao noticed the expression and asked with a hint of worry, "What is it?" Raising his hand slightly, Hua Then frowned. "I sit him wondering, should I kiss your cheek first, or your hand first?" Kwang Ho's face darkened. She felt a mix of helplessness and annoyance. He's playing tricks again, she thought. The scene shifted. A meal was laid out before them, featuring a fresh, green shepherd's salad that looked both appetizing and vibrant. Hua Then leaned closer, asking gently, "Do you often eat this?" Kwang Hoa picked at her food. "Occasionally," she replied. Watching her quietly, Hua Then Sip's voice softened. "Do you miss home?" Kwang Hoa put down her chopsticks and bowl. "No, it's just," her voice trailed off, and a fleeting sadness passed over her eyes. Hua Then picked up a piece of food and placed it in his mouth, speaking thoughtfully. "In about 2 years, when you have your ID card, I'll take you back to visit Kodo." Kwang Ho stirred her food quietly, speaking with a faint trace of nostalgia in her voice. "I've looked it up online. Kodo, it's very different now." She paused, her eyes distant. "It's completely different from my memories. Before there were only a few houses. Now it's much busier. Everything looks more modern." Her hand clenched lightly on the edge of the table. "So there's no need to go back there. I should cherish the life I have now and forget the past." Seeing the sadness in the girl he loved, Weo Thane remained silent, respecting her thoughts. After a pause, he picked up his chopsticks again, breaking the quiet. All right then, it sips up to you. Dinner ended, and Hua Then moved to the kitchen to wash the dishes. He seemed determined to take care of everything, ensuring his future wife wouldn't overwork herself. Suddenly, Kuang Ho grabbed his phone and ran over, her voice urgent. Someone's calling. It's Hao Zi. She pressed the answer button and handed the phone to Hua Than, holding it gently against his ear. Hello, Hao Zi. Do you need something? Hao Thong greeted calmly. On the other end, Hao Zi's voice was formal. About your girlfriend not having an ID card. She can't continue staying without proper documentation. I've reviewed the regulations, and it's complicated. If you want to resolve this, you should visit the civil registration office and see if there's a way to handle it. Hua Then asked thoughtfully, is it easy to resolve this? Kuang Ho remained silent, holding the phone for him as he spoke. Hao Zi hesitated. Not sure. They still have to review her case. The checks are strict, especially since she has no relatives. Hua Then, now finishing the dishes, dried his hands with a towel and took the phone to continue the conversation. How about we meet and talk about this over a meal? Whenever you sit free, I shall contact you later. Yeah, I sit not in a hurry, Hao Zi replied. Hua Then Sip's eyes darkened slightly. He paused before saying calmly, who knows, we might not be together much longer. If we break up, this issue won't even be worth resolving. There was an uncomfortable silence on the line. Hao Zi finally said, it's your business then, I'm hanging up, and abruptly ended the call. Hua Then stared at the phone, lost in thought. Huang Hoa stood beside him, observing quietly. Then, softly, almost repeating his words, she said, her face shadowed with concern, who knows if we shall be together much longer. Hua Then quickly patted her head, offering reassurance. I was just deceiving him. Besides, it sits too early to deal with those documents now. Kuang Hoa, still skeptical, crossed her arms, her face showing clear dissatisfaction. I suspect you had this planned all along. After a pause, her expression softened, turning thoughtful. I want to be on TV, she admitted. Hua Then turned abruptly, startled. Huh? On TV? She pointed at the computer desk. Like how people can see you on the computer, other people could watch me play games, and I could earn money that way. She paused, her tone quiet but firm. Even if it reveals that I don't have an ID card, it could help me get one later. Hua Then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Kuang Hoa continued silently, thinking this could be evidence of my existence. Finally, Hua Then nodded slowly. It makes sense, but you gain one thing and lose another. Live streaming isn't easy, and who knows if anyone will even watch. Kuang Hoa immediately looked up, cutting him off. I've researched it thoroughly. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I want to do it. Hua Then sighed helplessly. Let me think about it. He picked up a pen and began writing. On the paper, he outlined a rough plan, provide more evidence for Kuang Ho's existence. If they started implementing this strategy, then within 2 years, earning money from online videos could leave her mark on this era. If she gained some fame, she would secure a position in society, even building influence. By then, Kuang Ho would no longer be ordinary. She could become a 30-year-old female game streamer, sheltered yet independent, starting her career through gaming, and when the time came, resolving her identity issue would be much easier. Kuang Ho sat beside him, watching intently as Hua Thun wrote. Suddenly she frowned. You don't seem very eager for this, do you? Hua Thun hesitated, then admitted quietly, yes, I'm not ready yet. Seeing Kuang Ho silent in her chair, he asked gently, can you tell me your thoughts on this? She responded slowly, carefully choosing her words. I think if I play games and live stream every day, it could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hua Then suggested, why don't you try running a business instead? Kuang Ho shook her head immediately. Opening a store needs a lot of capital and a deposit. I saw that online. Hua Then smiled confidently. You don't need to worry about money. Kuang Hoa still looked uncertain, her eyes reflecting doubt. They fell into silence again, sitting quietly together. After a while, Kuang Hoa spoke first. If you not ready, then I just find something else to do. Kuang Hoa sat quietly, fidgeting with her hands, her thoughts swirling. Hua Then looked at her and asked gently, you going to ask me why? Understanding flashed across her face. You don't agree because you're afraid it might hurt me again, she replied softly. Then, she fell silent once more. Without warning, Kuang Ho grabbed Hua Then's Sit's wrist and pulled him down onto the sofa. Hua Then, surprised by her bold action, blinked and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Her cheeks flushed, but Kuang Hoa answered honestly, "I want to kiss you and then go play games." Hua Then chuckled as he sank into the sofa. "If you hadn't thrown me down earlier, I might have really enjoyed it," he admitted. Hearing this, Kuang Hoa felt a flicker of unease. Hua Then continued, teasing yet contemplative, "I would have groped you." Inwardly he thought, "Ah, that's just natural instinct." He leaned back, sighing, "Hayas, your martial arts skills are too high. I can beat you." But his tone hardened as he pointed at her, half joking, half serious. "But once I sip stronger than you, I said I'll teach you manners." Even as he said this, a mischievous image formed in his mind, Kuang Ho coyly calling him master. Kuang Ho, focused on her game, heard it and instinctively covered her chest with both hands, muttering under her breath, "Pervert." Hua Thang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Since she arrived, I've helped her with so much. Almost everything I've done has been for her benefit, yet I've kept some things from her." Live streaming. This was the first thing Kuang Ho wanted to do on her own. Watching her play, Kua Then's mind wandered. The world of streaming is chaotic. Those with creativity will shine. Those without must rely on looks. Jealous people will try to suppress others unfairly. And she's beautiful. Suddenly, a shadow crossed his face as he imagined her becoming famous, wealthy, and admired by thousands. Then she might look at him and say, "Why do I find you so useless now?" The thought made him uncomfortable. Despite it, he chose a gentler tone with her. "That could be part of the reason. When you love someone, you always feel insecure." He continued quietly, his voice tinged with worry. "What I fear most is that I can take care of you properly. I'm afraid you sit'll lose your way. I'm afraid I sit'll still see you as the ancient heroine while you gradually become a modern person." Then he looked at her, serious. "Can you clearly understand what our relationship is?" Kung Ho turned to him without hesitation. "We are lovers." Her voice calm yet firm, she returned to her game. Hoa Then continued, "We will get married and live happily. Hug, kiss, I settle even like your shoes. But even though we are a pair, we remain two separate individuals. Sometimes, it will feel awkward." Huang Ho glanced at him carefully, listening. Hua Than's eyes softened as he continued. "Everyone has their own thoughts and goals. When we're together, conflicts will arise because our opinions differ. For example, you want to be a streamer, but I might not agree. If you simply listen and give up, the problem disappears. But you can't always listen to me. If you keep doing what you want, our conflicts will grow. A disagreement or two might be fine, but over time, it could create tension." He sighed, imagining her pushing back. "You statch human, you will experience every kind of emotion. There may come a day when your opinions are constantly rejected by me. You won't be able to hold back, and you still start to rebel." Huathan Sit's expression darkened. "Then you might leave, and that Sit's what I fear the most." Kuang Hoa Sit's face shifted, from surprise to confusion, then a subtle smugness. She tilted her head. "Are you explaining this to me?" "Yes," Huathan replied quickly, hugging Bai Dao, the cat resting in his lap. "We should respect each other and treat each other equally. I sip not raising you like a pet, and you stir definitely not a pet. I am like a 5-story building, and you are the first floor." Kuang Hoasit's eyes twinkled mischievously. "So does that mean when I wrestle you down I am being disrespectful?" Hua Thang groaned. "Exactly, that is very disrespectful." She tilted her head, still playful. "Then we still be like that in the future." Hua Thun fell silent, listening intently, lost in the gentle beauty of the girl before him. Then softly he asked, "Don Set, you have any opinion about this?" Kung Hoa, innocent as ever, replied, "What opinion?" Hua Then sighed. "I said I would respect you. That sips the foundation of our relationship. So when you wrestle me down and nothing happens, it sips just a joke. I don't like it much, but it sips a form of affection." Kung Ho, holding her controller tightly, suddenly shouted, "Oh, don't bother me while I am playing games." Hua Then pretended to scold her. "I am sharing my thoughts and worries with you, and you are only thinking about your game. You should think more about our future." Leaning close to her ear, he added in a low voice, "Instead of wasting time playing games, why don't we go to my room and continue this discussion?" Kuang Hoa, alert and suspicious, asked back, "Why do we need to go to your room?" Hua Then shamelessly leaned back and said, "We are lovers. Sharing a room is perfectly normal." Kung Hoa's face immediately turned bright red, and she shouted loudly, "I don't want to get pregnant." "Who said you would?" Hua Than asked with a teasing tone. You're trying to trick me into your room to get me pregnant. I can't wrestle you down all night. If we sleep together, I'll definitely have a baby, she exclaimed, her embarrassment written all over her face. Hua Then raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Do you even know where babies come from? Guang Ho answered simply, two people sleep together. It seemed she genuinely believed that just sleeping together could result in a child. Huan then tried to clarify, sleeping together alone doesn't cause pregnancy. I haven't even done anything yet. But Guang Ho didn't let him finish. She interrupted loudly, you think I stem that easy to fool? Outside, the soft sunlight of March streamed through the high-rise window, bathing the room in a gentle glow. Kuang Hoa, still holding her phone tightly, stared at the screen. On it, a gold trading chart flickered, showing the results of her attempts at investing. The more she played, the more she lost. Reality hit her hard. This wasn't a solution. Her focus on this virtual trading only brought frustration. She slumped in her chair, her mood sinking, still lost in thought. Meanwhile, Hua Thana sat at his desk, twirling a pen thoughtfully. He meticulously analyzed Kuang Ha's future, jotting down notes on paper. He considered her potential career paths, online business, TikTok videos, gaming. Each option was weighed carefully. He looked up at her, serious. Is this what you really want to do? Kuang Hoasip's mind wandered for a moment, imagining steaming buns and fried chicken. Then her eyes lit up with excitement. Still gripping her phone, she said firmly, cooking. Huathan immediately scribbled the words chef on his paper, but as he paused and reconsidered, he frowned. Quickly, he crossed out the words and said, choose another profession. Without an ID card, even excellent skills won't be enough to work as a chef. Kuang Hoa's imagination sparked again. How about a mobile food cart? I just need a cart and a pot, she suggested eagerly. Hua Then shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. You face trouble selling to customers. The police could intervene. You might have to run, push the cart, and flee. Kuang Hoa tilted her head, still hopeful. As long as I can make money, being a chef is fine, right? Hua Thun paused, slightly uncomfortable. It won't be stable income, and it won't be enough for you to support yourself. Her eyes widened in surprise. Not enough to support myself? Hua Than thought deeply, connecting this concern to his own worries. Stable, supporting oneself. I feel like I'm becoming a bit like Hua Wenban, he scolded himself quietly. Kuang Hoa, her voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He forced a smile. It's nothing. I'm just a bit hungry. Go make dinner. Yes, sir, she replied obediently, standing up and heading to the kitchen. Hua then leaned back in his chair, pen in hand, frowning thoughtfully. What job will she do? Is this really important? Meanwhile, Kuang Ho tasted the dishes she had prepared, focused and meticulous. Hua Thane continued thinking, it seems that's not an issue for her. As long as she can earn money, she's willing to do anything, even use her own hands for heavy work. The dinner was served beautifully, hot and appetizing. Kang Hoa called from the living room. Dinner is ready. Hua Then picked up a rice bowl and smiled at her. Yusep lived here long enough. Yusep are half modern now. If you want to try something, tell me, and I shall advise you. But the final decision is still yours. Hung Ho glanced at him in surprise. She hesitated, mumbling softly, I've never thought about this issue. Huathan Hest's tone softened. Don sit rush. Take your time to think carefully about what you really want to do. Kuang Hoa nodded, still lost in thought. The blurry clock read 5:35. Determined, she concentrated, swinging her sword with precise and strong movements. Finally, she closed her eyes, slowly bringing the sword back in front of her. On the screen, the force data of her sword strikes was displayed, showing her dedication and skill. Huathana crossed his arms, holding a sword in his hands, and asked gently, how does it feel? Is it easy to use? Kuang Hoa didn't hesitate, replying thoughtfully, I think it sets fine. Hua Thane looked at the sword and said, you can use this for practice in the future. As for the sword you always carry, before he could finish, he pulled out her long-used weapon, a small smile playing on his lips. He thought back to the first time they met, the first time she drew her sword and pointed it at me with killing intent. Now she sits no different from a modern person. Sighing, he said, maybe we should throw it away. We can really use it anymore. Unexpectedly, Kuang Ho stepped closer. Her fingers lightly brushed the sword in Huathan's hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. I have a connection with this sword, she whispered. I've carried it with me since I left home. It's been damaged and repaired countless times. It's a part of me. Hua then paused, pondering her words. Then, he gripped the sword firmly and looked at her with a smile. Then forget what I just said. I shall keep it safe for you. He carefully wrapped the sword while Kwang Ho sat beside him, watching intently. When it was done, he placed it gently in a corner. I'll keep it in my room. If you miss it, you can take it out any time, he said. Kwang Ho gently pushed the closet door back and walked past him, murmuring, She settled in a corner holding a nail clipper and began trimming her toenails carefully and neatly. Hua then rubbed his hands, smiling, and stepped forward. You've changed a lot. Want me to trim your toenails for you? No need, she replied, avoiding his gaze. I don't want to. Just then, the door opened, and a voice called out, I'm home. Hua Than entered, carrying shopping bags. Huang Ho curiously approached him. What sip's that? She asked, eyeing the package. Hua Than grinned. Finally, the item I ordered for you has arrived. Excitedly, he opened it to check the goods. The sight made Kwang Hoa blush violently. She screamed, and instinctively rushed forward to hug the item, covering it with her arms. Hua Thon stepped back, startled. Her face red, she warned him loudly, don't set look. Kwang Ho noticed a piece of paper beside the item. Picking it up, she read aloud, a 5-star review will be rewarded with 20 yuan. Her eyes lit up. Wonderful, I just need to work half a day to earn 20 yuan. Hua Thane, however, frowned. The paper's conditions displeased him. He muttered, raising his middle finger in exasperation. They want a 5-star review for just 20 yuan? This was a first for him. Kwang Hoa looked puzzled. Hua Then Sip's eyes briefly reddened as he explained. Taking review photos means you wear the outfit and take pictures for people to see. Shocked, Kwang Ho held the paper. Wear this and take photos, she asked, stunned. Angrily, she threw the paper aside. I don't want it anymore. Hua Then quickly grabbed it, his face a mix of glee and mischief. You don't need it, but I do. All right, give it to me. Kwang Ho tilted her head in confusion. Okay, she murmured. Even the cat, watching quietly, fell silent in surprise at their antics. A notification dinged on the phone. 30 yuan had been added to their bank account. Kwang Ho stared at the number in disbelief. We really received money 30 yuan? She looked at Hua Than. How did you do that? Hua Than smiled smugly, proud of his cleverness. Haha, of course I sent a few super hot photos to the buyer. They even gave me an extra 10 yuan, begging me to delete the photos. Kwang Hoa covered her mouth and laughed, hugging the cat in her lap. Her smile was pure, almost angelic. That's really fun, she said. Hua Than snapped his fingers, a victorious grin on his face. This is how life should be, making others wary of you. Both of them were happy with their little success. Buy some pork. We'll have more food tonight, Hua Then reminded her. Yes, sir, Kwang Ho replied cheerfully, hugging the cat tightly, stroking it lovingly. Eat more, eat more. Hua Then sighed, looking at her innocent, joyful expression. What a fool, he thought. He asked softly, sometimes I feel like I am taking care of a daughter. Do you feel that way? Kwang Hoa instinctively glanced at the cat, nuzzling her face, then quickly looked down, her tone firm. No. Hua Than could only laugh helplessly at this little girl, his heart full of warmth. Hua Then sat down next to Kwang Hoa, picking up his phone. Let's see what comments the video I just posted has, he said, carefully scrolling through each one. Suddenly, his eyes froze on a comment. A memory of his father's stern voice surged through him, making him uneasy. Why does this person keep repeating the same comment? He thought. The tone, the phrasing. It sounded exactly like his father. Without a second thought, Hua Than blocked the account. Forget it, he muttered to himself. Let's pretend we don't know. Anyway, no matter what I do, I won't let him really threaten me. The next day, Hua Wenban crossed his arms, his face clouded with anger. He let out a sharp sigh. Hua Than approached cautiously, trying to ease the tension. Dad, are you still mad at me? Hua Wenban, determined to maintain his dignity, refused to admit it. What would I be angry at you for? Hua Than, predicting his father Sip's next move, asked innocently, is it because I blocked all your accounts? That finally provoked Hua Wenban. I even used your mother's old phone number and Hao Zi's to register accounts, he blurted, his voice rising. Hua Then, unfazed, picked up an apple from the basket. If you have any issues, just text me directly. Don't comment under my videos anymore. Hua Wenban narrowed his eyes. Do you even read my messages? He demanded. Hua Thenju waved a hand, his tone deliberately teasing. Honestly, I don't even bother reading your comments. He leaned back in the armchair, biting into the apple. Short videos are very popular now. You should take advantage of your free time to watch more. Who knows, one day you might understand what I'm doing. Hua Wenban frowned, momentarily speechless at his son's confident words. Hua Thun continued, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Don't send voice messages. I'll explain everything. This isn't about right or wrong, it's just different perspectives. Don't make yourself outdated. Hua Wenban, too angry to respond, stormed off toward his room, slamming the door behind him. Hua then paused for a moment, unsure of how to react, then turned his attention back to Huang Hoa. He pointed at the apple and asked kindly, do you want some? I'll peel it for you. I can do it myself, Huang Ho replied softly, taking the apple in her hands. Hua Than watched attentively as she carefully peeled it, raising his phone to capture the moment. The camera clicked softly. Kung Ho glanced at him, slightly embarrassed. You've already taken so many photos of me. It's just a casual photo, Hua Than explained. She brought a freshly peeled slice to his mouth, interrupting his words. Their eyes met, lingering for a moment. Hua Than chewed the apple and said softly, I want to document your process of becoming a modern person. He gripped his phone, a hint of worry in his voice. I am afraid that one day you might suddenly return to your own era. I admit, I am a little worried. Kwang Ho remained silent, her eyes fixed on him, emotions brimming. In that instant, all she could see was him. Her cheeks flushed, and her hand moved slightly toward his. Kwang Ten's own face reddened, flustered by her gesture. The air between them grew intimate, charged with unspoken feelings. They leaned slightly closer, caught in the moment when suddenly the door creaked open. Hua Wenban had returned, breaking the delicate atmosphere. Both jumped and awkwardly turned away. Unaware of the tension, Hua Wenban approached, picking up the phone. I still don't understand what these videos are for, he said, frowning. It sets all nonsense, like you. Hua Then pointed at the screen. That sips otomads. People who are interested in it find joy in these videos. Hua Wenban scoffed. Otameds doesn't sound like anything decent. Koan Hoa picked up a pear and took a bite, her eyes subtly following the conversation between Hoa Than and his father. Hoa Than was deep in explanation, his tone patient and earnest. You shouldn't judge them just by their name, he said. First, you need to understand the foundation of otomads. It's actually inspired by Japanese culture. As Kwang Hoa listened, a thought struck her. She realized with a small smile, so it's Hua Than. He seems to know everything. Even when things are difficult, he tries to explain everything clearly. For a moment, he seemed even more helpful than an online search tool, and she felt a happy, childlike admiration. Suddenly, Hua Thansip's mother appeared at the doorway. She paused, eyes wide at the scene in the living room, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, what a strange sight." Inside, father and son were still engrossed in their discussion. She quietly wondered what had been said earlier in the room. The clock ticked to 1:10 p.m., and a cheerful voice called out, "Let's go visit Uncle Tan." The brown dog wagged its tail enthusiastically, barking as if to welcome the guests. Hua Than reached for a cup of water his uncle offered. "Thank you, you didn't have to do that, uncle," he said politely. Hua Than, standing beside him, reached down to pet the small dog, her smile gentle. Once seated, Uncle Tan began to grumble about his son. "I don't know when Hao Zi will bring his girlfriend home to meet the family like you did," he said, frowning. "Every time I ask, he claims he sits arranging it. I can tell if he sits telling the truth or lying." Hua then smiled and replied, "Teasing, lying, uncle? You mean finding someone just to pretend to be his girlfriend?" The uncle continued, voice tinged with doubt. Meanwhile, Xin Hao, working nearby, suddenly shuddered, feeling a strange foreboding. "Why do I have such a bad feeling?" he murmured, rubbing his head. Hua Then, noticing Uncle Tansit's comment, quickly raised a finger in denial, his expression serious. "What do you mean? Learning from your son, uncle. I'm an adult now. Look at Kung Hoa here. Such a good girl as my girlfriend proves I'm a decent person." Kuang Hoa, hearing this, couldn't hide her reaction. She looked away, showing a mix of embarrassment and mild disgust. Uncle Tanstis' eyes turned to her, a playful smile on his face. "So, what do you like about this kid? He was quite rebellious when he was young. Don Stit let him fool you." Caught off guard, Kong Ho covered her mouth with her hand, thinking quickly. Then, summoning confidence, she turned to Hua Than, gripped his hand tightly, and declared, I like his rebelliousness. Her answer made Uncle Tan laugh heartily. Hua Than, touched, looked at her gently, silently praising her for handling the question so well. Even though she was flustered, in just over a month, she's learning how to respond with courage. Uncle Tan continued, smiling, "You stare nothing like your father. I have no objections to the person you care for." Hua Than shook his head, smiling modestly. "I do share some similarities with my father. Both of us like antiques." Kuang Hoa glanced at him, puzzled. Uncle Tan leaned forward, intrigued. "Antiques? You enjoy studying them? Is it their value?" Hua Than shook his head. "No," he said casually, still holding Kuang Hoa's hand that rested on the chair. She felt her cheeks warm. Could the antique he's talking about be referring to me? Without thinking, she gripped his fingers tightly, causing him to yelp in surprise. "Ah!" he exclaimed, but quickly reassured his uncle. "I seppen fine, uncle." Later, walking in sync under the setting sun, Koan Ho spoke softly, a hint of sadness in her voice. "I am not an antique." Hua then chuckled, teasing gently. "Then what are you?" Blushing, she stammered. "I sit, a work of art." Their hands remained intertwined as they walked beneath the warm glow of the sunset. Hua then laughed, the sound light and happy, ignoring her flustered expression. He thought to himself, no matter what, she's still Hong Haw. Pointing playfully at her cheek, he teased, "You performed very well today. As a reward, you can kiss me here." Kuang Hoa's eyes widened in shock. She looked around frantically, panicked. "Right here? On the street? I won't do it," she exclaimed, darting away in embarrassment. Hua then watched her flee, bemused. "Oh," she ran away, he murmured, smiling. As they continued their walk, the two admired the surroundings. Hua Thenhe pointed ahead. "That sips the train station. Once you have all your documents, we still buy tickets and explore together." Kuang Ho's smile returned, bright and warm. "Yes," she agreed happily. They moved on, passing a trash can where Hua Then casually discarded an empty drink can. Soon they reached a small bookstore. Hua Then gestured toward it. "This is a bookstore. Let's go in and take a look." Inside, the staff greeted them warmly. "What kind of books are you looking for?" Hua Then looked around and replied, we said are just browsing." They each wandered toward different bookshelves, carefully examining the books. Hua Than, noticing Kwa Kung Ha still exploring, offered kindly, "See if there says anything you like. If you find something, we still buy it to read." Suddenly, Kuang Hoasit's eyes fell on a book resting on the shelf. Intrigued, she picked it up, her fingers tracing the cover. Kuang Pen glanced at the title and approached her. "This book will be difficult to understand," he said gently. "You can grasp it fully just by reading it once." Kuang Ho held the book close, a small smile playing on her lips. "I like the word time," she whispered. Kuang Ho Tensin's mind raced. Buy it immediately. If she likes it, just buy it. Even if she doesn't understand it, it will look beautiful on the shelf. At the checkout counter, Hua Thun called out to the cashier, "Boss, please ring this up." His face suddenly darkened as he set down a large stack of books on the counter, panting slightly. The stack was enormous, 27 kilograms of knowledge and stories. The difference in weight was immense. Kuang Hoa, ever eager to help, stepped forward. "Let me," she said. Hua Than felt a warmth in his chest, almost on the verge of tears. "You truly are my heroine," he thought. Hand in hand, they left the store. "Where are we going next?" Kuang Ho asked curiously. Let's go home," Hua Than replied. "It's inconvenient to walk around with so many books." As they walked, Hua Then suddenly noticed a familiar figure ahead. "Hua Thu," he called out loudly. Hua Thu turned, surprised. Hua Then pulled Kuang Ho closer to greet his friend. Hao Tu scratched his head, a puzzled smile on his face. "Thantu, why are you two here?" "We're just taking a walk," Hua Than replied casually. His eyes flicked to the girl beside Hao Tu, noticing her striking appearance, short hair framing her face but longer hair tucked underneath. Hao Tu introduced her shyly. "This is Lu Jingfang, a friend." Before he could finish, the girl interjected confidently. "I am his girlfriend." The young police officer beside her blushed, rubbing his nose awkwardly. We're not official yet," he muttered. Hua Then laughed warmly. "I sit Hua Then Ha Tu, and this is my girlfriend." Kuan Ho quickly greeted them. "Hello," she said softly. Hua Then A then suggested, "We are about to go watch a movie. Would you two like to join us?" Hao Tu waved his hand. No, I don't want to be a third wheel," he said, ending the brief encounter. As the couples parted ways, Kuang Ho tilted her head. puzzled. Oh, are we going to watch a movie? Didn't Set you say we were going home? Hua then walked with his hands in his pockets, thoughtful. Ah, I just said that casually. Didn't Set you notice those two were a bit unusual? The girl seemed very proactive, probably pursuing how to, but something still feels off. Kuang Ho looked up innocently. I didn't Set see anything unusual. Hua then shook his head. That Set's because you don't Set understand how to Set's personality. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes. I have a question I Sip wanted to ask for a long time. Why do you always add say to Set after names? He Sep's how to, the rich guy is Wang Tu, and you Set Sen Hei. Tu, can I be called how to? Ting Hao Thon smiled gently. It Set's a nickname we gave each other in college, like Lao Tzu, Zhuangzi, Confucius. They all have Sitsu, C2. We thought adding C2, C2 would sound cool. You see you're a girl, so you don't Set need it. Oh, I see, Kuang Ho said, finally understanding. Then I don't Sit want to be called Hoa too. She squeezed his hand happily as they walked beneath the golden sunset. Just call me Kuang Hoa. Arriving home, she placed the heavy stack of books on the table. Hua Thun hugged his orange cat and glanced at Huang Hoa. I actually wanted to watch a movie too, she admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Hua then broke into a sweat. Huh? You mean watch at home? If I stit known, I would have taken you to the cinema. Watching in a theater feels more authentic. Kuang Hoa shook her head firmly. No, I prefer watching at home. You once said couples should shop, eat, and watch movies together. We can eat and watch movies at home together. Hua then held the cat tightly, raising his hands in surrender. All right, your fist looks scary. I shall listen to you. He paused, adjusting the curtains. In life, we need memorable, cherished moments. We can sit live superficially. If we only do things at home, what will we tell our children about our love story? That mom and dad never went anywhere? Kuang Hoasip's eyes blazed red with anger and embarrassment. What children? This little guy already revealed his intentions. Hua then hurriedly raised his hands. That's not the point I wanted to make, he said, trying to calm her down. Hua then and Kuang Hoa settled onto the couch. Hua then turned on the computer. Let's watch this movie, he said. A soft crunching sound echoed through the room. At first, he thought it came from the movie, but he quickly realized it was Kuang Hoa, still leisurely munching on her snacks. The blurry face on the screen slowly came into focus, but Kuang Hoa continued cracking sunflower seeds, one after another. Kuan then stole glances at her, feeling a flush of embarrassment creep across his cheeks. The quiet of the room made him painfully aware of every little movement of her soft, fair hands. He tried to calm himself, scolding his own overthinking, while Kuang Ho finished the seeds and moved on to yogurt. As she leaned to lick the lid like a little cat, Kua Thane's heart raced. At that moment, in his eyes, she looked like an angel. Feeling someone's gaze, Kuang Ho glanced at him. Do you want some? She asked. Kuang Ten turned quickly, face red. No, I don't want any, he mumbled, pretending to be indifferent, yet unable to stop sneaking glances at her. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously. She smiled to herself, thinking he probably wanted it, but was too proud to admit it. Puffing out her cheeks, she said playfully, if you want some, just take it. Why do you keep staring at me? She grabbed another yogurt cup and handed it to him. At that moment, the phone rang. It was How To. Hua Then stepped outside to answer. What's up, How To? He asked. On the other end, How To sounded distressed. I am in a bit of trouble about the girl I met on a blind date. It sets a long story. Don't set tell anyone, especially Uncle Hua. If too many people find out, my dad will eventually know. Hua Ten laughed lightly. Don said worry, I shall keep it a secret. How To continued. I was introduced through family. The meeting was so embarrassing I could have died. She looked at the menu and said, I heard the food here is good. Do you come often? Lu Jingfang wanted fried rice, so I called out, Boss, 2 portions of fried rice. The food came, and we sat in silence. The atmosphere was awkward. She tried to break it by asking, You're a police officer, right? I answered politely, and we started chatting. Being a police officer must be tough, she said. I nodded. It is a bit tiring, but not too bad. Then I asked about the food. She didn't answer, just wiped her mouth carefully. I felt choked up, so I quickly finished my rice, slammed the bowl down and pretended to pull out a tissue to end the meal. How To sighed. I asked if she was also forced into blind dates. She admitted it. It was a relief to know I was right. What a coincidence, she said. I still have to go on a few more blind dates. She looked sympathetic, then stared into my eyes. We shook hands to seal the deal, agreeing to pretend the blind date was successful, but it felt wrong. forced. I suggested we stop and find true love separately, but she refused. I can't figure out why. She wants to continue this act, stubbornly. That's why I called you. Back inside, Kuang Hoa's eyes were on Hua Thenhe's yogurt cup. She clearly wanted it. Hua Then has thought to himself, it's likely she's developing feelings for me. They've had time to talk and understand each other. Maybe she's noticing my good qualities. Kuang Hoa, unaware of his thoughts, hungrily eyed the yogurt. Ending the call, Hua Than returned and asked his little cat girlfriend, "Oh, where sits my yogurt?" A sweet, apologetic voice replied, "I drank it. I was so thirsty after the sunflower seeds." Hua Thang seized the opportunity to tease her. "You brought it for me then? I was on the phone and didn't get a chance." Shyly, she promised, "Next time I shall buy you lots of yogurt to make up for it." Hua Then's large hand gently touched hers. "Stick out your tongue. Maybe some yogurt is still there," he said playfully. Hua Hua pressed her lips tightly, showing only the tip of her tongue. Seeing this, Hua Then could no longer resist. He leaned in and kissed her gently. A month later, the streets were lively with the sounds of sales, vendors calling out, and summer t-shirts displayed for eager shoppers. Life moved on, yet for Hua Than and Kuang Ho, that small, sweet moment remained vivid in their hearts. Hua Thanay and Kuang Ho strolled down the street, their steps slow and leisurely, until a small clothing stall caught their attention. Hua Thanay approached, his eyes scanning the shirts. "This one looks really nice," he remarked. "The quality is good too." A nearby customer overheard and exclaimed, "Really?" Kong Ho followed her boyfriend like a little cat, curious and attentive. The stall owner greeted them warmly. "That shirt suits you very well. It makes you look energetic." Hua Thang carefully examined each shirt, while another customer laughed. "I shall come back when it sits a bit warmer." Not wanting to be outdone, Hua Then picked up several shirts. "Summer is coming soon," he said, pulling out his wallet and paying quickly, without even glancing at the price. "Give me 2. The stall owner smiled brightly. "Yes, I shall wrap them for you." Kuang Ho watched, puzzled by his ease in spending. After paying, they walked home together, the sunset casting long shadows on the pavement. Kuang Ho squinted at him, puffing her cheeks and pursing her lips, as if holding back a question. "Those discounted clothes are even cheaper than Taobao. We should come here next time." Hua Then he waved his hand dismissively. No, he said proudly. "I set my man. Dressing isn't that important. Besides, I set already handsome. I look good in anything." Then, softly, he held Kuang Hoa's hand. "But you're different. You're a girl. Wearing beautiful clothes will make you stand out even more. So don't worry about saving money for me." He looked at her with affectionate eyes, as if he wanted to kiss her. These playful, flirtatious techniques were lessons Hua Thun had picked up from his parents. Before heading home, they stopped by a small supermarket. Hua Then leaned close to Kuang Hoa. "Have you ever thought about selling vegetables at stalls like these?" She glanced around mysteriously, then whispered into his ear, "I have, but thinking carefully, it's not really suitable." "Why?" he asked, genuinely curious. Kuang Ho imagined herself as a vegetable seller. Customers haggling, "Is this 3 yuan for 2, or 3 yuan each? Can I get a discount?" She shivered at the thought. Old ladies bargaining further. "Then throw in an extra spring onion for me." She could already feel the panic rising, cold sweat forming. Lowering her head, Kuang Hoa sighed. "If I sold vegetables like that, I surely lose money. Online selling is much easier. No one pressures you to lower prices, and everything runs smoothly on e-commerce platforms." It was almost 8 in the evening. Hua Then, fresh from a strenuous workout, wiped the sweat from his brow. "Have you grown stronger? Could you fight 3 versions of yourself from last year?" Hua raised her chin, pondering. When facing someone equally skilled, she said thoughtfully, "You need to strike first to gain the upper hand." But it would still be a tough battle. She imagined 4 Hua Thens fighting each other. Compared to last year, you couldn't even block a single hit then. Hua Then defended himself playfully. "If I use my head to attack, I could take him down." Kuang Hoa frowned, giving an honest assessment. "If you stir lucky, you stirred only break your neck." The scene in Hua Than's imagination escalated. He seemed to split into 4 versions of himself, each ready to give everything for love. Suddenly, Huang Hoa paused. At 200% energy, Hua Thanhei shouted, "I can't control it anymore. It's about to explode. This power is beyond control." He placed 2 air cushions on a chair, stepped back, and assumed his stance, kneeling down to avoid noise and protect his hands. Like a roaring general, he swung down. The fatal blow landed. The cat and Kuang Ho watched, both curious and concerned. "What are you doing that for?" she asked. Hua then flexed like a weightlifter, radiating strength and aura. "Feel that? I sip him getting stronger. Do you want to try the next move?" Remembering reality, he joked. "No, please don't hit me. I'll continue training. Minus 1,000 confidence points, plus 100 hot-blooded points." Hua then was determined to improve. Kuang Ho thought with a headache, "If this continues, when will he ever be strong enough to stand against me?" Night fell, and they returned home to their work. A notification popped up. Advanced Video Creator, Level 8. Video creation speed increased by 8 times. Hua Thun sighed, knowing his editing skills still needed refinement, though he was already among the best in the industry. Seeing him tired, Kuang Hoa quietly observed. Kua then playfully formed a gun with his hand, shooting a heart at her. It hit its target. Satisfied, he thought, slow and steady wins the race. The same goes for love. Hua Than typed on his keyboard, while Kuang Ho read quietly beside him. At that moment, he paused to glance at her, captivated by the focus and serenity on her face. Hua Than looked at Kuang Ho with a gentle smile. "It's good that you're reading like that," he said. Curious, she turned to him. "Why is it good?" "Reading a lot can broaden your horizons," Hua Thun had explained. "You can learn many things from books without me having to teach you," he added with a smug grin. "But anyway, I'm still your teacher, so you have to respect me." He raised a finger, making a playful gesture like starting a live stream. "Quick, call me teacher." Kuang Hoa's mind worked in her usual imaginative way. Hua Thang is a teacher. Hua Thang is a boyfriend and future husband. Therefore, a teacher is a future husband. The thought startled her, leaving her flustered. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Can a teacher and student get married directly?" Hua Than was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you say such stimulating things?" he said, then cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem. Actually, that sip's just a joke. It sips like how some couples call each other Sip Daddy. Sip." At that, the book in Kuang Hoe Sip's hand fell to the floor with a loud thud. Blushing furiously, she asked, mouth agape, What does that mean? What Sip's the meaning of calling someone that?" Hua then calmly explained, "It sounds strange. I just wanted to let you know that such things exist. As long as both parties are willing and enjoy it privately, without affecting others, there sets nothing wrong." Kuang Hoa lowered her head, embarrassed, thinking, "Wait, why are we discussing this topic?" She quickly grabbed the book to cover her face. "I'll continue reading," she mumbled. Huan Ten silently admired her. This heroine is truly adorable. Time passed quietly. Both remained on the sofa, engrossed in their own tasks. When Kuang Ho finished reading, she propped herself up and leaned closer to Hua Then, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. "Have you finished reading?" Hua Than asked. She shook her head without answering at first, still studying the screen intently. Finally, she looked up. "Not yet. This book is too difficult. I can set really understand it." She glared at him. "It feels like you set re looking down on me, but I sit not stupid." Hua Thun smiled reassuringly. "You stare just not used to this book. I understand it, but that doesn't set mean anything about you, kitten." Kuan Ho's cheeks turned red. "What are you looking at?" she asked, flustered. Pointing to the screen, Hua Thene explained, "Oh, this is a spin-off of Journey to the West. The female lead here, she sits very similar to you. She sits a bit violent, attacks people she doesn't set like." Kuang Hoa frowned and protested, "My mouth isn't set that big. I sep'm talking about behavior, not appearance. I sep never hit anyone." Hua then teased, "Do you remember that thief the other day? You nearly beat him to death." The distance between them had shortened, and Hua then caught a faint whiff of her scent. Unable to resist, he whispered, "Can I touch your calf?" Kong Ho's face burned red, and she shrank back immediately. "Stay away from me," she exclaimed. Hua then teased further, "Then the thigh is fine too, if you agree." She moved away again, increasing the distance, but Hua Thunhar pretended to be serious. "Confucius once said that appetite and desire are human nature. What I want is not bad, we sit lovers. If there sits no desire between us, we might as well be siblings. Then what sip's the purpose of dating?" Leaning closer, he gently grabbed her hand. "Or should we light incense and swear to be siblings?" Huang Hoa blushed furiously and withdrew her hand. "No," she said firmly, knowing how absurd that would be. "We've kissed many times, how could we be siblings?" At the same time, one of her feet slipped out of her slipper. Slowly, she lifted her leg onto the sofa, her face flushed as if she were drunk. Then, "You can touch it once," she murmured to herself. We've kissed many times anyway. Touching the thigh once shouldn't be a problem. Hua Then embraced her legs gently. On her thigh rested a stuffed cat, yet he looked content. Isn't this more intimate? He said. Kuang Ho used the book to cover her face, glaring at him. Then she realized something unusual. Before doing anything, you always ask for my opinion first. Is it because you sit are afraid I hit you? Hua Then shook his head. Not exactly. I just care about your feelings. You come from the distant past, so if I suddenly did something unusual, you might be scared, uncomfortable, or leave without understanding why. By asking first, even if you're flustered, I can understand you, and we can gradually open up to each other. Kuang Hoa asked cautiously, you and I are dating, don't such you feel tired? Hua Then smiled warmly, not at all, I like you just the way you are. As he spoke, his hand gently slipped inside her sock, a subtle, intimate gesture that spoke more than words ever could. Kuang Hoa immediately blushed and shouted, don't touch my leg like that, you pervert. She had been leaning against a pillow on the sofa, reading a book, her legs resting on Hua Than's lap. Hua Than focused on his computer, ignored her reaction for the moment. Kill it. It's not dead yet. Then we must kill it dead. The voice from the computer broke the silence of the room. He was rewinding the same video clip repeatedly. You've watched that part 3 times already, Kuang Ho remarked, noticing his obsession. It's not dead yet, the voice on the video repeated. Hua Then explained, I'm thinking, these 3 lines show the villagers' ignorance, but also reveal their deep-seated hatred. Meanwhile, the black characters are portrayed in an absurd, almost foolish manner. Just a short clip contains so many implications. It's really interesting. Kong Hoa tilted her head. It sets just 3 lines. Aren't you overthinking it? Maybe, Hua Than replied, smiling, but thinking too much is better than having an empty mind. Training your habit of deep thinking helps you understand why people act the way they do. She asked curiously, why? He laughed. If you don't think deeply, you still become stupid, and eventually, you might get tricked into marriage and having children. I'm not stupid, Kuang Ho exclaimed, trembling with anger as she recalled his earlier suggestion about her moving in. Last time I saw through his scheme and refused immediately, she thought. Hua Thang smiled faintly. So do you know what I like about you? Kuang Ho immediately replied, you like my shoes and hands. He laughed, caressing the ankle resting on his lap. Wrong, that sip's just your assumption. She was startled, not shoes and hands. Then what is it? She wondered, secretly feeling her heart flutter. Somehow I've started to like him too. I'm gradually letting myself be seduced by him. Doesn't that make me stupid? Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 10 in the evening. Puffing her cheeks, she pulled her legs back. I won't let you touch me anymore. I'm going to take a shower. She went to the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Once she left, Bai Dao, their cat, jumped onto the sofa, tentatively placing its paws on Hua Than's lap. He coldly pushed them away. The cat tried again, but Hua Than pushed it back once more, trying to compete with the heroine for attention. What a stupid, delusional cat, he thought. Don't you know your place? If you could shapeshift, it would be different. But wait, you're just a cat. Forget it. Moments later, Kuang Ho finished her shower and emerged wearing a loose, comfortable nightgown and yellow slippers. Kuan Then looked at her, resting his chin on his hand, a smile tugging at his lips. How about we sit a while longer? Kuang Ho bristled immediately. Dream on. She clutched her dress nervously, thinking, I'm wearing a nightgown. If he touches my legs again, I'll be ruined by his craziness. Hua Than stared at her intently, his face gradually reddening. He noticed her nervous grip, which unintentionally revealed a hint of cleavage. She caught his gaze, blushed furiously, and hurriedly covered herself. Pervert, she shouted, retreating to her room and slamming the door behind her. Hua Than sat alone in the living room, sighing. Damn it, I can't concentrate on work anymore. I need a shower to clear my head. He went to the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and as droplets ran down his cheeks, he gritted his teeth. I must become stronger and more attractive. I cannot be like that weak prince. Moments later, he stepped out of the shower, water still clinging to his body and dripping onto the floor. Passing by Kuang Hoa's room, he noticed her light still on. He entered his own room, flopped onto the bed, and immediately thought of her nightgown. His eyes reddened, and he sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. This is going to be a long night. Don't think about that anymore. With that, he turned to lie on his side. Meanwhile, in her room, Kuang Hoa sat on her bed, cheeks flushed and biting her lip. In her hands, she held a pair of black stockings, inspecting them closely. So this is what they call fishnet stockings, she thought, a small smile forming on her lips. Feeling them, I really like them. Hua Then had bought these stockings along with a pair of shoes 2 months ago, but Kuang Ho had always kept them tucked away in her room, never using them. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone, opened the search app, and typed fishnet stockings. Immediately, related search suggestions appeared below: how to wash fishnet stockings, how to match outfits with fishnet stockings, how to wear fishnet stockings. After a quick Google search, she opened an image and decided to try on the stockings. Slowly, she pulled the black fabric up her legs. A moment later, the stockings were fully in place. She let the hem of her green dress fall naturally, slightly lifting her foot to inspect her reflection. Wearing these is indeed very comfortable. No wonder Hawthorne always wants me to wear them, she thought shyly. Curling up in a corner, she whispered to herself, just trying them on once, here in my room should be fine. I absolutely won't wear them outside for others to see. Her cheeks burned red. Although Hawthorne didn't ask me to wear them, if he sees me like this, I'll be in big trouble. Early the next morning, the sun gradually peeked out from behind the clouds. Kuan Ho quietly opened her door and tiptoed down the hall, clutching the stockings she had tried on the night before. When she glanced toward the bathroom, she was startled to see Hua Then squatting inside, busy washing something. Hua Then, she called out. Hua Then jumped in surprise, quickly hiding whatever he was washing behind his back. Flustered, he asked, "Why are you up so early?" "What are you washing?" she asked, trying to sound casual, her own stockings hidden behind her back. "Nothing, just some socks," he replied quickly. "Is something wrong?" Her face turned slightly red as she stammered, "Ah, it's nothing." She clutched the black stockings tightly behind her back. Hua Then Sip's expression softened. "Oh, is that so?" A tense silence followed. Both of them looked at each other without speaking. After a while, Hua Then awkwardly smiled. "It seems like you have something to tell me." Kuang Hoa's mind raced. Hua Then's behavior was so strange. Why is he so afraid of others seeing him washing socks? Could it be? Her eyes widened as she imagined him secretly trying on stockings just like her, waking up early to wash them in private. The thought made her face burn even hotter, her whole body trembling, sweat forming on her forehead. Hua Then, noticing her flustered expression, said suspiciously, "I feel like you're thinking about some improper things." "No, I don't know anything," she hurriedly replied, turning and running back to her room. Time passed slowly. By 10 o'clock, Hua Then sat on the sofa while Kuang Ha worked at her desk, Bei Dao stretching lazily on the floor. Occasionally, she glanced at Hua Then, who rested his chin thoughtfully on his hand. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Just recalling a dream I had last night," he replied with a faint smile. Bai Dao shifted from lying down to sitting, lightly pawing at Hua Than's slipper. "And what did you dream about?" she asked. He blushed slightly and replied, "Very happy things, very captivating." Kuang Hoa immediately imagined him secretly wearing a dress and fishnet stockings. She blushed, asking teasingly, "Did you dream that you turned into a girl and even wore fishnet stockings?" Hua Thin's face darkened. "Why would I dream about turning into a girl?" he thought. "That's not fun or memorable at all." She turned to her computer and sighed. "Oh, if it sets not that, then never mind." Hua Than, still uncertain, wondered if she had misunderstood him. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, everything was neatly arranged. Spice jars lined up on the shelf, vegetables on the rack, pots on the stove, food organized on plates, vegetables in one corner, meat in another, rice paper in its own space. Hua Hole was carefully wrapping a large spring roll filled with ingredients. Hua then asked, "By the way, have you thought about what you want to do? If you want to open an online store, I can help you set one up." She picked up the spring roll and replied, "I don't want to." He nodded, still encouraging. "We'll think it over carefully. No need to rush. What's important is what you want to do. As long as you enjoy your work, you still achieve your own success. With your perseverance and determination, you still succeed at whatever you do. I believe in you." Guang Ho paused, quietly admitting, "But I don't believe in myself. There are so many things you don't understand. It's normal to lack confidence now. It's not because you're from the past. Even in this era, many college graduates don't immediately find their path. Few people know what they truly want from the start. It takes trials and errors to discover the right path," he explained. "Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, superheroes fight monsters," he added with a smile, moving closer to her. "Just do what you like. Don't set worry too much about money. First, find a job you enjoy and start doing it. Step by step, you still get there. Hua Thane and Kuang Hoa walked hand in hand down the street, their pace leisurely. When they reached the apartment complex notice board, Hua Thane stopped. A new notice had been posted. It read, "To enhance security in the apartment complex and limit strangers from entering and exiting, we will install a resident management system." He turned to the security guard sitting nearby and asked with a smile, "Resident management system, Uncle Zhao, does an old complex like ours really need this?" Holding a thermos, Uncle Zhao nodded. Yes, some surveillance cameras detected thieves committing crimes. Luckily, no property was damaged. That's why a fund was proposed to install a security system. Huathan moved closer, teasing, "Once did you be out of a job then?" "No," Uncle Zhao replied calmly. "I set still be the security guard at the entrance. Besides, we don't set know if the system will actually be installed. I haven't seen any concrete plans yet." Huathan chuckled. "All right, we shall be going then. Have a good day at work." The couple continued walking, this time toward the riverbank. A gentle breeze brushed through their hair, carrying the scent of water and grass. Huathan closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the fresh air. Spotting a small stone on the roadside, he bent down and picked it up. With a quick flick of his wrist, he sent it skipping across the river. The stone bounced a few times before sinking. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, he said proudly, "Looks like my technique has improved quickly." Kuang Ho's eyes sparkled, cracking her knuckles, her wild side resurfacing. She suggested, "How about a little competition? You can use the technique I taught you to compete with me." Huathan hesitated, puffing his cheeks. "She sits just forcing me to lose miserably," he thought, but Kuang Hoa continued, her tone teasing, "I can give you a handicap. You can use your hands or feet. If you agree, I shall accept your challenge." Her boldness made his cheeks flush. She just wants an excuse to hug me, he realized. Kuang Hoa crossed her arms, turned her head away and said, "All right, I agree. Come on, charge at me." "Really?" Huffan asked, surprised. Could she use internal energy to send me flying into the sky? He wondered. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He assumed an attack stance and said, "If that's the case, you better keep your word. Control your force, okay?" Leaves drifted gently from the trees, settling on the ground. Both stood still, face to face, waiting. Time seemed to stretch as the leaves continued to fall. Kong Hoa tilted her head, puzzled. Did I guess wrong? Does he have no intention of hugging me? She wondered. "Why aren't you making a move?" she finally asked. Huathane squinted, concentrating. "Calm down. I set some observing to find your weak spot." Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he charged forward, hand aimed at her chest. How despicable, she thought, and acted quickly. Using her head, she butted into his chest. The impact made him clutch his chest and stumble back. "Why you? You cheated. How could you use your head?" "I didn't cheat," she shot back, blushing. "I didn't use my hands or feet. You lost." Huathan bowed respectfully. "The heroine's martial arts are indeed formidable. I still have much to learn. I admit defeat." Crossing her arms, Kuang Ho replied, "It's good that you know." He raised a finger, smiling. "No, it ended too quickly. A system not convinced. Let's have another round. No hands, no feet, no head, just use your internal energy." Her face immediately turned red. This guy keeps thinking of ways to touch me, and in public too, she thought. Then, lowering her head, she muttered to herself, "You're lucky it's me you're dealing with. If it were my second aunt, you'd be finished." Hua Fen stared at her wide-eyed curiosity dancing in his expression. "May I ask, how old is your second aunt?" Kuang Hoasit's cheeks flushed immediately, and she snapped, "What are you thinking?" He raised a hand to gently lift her chin, teasing, "I was just joking, nothing else. You look so cute when you said her angry." Changing the subject, he grabbed a small stone from the ground. "Come on, let me teach you how to skip stones on water. It's really fun." Kuang Hoa puffed her cheeks, glancing at him with mock annoyance, then blushed and turned away. She picked up the stone he handed her and threw it. The stone skipped across the water 5 times before sinking. Huathan tilted his head. "Isn't it fun?" Still angry, she puffed her cheeks and muttered, "No, your hand is dirty now. Let me wipe it for you." Turning her head to hide her flushed face, he tilted his head the other way to peek at her. Suddenly, she noticed the silhouette of police officers in the distance. Worried, she quickly hid behind him. "I see police over there." "Don't worry," he reassured her. "You haven't done anything illegal. The police are here to protect us, not be our enemies." Let's Sets go see what Set's happening. What if they check my documents? She asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. That one sit happen. They said we're busy patrolling, and not having identification is set a serious issue. I was just worried that since you set from the past you might cause trouble. That's why I exaggerated about your documents. Now even if they check, we have a solution. Kuong Hoa imagined the scene, police asking her for papers while she confidently raised her head. I am just a wanderer. I don't have any documents at all, yet she still worried, softly saying, I understand, but to avoid trouble, it's best we just avoid them. Huathen said nothing more, gently pulling her hand as they approached the crowd. Isn't that Hao Zi? He exclaimed in surprise, spotting the police officer among them. Tan Hao was assisting a soaking wet man, who had apparently fallen into the river. People nearby tried to get closer, but other officers kept them back. Tan Hao scribbled in a small notebook as he spoke kindly to the man. You setra lucky the weather isn't set too cold. Be careful, you don't want cramps in the water, that could be dangerous. The man nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Tan Hao asked again, where do you live? Do you need a ride home? The man waved his hands. No, it's fine. I don't want to trouble anyone. Besides, riding home in a police car would look odd. I was just out fishing. After he hurried off, Tan Hao stared after him for a moment. Hua Then Hab approached, raising a hand in greeting. Our Hao Zi, who needed help half a year ago, can now stand on his own and even patrol the area. Tan Hao grinned, pocketing his notebook. Be more serious, he said lightly. Hua Than smiled. Saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. Hao Zi has truly accumulated great merit. Tan Hao wrung water from his trousers. What do you mean? I didn't jump in to save him, I just pulled him up. Why are you here? We were just out for a walk and saw the crowd gathering. It looked lively, so we came to see. Too bad we arrived late, so Hua Than replied, grinning. Tan Hao shook his head. Let's go. I need to buy shoes and get back to work. No time to play around. Hua Than chuckled, taking out 2 small flags, one blue, one red, pretending to be a signaler. I don't know yet. We'll see as we go. He whispered to Kuang Ho, they are community service workers. If we need help, we can turn to them. They can even help find lost pets, or deal with those big, fierce black dogs we saw before. Kuang Ho glanced at the officers, clearly impressed. They really do have a lot of work to do. Hua Then thought to himself, in the past era, Hao Zi would surely have been hailed as a hero by everyone. Tan Hao walked forward and noticed a broken tree, leaving only a stump. Placing his hands on his hips, he frowned. Who vandalized this tree? That sep's so inconsiderate. Hua Then, pointing elsewhere, quipped, it must have been those old men who went fishing. They hate coming home empty-handed, so they broke the tree to take home. Kuang Hoa, hiding behind him, broke out in a cold sweat. Tan Hao turned to Hua Then. So how did they break this tree? Hua Then replied calmly, I not that strong. It must have been those old men. They don't just know fishing. They have high martial arts skills, can climb walls and even practice qigong. The Kuang Hoa I'm talking about is one of those fishing old men. He pulled her hand, leading her away. Seeing her flustered, he asked, what sep's wrong? Puffing her cheeks, she replied, I don't know, but in her heart she thought, they can't possibly imagine that this tree was felled by a small girl like me with just one move.